I was just born when my parents drove me out of the dragon's lair, and they constantly wanted to kill me. And finally, they threw me into the most dangerous monster underground dungeon in the world. Survival of the fittest. Just because my brother and I are rare twin dragons once in 100 years. I thought I stood at the pinnacle of the world as soon as I was born. But I never expected that the dragon clan's custom is to raise only one dragon son per litter. The weak hatchling will be eaten, that's the law of nature. Although my parents had no choice but to capture me cruelly, but they gave me another path to death. They even claimed that everything they did was for my own good. After a night of careful consideration, they directly threw me into the dangerous underground dungeon. High-level monsters run rampant here. My superior blood is the finest delicacy for them. So my dragon parents are not worried at all about facing my revenge in the future. The reality is just as they expected. My combat power here is 0. And even staying alive has become a luxury. Although I hide around with my small body, I haven't been discovered by those high-level monsters. But due to not eating or drinking for a long time, my life is slowly slipping away. But just as I was starving and desperately searching for any food to eat, in the dim cave, a faint smell of lactic acid suddenly wafted over. Although the smell was sour and even a bit stinky, the instinct of a young dragon told me that this was the scent of food, and only a dragon's sense of smell could detect this unique aroma. At this point, I no longer cared about any danger, and after passing through several caves, I finally found the source of the scent. This was a spherical cave. In the sunken center of the cave, lay a 20-meter-long dragon, and it was a subspecies of dragon reaching a high level of 28. The kind of earth dragon whose sneeze could blow me away. Along with the source of the scent, I could see about 3 or 4 earth dragon hatchlings of my size, currently sucking on the mother's milk around the earth dragon. Although earth dragons may not be considered true dragons, they still have dragon bloodline. Most importantly, as a dragon, I could drink the milk of this subspecies of earth dragon myself. I cautiously felt my way around the earth dragon in the shadows. When I saw the 4 hatchlings, I couldn't help but be shocked. Thank goodness, maybe due to their recent birth, these hatchlings had not yet opened their eyes. So don't worry about being caught freeloading, and finally confirmed that the subspecies of earth dragon hadn't noticed me. I could no longer suppress the feeling of hunger, so I bit into the milk and began to suckle greedily. The subspecies ground dragon, who was in a deep sleep, suddenly felt confused, with some doubt in his heart. Oh, which kid is this? Absorbing so forcefully, but thinking that the child being able to eat is a good thing. It's the instinct of a mother that made her unwilling to disturb the child eating, so she did not open her eyes. As a large amount of breast milk entered my throat and body, I only felt a strange warmth emerging in my once cold body, along with a gradual rise in level. Perhaps it was due to a narrow escape from death, or maybe it was because the subspecies ground dragon's embrace was too warm. My tense emotions suddenly relaxed. My heavy head bent and I fell asleep, not knowing how long had passed, until a sharp pain in my neck muscles woke me up from my slumber. Immediately after, a pair of eyes with a diameter exceeding my height, huge vertical pupils, instantly filled my entire field of vision, staring at the ground dragon's eyes that seemed to be on the verge of spewing fire. The only thing I can do now is pray that the other side's jaws are wide enough, so that the pain during the attack can be lessened. I huddled with my 4 limbs, closed my eyes, resigning myself to fate. But after waiting for a long time, the anticipated death did not come. I opened my eyes and found that the ground dragon was not looking at me, having turned its head at some point. For ground dragon hatchlings were sucking milk, then they looked at me. Suddenly, the ground dragon's eyes seemed to become more complex, transitioning from initial anger to sympathy, then revealing a hint of helplessness. Finally, it tightly shut its eyes and let out a sigh. Gently placed me back among the pile of children. I suddenly greeted them, observing the subspecies. The ground dragons no longer ignored me, instead, they crawled over and started purring. The newly opened eyes of the ground dragon cubs around me seemed to welcome the arrival of new siblings, excitedly circling around me, sniffing and nuzzling like 4 little dogs. Mom wouldn't really want to adopt this ugly guy, he looks so strange, like a cross between an alien and a lizard. Upon getting closer, I finally understood their emotions. They were all scolding me. I opened my mouth and shouted loudly, and in an instant, the 4 cubs were stunned on the spot, clearly not expecting me to speak. I never thought about upgrading and unlocking, but my mind was clear. Not only could I understand the other languages of the monsters, other monsters could also understand my words. And so, I leisurely spent 3 days in this cave, during which I got along very well with these little cubs. Although they teased me like an idiot, they never bullied me. And because I looked small, fragile, and ugly, every time I slept, the 4 little guys would surround me. At the slightest sound, they would immediately protect me tightly. They even told me, the rookie, to step back, not make any noise, and not cause trouble, etc. But in reality, they used their love to protect me, an outsider, even though I secretly detected that their data was more than 1.5 levels weaker than mine. However, I did not break through this barrier. As a rare super monster, not only did my level increase faster than theirs, during this time, my level soared all the way to level 9. The four-limbed Earth Dragon brothers are only at level 4. After spending this time together, I truly treated the subspecies Earth Dragon family as my own. At least they are much better than my dragon parents, but the only regret is, during this time, I have never spoken to the subspecies Earth Dragon mother. Even when I actively greeted her, the Earth Dragon mother would at most just glance at me. She completely ignores me, this foreign species. I thought the days would continue like this. However, the next morning, a level 35 subspecies Kodo beast broke this peace. This subspecies Kodo beast just broke into the cave. With its crimson 4 eyes, it stared intensely at the 4 subspecies Earth Dragon cubs, clearly hungry. Seeing this, the subspecies Earth Dragon quickly used its tail to sweep several cubs into the corner of the cave, positioning itself in front of the Kodo beast. They clashed instantly, quickly descending into a fierce battle. Facing a Kodo beast of a higher level, the Earth Dragon had no choice but to resist with all its might. In the end, to protect her few children, her chest was pierced by the Kodo beast's thick, pointed horn. Yet, even so, the Earth Dragon continued to pull back with all her strength. Even with her chest impaled, she stood firm against the Kodo beast's advance. I saw her fiercely embracing the neck of the Kodo beast with her dragon claws, then she roared in anger, opened her shark-like dragon mouth, and bit hard on the back of the Kodo beast, tearing off a large piece of flesh. At this moment, due to the collision of the 2 giant beasts, causing the cave to continuously crack, with rocks falling one after another. Seeing this, I jumped directly into the air, smashing rocks with 3 punches and 2 kicks. But the speed of the cave collapse. Just protecting the 4 cubs already took all my effort, leaving no energy to help the nanny. More importantly, my attacks are completely ineffective against monsters like the Kodo beast with thick rough skin. On the contrary, it will only hinder my movements. Suddenly, the subspecies Kodo beast charged forward like a madman, its thick horns violently piercing into the chest of the Earth Dragon mother, causing unimaginable pain from the torn chest. The subspecies Earth Dragon mother knew that she had no hope of survival in this war. For the last time, she turned to look at her cubs, especially seeing me desperately protecting them, which brought a hint of comfort to her eyes. "It's a good thing I didn't eat you at first," she seemed to be saying this to me. The subspecies Earth Dragon's bloodshot eyes suddenly opened, giving it all. It used its head to hammer the back of the Kodo beast's head. This hammer blow was earth-shattering. The subspecies Earth Dragon's skull caved in on the spot, with its jaw shattered. Even the tough-skinned Kodo beast couldn't withstand such a suicidal attack to the back of the head, resulting in a large depression, as both giant beasts let out piercing screams. Heavily collapsed on the ground, the battle came to an end, and the cave collapse ceased. I swiftly pulled myself out and rushed towards the subspecies Earth Dragon. However, its head was nearly pulverized, as if telling me that her death was a certainty. My child, what happened?" This was the first time I heard the subspecies Earth Dragon mother speak. Her life was already hanging by a thread, and the shattered jaw made her speech very unclear. Faced with the subspecies Earth Dragon mother's questions, I tried to suppress my guilt, because her 4 cubs had already died, crushed by the falling rubble, due to the excessive amount of debris. Even though I tried my best, I couldn't stop all the falling rocks. Although I was lucky enough to survive, the days spent living with the 4 cubs were still vivid in my memory. They even saw me as their sibling. Just a few minutes ago, they were all frolicking around, but now they had all turned into deaths beneath the rubble. "My children, are they okay?" The subspecies Earth Dragon mother's eyes were already shattered. She asked with her last breath, filled with concern for her children. I feel a sense of guilt, like a bomb ticking in my chest. All the old teeth must be crushed. Forcing back the sadness rising from within, I spoke to the Earth Dragon mother in the gentlest tone possible. "It's truly fortunate, they were just stunned, they are all fine." "That's right, Mom, they are all really safe." Upon hearing this, the face of the Earth Dragon mother showed a relieved smile. "After I die, you can eat me." The Earth Dragon's words shocked me instantly. Being born in the underground city is a natural curse, so all resources cannot be wasted. This is the last nourishment I can give to the children. I don't know why a super monster like you would come to the underground city, but take care of my children after I adopt you. Here, the trembling Earth Dragon mother couldn't say anything anymore. She breathed her last breath, completely losing her vitality. In the end, her face showed a look of knowing her children are safe and happy. She passed away peacefully. The ground in front of the knees soaked with fresh blood seeped into the earth cave. As quiet as death, my mouth wide open. I couldn't even cry, because once I cried, it would attract more monsters. But my heart felt like a stone blocking it. Adopting my own Earth Dragon, for cubs that spent day and night together. In the blink of an eye, they turned into 5 corpses. The first time the wet nurse spoke to me, it turned into a farewell message. The unprecedented sense of powerlessness at this moment, like a torrent hitting my back, yet reality did not give me time to wallow in pain. Amidst the deafening explosion, the supposed-to-be dead subspecies Kodo beast trembled as it stood up. The Kodo beast with a collapsed head rose again, emitting a victorious roar. In his eyes, the only remaining young dragon in front of him posed no threat, but I lowered my head, tightly holding the dragon's claw. Facing this colossal creature, there was no feeling in the trembling voice, filled with endless killing intent. I will personally slaughter this Kodo beast. Speaking of which, I roared and charged directly at the subspecies Kodo beast. I thought the matter with the Kodo beast was over. When you were ready to enjoy this hard-earned feast, I never expected the last youngling to dare to charge at me head-on, despite being injured. But I want to break through his thick skin, which is still as difficult as climbing to the sky for me now. But there are still some ways. In fact, the wet nurse has already paved the way for me. The method to penetrate his defense is the wound the wet nurse tore open on his nape. I roared, turning into a stream of light, and directly entered the back of the Kodo beast. My claws plunged deep to the maximum, suddenly piercing in, then tearing open the wound. The boiling sand swelled to an unprecedented level. In my mind, there was nothing but killing this Kodo beast. No more distractions. I was originally a bamboo dragon hatchling with the bloodline of the Dragon Emperor. In the future, I will definitely stand at the top of the food chain and rule the world. But unfortunately, I am a double yolk egg. According to the customs of the dragon clan, only one dragon son can be raised in each litter. The weak hatchling will be eaten directly. This is the law of nature. Although my dragon parents couldn't bear to disappoint me, after a minute of discussion between them, they ultimately decided to throw me into the perilous underground arena. High-level monsters often appear here. To them, my superior bloodline is top-notch. With the powerful dragon bloodline, I found a wet nurse in the underground city. But the family of the wet nurse I hadn't enjoyed for long met their demise after being attacked by monsters. In order to survive in the underground city, I followed the wet nurse's last words and absorbed her energy. This also allowed me to upgrade to the moment of evolution. When I was about to choose the evolution path, I encountered an attack from the first-level underground castle monster. The leader of this Kodo beast in front of me has reached level 88, with extraordinary power. Due to the advantage of my bloodline, I can attempt to stay beyond my level, but unfortunately, there is a huge disparity in rank between them. At a critical moment of life and death, the leader of the Kodo beasts was attacked by a huge blue energy and immediately disappeared without a trace. Following that, a gigantic figure reaching several hundred meters high suddenly appeared in my line of sight. It had a whale-like face, with a height and length of several hundred meters, making it impossible to see its full body at a glance, resembling a whale with 8 legs. Faced with this enormous monster in front of me, I had no thoughts of resistance in my heart. Only fear and despair filled my eyes. The next moment, a set of data appeared before my eyes. Leviathan level 355, a legendary super demon of the highest level. What's even more terrifying is, I witnessed the scene beneath the data for the first time. Providing the following 2 warnings, this creature is the final report of the Chuandong underground city, please do not confront it. Warning against attempting to use mental communication to probe it, because I am insignificant, and I have not yet perished. This caused that monster to completely ignore my existence. I didn't even qualify to be its prey, regardless of the previous challenges faced. Even when facing the leader of the Kodo beasts, I could always remain calm. However, the giant beast in front of me made me feel afraid. Fear quickly spread throughout my body from the spine, even making me briefly forget to breathe. This is a fundamental terror engraved in the DNA of all living beings. This creature known as Leviathan is considered the pinnacle of monsters. I stood still until I couldn't hear footsteps before daring to breathe, my body soaked in cold sweat unknowingly. Why did the final box of the Eastern Dungeon appear on the first floor? I have no time to think about it now. Escaping from here is the top priority, even though my right leg is broken. But I have decided to evolve on the spot to recover at the fastest speed. Leveling up is the way to restore the best condition. Each level up can replenish all attributes and remove all abnormal statuses. After confirming there are no other monsters around, I re-examined the evolution options. Although the young bamboo dragon is the most traditional way of evolution, it will lead to an increase in size, limiting its mobility in the narrow underground dungeons. Other options to consider include small young dragon and deteriorating young dragon. After careful consideration following reading the introduction, I have decided to choose the deteriorating candle dragon option. In terms of attributes, the small candle dragon is the strongest among the three, surviving in the unpredictable underground scenes. What is often needed is not a specific ability, but more survival strategies. Most importantly, the deteriorating candle dragon is the smallest in size among the three evolutionary directions. It can eliminate its own weakness to dark attributes and gain the new innate skill Midnight Power. No matter how you think about it, the deteriorating candle dragon is always the best choice. The evolution command has been issued and received. Evolution will be completed within 10 seconds. The next moment, I felt a warmth surging from within, followed by aches all over my body, and the dizziness caused by coldness and blood loss disappeared. My bitten-off right leg has grown back, and my body size has reduced from about 80 centimeters to approximately 60 centimeters. Although my strength has greatly increased, the scales of the previous dragon have turned deep purple, and they gleam with a chrome-like metallic luster, appearing even more sturdy. I impatiently opened the attribute panel and was pleasantly surprised to find that this evolution not only gave me new memories but also led to a qualitative leap in my attributes. The only regret is that my previous species only reached the monster level, and the rare species has transformed into a scarce species. This means that my monster level has dropped by 1, but that's not important. The level of the monster determines the potential for future development. But now, I can't even guarantee my own safety. What's the point of caring about these things? The most urgent thing now is to leave this dreadful place. Although I don't understand why the sanctified leopard, Leviathan, would appear on this level. But I know that this level is about to undergo a change. Anyway, let's find an opportunity to level up first. I don't want to stay with those monsters, so I decided to walk in the opposite direction of Leviathan, searching for surviving monsters after this evolution. The Kodo beast, which used to pose a certain threat to me, has now become easily manageable. Before the evolution, defeating a Kodo beast could get you 600 experience. And now, devouring a Kodo beast can earn an additional 100 experience, but after evolution, killing a Kodo beast only yields 200 experience, while killing a 10th level Kodo beast only gives 30 experience. As for the experience Tauron, killing one only grants 5 experience. Even if you eliminate all the Tauron on one level, you cannot level up. Feeling that the monsters on this level no longer help me level up, I immediately decide to head to the second level. In fact, shortly after Naima passed away, I had already found the entrance to the second level. Because it's impossible to return to the previous level, when leveling up on the first level, you will find a similarity to level 0. Similar to the map, the smooth egg-shaped protrusions show traces of freezing. Clearly, this is formed by the high temperature melting the rocks and then resolidifying. This unique form is undoubtedly the work of the Leviathan, and in the distance, the Leviathan's distinctive whale roar is heard again. Loud and deep, profound and full, a sense of fear once again surges in my heart, and I instinctively jump into the entrance of the second level. After a few minutes of free fall, I finally arrived at the second level. I landed directly on a piece of human armor fragment. Carefully removing the fragment from my buttocks, I then continued forward. This seems to be a part of the armor nut. Could it be that there is human civilization on the second level of the underground city? However, I quickly dismissed this idea. This level of armor is simply unable to withstand the attacks of monsters. Even if there is human civilization in the underground city, they would not deliberately create such flashy but impractical equipment. Could it be that humans from the outside have entered the underground city? After all, aren't humans the rulers of this world? Anyway, I can only think of this possibility. Suddenly, my dragon instincts told me that there was a presence behind me, so I turned to look. I saw a petite girl hiding in the bushes, with water blue hair, lip silver armguards, and dressed in a simple, ancient dance costume similar to the protagonist. My eyes lit up. Isn't this the one I like? Looking at the girl in front of me, as a lifelong bachelor living alone, I had some unrealistic fantasies. The girl trembled slightly as she locked eyes with me. Obviously, as a human facing such a powerful monster like me, she felt extremely terrified. By the time the girl mustered the courage to speak, he was already trembling in fear, sitting on the ground with shaking legs, frantically kicking back in retreat. Attempting to move away, he found the stone wall behind him, leaving him with no way out. This reaction puzzled me. I am aware of my appearance, chubby and cute, just with some added scales now. Could this really make him so afraid? I mean, no harm, I just wanted to ask why you are here. I bent down, approaching the girl in a way to comfort a stray kitten. Why would there be a high-level demon on the second floor? The girl is clearly so frightened that she's on the verge of a mental breakdown, muttering something about a dwarf desperately. It's a matter of life and death. If I don't fight, I will die. Perhaps Master Ginge only granted me strength at a price, with ambiguous words. That innocent girl, please rest assured, I am not a good person, not to say I am a bad person, I am just a bit anxious. Trying to approach her and explain, unexpectedly just got within 2 meters of the girl. The girl suddenly grabbed the god sealing cylinder, causing a loud noise and creating ripples in the nearby small pond. The girl swung a chicken with all her strength, catching me off guard and being very close. Coupled with the awakening of primal desires deep within me at this moment, I sometimes get distracted. In the blink of an eye, I saw such a liberating scene before me, only reducing a bit of HP, not causing me serious harm yet. Then I glanced at the girl's data and immediately froze. The target is a level 19 monk, a non-mutant female human. Her reproductive value is referred to as HP 366419 MP 33193. These attributes are really weak. Probably just one slap could cause 999 points of damage. Moreover, that kick just now not only didn't hurt me, but severely twisted her right leg. Just as I was about to remind him not to run around recklessly, that girl suddenly ran crazily towards the side entrance, shouting loudly, "Don't!" The monsters on the first level of Gene Good in 19 are so powerful, and even more so on the second level. I didn't know what he would say. I was about to catch up and persuade him. A huge spider suddenly descended from the sky, blocking the chance for me and my half-sister to reunite. I had planned to have a deep conversation about life and ideals, but I didn't expect such a strange creature to appear. I checked the attributes of the spider, bloodthirsty demon spider, a level 49 defensive monster, with 2146 HP and 1990 MP. Instantly, my inner anger grew stronger. You not only lack strength but also deliberately put on airs. I kicked him more than 10 meters away with one step. This spider, 5 meters long and weighing 2 tons, crashed into the hill like a shell. After searching everywhere, I found that my sister had disappeared without a trace. I looked at the giant spider again. There was only anger in my eyes. I was kicked out of the dragon's nest right after birth. And the dragon mom didn't feed me. The dragon dad wanted to treat me like grass. Finally, he simply threw me into the perilous underground dungeon, leaving it to fate. Just because, Dragon and I are blood brothers of the same generation. According to the Dragon clan's customs, only one offspring is born per litter. The weak offspring will be eaten directly, that is the law of nature. But in the end, I relied on my petite body and keen sense of smell. Not only did I survive in the underground city, but also evolved into a corrupted candle dragon, with combat power soaring several levels. I told myself I must survive and leave the underground city, return to the Dragon clan, and reclaim everything that should have been mine. At this time, my half-sister from another mother was running around in the underground city, and he shouted, don't buy electricity." Just as I was about to remind him not to run around recklessly, a huge spider suddenly descended from the sky, blocking the chance for me and my half-sister from another mother to reunite. I had originally planned to have a heart-to-heart about life and discuss ideals, but I didn't expect such a strange creature to appear. After checking the spider's attributes and level, my inner anger intensified instantly. "You dare to act tough in front of me without strength," I kicked him away. This spider, over 10 meters long, weighing 2 tons, crashed into the hill like a cannonball. After searching everywhere, I found that my sister had disappeared without a trace. Gazing once again at the giant spider, all the fox could see in its eyes was anger. This bloodthirsty magic pearl finds everything so incredible. This little one in front of me hasn't even grown all its fur, yet possesses such immense power. What's even harder to understand is when exactly did I offend this god of death? Yet I never even gave him a chance to explain. I focused all my strength inside. Transforming my body into a light bullet, I struck the bloodthirsty magic pearl from head to tail, creating a chilling passage. My level has upgraded to LV9, a level 49 central defender beast, with 2146 health points and 1999 magic points. But I don't have the energy right now to focus on this irrelevant leveling up matter. Instead, I'm putting all my effort into finding my little sister's trail. Even though I activated all my sensing abilities, I fell to my knees, loudly calling out for my delicate and tender little sister. But she seemed to vanish without a trace, and in the end, I had no choice but to give up. Time flies, and unintentionally, I've been lingering on the second floor for 5 days. Due to bloodline suppression, there are no monsters on the second floor that pose a threat to me. I have gradually adapted to life on the second level over the past 5 days. While on the second floor, I have often found traces of humans, with hundreds of footprints on the ground. This means that there are many people on this level. Similar beings exist. Could it be that humans are exploring the second level of the underground city? Or perhaps, they have already passed through the second level and entered the third level. Regardless, I am very eager to find these humans. After all, the environment of the underground city is clearly not suitable for human habitation. If humans appear in the underground city, there is only one possibility, that they have mastered the way in and out of the underground city. This is exactly what I have been dreaming of, but unfortunately, in the following days, I did not find any sign of humans appearing. At that moment, I suddenly felt a sharp pain like a needle-piercing discomfort. I was startled, too late to turn back. Instinctively rolled to the side to dodge the highly compressed air, like a razor cutting through the air above my head. With my tough dragon scales, 4 deep gashes appeared on the rock wall, as if scratched by a cat. The sudden attack left me no room for thought, relying on my sharp dragon hearing as a member of the dragon race. I clearly sensed that a small creature was approaching behind me, as I reacted. That thing was less than 50 centimeters away from me. I did not resist, just instinctively dodged to the side. The sharp claws almost grazed my dragon-like face. Didn't expect you to dare intrude on my territory. Looks like you do have some skills. Then a figure appeared in the shadow. As soon as the words fell, that figure quickly unleashed the surrounding shadows weaving in and out continuously. The speed is so fast that it is almost impossible to be caught by the naked eye. With only personal strength, I managed to surround myself with dozens of people at the same time. After reaching level 11 of perception, I already have a perception ability of 390, yet I am unable to perceive the speed of the opponent now. His overall agility is at least over 2000, and this fact has been proven. The next battle will be dominated by the speed of the shadow. I feel the wounds on my limbs increasing. Fortunately, the dragon scales have a certain anti-stab effect, and the opponent's attacks do not cause serious damage each time, and there is no wear and tear at all. Defending the critical point, only need to block a fatal attack once, will not die immediately, but if the delay continues, it will be consumed to death. The opponent clearly intends to escape the predicament with killing intent, definitely not by chance. Continuous bleeding causes my vision to blur. Faced with this unsolvable situation, I opened the skill shaping map without hesitation. I have studied the skill shaping map before. These skills may seem complex, but in reality, most of them are advancements and derivatives of a certain skill. They must be used before unlocking the prerequisite skills, and I have long mastered the initial technical skills. To deal with the current situation, unlock the Dragon Doll, stimulate the spirit, and concentrate to release pulse energy. I spent 7 points to unlock and activate these 3 skills, suddenly opening my eyes. The scene before my eyes suddenly changed. The shadow that was unclear before now has some outlines. I turned around and threw a punch at the air behind me. Only hearing a loud bang, a figure was sent flying by my punch, crashing into the mountain, surprising the shadow inside. Clearly not expecting my speed to suddenly become so swift. Immediately after, I sent a pulse in his direction. Like a naval gun blast, it pierced through his cover, almost destroying the entire rock wall with my impact. Faced with such immense power, the monster barely dodged the attack, shouting in its heart a desire to escape. But his foot was firmly grabbed by a dragon claw as swift as thunder, leaving the monster surprised and unable to comprehend. The baby dragon he easily defeated earlier now quickly pushed him to a desperate situation. The appearance of a young girl turned out to be a monster, with half of its cherry blossom-colored shoulder-length hair burnt. Its once beautiful face was almost completely ruined, with the tip of its cat ears burnt, slight damage to the 2 cattails, and its right cat paw completely burned. Seeing the injured cat girl, my heart couldn't help but ache. Why not end my life right away? The monster with the cunning cat girl appearance stared fiercely at me with its only remaining eye. I made up an excuse to deal with it, saying cat meat doesn't taste good, it's sour and astringent, and I'm also not quite satisfied with your physique. The cat girl coldly snorted and said, "Consider yourself lucky this time, but next time I will attack you." Upon reaching the 2nd floor, I realized I hadn't been attacked by any monsters, which piqued my curiosity. I couldn't help but wonder why this cat girl suddenly attacked me in such a manner, as she angrily scolded me. "You dared to intrude into my territory and defecate on my turf, who else should I punish if not you?" I immediately understood that I had been constipated for the past few days, and today I happened to have a larger bowel movement, but was it really necessary? Felines have a strong sense of territory, so it's not surprising. After all, it was just a minor issue. The powerful cat girl angrily scolded, "You, being so powerful on the 2nd floor. As the ruler of monsters, you should at least understand such basic common sense." As we argued incessantly, I awkwardly scratched my head, when suddenly a loud noise interrupted our conversation. A handsome young man, clad in silver armor and a blue cape, wielding a golden greatsword, broke through the wall and landed beside me and the cat girl. The blond youth raised his massive sword and, without waiting for me to speak, began swinging it wildly towards me. "You two are a mythical level super powerful monster and a mythical level juvenile. If the monsters don't eliminate you both, next time you explore the dungeon, you will face 2 super monsters. The young man finished speaking and flicked his large sword. Sacrifice orders, ignite the battle with fresh blood. I looked at the weak man in front of me, and in an instant, the vitality he displayed was in conflict with my own. Level 32, profession as a paladin, belonging to the elite human race, with HP of 4,336. MP is 176. I felt a headache when I saw the panel data, because I had just fought fiercely with the cat girl, and both my stamina and mana were not yet restored, so I didn't want to confront him directly. I decisively decided to pick up the cat girl and escape. However, that young man did not give up on the team's intention, furiously releasing sword shadow attacks behind him. I don't understand why you have been chasing me, I feel very wronged, couldn't help but curse loudly. Is this abnormal behavior? You only have a few thousand yuan of salary every month, why risk your life? The young man's eyes turned pale, with a look of irrationality on his face, unable to understand the question he was asked. The angry flame of life kept burning. The young man seemed to want to burn himself out, and swung a sword at me and the cat girl. That mere meter-long golden sword displayed a devastating blow. I stared at that frantic golden-haired young man. My heart is full of anger, like a cornered rabbit biting, or a desperate wife hitting her husband. Then once again activate the skill to endure pain, spending 5 unlock points to activate the invincible skill. When the skill invincibility HP reaches 0, HP will be fixed at 1 point, and gain 5 seconds of invincibility, immune to all attacks and damage. Unless it is a conceptual attack, this skill has no consumption, and can only be used once every 24 hours. I didn't go easy on this young man. After withstanding his fatal attack, I didn't hold back my remaining energy, sending a pulse straight to his head. Energy was released, a pulse surged towards his head. The blonde youth was originally proud and arrogant, but the next moment, he was left with only half of his body, limp against the wall. Channeling the monster, killing humans can gain 20 times the super experience. I opened the data panel again, witnessing my level skyrocket from level 12 to 17 directly. Next, the entire monster forest echoed with a single sentence. Oh my goodness. What's this? 20 times experience points? Clearly, every level up can restore full status. But that string of level up information still made Zhang Chen dizzy. Am I dreaming? Since evolving, the difficulty of gaining experience has increased, and the experience value multiplier for leveling up has surged. Zhang Chen hasn't had a continuous level up for a long time. This human, without using the critical breakthrough skill, probably has combat power on par with a Kodo beast, right? After level 11, Zhang Chen only gets 100 points of experience for killing a Kodo beast. Killing such an easy human, and being able to level up 6 times in a row? From evolving at level 11 to level 17, it requires 1268, 1554, 1898, 2312, 2809, 3407, 4125 experience points respectively. A total of nearly 12,000 experience points. Killing a human gives so much? This is too much. Notice, the skill truth has been upgraded, current level is LV9. Notice, the skill truth has been upgraded, the skill truth is now max. Notice, the skill truth, unlocking point reward tasks have been unlocked. Not only did the level increase, but the skill truth also increased by 2 levels. Looking at the skill slot, with the words, Truth LV, Max, written on it, Zhang Chen couldn't believe it. Killing a human, and getting such a huge benefit? It's like encouraging Zhang Chen to kill people. What is the unlocking point reward task? Zhang Chen clicked to see. The truth interface displayed a parchment pattern, gradually revealing an image of a monster, along with several lines of text. Main task, defeat the second floor boss Medusa's head. Task reward, 50 unlocking points. Failure penalty, none. 50 unlocking points? WTF? After risking his life in battles until today, plus the 5 points just obtained, he only got a total of 35 unlocking points. And this one task has a full 50 points? Speaking of Medusa's head, Zhang Chen carefully examined the monster in the image. This monster looks extremely bizarre, overall resembling a floating girl's head in midair. The edges of the image were carefully labeled with length and width dimensions, and by comparison, the head had a diameter of 50 meters. The head's eyes were tightly closed, seeming sorrowful, and its flowing long hair was not hair, but countless snakes, all of which were connected at the scalp. So, were these humans just fighting this monster? Zhang Chen suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Because after reaching Truth Max, he could detect all the data of the target just by looking at the image. And this monster named Medusa's head had values that were. What? What kind of monster are you? Just as Zhang Chen was amazed by the strength of Medusa's head, a voice suddenly came from behind. Turning around, the heavily wounded cat, with only single-digit HP left, had already woken up at some point. Her remaining eye was staring at Zhang Chen with a gaze like seeing a monster. Why, when you kill that human, all your injuries are healed? And your aura? Why did it suddenly become so much stronger? The cat was puzzled. Normally, a monster's growth is gradual, just like any other creature. But this young dragon-like creature, by just killing a human, not only healed its injuries but also instantly surged in strength. It was as if a baby suddenly turned into a nearly 2-meter-tall, 200-pound giant. This was definitely not normal. She had never seen such a monster before. If earlier the cat didn't understand why she lost to Zhang Chen, now facing Zhang Chen who had leveled up 6 times in a row, she dared not challenge him again. What kind of monster are you? Faced with the cat's terrified questioning, Zhang Chen remained calm and casually walked towards her. I'm asking you, do you want to die here? Or come with me to kill the second floor boss? Ha! Zhang Chen's words made the cat doubt if there was something wrong with her ears again. Kill the second floor boss? The head of Medusa? Are you crazy, meow? Zhang Chen sneered and said, so you know the name of that monster? Of course. Who living on the second floor doesn't know, meow? It's the boss of the second floor, stationed at the entrance to the third floor because it has no mobility. Wait, could it be that you? The cat suddenly understood something. She looked at Zhang Chen in astonishment, their eyes meeting. After a while, she confirmed something and asked, You're not thinking of killing the head of Medusa to go to the third floor of the underground city, are you, meow? Zhang Chen didn't answer, just smiled and nodded in agreement. You really are crazy, meow. The cat disregarded the burns and shouted loudly, with your current strength, you could easily defeat even me. As long as you don't provoke the head of Medusa, you could walk sideways on the second floor. Why take the risk, meow? Zhang Chen remained silent. Because the cat didn't have the skill of truth, she didn't understand what leveling up was, and explaining it to her would be difficult. In short, the higher Zhang Chen's level, the less experience he would get from killing monsters. Even after leveling up to level 6, even without verification, Zhang Chen could feel that it was becoming more difficult to gain experience from killing second-floor monsters. In addition, because the experience required for each level up was obtained by a fixed multiplier times the current level, and after one evolution, the multiplier became 2 times. This led to an extraordinarily rapid increase in the experience needed for Zhang Chen to level up. At level 11, it was 1268, now at level 17, it required 4125 to level up, an increase of 3 times. With this trend, it is believed that the second floor will soon be unable to meet the leveling up requirements. What exactly do you want to do, meow? When Zhang Chen remained silent, the cat asked again. Zhang Chen stared at her and said, You just mentioned that those humans went to conquer the second floor boss in order to leave the underground city, right? With these words, the cat instantly understood Zhang Chen's meaning. Do you really want to leave the underground city, meow? Zhang Chen smiled knowingly. It seems that exploring the deeper levels can indeed lead to leaving the underground city. So, tell me, how do we leave the underground city? The cat understood something again and asked anxiously, Are you trying to trick me, meow? So what if I am, since you've already said it, just explain it clearly. Why should I help you, meow? The cat questioned fiercely. Zhang Chen smiled, It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. Anyway, I have a skill that can invade your brain. It will cause great pain and make you an idiot. If you don't tell me, I'll just invade your mind and extract the information I need. With these words, the cat's face turned pale. This kind of skill was not uncommon. Starting from the third floor, some mental-type monsters would use this skill. After hesitating, the cat looked at Zhang Chen again with some caution. Is what you said true, meow? Zhang Chen patted his chest. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. In fact, there is more than one underground city in this world. The Chuandong underground city is just one of the smaller ones. Legend has it that in the ancient era before the ancient times, the gods lived together with all things in the world. This world ruled by the gods has been flourishing since the ancient era. I do not know why, probably in the late ancient times, the gods left behind 10 underground cities and then suddenly left this world. The reasons, the purpose, all unknown. And the history of this period seems to have been artificially erased. However, up to now, although the gods have rarely appeared, the connection with this world has never been broken, and they have always maintained their dominance over this world. Of course, the beings in this world do not refer to humans. Humans are creatures that evolved in the early ancient times after the dark ancient times. This information is known to all native monsters of the underground cities from birth. According to the cat, there are actually many ways to enter and exit the underground cities. The most common way humans use is spatial transfer magic. This magic is difficult for monsters to learn, and even if they do, because of an extremely strict condition for its use, monsters cannot rely on this magic to leave the underground cities. Therefore, for the native monsters of the underground cities and those monsters who have entered the underground cities for some reason, there is only one way to leave the underground cities, to break through them. The underground city is not actually underground. Each of its layers is an independent space. And each layer's corridor is actually a spatial transfer magic array, just made in the shape of a corridor. So these corridors are one way only. You can enter the next layer through the corridor of each layer, but you cannot return to the previous layer through this corridor. Therefore, once you enter a layer, it is impossible to return to layer 0, let alone leave the underground city through the main gate. In the 5th layer of the underground city, there is a final corridor. By defeating the final boss of the 5th layer, you can leave the underground city through the final corridor and go to the outside world. When the cat mentioned this, Zhang Chen's heart was already in his throat. Zhang Chen has certainly seen the final boss of the 5th layer of the underground city. It is the biggest psychological shadow of Zhang Chen's 2 lifetimes, a super high-level monster. Level 355, Leviathan. Thinking of that almost invincible power and the data that only showed question marks and the truth detection, Zhang Chen couldn't help but shiver. Do you have to kill it to leave the underground city? Can that kind of monster really be killed? From the way you look, have you seen Leviathan somewhere, meow? The cat said somewhat mockingly. Zhang Chen nodded. You said that each layer of the underground city is an independent space, and monsters cannot roam around, right? The cat smiled. That has nothing to do with Leviathan, meow. It is the mount of the gods from the dark ancient times, and it has been alive until today. It is the strongest creature in the Chuandong underground city, meow. It can freely enter and exit any layer of the underground city. No one can kill Leviathan, and no one can stop it, meow. It is in the underground city because it wants to guard the underground city. So, in the end, your desire to leave the underground city is just a pipe dream, meow. Here, the cat seemed to be exhausted, lying on the ground panting heavily. Due to her serious injuries, her HP had been slowly draining at an extremely slow rate. Now her HP was only 3 points. If this continued, she would suffocate within 10 minutes. I have told you everything I know, meow. You should keep your promise. Looking at her as if she could die at any moment, Zhang Chen thought for a moment, don't you want to go out? The cat was stunned for a moment, then chuckled self-deprecatingly, of course, I want to, meow. Have you seen any cat willingly locked in a cage, meow? But what's the use of wanting? Can you go out just by wanting? In the cat's eyes, there was only helplessness towards the life of a beast and unwillingness towards her own fate. Zhang Chen sighed, feeling the same about her thoughts. The monsters in the underground city are ferocious, but at the same time, they are pitiful. They were born imprisoned in cages and could die at any moment, becoming food for other monsters. Unlock. Heal. Consuming 2 unlock points. Skill. Heal. Unlocked. Unlock. Focus. Consuming 2 unlock points. Skill. Focus. Unlocked. Zhang Chen did not hesitate at all and activated 2 skills in a row. Immediately, he gently placed the dragon claw on the cat's forehead. Heal, he silently murmured. Zhang Chen's palm immediately emitted a bright green light. The cat was startled, thinking Zhang Chen was going to break his promise and kill her. Before she could react, the essence of life energy contained in the light made her feel a warm flow entering her body, reaching deep into her soul. Her body, paralyzed from blood loss, gradually regained consciousness. The cold fingertips regained warmth. The open wounds healed at a visible speed. Broken bones fused back together. The severely burned cat quickly regained her appearance. She now looked like a cherry-haired girl with a delicate figure, exquisite features, and fair skin. She could be called a beauty anywhere. If it weren't for Zhang Chen using the healing skill on her, this appearance might never have seen the light of day again. Healing is a skill in the skill tree diagram, closely linked with the skill of rapid regeneration. It restores one's or an ally's injuries at the cost of MP, with the amount restored being twice the MP consumed. Another skill, rapid regeneration, does not require any cost but takes some time to restore and can only heal oneself. From a practical standpoint, rapid regeneration is far less useful than healing. Another skill, concentration, is the opposite of healing, restoring 2 MP for every 1 HP consumed. Concentration and healing, when combined, form the most practical skill set. Of course, perpetual motion is not possible. Each use of these 2 skills requires an additional 5 AP and comes with a certain delay. Without these limitations, Zhang Chen could probably have defeated the 3rd floor boss through attrition. The cat sprang up from the ground, still in shock. She looked at her limbs in disbelief, unable to understand how the young dragon had done it. What What did you do, meow? Just healed your injuries, Zheng Chen replied shortly, using concentration and healing repeatedly to restore his consumed MP and the lost HP from restoring MP. Zheng Chen said, I can't promise you'll leave the dungeon, but I can at least ensure you live comfortably on this second floor. Will you join me? The cat was still stunned. She awkwardly looked at the creature in front of her, only 65 centimeters long, unsure if it was a black dragon or a black dog. After a while, she asked, Do you mean to kill the head of Medusa? Zheng Chen nodded. You are very strong. Among all the monsters I've encountered on the second floor, you are the strongest. The cat's nose almost reached the ceiling, her furry ears perked up. She proudly said, of course, meow. As long as I transform from human form to monster form, except for the head of Medusa, I am the strongest on the second floor. Then come with me to kill the head of Medusa, Zheng Chen suggested. The cat pouted, Why should I take the risk with you, meow? Zheng Chen raised a finger. As long as you kill the head of Medusa, you will be the boss of the second floor. Although you won't be able to leave, at least on the second floor, you will have absolute freedom. No one will dare to provoke you. You will be the queen here. Doesn't that sound great? The cat's ears twitched at his words. Boss? Queen? She blushed and said after a moment, I have no choice, meow. In return for saving me, I will help you defeat the head of Medusa. Seeing her tsundere attitude, Zheng Chen smiled and said nothing. Follow me, he said, turning to leave. The cat hurried to catch up. By the way, are you a dragon or a dog, meow? A dragon. Why? Oh, you don't look much like one, meow. Am I like a dog? Little black dog, big belly, head like a dog. From now on I'll call you dog thing. Zheng Chen, aren't you a dog? Drag that human until you're exhausted before killing, and even hurt me and then heal me. Tell me, do you want me to help you give birth to a child, meow? I'm only a month old, haven't even grown fur. Zheng Chen pinched his aching brow. Forget it. It doesn't matter what you're called. What's your name? Me? The cat pursed its lips. I don't have a name. The monsters in the underground city don't have names, because it's not necessary. Zheng Chen thought for a moment. Alright, you call me dog thing, then I'll call you Cat Nanbei. Pat. The cat's tail immediately started swatting the ground. What kind of name is Cat Nanbei, meow? Let's go. Watching Zheng Chen's swaying figure, Cat Nanbei muttered under her breath, actually, I do have a name, and then took a quick step to follow. Are we going to fight directly, meow? Listen, the humans are still fighting the Medusa's head, no need to confront them head-on, let's wait and see, and reap the benefits. First, we need to correct a viewpoint. This is also the most profound understanding Zheng Chen had after coming to the underground city. Almost all monsters in the underground city do not have the concept of leveling up and skills in their minds. Leveling up is just a byproduct of staying alive, and skills are just a means of survival. Monsters do not kill for the sake of leveling up. Killing is only to feed and fill their stomachs, and experience points are just a byproduct for monsters during hunting. Therefore, the strength of monsters in the underground city, except for mutated species like Cat Nanbei, mostly correlates with age. The longer they live, the higher their level and ability values. This includes intelligence. The Medusa's head is such a monster. Intelligence is a hidden attribute, not displayed on the panel, but it has the greatest impact on a monster's combat power. As a second-level boss, the Medusa's head has been alive for at least 500 years. Although she looks like a 20-meter diameter human head with levitation ability, she actually has no mobility and can only stay in one place forever, like a fixed turret, guarding the passage from the second level to the third level, because mobility is useless to her. Anyone who wants to conquer the second level, humans who want to reach higher levels of monsters, must pass through the second level passage. So as long as she guards this place, prey will continuously come to her, without the need to actively hunt. Since there is no need to hunt, why bother with the ability to move? This survival method is similar to coral and other anthozoans. For the future of the eastern kingdom of Chuandong. Breakthrough! The burly and strong middle-aged monk, covered in wounds, shouted loudly, his whole body bursting with the same terrifying red light as the young knight just now. Waving the cracked ghost-faced knuckles on his hands, the middle-aged monk let out a hysterical roar, leaping towards the huge creature in front of him, attempting to launch a final strike with his life. Unfortunately, the monk stopped abruptly 5 meters away from the monster. Dozens of pythons bit his limbs and torso like shepherd's whips, firmly holding him in midair. Some even accurately pierced his kidneys, lungs, and heart. The monk struggled hard but couldn't move. The main body of the Medusa's head, the 20-meter diameter head, opened its mouth. It could be seen that its oral cavity did not have human teeth and tongue, but teeth similar to a lamprey, 10 times denser than a lamprey's. The monk, pierced through his heart and lungs, gradually lost strength. In the end, after being slowly fed into its mouth by a dozen snakes, he was chewed up and swallowed. The remaining dozen or so humans around showed expressions of sorrow. Some shouted the monk's name loudly, some bowed their heads in silent tears, some pounded the ground in grief, and some choked back sobs. Zhang Chen and Ma Nanbei watched these humans in the corner not far away, one by one launching fierce attacks on the head of Medusa, and then dying one by one. The hollow ground was littered with limbs, as well as various weapons and equipment stained red with blood. Judging from the numbers, there was originally a team of at least 200 people coming to attack the head of Medusa. But now, only a few dozen people are left alive. Ah, these humans are so stupid, meow, knowing they can't win but still coming to die, meow. Mao Nanbei watched with great interest, as if watching a comedy show. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, remained expressionless. He didn't care about the life or death of these humans, nor was he interested in their beliefs. Zhang Chen only hoped that these humans could be more reckless, consuming more of the bloodline of the head of Medusa. After all, the face of the head of Medusa was too terrifying. If he were to face it in its full glory, Zhang Chen would have no chance of winning. Target, head of Medusa level 112 type, rare, super mid-tier monster HP, 14951/19346 MP, 22854/26781 AP, 2916/6618 strength, 2199 magic, 8433 physical defense, 0 magic defense, 14691 perception, 8009 comprehensive agility, 0. This data is nothing short of despairing. With physical defense at 0, even a baby's blow could cause damage to it. With comprehensive agility at 0, it means she can hardly move. But this is not a good thing. Its HP is close to 20,000, MP close to 30,000, and magic defense reaching a terrifying 15,000. In this situation, even without physical defense, it is difficult to inflict substantial damage on it. Zhang Chen chose to worsen the evolution direction of the young dragon, balancing some attributes. But fundamentally, Zhang Chen is still a mage. This monster with almost invincible magic defense can be said to be Zhang Chen's nemesis. A sneak attack is impossible. Its perception of up to 8,000 makes any sneak attack futile. Trying to suppress it by level is also a pipe dream. Zhang Chen's level is already high, and the higher the level, the lower the efficiency of gaining experience points, and the experience required for leveling up increases exponentially. The head of Medusa lived here for over 400 years to reach level 112. Zhang Chen would need at least 100 years to surpass this level. Now is the time. Although the human army's tactic of overwhelming numbers failed, the head of Medusa also suffered some damage. Its HP and MP were depleted by a third, and its AP was also greatly reduced. For a long time to come, the head of Medusa is unlikely to be as weak as it is now. Now is the best opportunity to kill the head of Medusa. Once this opportunity is missed, when the head of Medusa recovers, Zhang Chen is likely to be trapped on the second floor of this underground dungeon for decades. Moreover, Zhang Chen does not intend to let all the humans here die. These humans alive still have great use. The human side now has only 9 people left, and they won't last long. Zhang Chen's brain raced during this time, deducing all possible tactics. With the head of Medusa's perception as high as 8,000, a sneak attack is absolutely impossible. But in a direct confrontation, even though it has been severely depleted, there is no chance of winning. In that case, one must find its weakness, launch the most intense attack at the moment when it is busy dealing with humans and unable to respond to a sneak attack, cut off its bloodline in one go, and then slowly wear it down in a frontal battle until it dies. Only then will there be a chance of winning. Upgrade. Critical hit. Notice, critical hit has been upgraded. The first upgrade, consuming 5 unlock points. Critical hit has been upgraded to level 4, current multiplier, 3 times, remaining unlock points, 14 points. Upgrade. Critical hit. Notice, critical hit has been upgraded. The second upgrade, consuming 10 unlock points. Critical hit has been upgraded to level 5, current multiplier, 4 times, remaining unlock points, 4 points. Unlock. Weak spot break. Notice, weak spot unlocked, consuming 3 unlock points. Zhang Chen invested all available unlock points. The outcome hinges on this move. Win and keep a young model, lose and go to work in the sea. After battling with the young knights and observing the fights so far, Zhang Chen has made a decision. These humans are all fearless. In dire situations, these humans will surely launch a final suicidal attack. As expected, just as Zhang Chen was contemplating, 9 humans helped each other up. Holding worn-out weapons, they gazed at each other as if bidding farewell to longtime companions. Then, the 9 individuals fixed their determined gazes like sharp arrows on Medusa's head and shouted in unison, "Critical breakthrough!" The 9 roared loudly. 9 red lights instantly illuminated the cavern as bright as day. Hissed the hundreds of snake-like hair on Medusa's head trembled simultaneously. It's no wonder, these 9 are the youngest in the human team, perhaps the most delicious prey in Medusa's eyes. The 9 let out hysterical roars. They marched together towards the unbeatable enemy for a final assault. Seeing this, Zheng Chen knew his chance had come. Cat Nanbei, I already instructed you on what to do, don't lag behind. Got it, meow. And you, don't be lazy. After killing Medusa's head, I'll be the queen of the 2nd level, you go to the 3rd level, meow. Ha, I'm not interested in such a remote place like the 2nd level. With that, Zheng Chen leaped and began to move towards Medusa's head along the shadows. The young knight was pierced through the chest and slammed hard against the ceiling. His teammates, stepping on their comrade's blood, fearlessly swung their blades at the invincible monster. One snake head was cut off, reducing Medusa's head's HP by over 100 in an instant. But in less than 2 seconds, a new head grew in its place, biting a human's neck. 1, 2, 3. The remaining humans died one after another. Sensing Zheng Chen cautiously approaching the limit distance, waiting for the perfect moment. 4, 5, 6. Humans drew closer to Medusa's head, with only 3 left. Finally, with a teammate shielding them, the last 2 humans charged at Medusa's head and leaped. For our fallen comrades. For Chuandong. Spears and arrows deeply pierced Medusa's head's jaw. Now is the time. Zheng Chen rejoiced at the sight. Green blood gushed out like a fountain. Medusa's head let out a hysterical scream. Due to its 0 physical defense, the attacks from 2 weak humans directly shaved off over 1000 HP. Enraged, Medusa's head bit all its snake heads towards the humans below. Meow. Make way for the underground queen, meow. A cherry-colored light cut through the darkness. Cat Nanbei in beast form, with an agility of over 6,000. But against Medusa's head's perception of over 8,000, she was still too slow. Half of the snake heads instantly changed direction, attacking Cat Nanbei, as if anticipating her move. Medusa's head was not lacking in intelligence. On the contrary, its intellect surpassed that of lowly humans. Who did I think it was? Turns out it's the perennial 2nd trying to profit? Too naive, perfect, I've wanted to eat you for a long time. That's what Medusa's head thought in that moment. However, what it didn't expect was that besides humans and Cat Nanbei, there was a 3rd person present. Weak spot unlocked. Several red spots appeared on Medusa's head. These spots were its physiological weak points, hitting them would cause maximum damage. Critical hit *. Pulse. Zheng Chen, who had been preparing, focused and stepped into a divine moment. Boom! The ground immediately lifted a large piece, and the broken stone soared into the sky. Zheng Chen seemed to have turned into a cannonball. The passing baby dragon dissolved the stone pillars along the way into magma, leaving a sea of fire wherever it went. A critical hit at level 5 can convert all attributes into skill power at 4 times the value. Zheng Chen at full status using the critical hit pulse had unimaginable power, surpassing even Cat Nanbei in speed. All the Medusa heads were focused on dealing with humans and Cat Nanbei. Zheng Chen's sudden appearance completely caught them off guard. They quickly sent out 40 to 50 snake heads to bite Zheng Chen. But Zheng Chen's sudden attack was too fast and unexpected. The snake heads didn't even have time to coil and increase their strength before Zheng Chen collided head-on, tearing the snakes into pieces with high temperature and pressure. Zheng Chen's head hammer struck the back of the Medusa head's head. With a bang, the Medusa head let out a strange and eerie scream as if 1,000 people were screaming together. Crack! Zheng Chen clearly heard the sound of his cervical vertebrae and skull shattering. If it weren't for the invincible effect of the skill, this blow might have killed Zheng Chen as well. The Medusa head had roamed the 2nd floor of the dungeon for 500 years, never having suffered such damage. This blow directly smashed in the back of its head. The massive body that had not moved for 400 years was sent flying 100 meters away, embedding deeply into the rock wall. In an instant, large rocks crumbled. The entire 2nd floor of the dungeon trembled violently as if collapsing. Cough! Weakly collapsing to the ground, Zheng Chen couldn't care less about healing and quickly looked towards the Medusa head in the dust in the distance. HP 0/19346. It wasn't until he saw these numbers that Zheng Chen finally relaxed. Although heavily injured and barely alive, he had one. He hadn't expected it to be so easy. Zheng Chen showed a touch of a miserable smile. The 2 surviving humans beside him stared in astonishment at Zheng Chen. They seemed not to have recovered from the brief moment of battle just now, their eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. Ronan, we survived? The boss of the 2nd floor is dead? The young human knight named Zhang Yu stared at Zheng Chen intently. Yes, Zhang Yu, it seems like 2 monsters fighting each other saved us. The slightly older knight with a square face, named Luo Nan, spoke with great joy in his tone. So, what do we do now? Zhang Yu asked again. Luonan swallowed and turned his gaze to Zhang Chen. The joy in his eyes gradually turned into killing intent. Regardless, monsters are monsters. This dragon-shaped monster may be small in size, but I can feel the pressure emanating from it. A monster that can kill the Medusa head, once it grows, will also become a threat to us humans. With that, Luonan picked up the broken sword on the ground and limped towards Zhang Chen. We can no longer leave this cursed place alive. Being able to kill both the Medusa head and this dragon-shaped monster at the same time is the greatest contribution we can make for future generations. Hearing this, Zhang Yu, though hesitant, also picked up the weapon on the ground and walked towards the dragon-shaped monster in front of him. Zhang Chen heard their conversation clearly. Retribution, this term was most appropriate for these two humans. However, Zhang Chen did not care. Cat Nanbei beside him did not intervene to stop these two humans either because it was part of the plan. A critical hit would clear HP, MP, and AP, leaving Zhang Chen extremely weak. So, what is the best way to replenish HP, MP, and AP? The answer is, leveling up. Humans are inexperienced but have a lot of experience. After using the breakthrough in Realm, these two humans couldn't even hold their swords steadily. They were saved to be used to kill and restore status. If they were grateful, Zhang Chen would hesitate to act due to his conscience. Repay kindness with enmity? Zhang Chen couldn't ask for more. However, just as the two knights were about to make a move, Zhang Chen was also prepared to fight back. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard. The rock wall that was smashed by Medusa's head just now suddenly exploded. Before Zhang Chen could react, a green light flew past his cheek. In the next moment, beside him, came the miserable cry of a human named Luonan. Damn it! My blood bag! What's going on? What happened? An unprecedented sense of crisis instantly pressed down on Zhang Chen's shoulders. Turning around, he saw a thick-waisted python biting Luonan in half. The python was still swallowing the upper body of Luonan. Luonan, who had not completely lost consciousness, was still convulsing, staring at Zhang Yu with despair in his eyes. Soon, his upper body was completely swallowed by the python, and his remaining arm was still twitching slightly due to spinal reflex. Zhang Chen certainly recognized this python. It was the hair of Medusa's head. In other words, Zhang Chen realized something. With the level of Medusa's head, killing it should have allowed him to level up. But it didn't, not even a slight increase in experience points. In other words, hiss. He heard the hissing of snake language in his ears again. The crisis awareness cultivated in the underground dungeon made Zhang Chen react immediately. With a thud, a dragon claw pierced through Zhang Yu's chest. Zhang Yu let out a scream. He never expected that the seemingly dying dragon-shaped monster still possessed such strong power, and with a look of astonishment and confusion, he died on the spot. Notice, level has been upgraded, current level LV18, instantly leveling up. Zhang Chen dodged without stopping, not even daring to look back, rolling towards a direction far away from Medusa's head. Boom 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 boom, dozens of pythons shattered the ground where Zhang Chen was just a second ago like cannonballs. Zhang Yu's body hadn't even hit the ground yet when it was smashed into pieces by the python like cannonballs. What the hell is going on, meow? Didn't Medusa's head die already? Why are these snakes still alive? At the same time, Cat Nanbei exclaimed. Almost all of the remaining 100 pythons rushed out of the dust, heading towards Cat Nanbei. Their speed was so fast and eerie that if Cat Nanbei hadn't transformed and used the beast form, he probably wouldn't have been able to dodge in time. But even so, facing the pythons rushing like a torrential rain and the cannonball-like speed, Cat Nanbei was still in great pain, with multiple scratches all over his body. After finally avoiding all the attacks and reuniting with Zhang Chen, the two found themselves surrounded by hundreds of pythons without knowing when. Zhang Chen's scalp tingled. Trapped. Medusa's head, the humanoid appearance was just a decoy. Target, Medusa's head, hunting form, LV-112 type, rare, super mid-tier monster HP, 49781/49781 MP, 4321/4321 AP, 17549/17549 strength, 6199 magic, 433 physical defense, 7600 magic defense, 1043 perception, 15436 comprehensive agility, 6636 attributes reversed. How could this happen? Dual form? If he had sweat glands, Zhang Chen would probably be sweating profusely by now, right? Just now, Medusa's head's HP had indeed reached 0. But what was this hunting form all about? What the hell is going on, meow? Why did the boss revive meow? Think of a solution quickly. I'm thinking. Stop bothering me. Just as Zhang Chen was panicking, the group of snakes surrounding him and Cat Nanbei began to converge. Hundreds of large pythons entwined with each other, gathered, and twisted into a bundle, forming a super large python 10 meters long. Just like in a Hollywood movie. Damn, it looks so disgusting in real life. Damn, can't we get a boss fight in broad daylight? Hiss hiss, the snake signal formed by two pythons emitted a harsh sound similar to nails scratching a blackboard. It didn't speak. A magical beast of this level couldn't possibly not speak. There was no need for communication with a prey that must be killed. Zheng Chen read this message from the eyes of each python. Weak spot detected, consuming 100 AP. Zheng Chen attempted to probe its weak point. However, the result was despairing. The entire aggregated python emitted a red light. It meant that its whole body was a weak point. It also meant that unless all these pythons were killed, the head of Medusa could not be truly killed. In just a few seconds of contemplation, the aggregated form of Medusa's head moved. The massive body slightly leaned forward, and the overwhelming killing intent made Zheng Chen's whole body uncontrollably bristle. It's coming! Zheng Chen only managed to say 3 words before the head of Medusa moved. With a bang, the solid rock ground exploded. The air was instantly scorched. The enormous body brought an extremely exaggerated wind pressure, making Zheng Chen feel like his whole face was going to be flattened. The 50-meter distance seemed to be erased as if it didn't exist. Too fast. Even this thought couldn't be completed, and the enlarged mouth of Medusa's head was already close at hand. Dodge! Zheng Chen and Cat Nanbei dodged to the sides to avoid this deadly blow. However, unexpectedly, the head of Medusa missed its strike, and instead, it split into hundreds of pythons, each biting towards Zheng Chen and Cat Nanbei. Such flexible attack methods and transformation of forms left Zheng Chen too surprised. A sharp tearing pain came from his right arm. His right hand was torn off by one of the pythons and swallowed on the spot. Zheng Chen's heart was about to jump out of his throat in shock. Faced with the snake swarm rushing like a downpour, he desperately dodged. The extremely sturdy dragon scales were as fragile as paper. Even a graze would leave a gaping wound. It was too fast, no time to react, only relying on instinct to dodge. Zheng Chen couldn't care about consumption at the moment, continuously activating pulse skills, gritting his teeth, enduring the pain, and launching a counterattack against the successive attacks of the python swarm. Zheng Chen now understood. The head of Medusa was not actually referring to the human head part. It was never a single magical beast but an aggregate creature of 216 python demons. These 216 python demons survived in a way similar to jellyfish, aggregating into a single biological form through group cooperation to sustain the entire group's survival. The human head part was the aggregator of these python demons, providing them with connections, superfast regeneration, nutrient sharing, magic resistance, and other skills. Breaking the human head part only deprived Medusa's head of these skills. However, without this aggregator, these python demons lost their burden and their attack and hunting abilities significantly increased. Concentrating and continuously healing, barely keeping HP and MP at a safe level. But the attacks of the python demons were too intense. Even though Zheng Chen only endured half of the quantity, the other half was attacking Cat Nanbei, and the strength of the assault made Zheng Chen suffer immensely. Fighting back with all his might, at the cost of being covered in wounds, he only managed to hit 4 or 5 python demons, achieving a pitiful record of killing 3. On the other hand, Zheng Chen himself, engaged in high-intensity combat, saw his AP plummet like a waterfall. Unable to win. Even with the advantage of skills, he could hold on for a while, but if this continued, once his AP reached 0, he would lose his ability to resist due to physical exhaustion. Speaking of which, if it weren't for the midnight power providing 3 times the AP limit, I would probably have died long ago, right? Ha! Intentionally revealing a flaw, the dragon claw tore a python demon into 4 pieces. The 4th one. Zheng Chen counted laboriously. The onslaught showed no signs of easing. There was simply no chance to catch a breath. On the other side, Cat Nanbei, relying solely on her agility advantage, had only killed 5 or 6 python demons. The most annoying thing is that these python monsters are considered as a whole. Killing one only reduces about 220 HP, with no loss in other MP and AP. The densely packed python monsters attack from every possible angle. Dodging a mouth that almost bit open his crotch, Zheng Chen bit this filthy python monster in half with one bite. AP has hit rock bottom and can't be dragged on any longer. Cat Nanbei, come to me. Extreme survival instinct forced Zheng Chen to try the final resort. While Cat Nanbei struggled to dodge, he asked, "Do you have a plan, Meow? Whether we live or die, we have to give it a try." Although the combat ability of the Medusa's head in hunting form has greatly increased and stands invincible on a physical level, it does have weaknesses. Without the humanoid connector organ, it loses resistance to magic elements and superfast regeneration. It only has 433 magic elements and 1043 magic resistance. This is the only loophole. Zheng Chen and Cat Nanbei swiftly approached. The entire Python group followed closely. At the moment of meeting Cat Nanbei, Zheng Chen's dragon claw reached out, slapping Cat Nanbei away. Facing over 200 Python monsters attacking from both sides, Zheng Chen abruptly stopped in place. Weakness break, critical hit * illusory dragon breath, poured everything into this strike. At the moment Zheng Chen opened his mouth, the azure flames instantly burst in every corner of the cave. Over 200 Python monsters didn't even have a chance to react, fading into sketches in the glaring light, completely engulfed in the scorching heat. The higher the level, the harder it is to level up, and similarly, the attribute increase from leveling up becomes more powerful. At level 19, Zheng Chen's main attributes are as follows: HP 2557, MP 2879, AP 267, Magic Elements 1639. A critical hit at level 5 can convert HP, MP, and AP into 4 times the current attack value. Due to the skill Midnight Power, AP exceeded the limit by 3 times. Therefore, the magic damage of this strike reached a high of 26,587. Illusory Dragon Breath is the strongest attack skill inherent to dragons. Its skill statement causes massive group damage within a large range, capturing a maximum of 9,999 targets, with a damage multiplier of 20 times the magic elements. Thus, Illusory Dragon Breath can deal -520,000 magic damage to a target with 0 magic defense. The Medusa's head in hunting form has a magic defense of 1043. The calculation formula for magic defense is very complex, which Zheng Chen has roughly studied. The formula is equals our magic defense divided by our magic defense plus 200 divided by 1. The final damage data also needs to be adjusted by the square reduction of the level difference times 0.1%. In short, considering the level difference, a magic defense of 1043 equals about an 88% reduction in magic damage. Therefore, this strike is enough to kill the Medusa's head. But of course, there is a risk. Using a critical hit, if the opponent is not killed, then it's one's own death. It's a move that can only be used as a last resort. A final move, that is a dead-end move. Faced with such a strong opponent, if he wasn't on the verge of defeat, Zheng Chen would never have used such a desperate move. With a thud, Zheng Chen, with only 1 HP left and all other attributes cleared, collapsed. Cat Nanbei beside him was already dumbfounded. Compared to the dragon breath he had sprayed before, the power of this breath had multiplied countless times. No matter how powerful Illusory Dragon Breath was, the area 15 degrees behind Zheng Chen was always a safe zone, with Cat Nanbei within it. However, 15 degrees away had turned into a hellish landscape. The ground turned into magma, the stalactites on the ceiling glowed red, dripping like jelly. The high temperature made everything within a meter look distorted. The scorching heat almost burnt people's faces. Amazing! So powerful, meow! Cat Nanbei was so excited that she couldn't contain herself. She quickly returned to human form and ran over to hug Zheng Chen, saying, "You dog, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. We won, meow. Don't come over." However, before Cat Nanbei could hug Zheng Chen, he shouted to stop her, making her hair stand on end. Zheng Chen, who had been unable to move for a long time, was not happy at all. He struggled to move his gaze, scanning the sea of fire as if he was alert to something. After a while, Zheng Chen shouted, "It's not over yet, I haven't leveled up, the head of Medusa is not dead." The head of Medusa is not dead. Zheng Chen's current experience points are 6435/7270. With a monster of Medusa's level, there is no reason not to level up, right? Zheng Chen remained vigilant. Where? The Taisu Dragon Breath just now should have destroyed all the Python demons. Are there any left? Zheng Chen breathed heavily, pushing his gluttony skill to the limit, trying to restore his depleted AP. As long as he could restore 1 AP, he could regain basic mobility. Just then, the magma 3 meters away suddenly burst open. A golden python demon broke through the magma, opening its mouth to a 180-degree angle, aiming straight for Zheng Chen's forehead. The speed of this python demon was so fast that Zheng Chen could barely see a blur. With only 1 horsepower left, if hit, Zheng Chen would undoubtedly die. Just in the nick of time, you dog, be careful! Cat Nanbei shouted and pounced over. There was a sound of flesh being torn apart. Cat Nanbei shielded Zheng Chen with her body, and one of her forelimbs was bitten by the golden python demon on the spot. This golden python demon had a diameter of 1 meter and immense strength. With a twist of its body, Cat Nanbei's forelimb made a cracking sound as if bones were being crushed, twisted into a broken rag-like shape. With her already minimal HP, it immediately dropped to single digits. Ugh, get away from me! Enduring intense pain, Cat Nanbei scratched at it. The golden python demon was torn into 3 or 4 sections and thrown away. Zheng Chen looked at it. Target, Medusa's head, core beast, level 112 type, rare, super mid-level monster HP, 27/1664 MP, 4321/4321 AP, 0/967. There was no need to look at the hexagonal panel of magic power and the like. Although it was outrageously high, without HP and AP support, even the highest hexagonal panel was meaningless. Just didn't expect that this Medusa's head actually had a core beast. On Cat Nanbei's side, HP was only 7 left. Unexpectedly, in the end, I was saved by this seemingly not very smart cat. Why? Save me? Looking at her already broken forelimb, Zheng Chen was puzzled. Logically, letting the core beast kill oneself, then killing the core beast, would be the best choice. Cat Nanbei, with a pale face, forced a smile. Didn't we agree, meow? Kill this beast, I'll be the boss of the 2nd level, you go to the 3rd level. We agreed to cooperate, how could I let you die, meow? Moreover, you saved me just now, I can't let you die. Cat Nanbei's naive words made Zheng Chen smile. Thinking back to the ingratitude of humans before, Zheng Chen thought, it seems that my human supremacy ideology needs to change. But for now. On the ground, the golden core python demon only had its head in 3 inches below it. Even though it had lost 90% of its body, it was still alive. It glared fiercely at Zheng Chen, trying to plan another attack. Don't bother, you don't even have a stomach, you can't eat anything, and there's no chance of recovery. Zheng Chen, who had restored 1 AP, had the strength to stand up and staggered over to it. Damn bastard, I am the master of the 2nd level, how dare you treat me like this? I will kill you, I will kill you. This was the only time Medusa's head spoke to Zheng Chen. The reason it is said to be the only time is that the moment it finished speaking, Zheng Chen stomped on its head. Then he picked it up, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed it. Zheng Chen was no longer the young dragon he used to be. Might makes right has always been the truth since ancient times. Who has the time to argue with you about principles? You're not some pretty girl. If we're talking about principles, there's one principle to talk about. I win, you lose, I want you dead, so you die. It's that simple. Notice, level has been upgraded, current level LV20, evolution conditions met. Notice, main quest completed, 50 unlock points credited, please check. Leveling up means the death of Medusa's head. Getting 50 unlock points in one go, Zheng Chen instantly felt that this battle was worth it. After these 2 battles, Zheng Chen fully realized how important unlock points were as a resource. Relying solely on leveling up had its limits. 50 unlock points, it's not an exaggeration to say it's worth a life. Instantly relaxing, even though all attributes were restored, the mental fatigue that couldn't be restored rushed out of his brain. Sitting down heavily, Zheng Chen felt dizzy. Since entering the underground city, this was the 2nd closest he had been to death. The last time was witnessing Leviathan. Yeah, I won, meow. I'm the boss of the 2nd floor, meow. You're amazing, I want to have your babies, meow. The cat Nanbei, now in human form, happily jumped around and hugged Zheng Chen tightly, rubbing her face against his. It had to be said, the upper body of the human form cat Nanbei was really, impressive. Soft and fluffy, it made Zheng Chen blush a bit. Speaking of which, the monsters really didn't know the difference between men and women, being affectionate and rubbing against each other. Alright, let go. Zheng Chen pushed her away and scanned the surroundings. The temperature of the magma was stabilizing, and although the appearance of the cave had changed due to dissolution, the overall terrain remained the same. Due to the death of Medusa's head, the passage to the 3rd floor was now open. Heal, focus, heal, focus. Zheng Chen used healing and focus on her continuously, restoring all HP and MP. Even though he had experienced it once before, Nanbei's rapid recovery from her broken arm still seemed unbelievable, especially since 2nd floor monsters didn't have many magic abilities, let alone such practical ones. Zheng Chen didn't say much to her, after all, she had saved his life, so he should help with this small matter. After healing her injuries, Zheng Chen arrived at the corridor and gazed into the abyss-like opening of the cave. Without hesitation, he prepared to jump down. Are you really leaving, meow? Before taking the first step, Nanbei, feeling reluctant, spoke up from behind. Zheng Chen was puzzled. What? You don't want me to go? Nanbei's white jade-like face blushed instantly. The 2 long, slender cattails extending from her buttocks continued to thump the ground. Who doesn't want you, meow? She pursed her thin lips, her gaze shifting. Zheng Chen was puzzled. Could it be that she likes me? He quickly dismissed this straight male thought. According to past experience, if a man had such thoughts, then the woman definitely didn't like that man. Don't ask Zheng Chen how he knew this. Life was already very difficult, some things shouldn't be exposed. However, one thing Zhang Chen overlooked was, this was the underground city, not the human world. We make such a great team, we even killed Medusa's head Meow, if you're willing to stay, we'll be invincible on the second floor Meow. She paused, then as if remembering something, her face turned red and she shouted loudly, You're very smart Meow, and I'm very powerful. I'll be the queen of the second floor, and you can be my strategist Meow. Zhang Chen was confused. He didn't understand how the cat suddenly came up with this idea. But then, he shrugged, forget it, I still prefer to go to the outside world. Hearing this, Nanbei anxiously asked, why Meow? To go out, you have to break through the underground city. The deeper you go, the more powerful the monsters become. The Medusa, this kind of monster, may still be manageable on the 3rd level, but on the 4th level, even the minions are no longer a threat. Not to mention the 5th level, besides ordinary monsters, there is also the Leviathan. It's impossible to get out. Maybe. Zhang Chen looked up at the dark rock ceiling. After a while, he turned around and smiled, but I still prefer the blue sky and warm sun. With that, Zhang Chen took a step forward and jumped down the passage. You scoundrel! Cat Nanbei wanted to chase after, but it was too late. Zhang Chen had already disappeared into the dark passage. The 2nd level no longer poses a threat to you. Farewell, Cat Nanbei. Zhang Chen's final goodbye echoed in the passage. For Cat Nanbei, the 3rd level passage might be a dead end, but for Zhang Chen, it was the only way to freedom. Achoo! Damn it, I should have stayed on the 2nd level. Zhang Chen curled up into a ball, looking at the currently snowy world with despair in his eyes. The 1st level was a rocky cave. The 2nd level was a muddy underground tunnel. Zhang Chen never expected that the 3rd level would be an icy world. There was a sky, white clouds, and abundant light source despite the lack of sun. Everywhere was covered in ice and snow. The temperature was probably around -150 degrees, close to the boiling point of oxygen. Trying to wipe his nose, Zhang Chen found that his snot had frozen into icicles hanging from his neck. It was damn cold. Achoo! Zhang Chen sneezed again. Thick frost formed on his indestructible dragon scales. Come to think of it, ice seems to be my weakness. No, it seems like all attributes except fire and darkness are my weaknesses. Zhang Chen glanced at his HP. 2046/2641. In just 5 minutes, he had lost nearly 600 HP. He must evolve quickly. Each evolution would bring a significant increase in attributes, which could help mitigate the damage from the cold. Zhang Chen looked at the evolution options, but as soon as he looked, he was startled. Option 1, Corrupt Dragon, the standard evolution direction of the Corrupt Dragon, further enhancing vitality and agility, and improving melee combat abilities, but with a greater impact on magic and physique. Talent skill, Flesh Corrosion. Option 2, Candle Dragon, returning to the Candle Dragon lineage, possessing a large body size of over 10 meters, capable of containing more magic elements. Talent skill, Dragon Emperor's Fury. Option 3, Small Dragon, a universal evolution direction, extremely sensitive sensory movements, but limited growth space. Talent skill, Thunderous Dash. These 3 options were no different from the last evolution. What truly surprised Zhang Chen was the appearance of a 4th option. When he had just killed the Medusa, he had confirmed that there were only these 3 evolution directions. But upon reaching the 3rd level, a 4th evolution direction appeared. Option 4, Mini Ice Dragon, possessing the bloodline of an extremely rare dragon, a rare evolution direction that unlocks with a strong desire for heat sources in extreme cold conditions. The Mini Ice Dragon is the embryonic stage of an elemental dragon, with extremely strong magic plasticity and a relatively small body size that allows for agile combat. Talent skill, Ice Attribute Immunity. Mini Ice Dragon? Its attributes were still unknown, but the prefix extremely rare species was written on it. Doesn't the name feel prestigious? How come it's in the same class as the Candle Dragon? But regardless, the prefix signifies the growth limit, and the suffix signifies more attributes gained with each level up. Since it could restore an extremely rare species and had the talent skill of Ice Attribute Immunity, perfectly matching the icy world of the 3rd level, Zhang Chen naturally chose the Mini Ice Dragon's evolution path without hesitation. Notice, evolution command received, class change will be completed within 10 seconds. Zhang clicked on the evolution option for the Mini Ice Dragon. With the familiar sound of the Truth's warm announcement, Zhang Chen felt a warm flow spreading throughout his body from his heart, just like last time. The chill brought by the environment disappeared in an instant. The old purple-black scales began to shed, and new scales started to grow. This wonderful feeling ended before Zhang Chen could savor it. When he reopened his eyes, Zhang Chen felt like his vision had become much broader. This was not an illusion. Zheng Chen discovered that his height had increased from 65 centimeters to 1.2 meters. The increased height brought a broader field of vision. Even without upgrading, his dragon perception range had nearly doubled due to the increase in height. Another pleasant surprise for Zheng Chen was that all the purple-black scales on his body had completely shed, replaced by beautiful blue-white scales. These scales were as clear as ice, allowing the skin to be seen through them. The extreme cold of -150 degrees Celsius had vanished in the moment of evolution. Announcement: evolution completed, experience points reset, starting at 1000, upgrade multiplier increased to 1.3 times. Announcement: experience points accumulated before evolution have been incorporated into the current level. Level has increased, current level LV1/second job change. Announcement: 20 unlock points obtained from evolution, currently 71 unlock points available. Starting with 1000 experience points, multiplier 1.3. This terrifying number made Zheng Chen's Dragon Chrysanthemum tighten involuntarily. He remembered that as a young dragon, the experience required for level 0 upgrade was 10, with a multiplier of 1. After one evolution, the experience for a fledgling dragon to level up from 0 was 100, with a multiplier of 1.2. And now, the second evolution of the miniature ice dragon required a starting experience of 1000, with a multiplier of up to 1.3 per level. As expected, this geometric progression would be terrifying. Regardless, the experience requirement was fixed. Zheng Chen was more concerned about the data after evolution. Current role: miniature ice dragon LV1, second job change, type, extremely rare species, superior magical beast HP, 3853/3853 MP, 5136/5136 AP, 810/810 strength, 1461 magic, 3189 physical defense, 1986 magical defense, 3614 perception, 1031 comprehensive agility, 2106 current unlock points, 71 current experience, 661/1342 weaknesses, light, gold, wood, water, earth, wind. Talent skills: Dragon Perception LV8, Truth Max, Void Dragon Breath LV4, Midnight Power, Knowledge Acquisition, Ice Attribute Immunity. Mind skills: Critical Hit LV4, Dragon Power LV5, Greed LV3, Single Dog's Furious Flying Kick, Mind Understanding Unlock Skills, Pulse LV1, Invincible, Healing, Concentration, Mental Focus, Weak Point Break. The growth of these attributes was somewhat terrifying. Although the physical attributes did not increase much, the magic-related attributes had almost doubled. It seems like I'm more suited to playing as a mage. Zheng Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. After turning around in circles, he unexpectedly followed the path of a mage. In fact, after the battle with the Medusa's head, Zheng Chen understood that physical attacks were too monotonous and lacked flexibility. In contrast, magical attacks were more flexible, adaptable to various battlefields, and easier to target the enemy's weaknesses. The saying "variety is the spice of life" did not work in the underground dungeon. Specializing in one thing was not as good as being versatile, and having a variety of means was an essential condition for survival. However, the biggest gain from this evolution for Zheng Chen was not the attributes, but a conjecture that arose in his mind. Mind skills. This was a skill unlocking system independent of the skill tree diagram. Mind skills were usually very useful. Zheng Chen had always been pondering how mind skills were unlocked. The appearance of the evolution direction of the miniature ice dragon now provided Zheng Chen with a crucial clue. Mind skills, mind and heart, could it be? Hey! Avoid, meow. Just as Zheng Chen was about to figure it out, suddenly, a familiar exclamation came from the sky. What's going on? Zheng Chen quickly looked up, and then, he saw a shield-like big butt, approaching infinitely in his line of sight like a meteorite. Because it happened suddenly, Zheng Chen didn't even have a chance to dodge, and he was hit head-on by this big butt. His dragon nose was instantly flattened into a frying pan shape. Accompanied by Zheng Chen's screams, a snow pillar suddenly exploded on the vast snowfield. Cough! What the heck? Struggling to push away the butt blocking his face, Zheng Chen looked up. The owner of this big butt turned out to be none other than Cat Nanbei. She was holding her head, her two cat ears drooping, looking very painful as she mumbled, "Ouch, ouch, ouch, I hit my head on the edge when I jumped down, meow." "How did you come down?" Zheng Chen exclaimed, staring up and down several times, confirming that this was not an illusion. Cat Nanbei then reacted, quickly moving away and pouting, looking very aggrieved. I was afraid you would starve to death on the 3rd floor, right? By the way, how did you grow up? Your color has changed, like ice, very beautiful, meow. Stop talking nonsense, you stepped on my crotch. Sorry, meow. Cat Nanbei quickly stepped back in fear, helping Zheng Chen up. How about it? Did I hurt you, meow? Cough. Zhang Chen cleared his throat, looking at his 5 horsepower blood loss, complaining, "It hurts a lot. If it's not treated well, I might have to amputate everything below my chest." "Ah, I'm sorry, meow. Alright, help me up first." The two stood up. Zhang Chen brushed off the ice on his body, glaring at her with a displeased face, but couldn't hide a hint of a smile. Cat Nanbei smiled and shook her ears, leaning in and saying, "Hee, you're not afraid now, right? I'll protect you from now on, meow." "Protect me? You?" Zhang Chen couldn't help but laugh. "Have you forgotten who pinned you to the ground and rubbed you 3 hours ago?" Cat Nanbei immediately stomped her feet in frustration, her 2 tails swishing on the ground. That's because I didn't use my beast form, meow. If I hadn't used my human form at the beginning, you would have been my poop long ago, meow." "Oh, is that so?" Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Cat Nanbei felt a bit uneasy under his gaze. "Why are you staring at me, meow?" Although they had fought side by side and been through life and death situations together, Zhang Chen couldn't understand why she had followed him. "It's up to you." Unable to ask further, Zhang Chen shook his head and walked straight towards the area with the aura of a magical beast. Cat Nanbei was a powerful magical beast, and 3 levels of pressure shouldn't be too much for her. Zhang Chen's priority was to verify a conjecture. Is there a specific unlocking method for the Heart Intent skill? Suddenly, several violent ice tornadoes swept across the tranquil ice field. They danced around Zhang Chen without any pattern, proving that these ice tornadoes were not ordinary weather phenomena. Zhang Chen, with a dead fish expression, did not make any moves, not even looking around, allowing these conscious tornadoes to attack him. Sometimes, when he felt like it, he would symbolically dodge twice, without any intention of counterattacking. The tornadoes concealed countless ice blades. Each time they swept across Zhang Chen's body, they made a clanging sound. The constantly bursting sparks dissolved the ice and snow under Zhang Chen's feet, but couldn't leave a scratch on his dragon scales. Cat Nanbei watched the battle from a distance. Zhang Chen had instructed her not to come forward to help, and she was a bit emotional. Surrounded by 3 or 4 tornadoes, Zhang Chen looked like a dragon facing the gods, a spectacular sight. If only these tornadoes were stronger. I say, are there only this many level 3 magical beasts? Are there any stronger ones? Zhang Chen, who was impatient, finally spoke. His words clearly provoked the true forms of the 4 tornadoes. The 4 tornadoes quickly distanced themselves and surrounded Zhang Chen from 4 directions. Soon, the hurricanes and ice and snow began to converge inward. These tornadoes quickly condensed into 4 snow-white giant wolves with red eyes, each over 3 meters long. Target, Red-Eyed Snow Wolf LV-77 Type, Super Mid-Tier Magical Beast. HP, 2146/3426 MP, 1999/4931 AP, 315/438 Strength, 1246 Magic Element, 2155 Physical Defense, 999 Magic Defense, 1598 Perception, 649 Comprehensive Agility, 721 So weak. Zhang Chen glanced at the largest, oldest, and strongest red-eyed snow wolf, his eyes filled with disappointment. In Zhang Chen's eyes, the heads of these snow wolves clearly bore the large character Kai. Notice, Wind Attribute Immunity unlocked. Fortunately, the voice of truth brought some comfort to Zhang Chen. These were already the 6th batch of red-eyed snow wolves. Including these 6, a total of 36 had been encountered. With a total of 36 snow wolves, Zhang Chen finally confirmed that the Heart Intent skill could be actively unlocked. There were 2 methods. One was when facing a great threat, a strong will to survive might unlock a counter-type Heart Intent skill with a very small probability. The second was by continuously enduring attacks of the same attribute. Whether or not damage was taken, there was a possibility of unlocking a counter-type Heart Intent skill. Zhang Chen speculated that the first method was comprehension. At a critical moment of life and death, the will to survive caused a physical mutation, leading to the comprehension of the Heart Intent skill. After all, the essence of living beings is evolution, and in this world, skills are evolution. The second method was similar to experience points. Perhaps all skills in the world had a hidden experience bar, and each attack would increase the corresponding skill's experience bar. The reason why some old magical beasts lack skills, such as the Medusa's head, was that they needed to continuously endure the same type of attack for the skill's experience bar to grow. If they were attacked by a different type in between, the experience bar would be reset. This indirectly indicated that even with a high level, without sufficient skill defense, it was still possible to be defeated by weaker opponents. Because the attribute increase from leveling up by 20 levels could easily be matched or surpassed by someone with a skill that countered yours directly. Therefore, the more skills one had, the more diverse battles they could handle, and naturally, the stronger they would be. From this, one could deduce a conclusion: compared to warriors who tended to have a monotonous combat style, the future of practitioners was broader. Having obtained the answers he sought, Zheng Chen no longer lingered with the snow wolves. Pulse, one step forward. Zheng Chen's body seemed to transform into a blue thunderbolt. 3 consecutive 90-degree turns. The 4 snow wolves were instantly smashed into pieces by Zheng Chen, their pure white blood splattered on the snowy ground, quickly turning into frost, blending with the snow as if nothing had happened. Cat Nanbei, it's time to eat. Coming, meow. Hearing Zheng Chen's call, Cat Nanbei leaped over. Picking up a snow wolf leg, Cat Nanbei gnawed on it with relish, while curiously examining Zheng Chen's crystal-like dragon scales. She couldn't help but be curious and touched Zheng Chen's occiput. Zheng Chen immediately felt an unprecedented sense of comfort, shivering with pleasure. Hey, don't touch randomly, that's my sensitive spot. No, you dog, your dragon scales are so hard, meow. Cat Nanbei looked envious. Without scales or shells, she really wanted this natural defense organ. Upon hearing this, Zheng Chen proudly raised his head. Isn't it rare to see? Cat Nanbei's eyes sparkled. Really? Really? Ahem, well, we'll talk about it later when we have the chance. With a few jokes, the topic was smoothly transitioned. Zheng Chen and Cat Nanbei sat down and quietly began to eat the snow wolf meat. I have been on the 3rd floor for 5 days, and the leveling up is noticeably slower than the first 2 floors. The experience provided by the snow wolf is no longer enough to satisfy Zheng Chen at level 5. Zheng Chen's biggest feeling after arriving on the 3rd floor is that his own strength seems to be somewhat beyond the norm. Although the red-eyed snow wolves on this 3rd floor are much stronger than those on the 2nd floor, Zheng Chen's attribute growth rate is even more terrifying. Suddenly, it seems that Leviathan at level 355 is not so out of reach. Zheng Chen glanced at Cat Nanbei. Target, mutant cat, level 59, humanoid, type, legendary, mid-level beast reproduction value, very high HP, 536/536 MP, 125/125 AP, 1709/1709 strength, 925 magic essence, 58 physical defense, 964 magic defense, 23 comprehensive agility, 3459. It clearly has not participated in any battles, yet it has also gained 8 levels. In a team, experience can be shared, so whatever experience Zheng Chen gains, Cat Nanbei can also gain. Because Cat Nanbei's attributes are those of a humanoid after transformation. Cat Nanbei's true attributes are to unlock the beast form from the humanoid form, which is double the data in humanoid form. However, except for comprehensive agility, the other attributes are simply not comparable. It is indeed good to have a helper by your side, but making Cat Nanbei survive on the 3rd floor, not to mention certain death, will definitely be very difficult, right? After all, novelty wears off quickly, but it doesn't cover the entire dungeon. Looking at himself again, Zheng Chen's attributes have to be extremely terrifying. With MP close to 6,000, magic essence close to 3,500, even without the support of midnight power, AP can quickly break through the 1,000 mark. Although he leans towards being a mage overall, he is not inferior in physical aspects compared to the 3rd floor beasts. Thinking about this, an idea suddenly emerged in Zheng Chen's mind. Could it be that I have overestimated the dungeon, and my growth rate far exceeds that of the dungeon's beasts? But then again, Zheng Chen sneakily glanced at Cat Nanbei again. This cat has a great figure, curvy in the right places, TSK. When will I be able to learn transformation too? Zheng Chen fantasized like this. Transformation is in the skill tree diagram, only at level 1, and unlocking it requires 200 unlock points. Looking at the unlock point reward tasks. Main task, kill the 3rd floor dungeon boss Ice Phoenix, task reward, 80 unlock points. Side task, kill 1000 red-eyed snow wolves, task reward, 5 unlock points. Side task, kill 1500. Are they crazy? Besides the main task, are these side tasks meant to make fun of me or what? They are always in the thousands. Are you kidding me? Is it that easy to make money off me? Hey, you. What? Zheng Chen snapped out of it, only to find Cat Nanbei looking behind him. Do you think we can beat that thing, meow? Turning around, Cat Nanbei was looking at a colossal creature at the end of the horizon. It was a supersized quadrupedal white deer-like beast. It was about 20 kilometers away from here, with a body towering straight into the sky, estimated to be over 3 kilometers tall. Its most prominent feature was its disproportionately long legs, at least 2 kilometers high. The intricately tangled antlers on its head were also nearly a kilometer high. Because the distance was too far, the data could not be measured accurately. That thing looks like an alien invading Earth. It shouldn't be weak, right? Let's not cause trouble. Killing red-eyed snow wolves is enough. Invading Earth? What thing, meow? Nothing. Cat Nanbei shook her ears twice, tilting her head in confusion. Zheng Chen ignored her and left the half-eaten wolf leg behind, patting is but to leave. To be honest, snow wolf meat is not tasty. It's not that it tastes bad, but it's tasteless, like chewing on ice chips. Zhang Chen had long lost his appetite. Seeing Zhang Chen leaving, Cat Nanbei, who was enjoying the meal, quickly picked up the wolf leg and caught up, asking, "Where are you going, meow?" "To find other prey." Zhang Chen took a big step, quickening his pace towards the distant ice mountains. Current level is LV5, upgrade experience 2165/3123. The experience requirement is getting larger. A red-eyed snow wolf can only provide 200 points of experience, and eating it only provides 10 points. In order to break through the dungeon as soon as possible, Zhang Chen must find more suitable prey. Zhang Chen actually thinks he can win against that huge monster, but the monster's HP and size are proportional. Such a huge monster must have terrifying HP. In the dungeon, one must not get into a prolonged battle, otherwise, it is easy to be taken advantage of by other monsters. Just right, in the distance, a sprawling ice mountain that stretches for thousands of kilometers without an end can be seen. It seems like the ice mountain has been torn in half by some tremendous force, forming a complex ice canyon. At LV8, dragon perception will enhance not only insight but also the sixth sense. Zhang Chen instinctively feels that there are many higher quality prey inside. 2 kilometers of road is just a matter of 1 or 2 minutes for Zhang Chen and Cat Nanbei. From afar, the canyon looks ordinary, but as Zhang Chen gets closer, he realizes that it is truly massive. Rising up to a kilometer, winding and extending, with complex branching paths, even someone with a good sense of direction would get lost within 100 meters. Most light sources are cut off by towering mountains. Faint light, reflecting beautiful scales on the pure ice mountain, but this faint light is not enough to illuminate the interior of the canyon. The best proof is that as soon as Zhang Chen takes a step in, his AP increases from 890 to 2670. Midnight power is in effect. A slight smile appears on Zhang Chen's lips. It seems like this battlefield is very suitable for me. IF \*******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈ Chen's miserable cry echoes wave after wave in the canyon. "Think of a way, damn it." Cat Nanbei's cherry-colored hair stands on end, scared and crying, tears flowing. "How the f \********* would I know we'd crash? If I knew, I wouldn't have come. Damn it, be careful." Zhang Chen uses his tail to block an attack that would have pierced Cat Nanbei's head. It was an ice spike as thick as a chopstick, sharp enough to penetrate steel. Cat Nanbei, already on the verge of losing control, turns pale at the sight, and the fur on her 2 tails stands on end. "Wow! You saved my life. I want to have your kittens. Go to hell, you useless lazy cat. If you were a real cat, catch me some birds. We have so many behind us." Zhang Chen flicks his tail, sending the ice spike off his tail flying towards behind him. A mournful bird cry is heard in the air, constantly using pulses to accelerate the escape. But every time he looks back, Zhang Chen's heart sinks. This time, he really stirred up a hornet's nest. Behind Zhang Chen and Cat Nanbei are nearly 2,000 monsters called Ice Valley Kites. They are not large in size, about 20 centimeters in length, with a wingspan of only 50 centimeters, similar in size to a pigeon. They look like most third-level monsters, semi-transparent ice-like creatures, resembling ice sculptures of pigeons. Target, Ice Valley Kite LV72 type, mid-level monster reproduction value, high HP, 144/144 MP, 4052/4052 AP, 10721/10721 strength, 72 magic, 1511 physical defense, 36 magic defense, 432 perception, 166 comprehensive agility, 1263. What kind of freak is this? All skill points are on AP? Individually, these Ice Valley Kites are not that formidable. In fact, Zhang Chen could handle 100 or 80 of them alone without much trouble. But the problem is, their numbers reach over 1,000. Ice Valley Kites have the skill, concealment, using their ice-like appearance to attach to ice walls, camouflaging themselves as folds in the ice. Once prey is detected, all Ice Valley Kites in the canyon will swarm and attack. They possess the skill Ice Spear, condensing ice cones with mana and shooting them out like bullets. This attack is ineffective against Zhang Chen, who is immune to ice attributes. However, the Ice Valley Kites have another skill. This skill is also possessed by Zhang Chen. That is Pulse. These Ice Valley Kites have extremely high endurance, astonishingly high AP, allowing them to almost endlessly use Pulse. Although their overall agility is not high, they can easily catch up with Zhang Chen and Cat Nanbei. Not only can they move, but they can also add the Pulse skill to the Ice Spear, increasing its speed by more than 20 times and adding physical piercing damage. Therefore, even with ice attribute immunity, these ice spears can bring fatal wounds to Zhang Chen. Why is the breeding value of these birds so high? Can I still have children with these birds? Isn't anyone going to criticize the truth? One or two of these Ice Valley kites are not to be feared. With only about 150 HP, they can be killed with a finger. What is truly terrifying is their sheer number, like a swarm of wasps. Their collective attack overwhelms even the Medusa, a group monster. Wow! There are more ahead. Cat Nanbei has lost count of how many times he has been on edge. Just when they manage to create some distance, without even a chance to catch their breath, thousands of Ice Valley kites appeared ahead. In the narrow canyon, they formed a pincer attack on Zhang Chen and Cat Nanbei. Oh no, they are trapped. Zhang Chen, with no way out, hasn't had time to think when the 3,000 Ice Valley kites let out a deafening cry. The Ice Valley kites mobilized their NP and AP collectively, firing a volley. In an instant, the barrage of ice spears, like a city wall, pressed from both front and back. There was no escape, not even a gap. Oh no! Zhang Chen shouted. Damn it, think of something, meow. Cat Nanbei was almost in tears. Although these Ice Valley kites lack intelligence and a core beast, generations living in the Ice Valley have honed their hunting abilities beyond imagination. Even without communication, they can cooperate to trap their prey in the canyon. The weak are killed directly, while stronger ones like Zhang Chen and Cat Nanbei are worn down by sheer numbers. There's no time to waste. Unlock. Diffusion control. Notice, diffusion control unlocked, consuming 5 unlock points. Ha! Zhang Chen shouted, stomping the ground in front of him. The ground immediately rose up a thick slab of half a meter, shielding Zhang Chen and Cat Nanbei. Thousands of ice spears turned the slab into a hedgehog. Diffusion control allows the rational spreading of power in the desired way without changing the overall strength. For example, without diffusion control, a stomp would crush the ground instead of raising a slab. With the front attack blocked, dealing with the rear attack became much easier. The skill Void Dragon's Breath from Pulse only affects solid states with a certain mass, making liquid and gaseous states ineffective. By melting these ice spears, these attacks become meaningless. Under the effect of diffusion control, Void Dragon's Breath was maximally spread out, forming a wall of fire hundreds of meters high. All ice spears passing through the wall evaporated into mist. Not enough. The mist obscured the Ice Valley kite's vision, a perfect opportunity. Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed. Void Dragon's Breath * Phoenix Flower. Zhang Chen sprayed out hundreds of rockets. Using diffusion control, Void Dragon's Breath was compressed and dispersed into arrow-like shots. The Ice Valley kites have very low HP, insufficient magical defense, and are weak to fire. Even if the power of Void Dragon's Breath is divided into 200 parts, each part can kill one Ice Valley kite. Within the Ice Valley, the cries of various birds echoed in an instant. Due to being too clustered, it is possible to ensure a 100% hit rate without aiming, and some rockets can even kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The Ice Valley kites immediately lost nearly 300 in number. Zhang Chen also received an upgrade notification from the Truth and successfully reached level 6. But it's not enough. Another third shot of the Void Dragon's Breath. Compressing the Dragon's Breath, Zhang Chen seemed to shoot out a deep blue laser cannon from his mouth, directly digging a large hole in the wall-like Ice Valley kite group, burning nearly 100 Ice Valley kites. The Void Dragon's Breath at level 4 consumes a minimum of 800 MP per shot, even though the upgrade restored the status, but facing such a large number, Zhang Chen's MP and AP are simply not enough. Moreover, these more than 3,000 Ice Valley kites are obviously not all within the Ice Valley. The best proof is that Zhang Chen just killed 4 to 500, and in the distance, another group of over 1,000 is rushing over. It's endless. Fighting head-on is a dead end. Run! Pulling up Cat Nanbei, Zhang Chen no longer calculates consumption. Using Pulse with all his might, taking advantage of the gap in the Ice Valley kite group, he burst out of the encirclement like a rocket. The Ice Valley kites attracted by the battle have not yet formed a cluster, so there is no need to fear. After using 2 more shots of the Void Dragon's Breath, Zhang Chen finally completely escaped from the battlefield. The vision of the Ice Valley kites is very poor, and they can't see clearly beyond 400 meters, almost unable to track prey beyond 500 meters. Zhang Chen, who had just upgraded and almost run out of resources, finally breathed a sigh of relief. But due to running back, the road out of the canyon has been blocked by the Ice Valley kites behind. In order to shake off the Ice Valley kites, Zhang Chen and Cat Nanbei can only go further into the canyon. Through the dragon's perception, it can be felt that there are even more powerful monsters inside the Ice Valley, and the number is even more terrifying. No wonder the head of Medusa dare not go down to the 3rd level. The Ice Valley kites on the outskirts of the Ice Valley are already so troublesome. If you enter the inner layer, it is probably difficult for the head of Medusa to survive. At most, it can only survive on the snowy plain outside the Ice Valley. The difficulty of this dungeon has indeed increased significantly from the 3rd level. However, 2 months of survival have given Zhang Chen a mentality that ordinary people find hard to reach. Instead of being afraid of the threats, Zhang Chen smiled. The smile was so bright that Cat Nanbei next to him almost thought he had a problem. Difficulty is natural. If it's not difficult, how can this dungeon be conquered? If it's not difficult, how can it become stronger than Leviathan? If it's not stronger than Leviathan, how can you leave the dungeon? Difficulty is a good thing, because ever since Zhang Chen knew the way to leave the dungeon, his goal has always been one. That is to become stronger. Although last time he had to endure like an ant. But it's different next time. The next time we meet, I will definitely kill the master of this dungeon and leave this ghostly place. 3 days later, 200 to 300 ice valley kites circled around an ice dragon, constantly hovering and chirping. Although they couldn't speak, it was obvious that they could feel the anger in these chirps. A round of simultaneous shooting. Hundreds of ice spears rained down like raindrops. Unlike before, after 3 days of training and adaptation, Zhang Chen now faced the ice valley kites with ease. My prey meow. Several cherry-colored lights flashed across the narrow ice wall. Before a dozen ice valley kites could turn around, they were torn into pieces of ice in the air. Cat Nanbei landed, licked the ice crumbs off his paws, and proudly said, "Hee hee, if the numbers aren't in a group, I can easily take you down too, meow." On the other side, over 100 ice valley kites launched a fierce attack on Zhang Chen with a round of simultaneous shooting. The barrage of hundreds of ice spears made it impossible to imagine how one could dodge such a dense attack. But Zhang Chen looked at all this coldly, without a trace of fear in his eyes. There is simply no need to dodge. The 2 heart skills, pain nullification and piercing damage resistance, are the source of Zhang Chen's confidence. The ice spear that used to pose a huge threat, when shot at Zhang Chen now, would only turn into scattered ice debris. HP1 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 HP1. A long string of identical data appeared in the line of sight. Enduring all attacks, Zhang Chen only lost a mere 341 horsepower. For Zhang Chen, who is now at LV7 with a high HP of 4669, this amount of damage is simply like scratching an itch. Even due to the nullification of pain sensation, it can't even be considered as scratching an itch. Penetrating damage resistance is not the same as nullifying penetrating damage, but it has increased Zhang Chen's resistance to penetrating damage by more than 10 times. And pain nullification is the best skill Zhang Chen has recently acquired. Generally speaking, AP can be understood as physical strength and agility. When AP is exhausted, it will be as helpless as being exhausted. So not only actions and physical skills, but bleeding and pain sensation can also cause AP loss, even hindering the recovery speed of AP. With this skill, Zhang Chen can block pain, naturally not losing precious AP due to pain. These 2 skills are what Zhang Chen has been learning in the past few days of fighting with the Ice Valley Kites. Plus, having leveled up again in these 3 days, the Ice Valley Kites are no longer a threat. It proves that skills are more important than levels. The Ice Valley Kites once again let out a cry and launched a second round of simultaneous attacks towards Zhang Chen. "You guys are a bit too much. Come, let me show you a big treasure." Zhang Chen took a deep breath, then roared. Void Dragon's Breath. Boom. Zhang Chen spewed out a fire arrow that was 20 meters wide and 100 meters long. With proficiency in controlling the diffusion, Zhang Chen could now shape the Void Dragon's Breath into various forms. The Ice Valley Kites were immediately frightened and scattered, but still, nearly half of them were roasted by Zhang Chen. The remaining 50 or so Ice Valley Kites launched a third round of simultaneous attacks towards Zhang Chen in midair. "Oh, still dare to shoot at me? Come on, let's see who can shoot down whom first." These low-level creatures do not have feelings of fear, they only know hunting and will not retreat because of the death or injury of their kind. And this habit just fits Zhang Chen's personality of enjoying annihilating opponents and eliminating threats. Void Dragon's Breath, Void Dragon's Breath, Void Dragon's Breath, until the last fragment of the Ice Valley Kite fell to the ground. A spherical area in the canyon dissolved due to the high temperature. The monster that almost took my life 3 days ago, unexpectedly became so vulnerable due to the comprehension of 2 heart skills. "I won, meow. You damn thing, quickly see what level I am now, meow." Cat Nanbei pounced and hugged Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen looked her up and down, level 62. Cat Nanbei immediately showed a disappointed expression. "Ah, how did I only level up by 1, meow? It's good enough to level up. I killed over 800 of them, and my experience bar only increased by a little over a third." Zhang Chen had already explained the matters of experience and leveling up to Cat Nanbei. Cat Nanbei finally realized that hunting was not just about survival and filling one's stomach but also about becoming stronger. However, unlike Zhang Chen, Cat Nanbei was not a super high-level monster, so there was no concept of evolution for her. Therefore, her experience requirements were far lower than Zhang Chen's, and her leveling speed was much faster than Zhang Chen's. Looking at her 1923/5385 experience bar, Zhengchen felt helpless. After the second evolution, the experience requirement multiplier increased to 1.3 times. It was 3,123 at LV5, 4,106 at LV6, and now 5,385 at LV7. This growth rate was a bit too exaggerated. Is 5385 a lot? No, not at all. Zhengchen calculated that to level up from LV19 to LV20 after the second evolution, it would require nearly 170,000 experience points for just one level. The joyful time as a newcomer was about to disappear. However, although the Ice Valley kites had little experience, only 2 per kite, the quantity was large. And the most deadly thing was, notice, side quest, hunting 3,000 Ice Valley kites completed, unlocking 5 points credited. Damn it! I've killed 3,000 already? And Zhengchen found out that these side quests are also graded. Killing 3,000 Ice Valley kites unlocks a second level side quest, killing 10,000 will reward you with 10 unlock points. Damn it! Are they really treating me like a cash cow? 10,000? Why don't they just ask me to wipe them out completely? They don't get tired of dying, but my hands are sore from killing them, right? Zhengchen shook his head, ignoring such idiotic tasks. Damn it, something's not right with these birds. At this moment, Cat Nanbei suddenly ran out and brought back the corpse of an Ice Valley kite. Zhengchen tilted his head. What's wrong with this bird? Cat Nanbei said in surprise, damn it, do you remember the snow wolves? Yes. The meat of snow wolves isn't white, and their blood is transparent, so it looks like ice, but it's actually flesh and blood. Ha! With Cat Nanbei's words, Zhengchen finally realized something was wrong. Because during this time, either being chased or hunting, even if he killed Ice Valley kites, he didn't have time to eat, let alone examine the bodies. Today was the first time he truly wiped out a group and had time to look at the bodies. With Cat Nanbei's words, Zhengchen was completely baffled. Upon closer inspection, he found out that Ice Valley kites were not living beings. They had no flesh, bones, or organs. The dead Ice Valley kite bodies were just ordinary blocks of ice. What's going on? Are Ice Valley kites not living beings? Just then, a roar similar to Godzilla's came from deep within the Ice Valley. The roar was so piercing that the entire Ice Valley trembled violently. Zhengchen's dragon scales all stood on end upon hearing it. This sound, Zhengchen was all too familiar with. It was the roar of a dragon. Zhengchen could also emit a similar roar, but it was too unpleasant, and he hadn't roared since leaving the dragon stage. Is there a dragon in this Ice Valley? Zhengchen's heart jumped to his throat instantly. By the way, have we gone too deep into the Ice Valley during this time trying to kill the Ice Valley kites? Should we retreat a bit? Just as Zhengchen hesitated, a heavy footstep shook the entire Ice Valley violently. The millennia-old canyon was instantly cracked by several huge cracks. Another step. The sound was even louder than before. Cat Nanbei was also startled. It's coming this way. Zhengchen made a judgment immediately. The distance between the two steps was significant, at least 100 meters apart. Taking one step covered 100 meters, indicating that the owner of the sound was exceptionally massive. Damn it, what should we do? Should we run? It's useless, we can only fight. Zhengchen already took a defensive stance towards the direction of the sound. The other party was clearly heading towards them. Zhengchen could even feel the rapidly increasing magic elements in the distance. This wasn't a TV show, large creatures are definitely not slow. Magical beasts are magical beasts, and animals are animals. A large-sized magical beast meant that its level was undoubtedly high, and a high level meant its speed wouldn't be slow. With such a massive size, covering 100 meters in one step meant its speed was definitely faster than Zhengchen and the others. There was no chance of escape. The target? Of course, Zhengchen. The killing intent permeated the air with a rusty smell. Even if one didn't have a nose, they could smell it. Zhengchen didn't know where he had provoked this magical beast, but it was coming, and Zhengchen was not afraid of a fight. Besides, who would emerge victorious was still uncertain. What monster is that? Cat Nanbei's fur stood on end, and both tails were tucked between its legs out of fear. Even Zhengchen, who had experienced so many ups and downs, couldn't help but feel a chilling despair in the face of such a colossal creature. It was a giant dragon over 1.5 kilometers tall, resembling Godzilla. Its entire body was crystal clear, resembling a massive ice sculpture. Due to its exaggerated height, its head even towered over the canyon. As it moved, the canyon collapsed and peeled away. The heavy ice wall shattered like an Oreo in front of its massive size. Every step was earth-shattering. Target, Pseudo-Frost True Dragon LV-121 type, Rare, Super Mid-Level Monster HP, 14632/14632 MP, 19634/19634 AP, 2641/2641 Strength, 4932 Magic, 6195 Physical Defense, 5553 Magic Defense, 7939 Perception, 6973 Comprehensive Agility, 2194 Zhang Chen didn't know when he had offended this freak, but there was no doubt that this ice dragon was staring at him with its eyes. This look, simply, just like Leviathan back then. Not happy. Didn't your mother teach you not to look down on people with your nostrils? Not happy swept away the fear, replaced by a faint anger. Zhang Chen couldn't help but extend the internationally recognized friendly gesture, the middle finger, to this pseudo-frost true dragon. The pseudo-frost true dragon suddenly stopped. It clearly had intelligence and apparently didn't expect this little guy, who was not even as big as its fingernail, to dare to mock it. Roar! Another dragon roar. The canyon within several kilometers around was shattered. Without any posturing or exchanging of names, the battle had already begun the moment Zhang Chen raised his middle finger. Cat Nanbei was also an old-school monster, always submissive in words but never lagging behind in actual combat. Almost at the same time as Zhang Chen, Cat Nanbei jumped up, using the falling ice blocks as footholds. Cat Nanbei's speed was almost on par with Zhang Chen's linear pulse straight into the sky. Frost Dragon's Breath, Max Truth would also display the names of any moves that appeared in sight. The pseudo-frost true dragon roared. In an instant, Zhang Chen felt the air in front of him solidify and hit his face hard. A large mist of ice rushed towards him, so dense that there was almost no visibility. The range of the ice mist was extremely vast, making it feel as if the entire sky had collapsed. Before the ice mist arrived, Zhang Chen felt a strong sense of suffocation. No oxygen? Could this freezing air freeze even oxygen? Mental focus, in just 0.01 seconds, Zhang Chen saw frost forming on the dragon claw in front of him. As someone who possessed ice attribute nullification and wind attribute nullification, he was unable to defend against this freezing air? Why? No time to think about it, any hesitation at this level of battle would be fatal. The freezing air spread along his arm to his shoulder in an instant. His right hand's bones were frozen in the blink of an eye. Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed. Void Dragon's Breath. With a roar, the blue-green flames took the form of a fireball and collided with the freezing air. With a loud bang, the freezing air, which had condensed a large amount of oxygen, ignited and caused a violent explosion. The raging fire exploded for thousands of kilometers. The pseudo-frost true dragon was pushed back a step by the explosion. Zhang Chen was directly smashed to the ground by the shockwave of the explosion. Go die, meow. Following closely behind, Cat Nanbei rushed to the front line. The pseudo-frost true dragon had not adjusted its posture due to the explosion, presenting the best opportunity. Windsickle, in beast form, Cat Nanbei's claws emitted a bright white light, with each swipe producing 5 giant wind blades. The 10 wind blades spread in 10 directions, converging around the pseudo-frost true dragon. Clang 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 clang. 10 crisp and clear sounds of metal hitting metal. All the wind blades hit the same point on the pseudo-frost true dragon's chest. However, these iron-cutting wind blades, each of which was enough to decapitate Zhang Chen with full defense, did not leave a single mark on the pseudo-frost true dragon's chest despite 10 hits all landing on the same spot. This freak is so tough, can't even move it, meow. Before Cat Nanbei could say anything else, the pseudo-frost true dragon's dragon claw struck at lightning speed, forcing her to barely dodge in midair. It was hard to imagine that a dragon claw of such a huge size could strike at a speed that even the beastly Cat Nanbei found difficult to defend against. Watching this scene as he fell, Zhang Chen already had an idea in his mind. The attack from the ice dragon did not cause even 1 horsepower of damage to it. In addition to being unable to defend against its freezing breath just now, the explosive blast did not harm it either. It turns out that this ice dragon also has a special skill called Mind Skill, Wind Attribute Specialization. With this skill, it can break through wind attribute immunity, unless it can comprehend the double reinforcement of wind attribute immunity to resist specialized wind attribute attacks. Powerful? Yes, specialized skills are very strong. It is said that specialized skills are the essence of mind skills, and any specialized skill is rare and precious. It can be said that a monster possessing a specialized skill means that the monster has the power to dominate a continent. However, the power of specialized skills must be based on a monster of a sufficient rank. At least a specialized skill of a quasi-advanced monster can be considered powerful. Specialized skills below the level of a quasi-advanced monster are worthless, because such specialized skills have a fatal weakness. I thought it was so powerful. It's only slightly stronger than the Medusa's head. Pulse, without relying on anything in the air, Zhang Chen leaped out of nowhere and pounced on the pseudo-frost dragon against the wind. The pseudo-frost dragon was visibly startled. It breathed out frost dragon breath at Zhang Chen again. But it was too late. Void dragon breath * phoenix flower * pulse type. The first void dragon breath used diffusion control to spread out like an umbrella in front of it to counter the freezing breath. The second void dragon breath, phoenix flower, was the real move. The power of a full-power void dragon breath was dispersed into 1,000 parts and launched a wide-range bombardment on its face. Covered by the first void dragon breath and its own breath, the pseudo-frost dragon barely reacted before seeing a rain of fire arrows piercing through the mist, coming straight at it. Its massive size left it with no room to dodge. Numerous fire arrows exploded on its face. Intense pain made the pseudo-frost dragon let out a deafening roar. There were 2 loud bangs, as if something had burst. The pseudo-frost dragon's roar reached its peak instantly. Seeing the falling cat Nanbei in the sky, she finally understood the significance of Zhang Chen's move and cheered excitedly, "Truly my strategist, you were so clever, meow." Yes, what shattered was the pseudo-frost dragon's eyeball. So what if you have wind attribute specialization? If you are not a quasi-advanced monster, each level up does not provide enough attributes to support specialized skills. Therefore, specialized skills for non-quasi-advanced monsters must be built on the sacrifice of other attributes. Since wind attributes are ineffective against you, it means that all other attributes are highly effective against you. In the 3 layers of ice and snow, and the deep layers of the ice valley, perhaps this specialization was obtained through the dragon's bloodline in battles with 3-layered monsters over the years? For a 3-layered monster, a giant dragon like you might be equivalent to a nightmare, right? But unfortunately, I am not a 3-layered monster. Adding pulse to the void dragon breath phoenix flower, this method was learned from the ice valley kite, adding piercing damage to the originally weak flames. There is no need to aim precisely. By utilizing the wide-range killing power of the phoenix flower, at least 2 shots will hit your eyes. And once your eyes are hit, Zhang Chen saw the pseudo-frost dragon's AP drop instantly from full to 115/2641. A decrease in AP not only represents physical exhaustion but also affects the efficiency of physical defense and magical defense. If AP is reduced to 0, physical and magical defenses will drop to 1/4 of their original values. Of course, this will not be displayed on the panel, but Zhang Chen, who has experienced countless battles, knows the secret. Moreover, no matter how high the defense is, internal defense is definitely weaker than external defense, so Zhang Chen leaped again, taking advantage of the pseudo-frost dragon's painful howls, and directly entered its mouth. The pseudo-frost dragon, blinded, had no way of detecting Zhang Chen's actions. When its tongue felt Zhang Chen's feet and wanted to bite down, it was already too late. The Taisu dragon's breath pulse hit its throat like a mouthful of phlegm. Zhang Chen gathered all the power of the Taisu dragon's breath into a spear shape, added a pulse, and poured it into the throat of the pseudo-frost true dragon. Boom! The fiery spear directly pierced the throat of the pseudo-frost true dragon, penetrated from the back of its head, then its neck was dissolved, and the entire head fell from high altitude, smashing a large area of the canyon. 14,632. This terrifying 5-digit HP was cleared with just one blow. The pseudo-frost true dragon never understood why it was defeated by such a small creature. Fell to the ground as stable as a nail, without even bending the knees. The body of the pseudo-frost true dragon shattered and burst open due to death, turning into countless ice chips falling like raindrops. But Zhang Chen didn't look back, just faced away from the pseudo-frost true dragon and walked forward. Because handsome men never look back. Notice, level upgraded, current level LV8. Notice, dragon perception upgraded, current level LV9. So powerful, meow. Even the head of Medusa was defeated, killing such a powerful monster. Dominating the 3rd level is just around the corner, meow. Cat Nanbei was still the same, shouting every time he won, as if he had never won in his life. Zhang Chen just smiled. His growth rate was astonishing. Even Zhang Chen himself felt that he was growing too fast. The head of Medusa? It was indeed troublesome before. But in Zhang Chen's eyes now, it was just a small fry that could be taken down in 5 or 6 seconds. Zhang Chen is now in the 2nd evolution at LV8, equivalent to LV48. Even with the 20-level compensation for each evolution, Zhang Chen is only LV88. Killing an LV121 at LV88 is enough to prove the high quality of Zhang Chen's level, and once again proves how important the diversity of skills is in dungeon battles. But reminiscing about the battle just now, Zhang Chen still felt a bit shaky. This victory relied more on wisdom and experience. Due to being too aggressive, the disadvantage of Zhang Chen's level was already obvious. Even if the attributes could keep up, the level itself would still be suppressed. Zhang Chen's level was already falling behind the levels of the monsters on the 3rd level of the dungeon. What's more, the higher the level, the more difficult it is to level up. Something must be done to make up for this weakness. After killing the head of Medusa, there was one unlock point left. Then the main quest gave 50, evolution gave 20, LV5 gave 5 points, and the side quest gave 5 points. Unlocking the diffusion control cost 5 points. Zheng Chen now has a total of 76 unlock points, with enough room to unlock auxiliary skills. Opening the skill tree diagram, Zheng Chen's eyes first fell on a skill he had long admired, enhanced growth. This skill cannot be comprehended for upgrades, only upgraded by consuming skill unlock points. LV1 consumes 20 points, with the effect of automatically gaining 1 point of experience per minute in non-combat status. Killing to gain experience is doubled. Although the consumption is high, it is worth it. If the heart skill is considered freeloading, then the skills in the skill tree diagram are pay to win. Pay to win makes people stronger, a truth that applies to any field. Unlock. Enhanced growth. Notice, enhanced growth unlocked, consumes 20 unlock points, current level LV1 with this skill. There should be no need to worry about leveling up in the short term. Hey, look meow. At this moment, Cat Nanbei started shouting again. What now? Zheng Chen, who was confirming the skill effect, turned back a bit impatiently. Cat Nanbei pointed at the body of the pseudo-frost true dragon and said, "This dragon, its body seems to be pure ice." Pure ice? Zheng Chen was stunned. Looking around. Sure enough, just like the Ice Valley kite, the body of this pseudo-ice frost true dragon is completely made of ice, without any internal organs, flesh, or bones. How is this possible? It's understandable for the Ice Valley kite, maybe due to its small size and unique physiology. But how can this pseudo-ice frost true dragon be in the same situation? Wait a minute. Zheng Chen's eyebrows suddenly furrowed. Pseudo-ice frost true dragon? Zheng Chen, who has acquired common knowledge since birth, possesses all the knowledge of this world and most of the knowledge about dragons. However, among this knowledge of dragons, the Ice Frost True Dragon does exist, but he has never heard of any pseudo-Ice Frost True Dragon. Awoo! Just then, a wolf howl suddenly came from around the corner. It was the sound of the red-eyed snow wolves. Upon hearing the sound and looking over, more than a dozen red-eyed snow wolves pounced from around the corner. But how could Mao Nanbei and Zheng Chen pay attention to such miscellaneous creatures now? Mao Nanbei stood still, expressionless, and waved her hand. The dozen red-eyed snow wolves were instantly cut into ice shards by her wind blades. Wait, ice shards? When the red-eyed snow wolves died, Zheng Chen's expression changed. Because these red-eyed snow wolves also had bodies made of ice, turning into a pile of ice shards upon death. Why is this happening? Picking up a wolf tail, a gentle squeeze turned it into pieces. Zheng Chen's heart began to tremble. The red-eyed snow wolves on the snowy plains outside the canyon, although resembling ice sculptures, had blood that was translucent and flesh that was white. But they were all genuine living creatures. However, the red-eyed snow wolves in the canyon had bodies made entirely of ice. Their experience was different too. Killing one at level 5 yielded 200 experience points. But now at level 8, with double experience, killing the red-eyed snow wolves here only gave 50 experience points. A mere 3-level increase couldn't possibly reduce the efficiency of experience gain by 8 times. Zheng Chen took a bite. It was completely ice, and no experience was gained. Could it be? Zheng Chen thought of a terrifying possibility. Let's go. Discarding the wolf tail, Zheng Chen led Mao Nanbei towards the depths of the canyon. And as Zheng Chen expected, they encountered various types of monsters inside the canyon. Their levels were getting higher and higher, but without exception, all the monsters had bodies made of ice. Zheng Chen even saw a chief of the red-eyed snow wolves with a body made entirely of ice. Attempting to communicate with these monsters using telepathy, there was not a single response. All of them were high-level monsters, and while their intelligence might be lacking, they should have some wisdom and be able to communicate. What was even more exaggerated was that in the deepest part of the canyon, Zheng Chen saw a human. Yes, a human. A human with a body made entirely of ice. Killing this ice person did not yield 20 times the experience. Zheng Chen confirmed one thing. The ecosystem of the third level of the underground city had been severely disrupted. The icy landscape here was not a natural climate but artificially created. And all the monsters in this canyon were summoned creatures. Summoning was a very trashy skill because summoners could only summon creatures lower in level than themselves. The monsters summoned in the canyon had almost no trash creatures. This meant that the summoner who summoned these ice monsters must be incredibly strong. The reason Zheng Chen was so aggressive in venturing into the depths of the canyon was that he had guessed who was behind these summoned creatures. Third level boss, Ice Phoenix. Dominating a whole level of monsters and summoning so many creatures meant that the closer one got to its true body, the stronger the summoned creatures would be. As a king, it must occupy the most important position in the world, the entrance to the 4th level. By killing the Ice Phoenix, one could enter the 4th level of the underground city. The underground city had a total of 5 levels. Entering the 4th level was basically equivalent to being able to leave the underground city immediately. This was the main reason Zheng Chen was in a hurry. Perhaps it was a stroke of luck. After traveling for about 3 days, Mao Nanbei, a powerful monster, was starting to show signs of fatigue. For the past 3 days, they had been killing summon creatures almost continuously. Zheng Chen had reached level 11, while Mao Nanbei had reached level 75. But upgrading can restore status but not mental fatigue. The cat, who had hardly rested, was a bit unsteady walking north and south. Dog stuff. I can't do it anymore, meow. Can we take a break? No. Zheng Chen did not slow down. The 3rd level boss is within reach. You can rest after killing it. If you're tired, you can rest first. Anyway, all the monsters around have been killed. With your speed, you can rest for an hour and catch up with me. Cat Nanbei looked embarrassed. She was obviously willing to leave Zheng Chen to rest alone, so she gritted her teeth and kept up with his pace. Dog stuff. You seem a bit strange lately, meow. Why are you so stubborn about killing the boss? Because I want to level up faster, kill Leviathan, and leave this ghostly place. Zheng Chen's words were simple and clear. No matter how much he changed, Zheng Chen always considered himself human, longing for a peaceful life. This underground city was not Zheng Chen's final destination. A plain job, getting married, having children, then having grandchildren, and finally dying peacefully. That would be a fulfilling life. Not being trapped in this ghostly place, killing all day long. Seeing that the dungeon had been more than half cleared, the 3rd level boss was right in front of them. How could Zheng Chen not be in a hurry? Cat Nanbei wanted to say something more, but seeing Zheng Chen's resolute gaze, she could only purse her lips and swallow her words. Just then, the canyon ahead suddenly cleared up. Zheng Chen's steps suddenly stopped. Cat Nanbei stumbled and bumped into his back. Ah, it hurts, meow, you're too hard. Dog stuff. Why aren't you moving, meow? Found it. Huh? What? Found it. The 3rd level boss. It was only then that Cat Nanbei saw Zheng Chen's eyes had become fervent, staring intently at the massive creature ahead. Busy today, almost forgot to update, luckily remembered. Please vote for a recommendation. At the same time, at the entrance of the underground city, a mighty army of 3,000 humans was gathering. Leading them were 3 individuals. On top of the imperial palace that day, a fierce man in red and gold armor, General Long. Wearing a blue and purple robe, holding a crystal wand, was the Golden Grid Mage. And at the forefront, a young stranger in silver armor, wielding an emerald longsword. Golden Grid Mage, you just came out of the underground city. Are you sure you want to return to the underground city? General Long asked curiously. Beside him, the Golden Grid Mage with white hair looked sharp-eyed. Despite just escaping from hell, he faced it again without a hint of fear. Looking at the entrance of the underground city, his eyes were full of fighting spirit. How many young men and women have died because of my mistakes? Your Majesty is willing to organize a new crusade in such a short time. It is an opportunity for atonement bestowed by your Majesty and the gods. If this battle can die in the underground city, it is as I wish, better than facing those young people who died because of me under the 9 springs after dying peacefully. General Long laughed. Golden Grid Mage, you are exaggerating. You are the chief mage of the kingdom of Chuandong. If you fall, what will the kingdom of Chuandong do? How can I face your Majesty? Moreover, General Long paused, casting a trusting and proud look at the young man in silver armor in front of him and the golden grid, and continued, now there is the Guardian War King, your strongest disciple Zhao Outyan to assist. I believe this crusade will return victorious. General Long, you praise too much. The young man named Zhao Outyan turned around. Even though he had deliberately suppressed it, one could still feel the stirring battle intent emanating from him. The young man's face bore a confident and determined expression. He said to Golden Grid, Teacher, please rest assured, the crusade against the underground city is the long-standing wish of humanity, and this time the disciple will avenge the warriors who died in the underground city last time. Hearing this, the tense expression on Golden Grid's face relaxed slightly. He said, Outyan, I have taught you that one should not be arrogant. Master Jinj, you are right. It's a good thing for young people to be energetic. General Long stepped forward and smiled. Zhao Outyan is the leader of the top 10 war kings, the only human who has broken through all 6 major attributes to over 1,000. With the ability to perform the second stage critical breakthrough technique, which is not only 50% stronger than the usual critical breakthrough, but also wields the true holy sword Eorlia. With him here, how can we not be victorious in this expedition? I believe that conquering the second level and even the third level is not just a dream. Zhao Outyan smiled modestly. General Long, you are too kind. But to be honest, when it comes to defeating the second level boss, as long as we cooperate properly, I am confident that we can keep casualties under 300. Under 300 casualties? Jinj finally showed a hint of relief in his expression. His gaze seemed distant, as if he was murmuring to himself, if we can really take down the second level with so few casualties, perhaps we can truly honor the spirits of those young people in heaven. Accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, the giant gate of the underground city, over 10 meters high, opened. Two miniature mole demons leaped out almost simultaneously. Zhao Outyan sneered, reached out his hands, accurately grabbed the necks of the two demons, and then lightly twisted, breaking their necks. This clean and efficient technique elicited amazed exclamations from the 3,000 soldiers behind him. Soldiers, listen up. After tossing the mole demon corpses aside like rags, Zhao Outyan turned around, drew Eorlia from his waist, raised it high, and shouted, our only target is the second-level boss, the leader of the Medusa. So far, our expeditions from the kingdom of Chuandong have been thwarted by this despicable monster. This is a revenge battle. This time, we will slay this monster and avenge the total of 20,000 warriors killed by it throughout history. Leviathan is currently roaming the first level, so remember to advance in a dispersed formation. If Leviathan is spotted, the entire army must spread out, report the position, avoid provocation, and refrain from engaging. Head straight for the second-level boss. It will take about 15 days of marching, which will be tough, but I hope everyone will stay spirited and keep casualties under 300 until we see the leader of the Medusa. Let's attack! With that, the 3,000 soldiers, led by Zhao Outyan, Jinj, and General Long, entered the gate of the underground city, brimming with high morale. Meanwhile, on the third level of the underground city, as if waiting for Zhang Chen's arrival, on a vast plain in the canyon stood a kilometer-wide nest made entirely of branch-like ice thorns. Crawling on top of it was a several hundred meters tall ice phoenix. The AP dropped to 930. The bright light here nullified Zhang Chen's midnight power. The deep blue phoenix reflected dazzling scales of light. Through its fully transparent body, one could see organs resembling works of art inside. This was not a summoned creature. With an unparalleled presence, it made Zhang Chen feel short of breath. Is this the third-level boss? Meow. The already unattractive face of Cat Nanbei turned even more grim. The giant ice phoenix sat upright in the center of the ice nest, as if waiting for the arrival of Zhang Chen and the others. Its razor-sharp gaze had been fixed on Zhang Chen even before he entered. Target, Ice Phoenix LV-176 type, rare, near top-tier beast reproduction value, extremely high HP, 24349/24349 MP, 31469/31469 AP, 7913/7913 strength, 10009 magic essence, 13649 physical defense, 10066 magic defense, 8883 perception, 12194 comprehensive agility, 5213. This is truly an extraordinary monster, isn't it? Zhang Chen had never seen a 6-digit magical beast on the hexagonal panel before. It was hard to imagine that this was only the third-level boss. How powerful would the fourth-level boss be? And what about the final boss, Leviathan, on the 5th level? But after experiencing so many life-and-death situations, Zhang Chen is no longer the same as before. The level gap is indeed very high, but it has not reached a despairing level yet. Having high levels alone is meaningless. Skills and their application, tactics and insight, are the key to determining victory or defeat. Even with a mere 2 to 3 times level difference, there is still a chance to catch up with skills. Since there is a chance, Zhang Chen will try. Why disturb my peace? Just as he took a step, unexpectedly the Ice Phoenix spoke first. Zhang Chen was puzzled. Under your nest, is the vertical pit leading to the 4th floor? Since the other party was willing to communicate, Zhang Chen also spoke without reservation. We want to go to the 4th floor. If you are willing to step aside, we don't need to fight to the death. The Ice Phoenix moved its crystal-like eyes, gazing below, and after a while, it said, I only want to accompany my child here until the end of eternity. Why do you disturb my peace? Zhang Chen glanced below it. Although the view was blocked by the ice nest, with the level 9 dragon perception, he could already make the view curve and see things behind obstacles. Zhang Chen saw that below the Ice Phoenix was a skeleton. It was the Ice Phoenix's skeleton, but smaller in size, only about 10 meters long, with a crystal-clear skeleton that looked like it was sleeping innocently in its mother's arms. Is this your child? Zhang Chen asked. The Ice Phoenix did not answer. It just lovingly looked at the skeleton of its child below, as if it were still alive. Zhang Chen was not patient and not interested in its situation. He prepared for battle. Seeing this, Cat Nanbei was somewhat reluctant to fight the Ice Phoenix. It was not out of sympathy or curiosity about its fate, but simply because he felt there was no chance of winning. Only someone with a hole in their head would want to fight such a monster, with most attributes reaching 5 digits. However, Zhang Chen ignored all this. Having come this far, with the path to the 4th floor right below its ice nest, just a step away from breaking through the dungeon, there was no reason to retreat now. Zhang Chen was impatient. I don't care what happened between you and your child. I just want to go to the 4th floor. Zhang Chen's face darkened as he said in a harsh tone, this is the last warning, clear the way. With a boiling killing intent, Zhang Chen went all out from the beginning. The ice phoenix raised its head. Strangely, its gaze was not wary of the killing intent emanating from Zhang Chen, but rather filled with relief. Yes, it was a gentle gaze of relief. I see, do you also want to be a playmate for my beloved child? I don't understand what you're saying. With his last bit of patience exhausted, Zhang Chen stopped talking and stepped forward, using the impact force of the pulse to transform into a blue cannonball, launching a fierce attack on the ice phoenix. Single dog's furious flying kick * pulse. Of course, the most cost-effective move should be used at the beginning. Moving in mid-air, Zhang Chen's body swung out like a whip, delivering a powerful kick. The ice phoenix seemed to be in a daze, not dodging or defending at all, and directly suffered this heavy blow. Bang! The ground was shattered by the force of the impact. In Zhang Chen's eyes, he only saw the shocking scene of the ice phoenix's HP bar on its head not moving at all. With a physical defense of 10,066, it could offset 98% of physical damage. The single dog's furious flying kick, strengthened by the pulse, had over 40,000 physical damage and even had a piercing attack, achieving a certain degree of armor penetration. But the ice phoenix's HP didn't even drop by a point. Immune to physical attacks, immune to piercing damage. So, it was understandable that a level 176 monster possessed such a skill. Cat Nanbei. On it, meow. Setting aside fatigue, the level 75 Cat Nanbei rushed out at a speed not inferior to Zhang Chen's use of the pulse. 100 Flowers Wind Sickle swinging its 2 front paws in succession, it brought out numerous afterimages, looking like Cat Nanbei had grown dozens of front paws. In just a second of continuous strikes, nearly 1,000 wind sickles were unleashed. Different from the usual wind sickles. The general wind sickle is a physical attack, but the 100-flower wind sickle is different, it is a wind attribute magic attack. However, the result is the same. The densely packed wind sickles poured down like raindrops, hitting the ice phoenix just like raindrops, causing no damage. Wow! So tough, meow! Cat Nanbei exclaimed, leaving Zhang Chen amazed. Even immune to wind attributes? In that case, Zhang Chen made up his mind and gathered magic power. Void Dragon Breath * pulse, boom! The scorching flames covered the entire body of the ice phoenix. The scorching temperature was enough to turn the ground into magma. Zhang Chen clearly saw the ice phoenix's HP, which had remained motionless like a mountain, finally showing a significant drop. HP 19646/24349. A full force blow took nearly 5,000 horsepower. It's working! Zhang Chen was ecstatic. As a 3-tier boss, the ice phoenix indeed had many attribute specializations and immunities. Normal attacks had no effect on it. But clearly, ice and fire were incompatible. Despite having nearly 9,000 magic defense, the Void Dragon Breath could still cause significant damage to it. It seemed that not only did it lack fire attribute immunity, but fire attributes were also its weakness, causing 4 times the damage. I can win! With its HP, as long as I engage in a protracted battle, maintain status with concentration and healing, and hit it with 4 to 5 Void Dragon Breaths, I can win. Cat Nanbei. Got it, meow. Cat Nanbei responded cheerfully. She was not a fool but a seasoned underground dungeon monster, and after fighting together for so long, she knew Zhang Chen's plan inside out. Void Dragon Breath, Void Dragon Breath, Void Dragon Breath, a full 10 minutes of a protracted battle. Zhang Chen hit 3 Void Dragon Breaths in a row. The Ice Phoenix's HP had been reduced to 4219. But Zhang Chen's mood, from the initial confidence, slowly turned anxious. Something's wrong. Very wrong. Since the start of the battle, the Ice Phoenix had not only not retaliated but hadn't even moved from its spot. Like a stake, it stood firm against all attacks. Why? Sharp combat intuition made Zhang Chen hesitate. However, soon this doubt found an answer. Just as Zhang Chen was about to use the last Void Dragon Breath, suddenly, many monsters emerged from the cracks in the surrounding canyons. Crimson-eyed snow wolves, ice valley kites, purebred kodo beasts, and even miniatures, pseudo-ice frost true dragons only 50 meters tall. Cat Nanbei, be careful. Could it be a type that lacks attack power in its original form and relies solely on summoned creatures to counterattack? Zhang Chen's vigilance peaked. However, this number was not enough to pose a threat. After the second evolution, Zhang Chen's growth rate was astonishing, with attributes changing one by one. At level 11, Zhang Chen naturally didn't care about these ice sculptures. No matter how many of these scraps come, they're all just experience points. Zhang Chen shouted and rushed forward, gathering magic power, preparing to evaporate all these imposters with a single blow. The Ice Phoenix's HP had hit rock bottom, unable to withstand even one void dragon breath. Just one blow. Just one more blow, and the 3-tier boss would be defeated. No one could possibly choose to retreat at this moment unless this person could see everything from a god's perspective. And obviously, Zhang Chen did not have a god's perspective. So, ding! The Ice Phoenix opened its eyes. Become the playmate of my beloved child. The Ice Phoenix, which had been motionless like a mountain, suddenly moved. With a loud noise, it spread its wings violently. Wings spanning 2 kilometers, reflecting a colorful luster. Like a colorful ice barrier, it covered the sky. The ice monsters surging around began to disintegrate inch by inch as if melting, turning into ice water and flowing into the Ice Phoenix's body. The Ice Phoenix's HP, which had hit rock bottom, was instantly restored to full. Wah! In that moment, Zhang Chen's heart froze. Truly in an instant, all previous efforts were in vain, with no room for even an attempt to stop it. The Ice Phoenix had already returned to its full state. Undead? Zhang Chen suddenly thought of this term. Thinking carefully, there is a legend of the auspicious Fire Phoenix in the world. It is said that the Fire Phoenix will absorb the world's hatred and resentment, and every once in a while, it will self-immolate, taking the hatred and resentment away from this world, leaving only beauty and kindness. By sacrificing itself, it fulfills others, and then achieves nirvana in the ashes. In contrast, the Ice Phoenix does the opposite. It imposes its negative emotions on others, using the existence of others to fulfill itself. Just like how it absorbs these ice-made monsters. Zhang Chen hadn't reacted yet when he heard a whoosh. The violent wind sounded like it was going to tear off people's faces. The Ice Phoenix flapped its wings fiercely, creating an unimaginable hurricane. The Taisu dragon breath in its mouth couldn't even gather strength and was directly spewed out. However, the previously invincible dragon breath collided head-on with the hurricane it created, but couldn't even neutralize it. The Taisu dragon breath had just been exhaled, and it was extinguished by the unimaginable cold wind and waves. The temperature of this wave was terrifyingly low, far beyond what the pseudo-ice frost true dragon's dragon breath could compare to. The sensation in the hands and feet quickly became numb. Zhang Chen saw with his own eyes that the Taisu dragon breath did not resist this cold current at all. Starting from the extremities, his hands and feet were beginning to freeze. Was this an attack of frost attribute magic elements? Frost attribute is a combination of wind and ice attributes. Zhang Chen was well aware of this, which is why he was shocked. With nearly 4,700 magic defense, immunity to wind and ice dual attributes, and the counteraction of the Taisu dragon breath, he still couldn't withstand this cold current? His consciousness began to blur. Zhang Chen clearly saw that a data in the Ice Phoenix's hexagonal panel suddenly elongated. Looking closely, magic elements, 27500, the Ice Phoenix's magic elements had doubled? Absorbing its own summoned creatures not only could restore its state but also enhance the hexagonal panel? But it was too late to figure this out. In just a breath's time, Zhang Chen's body had already been frozen. His consciousness was rapidly leaving his body. In his last moments, Zhang Chen only heard a voice. "You fool, run! You miscalculated, we are no match for it, meow." After that, Zhang Chen knew nothing. Regaining consciousness again, it had been a long time. The sky was a blue-green color, with a few scattered white clouds drifting. His vision was blurry and narrow, unable to see anything clearly. His whole body was in pain. It felt like a tearing pain, similar to frostbite. Healing was used once. Perhaps because his MP was insufficient, the healing was not complete, but the pain was alleviated and his vision returned to normal. Opening his eyes, the first thing Zhang Chen saw was his 2 legs. Legs? Looking further down, he saw a purplish-gray head resembling that of a 200-year-old man, carrying his 2 legs. The wrinkled face smiled and said, "You're awake, Zhang Chen." "Ah ha ha ha." A scream echoed across the snowy field. 1 minute later. "Damn it, I thought I was going to lose my virginity." Lying on the snowy ground, Zhang Chen gasped for breath with lingering fear. Turning his head, looking up at the colossal body towering 3 kilometers high, Zhang Chen still couldn't believe that this monster harbored no hostility towards him. This monster was the giant deer-shaped monster that Cat Nanbei had suggested Zhang Chen challenge, but Zhang Chen had rejected it due to its large size, fearing a prolonged battle. It's worth noting that monsters that eat a lot don't necessarily grow large. But monsters that grow large definitely eat a lot. This monster didn't eat Zhang Chen while he was unconscious. Not only that, it covered Zhang Chen with its massive body, waiting for a day and a night until Zhang Chen woke up. Good person? Are there good people in the underground city? This was a bit of a paradigm shift for Zhang Chen. Cat Nanbei? She's different. She's not a good person, she's just been tamed. As for the head that looked like a 200-year-old man, it was the head of this monster. Last time, because it was far away, Zhang Chen thought it was a deer-shaped monster with an especially long leg. But that was not the case. The organ that looked like a deer head was actually its butt. Yes, it had horns growing on its butt, and they were very large. What Zhang Chen thought was the butt was actually the head. It's just that it was 3 kilometers tall, but its head was about the size of a human head. And its neck could extend to an exaggerated length, reaching directly from its 2-kilometer-high body to the ground to talk to Zhang Chen. And it looked like its neck could extend indefinitely. Now, it was staring at Zhang Chen with a sly look in its eyes. Honestly, being stared at with a sly look made Zhang Chen feel a bit uneasy. Is it you? Who saved me? Zhang Chen asked tentatively. The bald-headed monster looked very surprised. Oh? Can you communicate? Can you also understand thoughts? Yes, Zhang Chen nodded somewhat awkwardly. Didn't I just speak earlier? The bald-headed monster tilted its head, smiled apologetically. Sorry, I've been alive for too long, my memory is a bit fuzzy. Pausing for a moment, it continued, but it wasn't me who saved you, it was your friend. Friend? Zhang Chen was taken aback. The bald-headed monster nodded. That cat? How about it, have you forgotten? Cat? Cat north and south? Zhang Chen was instantly shocked. In his mind, the missing fragment of memory was picked up like a relic found in the corner of an ancestral home. Damn it, run! You're mistaken, we are no match for it, meow. Zhang Chen's head throbbed. He instantly remembered everything. At that time, the cold of the ice phoenix had already frozen his whole body. Just before being completely frozen, Cat North and South stood up and rushed to his side, using all its strength and AP to throw him out of the ice phoenix's nest. Zhang Chen still vaguely remembered. At the very end, bathed in the flying frost, Cat North and South smiled back at him. Damn it, come save me, or else, I won't let you have kittens, meow. Zhang Chen, recalling everything, felt like his heart was being squeezed by an invisible hand. Was it me? Who harmed her? The shocking reality and sense of powerlessness swept over him like a tide, engulfing Zhang Chen and making him suffocate. I was too eager for quick success and didn't investigate the boss's situation before rushing to kill it. The smooth sailing on the second floor, coupled with the rapid increase in attributes, momentarily disoriented Zhang Chen, even forgetting the most important rule of survival in the dungeon: never underestimate any opponent. If only I had been a little more cautious, today's events wouldn't have happened. If it weren't for Cat North and South, Zhang Chen would probably have died at the hands of the Ice Phoenix today. That cat threw you to the top of the Ice Valley, and I happened to pass by. Honestly, creatures of your level are rare on the 3rd floor, so I just picked you up. The old monster raised its head, looking towards the distant Ice Valley, its murky eyes filled with nostalgia for the long years. Back then, when I participated in the ancient war of the underworld, I also had such a friend. Saying that, it lowered its head to gaze at Zhang Chen and asked, "You don't seem sad? Isn't that cat your friend?" "She is my friend, a silly cat." The old monster looked puzzled. "She risked her life to save you, why do you seem indifferent?" "What should I do then? Cry?" Dusting off his butt, Zhang Chen stood up and walked towards the Ice Valley. Seeing this, the old monster lifted its leg and stepped in front of Zhang Chen. The foot supporting its 3-kilometer-tall body stood like a city wall blocking Zhang Chen's path. "Why are you stopping me?" Zhang Chen didn't even look back, his tone very cold. The old monster said calmly, "Because I see a young monster heading to his death, stopping you is the responsibility of an elder. Cat North and South died because of me, avenging her is my responsibility." Zhang Chen's words were firm and resolute. The old demon did not speak. His gaze shifted slightly downward. Zhang Chen saw the 2 dragon claws clenching tightly, with blue blood flowing from between the fingers. It turned out that he was not without hesitation. The old demon smiled knowingly, as if remembering something good. After a long time, he spoke. "What if I told you that your friend didn't die? Not dead?" Zhang Chen turned back abruptly, as if grasping at a lifeline, and saw the old demon looking at him with a smile, not seeming to deceive. "Senior, what do you mean by saying Mao Nanbei didn't die?" The old demon nodded, his cloudy eyes becoming sharp. The Ice Phoenix's puppet has an extremely high degree of simulation because her summoning technique is a special one called Flesh and Blood God Replacement. Since ancient times, there have been no more than 10 beings possessing this summoning technique, making it one of the rarest skills in the world. Generally, the strength of summoned creatures is weaker than the original, but this summoning technique can summon creatures as strong as or even stronger than the original. This is because its principle is not the usual summoning replication, but plundering. It traps and kills the creature, retains the soul, removes consciousness, then reshapes the body with ice, with all attributes, including magic elements, provided by the Ice Phoenix. So, the summoned creature is actually made into a puppet, which is why the summoned creature that is killed still gains experience points. All the demons you encountered in the Ice Valley are without exception the Ice Phoenix's summoned creatures. The current third layer has long been under the control of the Ice Phoenix. Apart from some small fry, as long as they have a bit of strength, they have been turned into the Ice Phoenix's summoned creatures. This shocking fact made Zheng Chun feel incredulous. Are you saying most of the demons in the third layer have been exterminated by the Ice Phoenix? The old demon nodded, including the climate. 20,000 years ago, this place was a grassland, and the entire climate of the third layer was transformed by the Ice Phoenix. Then what does this have to do with Mao Nanbei still being alive? The old demon said, although the flesh and blood god replacement is powerful and can plunder everything from others, the drawback is that it works very slowly. It requires the use of ice attributes to slowly replace the victim's body at the cellular level, in order to retain the complete soul. With that cat's cultivation, this process probably takes about 2 weeks. As long as you kill the Ice Phoenix within 2 weeks, that cat can be saved with healing magic. 2 weeks? The death of the nanny had caused a huge blow to Zheng Chen. If Mao Nanbei had also died, Zheng Chen would probably feel guilty for the rest of his life, right? Now, this news undoubtedly gave Zheng Chen a shot in the arm. His lifeless eyes gradually regained their luster. There's still a chance. If causing Mao Nanbei to be captured was due to my recklessness, then rescuing her is my responsibility. Zheng Chen is fundamentally human. The biggest difference between humans and animals is that animals will retreat when faced with difficulties, while humans will reflect on their mistakes. Zheng Chen bowed deeply to the old demon. Thank you, senior, I know what I should do now. The old demon chuckled heartily. It's nothing. I've lived too long. It's rare to see a candle dragon doll in the third layer, so I helped you out of boredom. Candle dragon? Zheng Chen was surprised. He should be a mini ice dragon now, and the candle dragon lineage had long been hidden due to 2 evolutions, with no features of the candle dragon left on him. How did this old demon see through it? Wait a minute. Zheng Chen suddenly felt something was wrong. Son. Senior, you said that except for small fry, all demons in the third layer have been turned into puppets by the Ice Phoenix, then you. With such a huge body, he definitely wasn't a small fry, right? After all, he had also saved his life. It was impolite to ask such a question. A mischievous smile flashed in the old demon's sharp eyes. Don't you also have the rare skill, truth? This is a hanging skill. Apart from you, I've only seen one person from ancient times. No, only one god has had it. Why am I an exception? Look at the truth, and you will know. He knows the truth? Zheng Chen's shock at this moment was beyond words. Then, I was rude. Calming his mind, Zheng Chen raised his head and used the truth on this huge strange monster. Target, Babylon LV-413 type, Super Divine Beast HP, /MP, /AP, /Strength, Magic Essence, Physical Defense, Magical Defense, Perception, Comprehensive Agility. The moment Zheng Chen saw its data clearly, he felt a blackout. His legs went weak, and he sat down on the ground. Despite being in a -150-degree environment, Zheng Chen's body was soaked in sweat due to fear. Babylon, LV-413? Super Divine Beast? Is this wrinkled monster more powerful than Leviathan? Who are you? Zheng Chen's voice trembled uncontrollably. Babylon just smiled without saying a word. It looked up at the azure sky, smiling as if recalling something beautiful. After a long time, it murmured, I once fought 1,000,000 demons, controlled day and night with a snap of my fingers, and now I live alone, complete and pure, willing to be unheard. I and Leviathan were peers. My level is indeed slightly higher than its, but I lost my divinity, cannot remain forever young, and my body is gradually aging. In terms of combat ability, I may not be as good as it. You are 60 levels higher than it and still can't defeat it? Those monsters you fought, aren't they all higher level than you? Yet you slaughtered them all? Sitting on the snowy ground, Zheng Chen patiently conversed with Babylon. This creature had lived for countless years and participated in the divine war known as the Battle of the Ancient Abyss. It seemed that after that battle ended, the gods began to build the underground city, and after the completion of the Eastern River Underground City, it immersed itself in the city. Originally, the Eastern River Underground City was designed with a dual-boss structure, with Babylon and Leviathan as the final bosses, ready to ambush the warriors about to break through the underground city. However, Babylon was tired of fighting in the world, so it chose the best environment on the third floor and willingly became a background character. Later, humans dominated this world. No one knew why the weak humans could become the masters of the world. But thanks to human weakness, in this long period, few humans had even reached the third floor, let alone threatened Babylon. After a brief introduction, Zheng Chen understood the identity of this monster named Babylon. Unexpectedly, I have only cleared half of the game, and I have already encountered both final bosses. Zheng Chen smiled bitterly, unsure if this was lucky or unlucky. But at least, unlike Leviathan, Babylon could communicate and had no malice. In essence, it just wanted a simple and dull life. Senior, you said that besides me, only one god in history has possessed the truth? Is it the god from the era of the Battle of the Ancient Abyss? Zheng Chen was very curious about this. The truth skill was Zheng Chen's core ability and the biggest guarantee for his survival in the underground city until today. Besides himself, someone else actually possessed this skill, which made Zheng Chen somewhat unhappy. However, this slight emotion could not escape Babylon's eyes. What? Did you used to think you were unique? Zheng Chen was startled and quickly denied, no, I just... No need to deny, Babylon interrupted, but there's no need to be jealous either. I can also tell you that the god is still alive to this day. I can also tell you that he is very petty. And I can also tell you that even if you break through the underground city, if this god notices you, he will definitely go to great lengths to kill you. Why? Zheng Chen was puzzled. Babylon smiled and said, put yourself in my shoes. You possess the strongest skill in the world, and it's unique. Would you be willing to let another person with the same skill threaten you? Zheng Chen lowered his head. Babylon was right. If it were him, Zheng Chen would also consider killing the second person with the truth to maintain his uniqueness. It's not just human nature to be positive, but also ugly. Thinking about this, Zheng Chen suddenly chuckled. What are you laughing at? Babylon asked in confusion. Nothing, just laughing at myself for worrying unnecessarily. I haven't even dealt with the Ice Phoenix yet, and I'm already thinking about the problems after breaking through the underground city. Babylon was taken aback for a moment, then smiled knowingly, not saying anything, seemingly agreeing with Zheng Chen's words. After a while, Zheng Chen spoke up. He lowered his head, anxiously twirling his thumbs. Can I really defeat the Ice Phoenix and save Cat Nanbei? Babylon didn't answer immediately. The reason why he and Leviathan were placed together as the final bosses of the Chuandong underground city was simple. Leviathan was the force, and Babylon was the intellect. After some thought, Babylon asked Zheng Chen, this is the underground city. So far, have you killed any monster whose level is higher than yours? Babylon's gentle gaze made Zheng Chen shiver. It wasn't just kindness but the condensed explanation of a wise man. Zheng Chen instantly understood the meaning behind his words. No matter how Babylon avoided worldly matters, he was still the boss of the underground city, just like the Ice Phoenix. Babylon saving Zheng Chen could be seen as cherishing talent among the underground city monsters. But as the final boss, Babylon would never teach Zheng Chen how to defeat other bosses. That was the bottom line as the final boss. Zheng Chen had to rely on himself to kill the Ice Phoenix and save his friend. Level wasn't everything, and the attribute panel wasn't the only factor, they were just references. So far, Zheng Chen had killed monsters with higher stats than his own more than once. Babylon added, greatness is not a myth. Every myth is born because someone has written countless miracles. This made Zheng Chen ponder for a long time with his head down. Thank you, senior, I understand. Zheng Chen stood up, stopped talking, and walked towards the direction of the ice valley. This time, Babylon didn't stop him. With just 2 sentences, Babylon had already pointed out the future path. Any additional words would be redundant. Because this time, Zheng Chen had let go of hatred and personal emotions, embodying the true aura of a strong individual. Watching Zheng Chen's back, Babylon couldn't help but smile with relief. It seems that after so many years, a new myth is about to be born. Is it a god? Or a demon? Suddenly, I feel like witnessing it. I hope I can live to see that day. 2 weeks? No, 10 days. 2 weeks would be too extreme, and Cat Nanbei might not hold on. With only 10 days, subtracting the time he was unconscious, there were 9 days left, just a little over a week. And this time was not useless at all. Thinking carefully, what did I rely on to win against the strong? Was it invincible attributes? Or special skills? No. It was carefully observing all opponents' weaknesses and maximizing my strengths. Levels and attributes certainly influenced strength, but they were not absolute. Zheng Chen was very strong, with the attributes of a level 11 second evolution, crushing over 90% of the monsters on the 3rd floor. But compared to the Ice Phoenix, Zheng Chen's attributes were still lacking. Of course, that wasn't a problem. A strong individual not only needed to overpower opponents with attributes but also have the ability to win against the strong with the weak. It wasn't like the initial battle with the Kodo Beast leader, where the attribute difference was tenfold, and the opponent had over 20 lackeys, making it truly defenseless. As long as one used their strengths to exploit the opponent's weaknesses, a mere threefold attribute difference was nothing to fear. Unlocked. Enhanced Growth LV2. Notice, Enhanced Growth has been upgraded, consuming 40 unlock points, current level LV2, adding the 5 unlock points from LV11, Zheng Chen currently has 81 unlock points. Before re-entering the Ice Valley, Zheng Chen chose to spend 40 unlock points to upgrade Enhanced Growth to LV2. The LV2 effect is an automatic increase of 2 experience points per minute in non-combat status. Experience gained from kills is quadrupled. The massive consumption of 40 unlock points doubled the effect of this skill. This is closely related to what Zheng Chen is about to do next. Standing at the entrance of the Ice Valley, he picked up a huge ice ball weighing over 10 kilograms, as big as a human head. Zheng Chen felt the weight was just right. He then exerted all his strength and fiercely threw the ice ball into the depths of the Ice Valley. With a strength attribute of 1900 combined with the skill pulse, the power was unimaginable, throwing the ice ball with the force of a cannonball. The ice ball even produced a sonic boom at the front end. The consecutive sonic booms created strong shockwaves, shattering glass with their piercing sound. Finally, with a loud bang, it smashed into the ice wall a kilometer away. The intense noise visibly angered the Ice Valley kites attached to the ice wall. Near the entrance, the ice wall began to distort violently, as if sprouting feathers and thousands of wings. This was followed by a chaotic flapping sound that was headache-inducing. 2,000 to 3,000 Ice Valley kites lurking near the entrance all flew out. Seeing this overwhelming number, Zheng Chen smirked. The Ice Phoenix can restore its state through the ice puppets it creates. This is one of its powerful abilities. With this ability, as long as there are ice puppets in the Ice Valley, the Ice Phoenix can be considered immortal. All the monsters in the Ice Valley have been turned into ice puppets by the Ice Phoenix. Since that's the case, why not deprive it of this ability while also strengthening myself? Come on! A faint blue flame with a hint of dragon breath floated from his mouth. Zheng Chen assumed a stance and taunted the Ice Valley kites, filling the sky with a flick of his dragon finger. Within 9 days, the Ice Valley will be extinct, and you will be the first batch. Notice, the purebred Kodo beast has been extinct, and the extinction reward of 20 unlock points has been credited. Ha! 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 With the last purebred Kodo beast puppet falling, Zheng Chen's body went limp, collapsing on the ground. Breathing in the cold air greedily, even a momentary pause would lead to shock due to lack of oxygen. In 6 days, this was the 11th type of Ice Valley monster puppet that Zheng Chen had exterminated. In 6 days, Zheng Chen had faced the limit countless times. HP, 12/6621 MP, 319/8997 AP, 6/1070, different from being cleared after using a critical hit. Continuously taking damage in combat leading to data clearance would cause intense pain. Even though the nullification of pain sensation relieved the physical pain, the mental fatigue and the weariness from countless physical blows were still unbearable for an ordinary person. Notice, level has been increased, current level LV16. With the effect of reaching full status upon level increase, this pain gradually eased. Zheng Chen had come to understand why Truth provided those side quests that involved killing thousands of monsters for just a few unlock points. The tasks of Truth, from start to finish, reflected his most desired goal, breaking down this goal into numerous achievable subgoals and providing incentives upon completion. The main quest was the subgoal, while the side quests were the secondary conditions for completing these subgoals. This is the essence of bounty missions. These seemingly absurd side quests were all for better completion of the main quest. However, it must be said that these 6 days were too difficult. As the saying goes, a random punch can kill a master. Another saying goes, a master of fists is no match for a country bumpkin with a bird spear. Even with overwhelming attributes, it is still not possible to win so easily in the face of overwhelming numbers. Zheng Chen can't even remember how many times he has been on the brink of death. Level 16, experience required for leveling up, 9/58725. In theory, Zheng Chen's current level should go to the 4th floor, where the efficiency of experience acquisition is the highest. In the mid to late stages of the second evolution, the growth in the demand for experience becomes exceptionally terrifying. At level 16 with a 1.3x multiplier, almost every level up increases the demand by 2000, and from level 18 onwards, the growth becomes 3000. Even after days of tens of thousands of killings, relying on the quadrupled killing experience and the automatic experience growth of 2 points per minute, he has only managed to level up by 5 levels. However, the completion of a large number of side quests has also given Zhang Chen a generous reward. Current role, Micro Ice Dragon level 16, second transmigration, type, extremely rare species, super high level monster HP, 6757/6757 MP, 9294/9294 AP, 3270/1090 strength, 2063 magic, 4813 physical defense, 2664 magic defense, 4986 perception, 1283 comprehensive agility, 2858 current unlock points, for 16 current experience, 9/58725 weaknesses, light, gold, wood, water, earth. Talent skills, Dragon Perception Max, Truth Max, Void Dragon Breath Level 5, Midnight Power, Common Sense Acquisition, Ice Attribute Immunity. Mind skills, Critical Hit Level 3, Dragon Power Level 3, Gluttony Level 4, Pain Nullification, Physical Damage Immunity Maximized, Mind Understanding, Wind Attribute Immunity Maximized, Single Dog's Furious Flying Kick, Snowy Path, Barrier. Unlock skills, Pulse Level 1, Invincible Level 1, Healing Level 1, Quadrupled Growth Level 2, Concentration, Mental Focus, Weak Point Break Level 1, Diffusion Control. With up to 416 unlock points, Zhang Chen has become the biggest capital in the battle against the Ice Phoenix. Not only that, Gluttony has been upgraded to level 4, allowing Zhang Chen to eat unlimited food and not be troubled by hunger. Void Dragon Breath has been upgraded to level 5, giving a qualitative boost in power. Even Dragon Perception has been raised to max. The difficult battles have granted Zhang Chen skills such as Unbreakable Damage, Slashing Damage Nullification, and Piercing Damage Nullification, which ultimately integrated into Physical Damage Immunity Maximized, even nullifying specialized physical damage. Even Wind Attribute Immunity has evolved into Wind Attribute Immunity Maximized, nullifying specialized wind attribute skills. Additionally, frequent dodging has granted Zhang Chen the skill Snowy Path, permanently increasing comprehensive agility by 500 points, without any incompatible skills. Frequent injuries have also granted Zhang Chen the skill Barrier, permanently increasing HP by 1000 points, without any incompatible skills. Now, within the Ice Valley, only the Pseudo-Frost True Dragon and the subspecies Kuan Whale remain. At the current level, even if these last two species are exterminated, it is not possible to level up even by one level. But it must be done. Dragging his exhausted body, Zhang Chen heads towards the direction of over a dozen Pseudo-Frost True Dragons in the distance. Eradicating the last two species of monsters not only completely deprives the Ice Phoenix of its immortality, but most importantly, it can accumulate 90 unlock points. To ensure victory, 2 skills must be unlocked. Your determination is so strong, even after being in my magic for 10 days, your flesh has not been eroded in the slightest. Stretching out its long neck, the Ice Phoenix carefully examines the figure of a person in an ice egg. Among them is Cat Nanbei. Her face still bears the smile she had when she threw Zhang Chen out initially. The Ice Phoenix is very puzzled. This ice egg has already been attached with bone-flesh divine substitution, and the creature wrapped inside will gradually replace its entire body with magic ice at the cellular level, maintaining life. 10 days. In theory, this level 75 monster should have been dissolved to the visceral level. In the ice egg, the Cat Nanbei, except for about 20% of the skin being corroded, revealing a small amount of flesh, the whole body shows almost no signs of replacement. This is unprecedented. The Ice Phoenix can feel that this cat in the ice egg, even though in a coma, still retains a strong emotion at the deepest level of consciousness. This emotion prevents its body from being frozen, and the effects of bone and flesh replacement are thus slow. But no matter how firm the will is, there will eventually be a day of collapse. Moreover, for being so loyal to your companion, you will be the best playmate for my beloved son. In the eyes of the Ice Phoenix, there is not anxiety but indulgence. Struggle as much as you want, your companion will not come. The little dragon, after experiencing my power and surviving, dare not disturb my peace again. This is the instinct of living beings. In return for bringing you to me, I will not pursue him. As if hearing the words of the Ice Phoenix, in the ice egg, the eyes of Nanbei the cat faintly showed a touch of sadness. Like a mother looking at the birthday gift prepared for her son, the Ice Phoenix gently stroked the surface of the ice egg with its claws. Take your time, no rush. The best gift needs time to hatch, and I will wait for you. No need to wait, I will send you to meet your son right away. Just then, a voice suddenly broke the tranquility of the ice nest. The Ice Phoenix trembled all over. It raised its head and looked towards the voice. Standing just over a meter tall, in a place where the underground city is filled with monsters hundreds of meters tall, he appeared so small. With weary steps, he made heavy footfalls on the ice. His eyes were as red as blood-soaked bubbles. His fangs bore scars from battles. The once orderly dragon scales now looked mottled like rust. The LV5 dragon's might made the space around his tiny figure pulsate according to the rhythm of his heart. How could you dare to come after experiencing my power? The Ice Phoenix looked at the dragon-shaped monster that appeared in its sight in disbelief. It was none other than Zhang Chen, who was forcibly thrown out of the battlefield by Nanbei the cat 9 days ago. In just 9 days, the killing intent on Zhang Chen had increased tenfold. Stopping his steps, he stood proudly against the wind. Zhang Chen looked up at the Ice Phoenix with a cold gaze and said, "Didn't your mother teach you that being a mistress is illegal? She is my woman, give her back to me. Why would you?" Zhang Chen had long thought that the Ice Phoenix had a problem, but he didn't expect it to have some rationality. Seeing Zhang Chen again, the Ice Phoenix's expression was no longer disdainful as before, but genuinely regarded him as a threat. 9 days ago, when he first saw Zhang Chen, the Ice Phoenix was also surprised why, apart from that damn Babylon, there was such a powerful monster left. Did the Medusa head of the second level get killed and come down from the second level? But so what if it's powerful? At best, it's just slightly stronger than ordinary fish. In the eyes of the Ice Phoenix, both Zhang Chen and Nanbei the cat were not opponents worth taking seriously. At most, they were just new toys that emerged after hundreds of years. But in just 9 days, Zhang Chen underwent earth-shaking changes. The monsters in the underground city all possessed extremely keen insight, and as the boss of the third level, the Ice Phoenix was no exception. It clearly felt that the current Zhang Chen was no longer the same, evolving from a slightly stronger advanced fish to an existence that could threaten itself. What happened to you? Why did your pretentious language disappear? Zhang Chen did not stop his steps, approaching the Ice Phoenix step by step as if taking a leisurely stroll. Forget it, it doesn't matter. I don't know how long Nanbei can hold on. I'm not interested in talking to you. With one step, the ice collapsed. Zhang Chen turned into a meteor against the trend, heading straight for the Ice Phoenix's face. Single Dog's furious flying kick, double physical damage mercilessly kicked the Ice Phoenix's face. The collision even scraped out an arc-shaped shockwave, tearing the ground like a blade. The Ice Phoenix, who had just recovered from the shock, instantly became furious. Physical attacks are ineffective against me, have you forgotten the lesson from last time? Why did this little dragon come back? No, that's not important. The Ice Phoenix's eyes narrowed, and it spewed a breath of ice from its mouth. This was the Frost Dragon's Frost Breath, and the Ice Phoenix even added Frost Attribute Specialization Double Reinforcement. Even the most enhanced Frost Attribute immunity could not resist the Ice Phoenix's Frost Breath. But it disappeared. As soon as the breath was exhaled, the Ice Phoenix was astonished to find that Zhang Chen, who was just in front of its face, had disappeared in an instant. Up here, crazy lady. Zhang Chen's voice came from directly above. The Ice Phoenix quickly looked up. Zhang Chen had already jumped to a height of nearly a kilometer. The Taisu Dragon's breath of the Phoenix fire poured down like a rain of fire. The Ice Phoenix did have defense against fire attribute attacks. The last time it took 4 Taisu Dragon's breaths from Zhang Chen, it was because it relied on its immortality and treated Zhang Chen and Cat Nanbei's full force battle as a clown show, not taking Zhang Chen seriously at all. But this time was different. The sixth sense that had not fluctuated for thousands of years told the Ice Phoenix for the first time that this Taisu Dragon's breath was different. Different from 9 days ago. The previous Taisu Dragon's breath was azure, but now, Zhang Chen's Taisu Dragon's breath emitted an orange-red light. If it dared to receive it without defense like last time, even if it didn't die, it would lose all its combat power. Frost Fortress, in a split second, the Ice Phoenix gathered unimaginable magic elements and opened a several-meter-thick ice barrier directly above. Hundreds of Taisu Dragon's breaths bombarded the barrier. Each blast would dig out a huge pit several meters deep. Although the barrier was covered with cracks from the bombardment, it managed to withstand this attack. But what's the use of that? Zhang Chen in midair took another deep breath. The surrounding air seemed to be sucked into his lungs. It's coming! The Ice Phoenix instantly felt a heavy pressure like a mountain range descending from above. This was. The sixth sense told the Ice Phoenix that Zhang Chen's next strike was definitely not simple. It was a super powerful attack capable of killing itself in an instant. Frost Fortress, Frost Fortress, Frost Fortress, Frost Fortress. 5 layers were consecutively opened above the Ice Phoenix, forming an indestructible fortress. But Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed, showing no intention of changing the angle of attack. To defeat you head-on is the best explanation for myself. And for Cat Nanbei. Challenging you last time was indeed my impatience, but you are the same. Your biggest mistake was not taking me seriously last time and letting me live. The super long MP bar was instantly depleted by half. Zhang Chen's lung lobes had expanded to the limit at this moment. People make mistakes, and making mistakes is not scary. What's scary is not reflecting on them. Zheng Chen reflected, but the Ice Phoenix did not. Without reflection, there is no progress. In a place like the underground city where things change in an instant, no matter how strong you are, without progress, you are eliminated. So, Tai Su Sky Piercer, boom! A fire arrow hundreds of meters long spewed out from his mouth, turning the entire sky into a fiery red. The first half-damaged barrier evaporated instantly before even making contact. This was not Zheng Chen's signature Tai Su Dragon's Breath. The power is completely on a different level. For these 9 days, I have prepared techniques to kill you. Zheng Chen shouted loudly, pouring a large amount of magic into the arrow of fire once again. With a bang, the final layer of frost barrier was instantly pierced. The fire stabbed into the body of the Ice Phoenix from behind. The Ice Phoenix, with a magic defense of 10,000, was pierced like a hot knife through butter with a single blow. The ice nest beneath it was also pierced, creating a bottomless hole in the ground. Aha! Within the Ice Valley, the Ice Phoenix's piercing scream echoed instantly. With a thud like a nail hitting the ground hard, the ice surface shattered under the pressure. Zheng Chen looked indifferently at the Ice Phoenix writhing in pain. HP 13199/24349 AP 3766/7913. With just one blow, half of the Ice Phoenix's HP and AP were depleted. If not for the 5 layers of frost barrier weakening most of the power, this blow would have been enough to kill the Ice Phoenix. How could you? How could I become so strong? Zheng Chen showed no signs of lowering his guard. Facing the Ice Phoenix writhing in pain, he instead adopted a full force stance. The strength of a skill is not solely determined by consumption and magic, but by the multiplier. With the same amount of magic and MP consumption, high-quality skills with higher multipliers can cause more damage. The Tai Su Dragon's Breath is the Dragon's Breath of the Candle Dragon, an extremely high-quality skill that boasts a 25x multiplier at level 5. The previous blow was not simply the Tai Su Dragon's Breath condensing power through diffusion control. It was an advanced talent skill unlocked by Zheng Chen with 300 unlocked points. The superior skill of the Tai Su Dragon's Breath, Tai Su Sky Piercer. At level 5, the Tai Su Sky Piercer boasts an almost unparalleled 125x damage multiplier, with the skill itself having a triple specialization in the strongest fire attribute. It is the ultimate skill of the dragon race that even gods cannot possess, making the Candle Dragon the essence of dragons. How could the mere all-attribute immune frost barrier possibly withstand the Tai Su Sky Piercer? Not even diffusion control could stop it, easily piercing through the Ice Phoenix's defense. Finally, showing that expression? In Zheng Chen's eyes, the killing intent did not diminish in the slightest, but rather grew more arrogant. The Ice Phoenix wailed in pain on the ground. It looked incredulously at Zheng Chen. No, even if your skills are good, your power is far inferior to mine. Why would? As a monster of your level, you should have an appraisal skill, right? Just take a look for yourself. Zheng Chen said casually. Skill, appraisal, a common skill. Its effect is a simplified version of the truth, lacking the other abilities of the truth, but like the truth, it can observe the levels and attributes of others. Using appraisal before a battle to assess the gap between enemies and allies is common sense in all battles. Because he had seen Zheng Chen's attributes 9 days ago, the Ice Phoenix did not look this time. Today, seeing Zheng Chen's attributes again, the Ice Phoenix's pupils contracted. No, this can't be. How could your attributes? The Ice Phoenix saw a string of data that was unbelievable in its lifetime. Current role, Micro Ice Dragon LV16, Second Transcendence, Type, Extremely Rare Species, Super High Rank Monster HP, 10136/10136 MP, 6731/13941 AP, 1187/1635 Strength, 3095 Magic, 7220 Physical Defense, 3996 Magic Defense, 7479 Perception, 1925 Comprehensive Agility, 4287 Skill, Bloodline Optimization. Can adjust the owner's physiological structure to the optimal solution. Effect, permanently increases all attributes by 50%, including all future upgrade attribute enhancements. Additionally, when facing enemies of a higher level, it provides the owner with level compensation to counter level suppression, providing up to 40 levels of level compensation. In the skill tree diagram, it is a skill that belongs to the highest level skill group along with the Tai Su Sky Piercing. Cost, 200 unlock points. This is comparable to a property enhancement equivalent to an evolution. The level compensation at level 40 makes the level suppression of the Ice Phoenix negligible. Finally, there is the Super Rapid Regeneration. This skill, which Zheng Chen previously disdained unlocking, now has its place. Cost, 5 unlock points, as long as there is no consumption or attack for more than 10 seconds. Starting from the 11th second, automatically recover 5% of HP, MP, and AP per second until full recovery. A total of 505 unlock points, almost investing all assets, giving Zhang Chen the confidence to fight the Ice Phoenix. I won't say it a third time, give me back my horse. Do you also want to destroy the peace my son loves? The Ice Phoenix shouted loudly, suddenly spreading its wings. The intense wind opened up the entire rift. Come, my puppets, become my strength. Facing the drastically changed Zhang Chen, the Ice Phoenix had to take it seriously. By using the puppets in the Ice Valley to restore status, enhance attributes, and then overwhelm the opponent with numerical advantage. This is why the Ice Phoenix stands undefeated on the third level of this underground dungeon. But unfortunately, Zhang Chen did not stop it, even just stood there, silently watching it. A full 10 seconds. Not a single ice puppet entered the vicinity of the ice nest. Isn't it strange? Zhang Chen tilted his head, teasingly said. The Ice Phoenix then realized that something was wrong. You? What do you think? Zhang Chen smiled. The Flesh and Bone avatar is indeed a powerful skill, but unlike ordinary summoning spells, the ice puppets created by the Flesh and Bone avatar have real lives. Therefore, controlling these ice puppets requires a huge amount of mental power. Even if you can control a large number, you can only give simple commands. Moreover, it relies on the puppet's own judgment, not to mention whether they can perceive if the puppets have been attacked. To perceive these ice puppets, you need extremely strong perception. There are at least 300,000 ice puppets in this ice valley. If you really want to perceive them, your perception attribute must exceed 3 million. Obviously, not even Leviathan can have such a high perception, so you cannot detect that I killed these ice puppets. Zhang Chen's words made the Ice Phoenix suffocate. It never expected that this little dragon would see through the biggest flaw of the Flesh and Bone avatar, the excessively high requirement for perception attributes. Once the quantity created is too large, the user cannot perceive the status of the puppets. And he actually did it so decisively, using this unique flaw to kill all the tens of thousands of ice puppet monsters in the Ice Valley. To be honest, I almost died several times in these 9 days. Zhang Chen pointed to the hundreds of scars on his body. Although leveling up and skills can restore status, only evolution can erase scars. These scars were all left behind in countless confrontations with the God of Death in the past 9 days. They are a symbol of Zhang Chen's desperate struggle. Your ice puppets are indeed strong, with less experience in killing them than the original version, and stronger in strength than the original version. Relying on the Flesh and Bone avatar skill, you do have the qualifications to dominate the third level, but you are too obsessed with the past. I have had experiences similar to yours, with loved ones dying in front of me. Babylon told me your story, and your child is indeed a tragedy. But the reason I can defeat you is that my gaze is always fixed on the future. The flesh and blood of loved ones have shaped me, while you are bound by loved ones. Babylon? Hearing this name, the Ice Phoenix's body trembled violently. It looked incredulously at Zhang Chen, its fearful gaze gradually turning into rage. That old immortal? The Ice Phoenix flapped its wings, creating an unimaginable hurricane. But for Zhang Chen, who already had the strongest immunity to wind attributes, this level of storm was nothing more than a gentle breeze. Its entire body of magic elements gathered towards its twin wings, and the ice-like twin wings emitted a dazzling rainbow light. You will all die, and this world will freeze in this moment. Zhang Chen's expression also changed when he saw this. He knew that the next strike would be the Ice Phoenix's full power, and Zhang Chen needed to respond with his strongest strike. As the brilliance of the wings reached its limit, the Ice Phoenix moved. With a fierce flap of its wings, unimaginable magic elements gushed out. This cold stream was approaching absolute zero. Wherever it went, everything froze. Even the air solidified into a solid. At this moment, Zhang Chen, who had already regenerated to full strength using super speed, also unleashed the strongest strike of his life. Heartfelt strike * void sky-piercing, boom. Like spewing out a star. Unimaginable high temperatures melted the world that should have been frozen. On one side, the entire space was freezing. On the other side, the millennia-old glaciers were melting. The collision of cold and fire erupted into an unimaginable dazzling light. Zhang Chen and the Ice Phoenix, both faded in this first brilliant light that seemed like the beginning of a myth. Long ago, at the establishment of the underground city, it was chaotic. The monsters captured during the ancient times engaged in brutal killings to divide the territory of only 5 layers. Blood and fire almost dyed the entire underground city. In the midst of this endless struggle over thousands of years, a phoenix was born. With its own strength, it quelled the conflict on an entire layer. In this underground city of only 5 layers, it opened up an area of peace. Here, there used to be the sound of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Warmth covered the entire land. Using its ability to undergo rebirth, the phoenix would absorb the world's hatred every so often, immolate itself, and be reborn in fire, taking the hatred away from this pure land. One day, the phoenix gave birth to a child. The child fulfilled the mother's duties and together managed the paradise of the third layer of the underground city. Even one of the final bosses, Babylon, came to the third layer to enjoy this peaceful life. However, what the phoenix mother and child did not know was that hatred and greed could never be completely eradicated. When you try to erase hatred, you become the target of hatred in this world. The lord of the underground city, Leviathan, did not allow the monsters of the underground city to live so peacefully. Monsters had to be monsters, evolving and being eliminated in a cycle of slaughter. It came to the third layer and killed the phoenix's child. Using its skill, Tyrant, it took away the wisdom of all the monsters on the third layer, causing them to lose their consciousness and become machines that only knew how to kill. The phoenix remembered the words the child said before passing away. How nice it would be if this peace could last forever. How nice it would be if we could break the curse of this underground city. Babylon, as the lord of the underground city like Leviathan, why did you allow Leviathan to destroy everything I painstakingly built on the third layer? The phoenix questioned years ago. And Babylon's answer was only one sentence: I did my best. Babylon once told me your story. Facing the dying ice phoenix, Zheng Chen's furious gaze gradually softened, revealing the compassion hidden deep within. HP 0/24349 is a strong being. Even if HP reaches 0, as long as the body is intact, one can survive for a few minutes. Its body had begun to disintegrate. In its final moments, it focused its gaze on Zheng Chen. I just wanted things to be like before. Everyone could live in peace. Everyone could be with me and my child. There would be no more killing in this world. But what you did was more cruel than killing. I didn't want this world to be as Leviathan wished. I just wanted to protect the peace of the third layer, to break the curse of monsters being born in the underground city. But what you did is what Leviathan wanted the most. You yourself have become the monster Leviathan desired. The ice phoenix closed its eyes. It wasn't dead yet. It just didn't want to reveal its true feelings in its final moment. Losers have no right to talk about dreams and wishes. Looking at the ice phoenix, Zheng Chen fell into contemplation. Until the end, when the ice phoenix took its last breath, Zheng Chen did not say another word. I will break this curse for you. Zheng Chen couldn't bring himself to say this sentence, because it was simply not realistic. The underground city is the underground city. Even if Leviathan is truly killed in the future and he leaves the underground city, another monster will rise to take its place. Moreover, Zheng Chen never considered himself a good person. I'm sorry, I can't be as great as you. Such big dreams will only be a mirage. What I hope for is simply not to have people around me leave. Until the end, Zheng Chen finally spoke his true feelings. It might be an illusion, but at the moment he spoke these words, the already lifeless face of the ice phoenix seemed to lose its resentment and was replaced by a hint of relief. With a crash, the ice phoenix's body turned into a pile of broken ice. Announcement: level has been raised, current level LV17. Announcement: main quest completed, 80 unlock points reward received. The notification of truth seemed insignificant at this moment. Zheng Chen noticed a red wine-colored 3-petal flower deep in the crack of the icy ground beneath his feet. It was tiny, only the size of a soybean, yet it stubbornly thrived in the severe cold. With the death of the ice phoenix, the glacier began to collapse, and the temperature noticeably rose. The 3 levels of low temperature were maintained by the presence of the ice phoenix. With the death of the ice phoenix, the temperature would rise. Perhaps in several years, new greenery would grow in this frozen world? But that was a story for another time. Shifting his gaze, Zheng Chen saw in a corner not far away, the ice-encased egg of Cat Nanbei. Although weak, its breath could hold on for a long time. Confirming that Cat Nanbei was still alive, Zheng Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it was over. 3 levels conquered, success. Just as Zheng Chen was about to go over and free Cat Nanbei from the ice egg, he suddenly caught sight of something in the broken ice of the ice phoenix's body from the corner of his eye. Zheng Chen took a closer look. In the center of the broken ice, probably around the chest area, there was a crystal-clear snowball emitting a blue light. What was that? Curious, Zheng Chen walked over and picked it up, feeling its warmth and smoothness like jade, about the size of an egg. This is... oh, isn't this a god core? Just as Zheng Chen was puzzled, Babylon's voice suddenly sounded beside him. Startled, Zheng Chen sat down on the ground. Turning around, he saw the 3-kilometer-tall giant beast, Babylon, standing behind him, appearing out of nowhere. Babylon chuckled, "Little one, you've hit the jackpot. This is a treasure that only has a 1 in 1,000 chance of dropping when a monster above level 150 dies. Although monsters below level 150 can also drop it, the probability is less than 1 in 100 million. No, your entrance was sneaky. When did you come over here? Babylon laughed. It's spatial magic, isn't it amazing? God core? Zheng Chen curiously examined the glowing ball in his hand. The last 2 levels of dragon perception enhance spatial and treasure perception. Zheng Chen's intuition told him that this ball called the God core was a rare treasure. No, it could even be called a gem. What is this used for? Curious, Zheng Chen asked Babylon for advice. Babylon looked at the ice phoenix now reduced to broken ice. Back then, it wasn't that I didn't help you and your mother, but I really wasn't a match for Leviathan. I'm sorry, I really did my best back then. It murmured in a barely audible voice. But with the superstandard perception of dragon perception, Zheng Chen heard it loud and clear. Zheng Chen didn't say anything. This was someone else's grudge, not his concern. He didn't interfere, couldn't interfere, and had no right to interfere. Babylon turned back and looked at the divine core in Zheng Chen's hand, saying softly, when a demon beast above level 150 dies, there is a 1 in 1,000 chance of dropping a divine core. It seems that the divine core only appears when the beast dies, and there is no divine core inside the beast while it is alive. Divine cores have various uses. On the human side, each divine core is invaluable as it is the core material for forging holy swords. On the side of the gods, divine cores can also be used to enhance their almost bottomless experience points. As for us demon beasts, the most direct use is to devour them. Zheng Chen was taken aback. Devour them? Can this thing be eaten? He bit it with his teeth, feeling hard. Eating this can make you stronger? Babylon nodded. The quality of the divine core mainly depends on the color, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, with red being the best and violet the worst. This one is a green demon core, considered to be of good quality. Eating it will give you a bonus of 150 points to all attributes. Only 150 to all attributes? Zheng Chen was somewhat disdainful. Even with bloodline optimization, the attributes gained by eating it would become 225, which was still too little for Zheng Chen at the moment. In fact, apart from AP, Zheng Chen didn't care much about a mere 225 attribute points. However, Babylon smiled and said, attributes are just icing on the cake. The most important function of swallowing a divine core is that you can gain one of the beast's skills. Zheng Chen was surprised, getting a skill for free? Of course, it can't be a rare skill like the Bone God's substitute. Rare skills won't appear in divine cores. Just like when you die, if you drop a divine core, the skill of that divine core will definitely not be Truth or Void Dragon's Breath. That's still pretty good. Zheng Chen was somewhat excited. Unlocking points are extremely expensive, and unlocking skills cannot tolerate the slightest mistake. Although mental skills can be hard brushed, brushing them requires a lot of time and repeated attempts. Zheng Chen had been through life and death for a full 9 days, but he had not unlocked many mental skills. It can be said that mental skills are not something you can unlock just because you want to. In the underground city, more skills mean you can deal with more situations. Directly gaining a skill for free, no matter what it is, would greatly increase your combat power. Zheng Chen glanced at the ice phoenix's corpse on the ground. I cannot inherit your ideals, nor do I want to, but at least, I will try to avenge you. By the way, Senior Babylon, don't you want it? Zheng Chen still knew the rules and knew to consult beforehand. Just like when you first enter prison, you have to show respect to the seniors by offering them the braised pork at every meal. For such a good thing, of course, you have to ask the stronger ones first. This is not about respect, but about the basics of survival. However, Babylon squinted his eyes like two equal signs, staring at Zheng Chen with a look that seemed to say, "Are you kidding me?" Zheng Chen understood. "Are you kidding me with a 413-level dog's belly?" Babylon's eyes clearly conveyed this message. Indeed, how could such a powerful demon beast be interested in a mere green divine core? Thinking of this, Zheng Chen swallowed the divine core in one gulp. The moment the divine core entered his stomach, it turned into a hot stream that spread throughout Zheng Chen's body. His strength was enhanced, albeit slightly, but it was indeed improved. Truth also quickly sent a message, notification, divine core absorbed, new skill, heaven and earth seal unlocked, added to the list of unlocked skills, related skill groups added. Heaven and earth seal. It was the ultimate move released by the Ice Phoenix, a very powerful skill. If Zheng Chen had not upgraded the Void Dragon's Breath to the Void Sky Piercer, it would have been hard to say who would win in a head-to-head battle with this move. Although the Ice Phoenix had the advantage on the surface, overall, as an offensive skill, the multiplier of this Heaven and Earth seal would definitely not be inferior. This skill perfectly addressed Zheng Chen's biggest weakness at the moment, having a strong magical body but lacking diversified attack methods. Although the Void Skypiercer came with the triple strongest fire attribute specialization, it couldn't rule out the possibility of monsters with fire attribute skills being immune to all fire attributes. After all, having witnessed the abnormal skill of Ice Valley Kite that fully consumes AP, Zheng Chen will never hesitate to consider any possible enemies with the most bizarre thoughts. The sealing of the heavens and earth is exactly the opposite attribute of the Tai Su Dragon's Breath, and it is a powerful ice attribute attack magic. With just this one skill, countless derivative skills can be combined with existing skills, allowing Zheng Chen to adapt to multiple battlefields several times over. Indeed a good thing. Zheng Chen extended his hands. A ball of fire formed in his left hand, and an ice ball formed in his right hand. The freedom of manipulation of the two attributes of ice and fire is evident. Who would have thought that killing high-level monsters would drop such good things? Zheng Chen was ecstatic. After briefly learning how to use the new skill, Zheng Chen did not hesitate much. He went to the ice egg that sealed Cat Nanbei, and with one blow, shattered the ice egg. Seeing that Cat Nanbei's HP was still more than half of the 800, Zheng Chen finally relaxed and used healing on her. A dark oval cracked open in the field of vision. The first image Cat Nanbei saw when she opened her eyes was Zheng Chen's smiling face covered in scars. How long do you want to sleep? The sun is already shining on your butt. Like a factory slave who is late for work because of oversleeping. Cat Nanbei looked at Zheng Chen for a while before reacting. Wow! You scoundrel! I knew you would come to save me, meow. Cat Nanbei burst into tears and hugged Zheng Chen tightly. I'm buried. Let go quickly. Zheng Chen, who was only a little over a meter tall, seemed like his whole head was melting into Cat Nanbei's chest. It wasn't until Cat Nanbei let go after Zheng Chen almost fainted from suffocation, losing over 5,000 HP. You scoundrel, I'm sorry, I was too excited, meow. Are you okay, meow? Zheng Chen rolled his eyes, foaming at the mouth, and mumbled, I seem to see my grandfather waving at me from the other side of the river, calling me over. After that, Zheng Chen explained to Cat Nanbei what had happened during this time and introduced her to Babylon. In the meantime, Cat Nanbei was scared unconscious by the mention of the final boss 6 times. Starting from the 4th level, many small fry monsters are over level 150. By then, you may be able to obtain other divine cores, although the quality may not be very good, but your strength should skyrocket, right? I know who your ultimate goal is, but I advise you, it's best not to do that. In this world, not only you have the ability to fight beyond your level. Before leaving, standing at the entrance of the 4th level, Babylon suddenly spoke. The implication was clear. Zheng Chen's growth system is very special. This is a common trait among true skill holders. Other monsters slowly ascend from level 1, and the highest level they can reach is still unknown. Zheng Chen, on the other hand, evolves every 20 levels, resetting his level with each evolution. The experience required for leveling up far exceeds that of other monsters, but at the same time, Zheng Chen's attributes increase significantly with each level up. Therefore, Zheng Chen can easily solo opponents far above his level. However, fighting beyond one's level is not exclusive to Zheng Chen. The deeper the underground dungeon, the more dangerous it becomes. Starting from the 4th level, most monsters have highly developed intelligence, far surpassing ordinary humans. Even the lowest level small fry are several times stronger than the Medusa's head, and the Ice Phoenix on the 4th level is at best a slightly more powerful character. Because of their super intelligence, the strength and quality of these monsters are not comparable to those before the 3rd level. It is possible that starting from the 4th level, a level 100 monster will have the combat power of a level 120 monster before the 3rd level, or even more. The 4th level will be very dangerous, and anything can happen. The implication is that Zheng Chen should not go to the 4th level. After thinking for a moment, Zheng Chen turned around and bowed deeply to Babylon. Thank you, senior, but I will not give up. If I survive and have the chance, I will come back to find you. These teachings may be the most precious wealth that Zheng Chen has gained since venturing into the underground city. But giving up is not an option. Freedom is the goal that Zheng Chen pursues. Therefore, as long as Zheng Chen is alive, he will not give up on conquering the underground city. And Manhwa also has no intention of giving up. Wherever Zheng Chen goes, she will follow. And because she is still in a team with Zheng Chen, all the experience points and Ice Phoenix that Zheng Chen has killed in the past 9 days are counted. After she hatched from the ice egg, her level rose to 96, and as long as she cooperated with Zheng Chen, she indeed had the ability to challenge the 4th level. Seeing the 2 young monsters not showing any signs of turning back, Babylon did not insist. He just silently watched Zheng Chen and Manhwa jump down the passage to the 4th level. After a long time, he turned back and looked at the quiet 3rd level behind him, a faint smile appearing on his face. Although it's quiet now, I think within 100 years, this place will also be revitalized, right? Recalling the days long ago, Babylon sighed inwardly, Leviathan, how much longer will you stay on the first level? Your opponent is about to appear. However, Babylon suddenly thought of something, and with a strange look, he turned to look at Zheng Chen and Mayanan by jumping down to the fourth level passage. Speaking of 10 days, that cat hasn't even had its HP cleared. It seems like its resistance isn't that high, right? What's going on? Before landing, Zheng Chen already felt a strong gust of wind coming towards him. It felt like soaking in a hot spring all at once. The thick air began to seep into his sweat glands. This feeling. Magic essence? Damn, the magic essence content in the air on the fourth level is so high. Mayanan Bai in human form had goosebumps all over her body. The strong wind of the fall couldn't dry the cold sweat on her. A hint of white light had already appeared under their feet, indicating that the exit was right in front of them. Zheng Chen's expression became extremely serious. With such a high level of magic essence, it means that not only are there a large number of monsters on the fourth level, but their individual quality is also extremely high. The closer they got to the ground, the more Zheng Chen could feel how amazing the concentration of this magic essence was. Even the air became heavy, as if the whole person was soaking in a weakly acidic liquid with a slight corrosive effect. In this environment, for weak creatures like humans, even if they stood still, their HP would continue to decrease, right? Not to mention that there are still 5 levels after the fourth. I really don't understand the purpose of humans entering the underground city. Clearly, they are such weak creatures that they can't even walk through the fourth level. In his thoughts, the white light under his feet gradually expanded, and finally, there was a sudden bright light in front of him. With a bang. The first thing Zheng Chen saw when he arrived at the fourth level was a mass of magma shooting up to the stratosphere. The color of the magma was extremely bizarre, displaying an astonishing rainbow hue. Upon closer inspection, Zheng Chen was shocked. The magma displayed such a strange color because it contained a large amount of magic essence. The sky seemed to be perpetually covered by auroras, colorful. The earth appeared crimson, as if it had been dyed red with blood bubbles. Even strong individuals like Zheng Chen, with such a high level of magic essence in the air, could vaguely feel a sense of suffocation. Falling continuously from a kilometer high, Zheng Chen couldn't help but tightly hold hands with Mayanan Bai. We have entered the world of the strong. Damn, there are monsters below, meow. Mayanan Bai exclaimed. Zheng Chen's face turned serious. I see. Less than 100 meters from the ground, they could see about 6 or 7 giant centipedes with a body length of 10 meters. These centipedes each had 3 human faces, hideous in appearance, and continuously exuded toxic mucus emitting volatile purple-black smoke from their mouths. Their bodies were colorful, with each section displaying a color in the order of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Subject, Rainbow Poisonous Centipede LV-134 Type, Semi-Upper Rank Monster HP, 5757/5757 MP, 9294/9294 AP, 3270/1090 Strength, 2063 Magic, 4813 Physical Defense, 2664 Magic Defense, 4986 Perception, 6283 Comprehensive Agility, 2358. These centipedes clearly noticed the falling Zheng Chen and Mao Nanbei from the sky, each howling towards the sky, all 3 heads extending long tongues, waiting for the moment the prey lands to devour them. Zheng Chen shouted, Mao Nanbei, got it, meow. 100 Flowers Windsickle. Hundreds of windsickles were swung out. Zheng Chen used mental focus to see the trajectory of each windsickle, and spat out a mouthful of frost. Heaven and Earth Seal * Phoenix Flower. Relying on precise control through diffusion, Zheng Chen attached the cold air of the Heaven and Earth Seal to each windsickle. The nearest 3 centipedes were instantly cut into pieces and frozen into ice sculptures. Zheng Chen and Mao Nanbei landed and immediately crushed these 3 centipedes. Notice, gained 5949 experience. Notice, gained 5941 experience. Notice, gained 6007 experience. 3 consecutive experience notices. Zheng Chen couldn't help but exclaim, wow, the experience is so high. With nearly 18,000 experience gained, Zheng Chen's experience points had reached 75336/99378, and leveling up was within reach. With such a high experience acquisition efficiency, Zheng Chen, who had been worried about how long it would take to evolve, was overjoyed. Perhaps on the 4th level, another wave of level breakthrough was imminent. Current level, LV-17. 3 evolutions were just around the corner. Sweeping away previous worries, Zheng Chen, who had just landed, sprang up like a spring and pounced on the other 4 centipedes. Become my experience, Zheng Chen shouted, and the Tai Su dragon's breath sprayed towards their faces. However, to his surprise, the 4 centipedes burst out with astonishing light, then their figures flashed and disappeared on the spot. This is... Zheng Chen was shocked. Scanning the ground turned into a lava field. where there was no trace of the centipedes. Before he could react, his keen sixth sense burst from behind. Zhang Chen turned abruptly, only to see the 4 centipedes pouncing from 4 different directions in mid-air. Spatial magic? Zhang Chen was greatly surprised. At LV-131, although not considered weak on the 4th level, they were definitely not strong enough. Would even these minor characters know spatial magic? It seemed that the strength of the monsters on the 4th level was indeed much higher than on the 3rd level. Thinking about this, a faint smile appeared on Zhang Chen's lips. Perfect, I also want to learn this move, but it costs 50 unlock points on the skill tree, too expensive. If you have divine cores in your bodies, let me taste them, okay? Notice, level has been upgraded, current level LV18, with the last centipede turned into minced meat. Zhang Chen finally received the long-awaited level up notification. It's tough. 42,000 experience points from 7 centipedes seemed like a lot, but in the face of nearly 100,000 experience points needed, it still seemed like a drop in the bucket. Moreover, these centipedes were far more troublesome than imagined. They had strong perception and spatial magic. Hitting them was much more difficult than imagined. Moreover, thinking carefully, intensifying growth LV2 could bring a 4x experience gain. Excluding this skill, the experience from these centipedes was actually only 1,500 each. Zhang Chen's current experience was 1101/129250, LV18. To reach LV20 from LV19 required 168,085 experience. It seemed like only 2 levels were missing, but in reality, over 310,000 experience points were needed for the 3 evolutions. This despairing number made Zhang Chen sigh. The road ahead is long and arduous, I will seek and explore. Thinking this, Zhang Chen reached out his paw towards Mao Nanbei's chest. Wow, what are you doing, you pervert cat? Zhang Chen's salty dragon hand was broken by Mao Nanbei, who was blushing. Well, it didn't hurt. Nullification of pain, so cool. Under the effect of superfast regeneration, the broken arm quickly regenerates, and the attributes are fully restored. No matter what, experience still needs to be gained. Moreover, the 4th floor monsters all possess the skill that Zhang Chen cares most about, spatial magic. If a divine core can be dropped, and this divine core happens to be spatial magic, it must be excellent. Using spatial magic to skip Leviathan and directly leave the underground city? Don't be naive, if it could really be done, the 4th floor monsters would have fled long ago. Zhang Chen knows in his heart that spatial magic must have usage conditions, otherwise, wouldn't the underground city be a mere illusion? As for what the usage conditions are, one can only know after obtaining it. Although spatial magic can be directly unlocked using unlock points, it requires a whopping 50 unlock points, which is too damn expensive. If possible, Zhang Chen would prefer to directly comprehend it from the skill of intent, or directly explode a divine core of spatial magic. Freebie, isn't it great? Thinking of this, Zhang Chen, accompanied by the cat, begins to explore the surrounding terrain. The geographical structure of the 4th floor is very special. It has the sky, but no real ground in the true sense. To be precise, there is ground, but no surface. All surfaces are rainbow-colored magma, with temperatures reaching tens of thousands of degrees and filled with unimaginable magic elements. Countless mountain ranges are situated in the magma. Between the mountain ranges, due to some geological evolution, thousands of stone bridges have been formed. From a distance, these mountain ranges look like freshly pulled cheese pizza. The intricate bridges crisscross, densely woven like a spider's web. As Zhang Chen explores this route, he discovers that the number of monsters on the 4th floor is by no means comparable to the previous 3 floors. Every few steps, he encounters a monster. In just half an hour, Zhang Chen has already killed at least 20 of them. The once unreachable level 19 quickly becomes within reach. But, awoe as the banshee in mid-air is cut in half by the wind sickle. The cat's legs give way, and she kneels on the ground. Beads of sweat cover her forehead, panting heavily as if suffocating. No matter how she breathes, the fatigue does not ease. How are you? Zhang Chen quickly steps forward to support her. Taking a closer look, AP, 64/2721 AP exhausted? Looking at her MP. In a short time, the MP bar with a limit of only 220 has already been depleted. Zhang Chen then looks at his own data. MP, 7979/14833 AP, 678/1695. The consumption is unusually high. Although battles here are frequent, Zhang Chen is considered experienced, but how to fight? How much to consume? He is aware of all these in his mind. But it's different on the 4th floor. The consumption of battles on the 4th floor is several times higher than normal. Magic element extraction? Zhang Chen realizes the seriousness of the problem. Something is wrong on the 4th floor. Just standing there, MP continues to drop. The entire space is constantly extracting magic elements from every creature here. This is an inherent property of space. The magma sea contains such a large amount of magic elements, probably for this reason. How many monsters need to be extracted, for how long, to condense enough magic elements to turn a world's magma sea into rainbow-colored magic elements? Because Zheng Chen is relatively strong, his recovery speed is slightly faster than the loss speed. Coupled with super-fast regeneration, he can resist the extraction of magic elements. But the cat is different. Magic elements are her weakness. And the loss of HP and MP, for whatever reason, will also result in AP loss. So, not only is the cat drained of MP, but her AP is also running out. I'm fine, meow. The cat's lips turn pale, her whole body trembling, not looking fine at all. Zheng Chen looks at her, feeling anxious. If this continues, she won't be able to hold on. No, it's not just her. Concentration and healing can restore MP and HP, but not AP. With this kind of extraction, even he won't last through 3 evolutions. What to do? Just as Zheng Chen is at a loss, suddenly, if you can't hold on, then become my food? Boom! The clear sky was suddenly covered by darkness. A gigantic spider fell in front of the two with a thunderous crash. Zheng Chen looked up and his pupils instantly contracted. It was an enormous spider over a kilometer long, with a diameter of over 800 meters on its spherical abdomen. Each of its slender 8 legs was 3 kilometers long. Target, Queenie DLV-233 type, high-level monster HP, 113131/113131 MP, 5464/5464 AP, 21319/21319 strength, 95446 magic, 31402 physical defense, 112664 magic defense, 45603 perception, 21619 comprehensive agility, 52358 Wa. Zheng Chen's heart suddenly contracted. 100,000 data? This was the first time Zheng Chen had seen a monster with 100,000 panels. Almost simultaneously, a message from the truth instantly came. Warning, this creature is a 4th-level boss. Warning, the gap between enemy and us is too large. Please withdraw from the battle as soon as possible. Warning, and it's the 4th-level boss? Wait a minute. The 2nd and 3rd-level bosses stayed in one place due to their own reasons. But come to think of it, there's never been a rule that says bosses must stay in one place waiting for challengers, right? I just arrived at the 4th level, and my attributes were almost cleared, and I happened to encounter the boss? What kind of luck is this? The warning from the truth didn't even finish. This huge spider-shaped monster, Queenie D, moved. Its huge spider legs swung at an astonishing speed. Like a black giant thunder, it struck head-on. So fast. The astonishing speed brought a strong wind pressure, blowing Zheng Chen's face. Faster than my pulse. My Nanbei couldn't even move. Oh no, can't dodge it. With a physical attack panel of 100,000, it can't be resisted by physical attacks alone. This blow is undoubtedly fatal. Watching the spider leg coming towards him, with just one glance, Zheng Chen fell into a desperate situation. Dungeon 2nd floor. The marching speed is much smoother than expected. I didn't expect Mr. Jinjin Lord War King to have arrived. Leading his subordinates to the 2nd floor boss point, the dragon general holding an axe saw Zhao Outyan and Jinj waiting there early, then he relaxed and ordered the troops behind him to stop. No, Mr. Jinj and I just arrived. Seeing the dragon general, Zhao Outyan also relaxed, retracting the holy sword Illyria in his hand. The 3-party troops, nearly 3,000 troops, gathered at the entrance of the Medusa's nest. Zhao Outyan still had that confident look. General Dragon is not slow. We just arrived with the teacher, and you are here too. It seems that the journey has been smooth so far. The dragon general laughed heartily. No, it's slow. Except for a Leviathan on the way, there were hardly any monsters. We just arrived, it's my poor leadership. As soon as he said this, Jin's elderly expression stiffened. He spoke, General Dragon, you didn't encounter many monsters either? The dragon general was puzzled, not understanding what he meant, and asked curiously, yes, Mr. Jinj, is there a problem? The gloom on Jin's face deepened. It's fine for the 1st floor, with Leviathan there, it's normal to have fewer monsters. The same goes for the 2nd floor. This time, the number of monsters in the dungeon is significantly fewer than last time. The team I led only lost 2 small squads, and Xiao Zhao only lost 1 small squad. To be honest, I lost 3 small squads, the dragon general interrupted. Jin's face darkened. In total, only 6 small squads were lost, around 180 people. In the past, we would have lost 20 to 30 small squads to reach here. Isn't this a good thing? The dragon general laughed heartily. It means that even heaven is on our side, allowing us to preserve our strength to face the Medusa's head. Compared to the dragon general's carefree attitude, Jin's face was much more troubled. The dungeon was created by the gods in the late Ming ancient times and has existed for millions of years. The internal ecology has long been solidified, and without external influence, it is basically impossible for significant changes to occur. Leviathan is on the first floor, causing a sharp decrease in the number of demons on the first floor, which may be understandable. But even the number of monsters on the second floor has decreased by more than half compared to before. This is not a good sign. Hopefully, with luck, we won't encounter any monsters with our three-way split? This is what King thought. There's no use thinking too much, teacher. At this moment, Zhao Outyan, who could no longer contain himself, drew the holy sword Illyria from his waist and faced the boss's cave entrance. Our goal is only to kill the head of Medusa and conquer the second floor. No matter what, as long as we can kill the head of Medusa, it's enough. Everyone, follow me and charge. Wait, Xiao Zhao, we should. King wanted to stop him, but it was too late. With Zhao Outyan's command, 3,000 troops surged into the cave like a tide from various entrances. Let's go, Mr. King, we've come this far, there's no use thinking too much. Besides, your disciple is the invincible war king of the world, Zhao Outyan, the strongest human. With him here, what else do you have to worry about? Don't you think so? General Long patted King on the shoulder and, after speaking, also charged in with the rest of the troops. Watching this mighty and spirited army, King's sixth sense cultivated over decades of life still couldn't be calmed. Why does he always feel that today, stepping into this cave, everyone will die? King didn't understand, but upon careful thought, he became resigned. Well, since they had come this far, there was no reason to retreat. As long as they could kill the head of Medusa, this underground dungeon raid would be a great success. So far, no kingdom in the world has reached the third floor. If we from Chuandong can reach the third floor, maybe. Besides, I am already a dying man. In case of any mishap, as long as Xiao Zhao, the strongest human, is safe, everything will be fine. With a nervous heart, King also stepped into the cave of the head of Medusa. However, what? The scene before them left everyone, including King, stunned. The cave, which should have been made of blue-gray clay, was now completely charred. The ground appeared as if the clay had been melted and solidified into a ceramic-like substance, so much so that even the carrion beetles couldn't burrow through the ground to feed on the bodies here. It was evident that a battle had taken place here for quite some time, at least half a month. The best proof was the various human bodies on the ground, all already skeletal. Yet, despite this, the temperature here was still very high, comparable to a steamer. What kind of high temperature could melt this cave and maintain such a high temperature for over half a month? Is this? Zhao Outyan confidently picked up a snake corpse with the holy sword, examined it carefully, and his face froze as usual. King and General Long stepped forward, but instantly froze in place. Isn't this a snake demon that makes up the hair of Medusa's head? King immediately recognized the identity of this dried-up skeleton. The snake bones were charred to a crisp, easily crumbling to black ash with a gentle touch. There are many more here. General Long looked around and saw scattered charred bones of similar creatures in the cave. Looking towards the end of the cave, the passage to the third floor was exposed. Everyone present thought of a terrible possibility. Could it be that a stronger monster was born on the second floor and killed the head of Medusa? If that were true, King and General Long's hearts instantly turned cold. However, before everyone could understand the situation, suddenly, the space near the ceiling distorted. With a loud noise, a gap in space tore open, spewing out a large amount of magic elements. Before the humans could react, two monsters fell heavily from the rift in space, one resembling a human girl with long cherry-colored hair. One of them is in the shape of an ice dragon, but the size is too many, standing only a little over 1 meter tall. The humanoid girl-shaped monster seems to be unconscious, carried on the shoulder of the dragon-shaped monster. The dragon-shaped monster is covered in blood, clearly heavily injured. But the moment the dragon-shaped monster appeared, almost everyone felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their shoulders. King was so scared that he took several steps back. Even facing the head of Medusa had never given him such a suffocating feeling. It felt like someone was strangling his throat. It felt like someone was squeezing his heart. It felt like someone was digging out his internal organs. What kind of monster is this? King's old body trembled violently. Although the opponent's figure was so small, the overwhelming sense of presence made this old mage, who had spent his whole life fighting in dungeons, feel chills. Hey, that thing is very dangerous. Mage King, hide behind me, although my tanking may not protect you completely. But please do not move forward. Even the heartless dragon general felt the power contained within this small dragon-shaped monster's body at this moment. The head of Medusa? Compared to the thing in front of them, it was like a mere fish. Has such a strong monster appeared on the second floor? Why didn't we encounter it last time? At the same time, Zheng Chen also looked up. Finding himself on the second floor, Zheng Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Escaped, the 50 unlock points were not spent in vain. Taking a closer look, Zheng Chen was stunned. He saw that as soon as he landed, he was surrounded by a dense crowd of humans and subjected to inhumane scrutiny. Humans? Zheng Chen was full of question marks. When did so many humans come to the second floor? Perhaps in the past, Zheng Chen would chat and joke with them? But the problem is, the current Zheng Chen is burning with anger. What the hell, do you want to die? With a belly full of anger, Zheng Chen roared, causing the entire second floor to tremble violently. Zheng Chen was really annoyed. He thought encountering the fourth floor boss as soon as he arrived was already bad luck. But he never expected that this boss would be his natural enemy. Queenie D was not actually a spider monster, but a trio of 3 monsters. No wonder, the 176 level Ice Phoenix had not yet broken 10,000 in all attributes, but when it came to the 233 level Queenie D, several attributes over 100,000 were revealed. The astonishing attributes were actually the accumulation of the 3 monsters. This spider-shaped monster's head is actually a flying spherical monster. The spider-shaped body can be split in half, forming 2 4-legged monsters similar to the 9th Apostle Rain Angel in EVA. The 3 monsters share one consciousness. It can be imagined as one person having 3 bodies at the same time. That's about the feeling. So, when the 3 bodies are combined, the attributes are outrageously high. Of course, the truly outrageous part of this boss is not the abnormal panel when the 3 bodies are combined. It is the nearly unsolvable tacit cooperation after the 3 bodies are separated. Although the head has 0 physical resistance, it has nearly unsolvable magic resistance, so high that Zheng Chen cannot break through its defense even with a critical hit like Tai Su Tian Kong. Not because its magic element is high, but because its head has triple enhanced immunity to all attributes. Although the front half has 0 magic resistance, it has nearly invincible physical defense. Zheng Chen's physical attack goes without saying. Although not weak, it's only enough to bully the trash mobs on the 3rd floor. That little physical attack is not enough for the 4th floor, let alone the boss. The back half, on the other hand, has almost no dual resistance, but has a monstrous dual attack. Whether it's physical or magical attack, the damage is so high that Zheng Chen cannot defend against it, only dodge, touch it and die, touch it and be maimed. Originally, with the limit of the 4th floor monster, it was impossible for a single monster to achieve the extreme of dual defense and dual attack. But with one beast having 3 bodies, Queenie D has fully developed these 4 words to the extreme. It is impossible to catch it in the gaps of its 3 bodies. Because it is a monster with 3 bodies, the coordination of its 3 bodies is more tacit than any team, seamless. In addition, Zheng Chen was in a very bad state at that time. It can be said that he was completely defenseless against its attacks. Is there anyone else who can control 3 characters like this? One person controlling 3 characters to gang up on me? Even cheating should follow some basic rules, right? Then, Zheng Chen was beaten to a pulp by Cui 90. Seeing that he was about to be beaten to death, in a moment of desperation, Zheng Chen had no choice but to unlock the space magic, spatial transfer. It was precisely because he spent these 50 points that Zheng Chen was able to save his life and finally understood why space magic cannot leave the underground city. The use of spatial transfer has one basic condition. You must have an accurate understanding and concept of the destination's location and coordinates. In short, you cannot use spatial transfer to go to a place you have never been to. Therefore, Zheng Chen could not use spatial transfer to leave the underground city. Because from birth, Zheng Chen had been lying in the crib in the nursery. Zheng Chen also did not know where this nursery was located, so he naturally could not teleport there. After that, Zheng Chen was sent by his parents to the entrance of the underground city. And his parents also used space magic to get to the entrance of the underground city, so Zheng Chen had not seen the scenery along the way and it was impossible to teleport to the entrance of the underground city. Because Zheng Chen only knew the entrance of the underground city, but did not know where this gate was located in the human world. Therefore, even with spatial transfer, Zheng Chen could not leave the underground city. It's like all the monsters on the 4th floor can use spatial transfer, but they cannot go to the 1st to 3rd floors because they have never been there. Zheng Chen is different. Zheng Chen started from the ground floor and fought his way to the 4th floor. So, after learning spatial transfer, Zheng Chen can freely teleport between the ground and 4th floors. At that time, Zheng Chen, who was about to be beaten to death by Cui 90, with his HP, MP, and AP all depleted, even if he could escape from Cui 90, he would not be able to deal with the other monsters on the 4th floor. So, in order to escape, Zheng Chen had no choice but to retreat. The 3rd floor was too cold. In the battle, Cat Nanbei was grazed by Cui 90 and seriously injured. Moreover, Cui 90's attacks came with debuffs such as curse, poison, and bleeding, more than 10 kinds of debuffs. Zheng Chen could resist them with his dual resistance, but Cat Nanbei's dual resistance was too low. She was grazed during the battle and received debuffs from the 4th floor, including poison, curse, bleeding, and open wounds. The environment on the 3rd floor could likely take her life. The 1st floor also had Leviathan. So, the 2nd floor became Zheng Chen's best choice. And these 4 debuffs were the source of Zheng Chen's anger. Poison continuously reduces HP limit. Bleeding continuously reduces HP. Curse continuously reduces MP and AP. These 3 were manageable, as AP going to 0 would not kill him, and Zheng Chen could offset the loss of HP and MP with healing and concentration. The most deadly was the open wound. It made it difficult to clear other debuffs. This meant that the other 3 debuffs would be difficult to remove and would continue until Cat Nanbei died. Zheng Chen planned to focus on continuously using healing and concentration on Cat Nanbei once they reached the 2nd floor. As long as he kept using them, 1,000 times or 10,000 times, he would eventually be able to clear these debuffs. However, he did not expect that as soon as he landed, he would be surrounded by this group of inhumane humans. And it seemed like they wanted to take advantage of his illness to kill him. Zheng Chen, who had seen the behavior of humans, was instantly enraged. My wife is dying, and you guys are still causing trouble? What the hell, do you want to die? Zheng Chen shouted, shaking the entire 2nd floor with his voice. The humans were even more frightened and kept retreating. At the same time, everyone, stay calm. Just as the army was about to collapse from being suddenly frightened by this monster that appeared out of nowhere, Zhao Outyan drew the holy sword Iolia. The crystal-like sword body burst out with a dazzling light. Skill, ambition, soldiers illuminated by this light all felt an infinite courage surging in their hearts. The morale that was about to collapse instantly returned to its peak. Zheng Chen saw the soldiers starting to split into 2 sides. In the center, a young human in gorgeous light armor, holding an even more magnificent long sword, stepped forward slowly. Are you the new boss of the 2nd level? The young human youth struck a pose, a confident smile appearing on his face that made Zheng Chen nauseous. You still look like a child. While you are still young, I will eliminate this threat in the name of humanity today. Are you an idiot? Zheng Chen didn't reply at all, but gave the paralyzed youth a fierce glare. He secretly calculated in his mind. Why not just use a pulse and breakthrough? Zheng Chen glanced at the soldiers behind the young man. The triple-digit and double-digit attributes were simply unbearable. With one pulse, he could directly smash through and kill a large group from head to tail. In Zheng Chen's eyes, humans today were so weak that they could be described as pitiful. Looking at the most arrogant young man in the center. Target, Paladin LV56 type, Super Elite Race, Extreme Human HP, 2543/2543 MP, 1945/1945 AP, 461/461 Strength, 2061 Magic, 1009 Physical Defense, 1495 Magic Defense, 1218 Perception, 1001 Comprehensive Agility, 1000 only this person's attributes could be slightly considered. But that's it. A one-on-one fight is slightly stronger than the 2nd level's miscellaneous bloodthirsty demon spider. Why do humans always send miscellaneous small fries to the underground city? Can't they send some big shots like the 4 great heavenly kings or the war gods, who have great names and great strength? Killing such people always gives a sense of immoral bullying. Just as Zheng Chen pitied them and wondered if there was a way to leave without killing anyone, the young man's face changed as if he had seen through something. He pointed his long sword at the Cat Nanbei on Zheng Chen's shoulder and shouted, "Attention everyone, this demon beast might try to escape. If he does, I will confront him head-on, and everyone else focus on attacking the female demon beast on his shoulder. I don't know if I can stop him, but a female as powerful as this demon beast must not be weak. In any case, we must at least kill that female demon beast." Ding! In his mind, he heard the sound of a broken string. The young man's words were like a bucket of gasoline poured into Zheng Chen's already fiery chest. You still want to touch my woman? In an instant, the air on the 2nd level seemed to freeze. Zheng Chen's eyes burst with a fierce red light. Fine, very well, I won't run. You want to fight? Come on. Zheng Chen was truly angry. The situation of Cat Nanbei was urgent, but not that urgent. After all, it was a level 96 demon beast. And for some reason, any debuffs that Cat Nanbei received had weaker effects compared to other demon beasts. So, even if Cat Nanbei had 4 debuffs on it, leaving it alone for 1 or 2 hours would still be fine. It just so happened that he was also full of anger with nowhere to vent. Die, demon beast! Zhao Outyan's eyes narrowed, taking a step forward. The soldiers behind him followed closely. The holy sword Iolia, shining with brilliant holy light, came down like a blue thunderbolt. Where would it dodge to? At the same time, Zhao Outyan had already begun to calculate all possible reactions of this little demon beast. Left, right, up, down, front, back, evasion, blocking, counterattack. Everything was calculated. However, clang! Bright sparks, reminiscent of molten iron in a steel mill, were particularly dazzling in the dim underground city. The tingling sensation in his hand made Zhao Outyan incredulous. As the strongest human, using the strongest holy sword to strike the unguarded body of the demon beast, why does the hand feel numb? The holy sword with the name of God's Slayer struck Zheng Chen, only bursting into a spark, without leaving a trace. If this is a nightmare, it is too terrifying. Kill! The nearby soldiers rushed up, forming an encirclement, hundreds of long spears mercilessly stabbing Zheng Chen. However, still no defense. Zheng Chen stood in place like a stake, enduring the attacks. All the long spears stabbed into its body were all broken into pieces. What? At this moment, the confident smile on Zhao Outyan's face collapsed. He clearly saw the petite demon beast shifting its gaze, looking at him with eyes like looking at locusts. Looking at the bites passing by, Zheng Chen's eyes were full of indifference. After a long time, he said words that Zhao Outyan would never forget in his life. Kai, not even enough to trim my nails. Swish! Zhao Outyan vaguely saw the arm of this small dragon move slightly. The next moment, he heard hundreds of wails in his ears. Windblade, strictly speaking, Windblade is not a skill, Wind Scythe is. Windblade is just the high-speed air pressure created by quickly swinging the claws of a beast with claws. Any beast with claws can use it. Rather than calling it a skill, it is more like a technique. And this attack, which is not even considered a skill, took the lives of nearly 200 soldiers in one blow. From Zheng Chen to the cave wall, a whole kilometer, all the soldiers in a straight line were cut in half by a vertical air blade. Any defense, whether using shields or magic, was useless against this air wave. In an instant, blood sprayed everywhere. Some lucky ones who only had their limbs cut off let out heart-wrenching screams. This power. At this moment, Zhao Outyan finally understood what fear was. Completely different. This demon beast is completely incomparable to the Medusa's head. No, the Medusa's head probably can't even be compared to a small fish in front of it. Zhao Outyan's confidence was instantly shattered. He went crazy and launched a frenzy of continuous slashes at Zheng Chen. The holy sword poured down on Zheng Chen like raindrops, but not to mention piercing through, it couldn't even leave a scratch on Zheng Chen's dragon scales. Did you have dinner last night? Zheng Chen suddenly spoke. Ha? Zhao Outyan was puzzled, not understanding why this demon beast suddenly asked this question. But when he saw Zheng Chen's expression, Zhao Outyan choked. Zheng Chen, with a malicious smile full of killing intent towards him. You'd better not have eaten, or you'll vomit it out. In the next instant, as if moving instantly, he appeared in front of Zhao Outyan. Zhao Outyan clearly saw that this small demon beast extended human-like claws towards the thickest part of his chest armor. Using the thumb to hook the middle finger, Zheng Chen lightly flicked on Zhao Outyan's chest armor. But with a sense of pride, he steadied his stance and held the sword firmly in his hands. Warrior, how are you? Are you okay? He gasped heavily, urgently saying, I broke 4 ribs, but it's nothing. General Long's face turned stern upon hearing this. Warrior, this demon beast may be small in size, but its combat power is extraordinary. I and Mage King will assist you. Mage King, dragging his aged steps, hurried to the other side of Zhao Outyan. Outyan, it seems that this demon beast's physical defense is exceptionally strong. But as things reach their extremes, they will reverse. If its physical resistance is so high, then its magic resistance must be equally low. I believe my magic can harm it. You're right, in that case, I will switch my holy sword to magic attacks as well. Zhao Outyan's holy sword trembled in his hand. The emerald light on the sword instantly turned into a bright purple. Oh, Zheng Chen couldn't help but whistle at the sight. This human's skills were quite flashy. I can't hold on much longer, I must use my ultimate move to determine the outcome. Mage King, General Long, assist me. Understood. The old man and the middle-aged man in red armor shouted in unison. The young man shouted, second stage critical breakthrough. Zheng Chen felt a strong gust of wind pressing against him. The old man and the man in red armor also launched a fierce attack against Zheng Chen simultaneously. But Zheng Chen saw behind them, the young man named Zhao Outyan had a look of determination as if bidding farewell to the world. The large sword in his hand burst out with an astonishing purple light. Warrior's ninth sword, Divine Judgment, with this strike, I wager everything I have. For some reason, watching him in this desperate posture, Zheng Chen couldn't help but sneer at him. Without even the most basic communication and understanding, he was completely immersed in his grand fantasies, and he still dared to talk about honor? There should be a limit to joking around. Zhao Outyan was born into a wealthy family. Despite his luxurious upbringing, he did not indulge in revelry like other young heirs, reveling in night after night of feasting and pleasure. On the contrary, as the eldest grandson of the Zhao family, Zhao Outyan, just like his name, had his own pride. From a young age, he had a great ideal: to make the kingdom of Chuandong the first country in the world to break through the underground city. By breaking through the underground city and obtaining its treasures, the kingdom of Chuandong could become the world's strongest nation. The people would no longer suffer from hunger, and the country would no longer be at the mercy of others. For this, he worked tirelessly and finally, at the age of 16, became one of the top 10 warriors. And at the age of 19, he rose to the top among the warriors, earning the title of the strongest human. For 20 years, he had never tasted defeat. Zhao Outyan had never encountered an opponent he couldn't defeat. Thump thump. The beating of his heart was so heavy. At this moment, his fighting spirit and ideals merged into a dual spiral, pouring into Zhao Outyan's body. His battle intent boiled to the extreme. I am the human warrior. I am the first line of defense for humanity. I will be the one to defeat you. Dodging Mage King's magical arrows by a hair's breadth, he used a tail strike to push back General Long's battle axe. Zhang Chen heard Zhao Outyan's roaring fervor. Zhao Outyan's whole body erupted with an astonishing purple light. Mage King and General Long, who had only suffered minor injuries in their previous clash, widened their eyes in disbelief. What immense magic essence! Truly a warrior, I have never seen anyone possess such strong magic essence in my life. Mage King showed a proud smile. Truly my disciple, you are undoubtedly the strongest human. Your grandfather must be proud from the afterlife. The entire cave was dyed purple with magic essence. Zheng Chen casually looked at the young man in the center of the purple light, feeling a hint of surprise in his heart. Zheng Chen had seen the skill of critical breakthrough before. It seemed like every human could do it. It involved a significant increase in combat power for a short period by consuming life force, typically boosting by about 20 levels. But this young man's critical breakthrough seemed different. It surpasses the general breakthrough by a lot. This attribute is equivalent to leveling up by at least 30 levels at once. However, what really surprised Zheng Chen was that this young man used another skill. Critical hit. Zheng Chen certainly knew how powerful this skill was. It was with this skill that Zheng Chen could win against the strong countless times, a truly powerful skill. The young man who gave his all, the magical damage of this strike had reached a staggering 200,000. I never thought that I would also have to endure a critical hit one day. Zheng Chen couldn't help but mock himself inwardly. Die, monster. At the moment when the magical elements gathered to the limit, Zhao Outyan moved. With one step, Zhao Outyan turned into a purple comet. Zhao Outyan poured everything into this strike. When his purple light shone, all the humans present stared at him with eyes of victory. However, clang squeak, the sword blade rubbed against the hard object, sparking a lot. The sharp sword tip stopped 3 inches in front of Zheng Chen, unable to advance any further. What? If this was a nightmare, Zhao Outyan really wanted to admire his imagination. Using a critical hit, staking everything on his ultimate move, he was actually caught bare-handed by this dragon-shaped monster. Zhao Outyan's eyes shrank to the extreme. Yes, bare-handed. The sharp sword, infused with magical damage, couldn't cut the skin of his palm. Impossible, isn't this monster specialized in physical defense? I used the magical form of the holy sword. Why? Unimaginable gripping force was applied to the holy sword Eoria. Zhao Outyan tried to break free but found that the holy sword in his hand was as if tied down by a huge rock, not budging an inch no matter how hard he pushed or pulled. At the scene, all the soldiers were stunned. The War King Zhao Outyan, the strongest human, was considered invincible. And now, this invincible being. As Zhao Outyan's teacher, Jinj was so scared that even his false teeth fell out. Zhao Outyan's physical and magical development did not mean he was weak. On the contrary, with the blessing of Eoria's magical elements, Zhao Outyan's magical power even surpassed Jinj's. The entire cave fell into a deathly silence. I heard them say you are the strongest human? Did I hear wrong? Or is this the level of the strongest human? Zheng Chen asked lightly. However, the shocking reality had left Zhao Outyan speechless. Seeing him silent, Zheng Chen lost interest in talking more. Forget it, I still have to save my friend. I don't want to play with you guys anymore. It's your own fault for seeking death, not my fault. With that, a fierce light flashed in Zheng Chen's eyes. Gripping the holy sword with 5 dragon claws, he squeezed hard. Clang! The holy sword Eoria, the treasure of Chuandong town, was crushed into pieces like a biscuit. Zhao Outyan, who was drawing his sword, involuntarily took several steps back due to inertia. He looked at the broken sword in his hand tremblingly. At that moment, the invincible war king of humans, Zhao Outyan, was filled with fear. His body trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat oozing from every pore. His heart raced wildly, excessive blood rushing to his head, causing dizziness. If this was a nightmare, please wake up quickly. That's what Zhao Outyan was thinking at that moment. Before he could react, shaking off the debris on his hand, Zheng Qin took a step forward and mercilessly swung down with his sharp claws. War King, be careful. At the critical moment, the dragon general stepped forward, pushing Zhao Outyan away and shielding Zheng Chen with the folding shield fixed on his shoulder. Swish! A cold light flashed. The dragon general's shield, Athena, along with his entire heavy armor, was cut into pieces by Zheng Chen's dragon claws. Zheng Chen didn't use too much force with this claw. Because humans are too weak, Zheng Chen does not want to waste energy for no reason. So this claw did not exert too much force, at most it was just a scratch. With the astonishing defense of heavy armor and holy shield, the dragon general was not torn apart on the spot. But with his armor shattered, he had 5 deep wounds visible to the bone from head to toe. Ah! The dragon general's screams echoed throughout the cave entrance. Blood sprayed everywhere. Dragon general! Zhao Outyan, who had come to his senses, was filled with grief. But the dragon general stared at him firmly and shouted desperately, Mr. Jinj, take the War King away quickly. War King, you are the hope of humanity and the Chuan East Kingdom, you must not die here. No, we leave together. Zhao Outyan didn't care, he grabbed the dragon general. Almost simultaneously, the space behind them twisted and tore open a gap. Zheng Chen immediately recognized it as spatial magic, spatial transfer. Without a doubt, the old man named Jinj behind them was using this magic. Trying to leave? Zheng Chen shouted loudly, ready to charge forward. But as soon as he took a step, hundreds of spears came stabbing towards him. Protect the dragon general, protect the war king. The surrounding soldiers, as if suddenly gone mad, rose up and fearlessly rushed towards Zheng Chen. Like madmen, they collectively used critical breakthrough, disregarding their own safety. Although individually weak, they fought fiercely, 1 killing 2, 2 killing 3. Each used their own bodies as shields, managing to hold Zheng Chen back for a few steps. In that brief moment, the torn space enveloped Zhao Outyan and the dragon general. As the space twisted, the two disappeared on the spot. On the side, Jinj, who had used magic, was clearly exhausted, kneeling on the ground and gasping for breath. Seeing this, Zheng Chen was filled with anger. You are all so annoying. Void dragon breath, boom. A golden red flame instantly filled the cave spanning tens of hectares. Accompanied by piercing screams, nearly 3,000 soldiers turned to ashes in this dazzling light. Notification, level has increased, current level LV20, evolution conditions met. Bright sunlight, fresh air, sparrows joyfully flying in the sky, the bustling noise of the crowd on the street. Lying on the white jade floor, the familiar texture made Zhao Outyan realize without looking that this was the 6th platform of the Chuan East Kingdom Palace. I survived? Raising his hand and looking at the hilt of the holy sword, Zhao Outyan knew that everything just now was not a dream. Cough. The sound of coughing beside him brought Zhao Outyan back to reality. He sprang up like a pricked shrimp. Following the sound, he saw the dragon general soaked in blood. War King? What are you doing here? A passing guard happened to be nearby. Zhao Outyan angrily shouted at him, this is not important, quickly call the healing mage team over. Hurry! Watching the soldiers and healing mages arrive one after another to stop the bleeding and bandage the dragon general, then carry him away, Zhao Outyan's eyes became moist. Fear and relief, anger and unwillingness. A mix of emotions exploded in his heart. Zhao Outyan clenched his fists tightly. The metal arm guards, already covered in cracks, shattered under the pressure. A flame of hatred ignited in his eyes. 3,000 soldiers wiped out. Teacher Jinj trapped in the underground city to save me. Even the dragon general. All because of that dragon-shaped monster. Once I recover from my injuries and train again, the next time we meet, I will surely avenge you. On the other side, the lava gradually cooled. Jinj, with his fire attribute defense shield down and his MP depleted, looked at the scene in disbelief. The entire cave had turned into a sea of fire. Dissolvable or indissoluble, everything was devoured by the magma at unimaginable temperatures. Where were the 3,000 soldiers? All that remained were thick layers of ash on the molten rock. Dead? All dead? Just in one strike? 3,000 soldiers wiped out completely. Only you left. The cold words brought Jinj back to reality abruptly. The dragon-shaped monster, stepping on the magma, fearlessly approached him step by step. Jinj finally realized the seriousness of the situation. This monster was in a completely different league from the Medusa's head. No matter how strong the Medusa's head was, with 3,000 soldiers, War King Zhao Outyan, the dragon general, and himself, as long as they cooperated seamlessly, they could win steadily. But this monster was different. It had not been injured even a bit from the beginning to the end. Even the dragon breath just now was clearly not its full power. If it used that kind of dragon breath with full force, Jinj dared not think, only regretted. What kind of monster have we provoked? Obviously, this monster was not initially prepared to fight us. It was our impatience that completely provoked it. Watching Zhang Chen getting closer and closer, Jinj, who knew his fate was sealed, couldn't help but feel a last trace of affection. Love for humanity. In any case, at least we need to figure out the details of this monster. This monster was different from ordinary monsters. It possessed extremely complete intelligence. This indicated that it could communicate. If possible, eliminate its hostility towards humans. Let future generations know, at least the next time they go to battle, it won't attack humans actively. The first layer's Leviathan could be bypassed by dispersing the team and avoiding its attack range to enter the second layer. Apologies and compensations could be made. If its hostility towards humans cannot be eliminated, then humans may not even be able to enter the second layer. The kingdom of Chuandong would have to bid farewell to the actions of raiding the underground city from then on. And this meant the destruction of the country. No, perhaps. Jin suddenly thought of a breakthrough possibility. In any case, we need to first confirm this monster's attitude towards humans. Wait a minute. Just as Zhang Chen was about to make a move, the old human suddenly reached out his hand and said in a pleading tone, "Why? Why do you want to be enemies with humans?" Zhang Chen was stunned and stopped in his tracks. Looking at the old man who had lost all his fighting spirit, Zhang Chen felt a bit sorry for him. But thinking about the question he asked, Zhang Chen found it ridiculous. Pointing his thumb at the unconscious cat Nanbei behind him, Zhang Chen said angrily, "I didn't want to be wordy with you, but you attacked me first, and now you want to kill my friend. And now you ask me why I want to be enemies with humans? Why do you think I want to be enemies with humans?" Jin's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, because of this, he couldn't help but shout in his heart, "Disciple, you really made a bad move. So, you didn't originally intend to attack us? I don't know you, you didn't provoke me. Do I have a brain disease to kill you? Not for food? To eat us humans." Jin's words almost made Zhang Chen burst into laughter. Who gave you humans the confidence to think you're delicious? Not for food? Delicious? Was this monster already considering whether humans were tasty or not? Unlike ordinary underground city monsters, who ate without discrimination, with no room for pickiness. Moreover, unlike ordinary monsters, even if it could communicate, its speech logic was very clear, and it didn't care about anything other than its own needs. Its logic was very clear, no different from normal human logic, proving its intelligence was equivalent to humans, even surpassing them. The shock in Jin's heart was indescribable. There was no mistake, this was the highest level monster humans had encountered since Leviathan, ever. A super high-level monster? Legendary species? No, even mythical species were possible. If this kind of monster became an enemy of humans, I'm afraid. Thinking of this, 70 years of wizard experience and 50 years of raiding the underground city gave Jinj a bold idea. Since it could be provoked, it could also be won over. I can't reply to MP, and the remaining MP is also unable to transfer space. There is no possibility of survival in the trapped dungeon. In that case, instead of launching an impossible attack, it's better to face death and then live. At least that way, there is still a glimmer of hope. It may even create an opportunity for future generations to conquer the dungeon. What if I heal your friend? After careful consideration, Kinj, prepared to die, gathered the courage to speak. This statement lifted Zhang Chen's spirits. Kinj keenly noticed Zhang Chen's subtle change in expression. "There's a chance," Kinj said. I was the kingdom's chief mage, specializing in healing magic. Your friend seems to be under a very heavy and persistent negative magic, which is my specialty. If possible, let me heal your friend?" Kinj's words made Zhang Chen suspicious. "Why help me? Don't tell me it's because you're a good person. I just killed 3,000 of you. I suggest you be honest. My friend's injury is troublesome, but not to the point where I'm helpless." Indeed, Kinj's words intrigued Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen could also dispel the 4 debuffs on Cat Nanbei. By continuously applying healing, with enough effort, the debuffs would eventually be lifted. However, it would take a lot of time, at least a month by her side. Or spend 10 unlock points to unlock a purification magic, which could also heal. But if this human could help heal Cat Nanbei, it would greatly help Zhang Chen. The premise is that his reasons are convincing. Kinj was astonished by Zhang Chen's response. Whether to kill himself directly or believe, regardless, he would be forced to help heal his friend. Kinj had considered this possibility. If that were the case, Kinj would definitely fight to the death and not let this monster take advantage. But unexpectedly, this monster was so rational. It was certain that its intelligence surpassed that of ordinary humans. Kinj knew that lying to such a highly intelligent monster would be suicidal. He carefully organized his words and said, "I hope you don't hold hostility towards humans. I already understand your strength. Please, in return for me healing your friend, forgive our previous disrespect. If we have descendants who come to the dungeon again, please refrain from attacking them." Zhang Chen tilted his head. "If you can heal my friend, I can spare your life. Don't you have space transfer magic? When the time comes, tell the humans yourself not to provoke me. Besides, I was sent up by the 4th floor boss. By the time I return, I'll probably be back on the 4th floor, and you won't see me." This statement shocked Kinj instantly. You're from the 4th floor monster? After defeating the 4th floor boss, I went down to the 5th floor. Fifth floor? Kinj's worldview was instantly shattered. We, who couldn't even conquer the 2nd floor boss, had just challenged a 4th floor monster? And it was a monster capable of challenging the 4th floor boss. What kind of mistake did we make? Kinj felt that the 3,000 soldiers had died unjustly. If they had chosen to retreat from the beginning, this monster would not have attacked humans, and they could have even asked it to kill the Medusa's head, entering the 3rd floor for initial exploration. By the way, what's wrong with your MP? Zheng Chen glanced at his attributes and noticed that the old man's MP had been maintained at 120/1994. Normally, after talking for so long, the MP should have naturally recovered a point or two. Upon hearing this, Kinj's face turned bitter. At this point, I'm a dying man, there's no one here, and I don't need to hide anymore. Kinj opened his clothes, revealing his chest. Zheng Chen was shocked, only to see the disgusting purple color on his chest, the muscles twisted strangely into a human face. The truth instantly gave the identification result. Debuff, Soul Devouring, Effect, Obstruct Natural Recovery and Low-Level Magic Recovery, gradually extract vitality and provide it to the caster within 60 days. After the affected person dies, the body will turn into a puppet that can be controlled remotely. It's the curse Leviathan put on me. I encountered it on the 1st floor, and for some reason, it didn't kill me but cursed me instead. Leviathan again? First, it killed the son of the Ice Phoenix, then went to the 1st floor, and now it's putting this strange curse on a human. What is this guy up to? The last time I encountered a human team was about a month ago. In other words, this old man only has a month left to live. Are you following those humans to the dungeon this time because you know you're going to die and want to make a final sacrifice, dying in the dungeon? King's eyebrows twitched slightly. Then he lowered his head without answering, but his attitude had already given Zhang Chen the answer. Unlike that Zhao Aoyan just now, this kind of person is indeed worthy of respect. After some thought, Zhang Chen made a decision. Can you really cure my friend? Zhang Chen confirmed for the last time. King nodded. I don't have enough MP to use spatial transfer again, but I can still use purification once. You seem unwilling, haven't you decided to die? Why do you have this expression? King smiled bitterly. I have spent my whole life leading humans to the 2nd floor. I am unwilling to see the short lifespan of humans. I am unwilling, I cannot see humans conquer the dungeon before the end of my life. Is that so? Zheng Chen weighed the pros and cons. I just killed 3,000 people, and the experience of humans is terrifyingly high. Once I evolve, my level will increase significantly, right? In that case, it shouldn't be a problem to conquer the 4th floor after evolving, and the final 5th floor after that. Breaking through the dungeon is just a matter of time. And now it is known that the dominant race in this world is humans. So should I also consider living in the human world after conquering the dungeon? Thinking of this, Zheng Chen said, how about this, if you can cure my friend, I will keep you by my side. You can follow me until you die. I can't guarantee conquering the dungeon, but showing you the 5th floor should be no problem. What? A burst of light erupted from King's murky eyes. Purification. As the sky blue light sprinkled on Mao Nanbei's body, the painful expression on Mao Nanbei's face gradually relaxed. King did not lie, his purification magic level was not high, but fortunately, Trinity's debuff was not high level, so it could be easily removed. She did not wake up, but her HP had begun to recover naturally, and waking up was only a matter of time. After using purification, King sat on the ground with a pale face, not even having the strength to stand up. Zheng Chen glanced at him. He only had 20 MP left, not even enough to cast a decent low-level magic shield. And because of the soul-devouring curse, even if he used concentration on himself, he couldn't recover even 1 point of MP. Running out of MP meant that AP could not be restored. He didn't even have the strength to walk now. Looking at his pitiful appearance, Zheng Chen couldn't help but think that one day he would also face Leviathan. What if he was also cursed like this? Level up. Concentration. After much thought, Zheng Chen made a decision. Notice, consuming 4 unlock points, the skill concentration has been upgraded to advanced concentration. Concentration and healing are different, they don't have levels, and upgrading them will directly evolve into higher level skills. Many skills are actually like this, such as weak breakthrough can be upgraded to barrier breakthrough, and pulse can be upgraded to proton breakthrough. By the way, Zheng Chen took a look at the skill tree diagram and found that the skill pulse actually had a prerequisite skill. And this prerequisite skill turned out to be critical breakthrough. Critical breakthrough consists of 3 stages. It is a skill of 3 stages. After reaching the 3rd stage of critical breakthrough and then evolving, it will evolve into pulse. However, the skill tree diagram cannot unlock the critical breakthrough skill. It can only directly unlock pulse. The reason is also clearly stated. This prerequisite skill group is too rubbish to be priced, so it is not included in the skill tree diagram. Of course, skills like Taisu Dragon Breath and Heaven and Earth Seal are top-tier attack skills and quite special. These skills are categorized as race secret arts in the skill tree diagram. These skills have both level requirements and advanced skills. Zheng Chen reached out and used advanced concentration on the already withered Jin Gu, accompanied by a strong bright purple light. Jin Ji's MP instantly filled up. Jin Gu, who was calculating that he had little time left, suddenly felt full of vitality in his body. This is. He felt amazed by the continuous influx of power into his body, instantly realizing that this was a restorative magic. Advanced mana replenishment? No, that's not it. Even the 20 mages I hired together to cast the super recovery magic, concentration, couldn't restore my condition. Difficult. Could it be? Jin Gu looked up at Zheng Chen in disbelief. Could it be the magic that only gods can use, advanced concentration, as the legends say? That is a magic that even all the mages in the kingdom combined cannot cast. This monster, with just a wave of his hand. Feeling better? Get up. You just used, could it be, advanced concentration? Jin Gu even forgot that his condition had already been restored, staring blankly at Zheng Chen. Zheng Chen raised an eyebrow. Yes, what's wrong? Jin Gu instantly felt dizzy. The curse prevented Jin Gu from restoring his own condition, and concentration couldn't restore his MP. But advanced concentration could. Of course, this couldn't dispel the devouring of his soul, it could only mean that his future recovery would depend on Zheng Chen's help. Upgrading concentration by 4 points is much better than spending 10 points to unlock a useless purification skill. Debuff skills are not very practical to begin with, so there are not many debuffs on the dungeon monsters, and most of them can be dealt with using healing and concentration. In addition, Zheng Chen's own magic resistance is terrifyingly high. Except for Leviathan, it is almost impossible for other monsters to debuff him. If possible, Zheng Chen doesn't want to waste those 10 unlock points to unlock a useless purification skill. But unlocking advanced concentration is very worthwhile. As the level increases, the effects of concentration and healing become increasingly inadequate, so it is indeed necessary to unlock higher level skills. Moreover, unlocking advanced concentration would also force Jin Gu to rely on himself to survive, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Aren't you afraid that I'll restore my MP and escape with spatial transfer? Feel free to escape, will it help you? You won't live long anyway, escaping won't change that. Don't you want to follow me before you die and see the deeper levels of the dungeon? Jin Ji's heart skipped a beat. Did this monster, when he just said he would take me with him, already plan this? What an astonishing intelligence. He had already seen through my thoughts in such a short time. Who are you exactly? For a full 3 minutes, Jin Gu couldn't come back to his senses. The experiences of today were more exciting than his entire 70 years of life combined. Zheng Chen twisted his neck and said, "That's not important, please move my friend further away, I'm about to evolve." Evolve? Evolve? Jin Gu was puzzled. Hurry up, Zheng Chen urged. Only then did Jin Gu have to act and move the unconscious cat north and south further away. How many times has the worldview been overturned? Isn't the evolution of monsters supposed to require long years of accumulation, eventually breaking out of the cocoon like a butterfly? How can it just evolve at will? Is evolution such an easy thing? Zheng Chen wouldn't care about his thoughts. Seeing Jinj moving the cat to the corner, Zheng Chen finally relaxed. Human experience is already high, even though the level is already high now. Killing a person still gives 1000 experience points with the 20 times experience of humans and the 4 times experience of accelerated growth. After killing 3000 people, the energy in Zheng Chen's body was about to explode. This feeling is like suddenly getting diarrhea after being constipated for half a month. Zhang Chen can endure until now, showing great perseverance. In the astonished eyes of Jinj, Zhang Chen closed his eyes and opened the evolution option. As before, there are 4 options. Option 1, Frost True Dragon, the adult form of the miniature ice dragon, a true dragon specializing in ice attributes, with extremely powerful magic elements, but will lose the nullification of melee damage, innate skill, ice attribute specialization. Option 2, True Candle Dragon, returning to the bloodline of the Candle Dragon, possessing a giant body over 100 meters. Unparalleled in the use of magic elements and skills, the dragon among dragons, innate skill, transformation, piercing the void of the sky. Option 3, Golden True Dragon, extremely strong physique, provides a body that is almost impossible to penetrate with physical attacks, sacrificing a certain amount of magic elements in exchange for the strongest physical body, innate skill, enhanced physical attack immunity, Spear of the Void. Option 4, Elemental True Dragon, the 5 major attributes are its most loyal servants, with extremely strong resistance to magic elements, and the most versatile mastery of all attributes, innate skill, all attribute immunity, all attribute mastery, 5 major attribute attack magic. First, exclude the Candle Dragon. The Candle Dragon is an evolutionary direction that can only exert its strength in the later stages. Its comprehensive development attributes can cope with any possible battle, leaving almost no loopholes. But in the early and middle stages, the comprehensive development of the Candle Dragon means overall mediocrity, which is not very meaningful in dungeons. Next is the Golden Dragon, which also needs to be excluded. The further you go, the more Zhang Chen realizes a truth: physical attacks cannot beat magic. No matter how strong the physical attacks are, if one has physical attack immunity, everything is futile. On the other hand, the Frost True Dragon and the Elemental True Dragon are the 2 remaining options. The Frost True Dragon is not like those mixed pseudo-Frost True Dragons. Its innate specialization in ice attributes can break through the defense of ice attribute immunity, and its magic elements are also the highest among all options. On the other hand, the Elemental True Dragon blossoms with all attributes of magic. Although its magic element quantity is not as high as the Frost True Dragon and lacks specialization, it has unparalleled versatility. Mastering the 5 major attributes means that almost all of Zhang Chen's weaknesses, except for light, can be eliminated. At the same time, the innate skill of all attribute immunity is very powerful. Skills can be merged. All attribute immunity must be collected and merged with the 5 major attribute immunities to unlock, which is an extremely rare skill. Zhang Chen thought about it. Indeed, the specialization of the Frost True Dragon is very powerful. But after fighting against the pseudo-Frost True Dragon, Zhang Chen still felt that the weakness of this option was too obvious. On the other hand, the Elemental True Dragon, with its powerful versatility, can bring great trouble to enemies in battle. Finally, Zhang Chen made a decision and clicked on the evolution option of the Elemental True Dragon. What is needed now is the pursuit of versatility. The Candle Dragon is too mediocre. The Elemental True Dragon has achieved a perfect balance between targeting and versatility, and still retains a relatively small body size. Like last time, it's like shedding from the marrow. This wonderful sense of comfort makes Zhang Chen unable to stop every time. Scales fall off, and every cell in the body seems to be injected with new vitality. Each evolution brings about a rebirth and growth. And this time, Zhang Chen feels that he has finally stepped onto the ladder of the strong. Notice, evolution is complete, experience points have been reset, starting at 10,000, and the upgrade multiplier has been increased to 4 times. Notice, the accumulated experience before evolution has been incorporated into the current level, the level has been increased, current level LV14/3 job changes. Notice, evolution has gained 20 unlocking points, leveling up gains 10 unlocking points, currently available unlocking points 57. Zhang Chen opened his eyes. Boom! The entire cave was shaken to the point of cracking by a huge pressure. This is. King quickly opened the physical protection shield. The shield was instantly covered with cracks from the shaking. Just by opening his eyes, there is such power. No, that's not the point. The point is, King saw that after Zhang Chen closed his eyes for a while, his body structure underwent a drastic change. His height went from 1 meter to 2 meters. The blue crystal scales all fell off, replaced by new silver scales. Short, cute horns grew on his head. His dog-like facial structure also became flatter like a cat, but still retained the appearance of a dragon. At the same time, with a swoosh, 2 pairs of huge wings made up of hexagonal silver metal pieces spread out behind Zhang Chen, with a wingspan of up to 5 meters. Not only did his appearance change, but what's with this aura? King clearly felt that after this dragon-shaped monster's transformation, the overflowing magic power in his body increased several times. The entire underground city was trembling. A faint silver halo even emanated from his body, a phenomenon that only occurs when a certain amount of magic power is reached. If before this monster only made people feel fear and unbeatable, then after evolution, this dragon-shaped monster is an invincible existence that even dares people to challenge it. A god? King even had a ridiculous feeling. Have I witnessed the birth of a deity? Zheng Chen didn't notice King's thoughts. Zheng Chen only cared about his current state. Unexpectedly, because he killed 3,000 people, he jumped from 2nd evolution LV19 to 3rd evolution LV14. The human experience points were unexpectedly high, with an average of less than 1,000 experience points per person for 3,000 people. A total of nearly 3 million experience points. Zheng Chen thought that with this experience, he could skip 3 evolutions and enter the 4th evolution directly. But Zheng Chen was too naive. The experience calculation formula is previous level experience asterisk multiplier plus total level number, rounded to the nearest whole number. The 3rd evolution multiplier is 1,4, and the 1st level requires 10,000 experience points. Imagine how quickly the experience requirements will increase. Zheng Chen glanced at his current experience and felt suffocated. Current experience, 96435/1128948 times, over a million for 1 level? Are you kidding me? However, with a full 15 level increase from evolution. When Zheng Chen looked at his attributes, he felt so refreshing. Current role, Elemental True Dragon LV14, 3 job changes, type, extremely rare species, super high level monster HP, 21546/21546 MP, 49931/49931 AP, 18720/6240 strength, 12063 magic power, 34813 physical defense, 12664 magic defense, 44986 perception, 9864 comprehensive agility, 13,946 current unlocking points, 57 current experience points, 96435/1128948 weakness, light. Except for perception, all hexagonal panels are over 10,000. Apart from the light attribute, there are no other weak attributes. There is no need to look at further skills. The elemental true dragon is proficient in all elements, so it has added high-level attack magic for all attributes. At the same time, a new defense skill has been added, all attribute immunity. Ordinary magic attacks are almost impossible to harm Zheng Chen. And, with a flap of his wings, a strong whirlwind lifted Zheng Chen up. Because he grew wings, he also gained the innate skill, flight. Evolution, wonderful. The 3-in-1 Shui 90 has 100,000 attributes? Is it very high? The attributes of those tens of thousands are virtual, they are the attributes of 3 bodies merged, the data added together. In fact, the attributes of a single body are not even as high as Zheng Chen's current level. In the past, when the attributes were inferior, opponents could still be defeated by tactics, skills, and wisdom. Now, for the first time, Zheng Chen has completely overwhelmed the boss even in attributes. Unexpectedly, humans have given me a head, and I actually have such benefits. Zheng Chen couldn't help but feel grateful to humans. Thank you for the 3,000 heads that humans have given me, bro 666, thank you very much. Zheng Chen couldn't help but clench his fists. The powerful force made the space around his fist faintly distort. In his eyes, an unprecedented fighting spirit emerged. On his face, there hung an extremely standard crooked smile of the war god. With this attribute, the 4th level is no longer to be feared. Next, it is the final 5th level of the underground city. Finally, it's time to challenge Leviathan. Wow! Where did that dog go, meow? Wow! Who is this dry old man? Where did you hide my dog, meow? At this moment, Cat Nanbei woke up. Zheng Chen frowned and pinched his brow. Ah, it's still so noisy, so annoying. Notice, mental skill sound wave resistance has been unlocked. Wow! Dog, you've become taller than me? You're not a shorty anymore, meow. Zheng Chen, why do I suddenly feel like beating up this stupid cat? Zheng Chen took 3 deep breaths and calmed down. Stay calm. The girl I finally hooked up with can't be lost like this. When there is a chance to go all the way, just slap her face. You. Seeing Zheng Chen coming in, King was already pale, trembling like chaff. In his life, he had never seen such a powerful monster. Even though he didn't have the identification skill, just by relying on that aura, he could feel the fear as if facing a natural enemy. Zheng Chen glanced at him and said, "What's wrong? You look like you lost the shoes your grandson bought you." And nothing. King's gaze shifted, not daring to look at Zheng Chen. Even though he knew he wouldn't kill himself, just looking at Zheng Chen would bring forth an uncontrollable fear from the depths of his DNA. Wow, dog, you look so beautiful, let me touch you. Cat Nanbei, who had fully recovered, ran behind Jing Chen and scratched his wings with her claws. The front of these pure dragon scale wings was smooth, while the back was rough. Cat Nanbei scratched it with a crackling sound, her face showing a blush of enjoyment. This is not a scratching post, hey! Zheng Chen flapped his wings and directly threw Cat Nanbei away. Cat Nanbei twisted her body in midair, landed steadily, and then, relying on her agility of up to 17,000, pounced back, grabbing Zheng Chen's wings and scratching fiercely. It took Zheng Chen nearly half an hour to wear down her AP and calm her down. After that, Zheng Chen explained the battle on the 4th level to Cat Nanbei. Cat Nanbei also recalled it, lowered her head in guilt, her cat ears drooping, her two tails unconsciously swaying, muttering, "Sorry, dog, I held you back." Zheng Chen waved his hand, "It's okay, you are a mid-level monster, your attribute upgrades are not as many as mine, it's normal not to keep up, but you have leveled up now, right?" Cat Nanbei was stunned and finally realized that her speed just now was much faster than usual. Due to teaming up, Zheng Chen, who killed 3,000 people, gained 3 million experience points, and Cat Nanbei naturally gained an equal amount of experience. Cat Nanbei rose to level 146 in one go, with a comprehensive agility in humanoid form approaching 8,000. In beast form, it even reached nearly 17,000. Here, let's correct a misconception. The higher the comprehensive agility, the faster the speed. Body size is also an important indicator, so Zheng Chen has always evolved by choosing smaller body types. For example, for monsters like Leviathan with a body size of several hundred meters, even if their comprehensive agility reaches 2,000, they may only be able to move reluctantly. Before Zheng Chen was a young dragon, his overall agility was over 100, and his movements were as fast as bullets. The larger the size and weight, the higher the basic agility needed for fast movement. Mao Nanbei's size is now about 30% smaller than Zheng Chen's, but his overall agility is 4,000 points higher. In terms of speed, Mao Nanbei may be more than 3 times faster than Zheng Chen in actual combat. Mao Nanbei was confused. How did I become so awesome by just taking a nap? Wow, that's great, you damn thing, I won't lag behind next time. Mao Nanbei was happy and hugged Zheng Chen, kissing him on the face. Zheng Chen looked displeased. You can kiss, but can you not use animal form to kiss me? Damn, all that saliva, so disgusting. But at this point, Zheng Chen suddenly thought of something. He looked at Jinj. Jinj was also stunned, quickly turned his head, not daring to look directly at Zheng Chen, shrinking like an old quail. Zheng Chen sighed inwardly, realizing he had miscalculated. Bringing others along would also give them experience points. Humans are so weak, even the so-called strongest human, the War King, is only around level 50. This old man is only level 44. The lower the level, the faster the leveling up. With him around, wouldn't he also gain experience points? After defeating Leviathan, this old guy could level up to 100, right? If this old guy can walk out of the dungeon alive, won't the ceiling of human combat power be shattered by him? Zheng Chen found this idea very interesting. Moreover, if this old man can get out alive, there might be something that he could lead. After that, Zheng Chen discussed with Jinj about the human world outside. Currently, there are a total of 10 kingdoms of humans, each with an underground city. Currently, the progress of the Chuandong Kingdom is the fastest among all kingdoms, in the final stage of raiding the second layer boss. It is said that the underground city emerged from the ground 300 years ago. Before that, the entrance to the underground city was always hidden underground, unknown to anyone. Before the appearance of the underground city, humans were in constant warfare. Humans are a strange species. Call them stupid, they have intelligence that does not match their strength. Call them smart, they only think about how to kill their own kind more efficiently all day long. When there is no common enemy, humans fight among themselves all day long. The appearance of the underground city gave humans a common enemy. As a result, human warfare gradually turned into a competition of national power. When Jinj mentioned the overall combat power of humans, Zheng Chen was very disappointed. That guy Zhao Outyin is indeed the strongest human in the world, no doubt about it. The strongest is only at this level. After learning more about the current situation of humans, Zheng Chen lost interest in listening further. Anyway, amidst all the verbose talk, Zheng Chen only heard one thing: humans are quite weak. Maybe it's too exaggerated to say they are at the 3rd level, but even a random fish from the 4th level running into the human world could cause chaos. What is this monster up to? Seeing the monster's wicked smile, Jinj couldn't help but swallow nervously. Could it be that I made a deal with a demon? After that, since Jinj had never been to the 4th level, Zheng Chen had to walk through the 3rd level again to reach the 4th level with him. Along the way, they greeted Babylon. Jinj was so scared that he fainted on the spot. When he woke up, he saw Babylon again and fainted once more. This repeated over a dozen times before Jinj finally accepted Babylon's presence. Little did he know, Babylon leaned in close to Jinj's face, looked him up and down, and said, "Old tough guy, chewy, my favorite to eat." This scared the elderly Jinj so much that he wet himself on the spot, fainting for a day and a night, much to Babylon's laughter. The time waiting for Jinj to wake up was a rare moment of rest for Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen and Babylon chatted a lot. Babylon said that as the original final boss, he could not reveal any information on how to defeat Leviathan. It was a curse engraved into his soul by the gods when they threw it into the dungeon, a curse called causality. But when he used his identification skill to look at the elemental true dragon Zhang Chen, a look of surprise couldn't help but flash in the eyes of this weathered monster. After that, he only said one sentence. "Practice more on the 4th floor, make enough preparations before going to the 5th floor, that's all I can say." After that, he never spoke to Zhang Chen again, but looking at his appearance, he seemed to have some expectations. Although Zhang didn't understand, since it was Babylon's reminder, Zhang Chen naturally remembered it. After King woke up, he briefly introduced a few sentences, and Zhang Chen took him and Cat Nanbei to the 4th floor. Come to die? Perhaps it was a coincidence of fate? This time, Zhang Chen landed even more coincidentally than last time, just 100 meters away from Trinity. And this time, Zhang Chen had a confident smile on his face. Is this the boss of the 4th floor? Having been scared unconscious by Babylon several times, King's brain seemed a bit confused. As a human, facing the boss of the 4th floor for the first time, King showed no fear on his face, but rather some fanaticism and joy. His old body kept trembling, staring intently at the huge creature in front of him. Indeed powerful, just looking at it, it seems like my marrow was about to boil. I never thought that in my lifetime, I would actually be able to witness the majesty of the 4th floor boss. Trinity seemed to be pleased with what he said. It approached King, took a look, tilted its head and said, "Old man, you know quite a bit, don't you? Since you have such good taste, I'll make it easier for you to die later." With that, Trinity turned its gaze to Zhang Chen, who was standing casually on the side. "Last time you escaped, this time you won't be so lucky." "Ha? How come you look different?" "Never mind, it's not important. Although I don't know what species you are or why you have such strong life essence in your body. But as long as I eat you, I can challenge Leviathan and become the new master of the dungeon. If you obediently accept death, in return for your obedience, I might let you die." "Enough talk." Swish! Like shooing away a fly, a crescent-shaped white light shot out from Zhang Chen's claw. Trinity's actions and words came to a sudden halt. "Antagonists die from talking too much. It seems you don't understand this principle, and besides, do you really think you're so powerful?" A barely audible threat appeared on Trinity's body. Zhang Chen shook it off, shaking off the residual magic on his hand. Trinity's body slowly split in half along this line. Orange blood gushed out like a waterfall, falling into the magma on both sides of the floating bridge. At that moment, Cat Nanbei and King were stunned. If their jaws weren't supported by bones, they might have made a big dent in the ground by now. But Zhang Chen remained unfazed. Trinity's stats were indeed terrifying. With 100,000 attributes, it was not an exaggeration to call it a monster among monsters. But it was a facade. It had 3 bodies. So the terrifying attributes were actually the result of adding up the stats of the 3 bodies when combined. Although the stats seemed high, when under attack, the damage each body received was actually calculated based on its true individual stats. And if one body was taken out alone, its stats were not much different from Zhang Chen's. Zhang Chen, who had always been winning against stronger opponents, how could he not instantly kill a monster with 3 bodies whose stats were similar to his own? Notice, level has been raised, current level LV15, notice, reached level 15, level reward of 5 unlock points has been credited. Notice, completed main quest, 150 unlock points have been credited, current unlock points 177. Well, this Trudy can't see that the experience is quite high, and under the influence of accelerated growth, she unexpectedly has 2 million experience points. And at this moment, witnessing all of this, King finally realized the power of Zhang Chen. The mini ice dragon Zhang Chen already has the power to destroy a country. If it were just that, King would still consider whether to attack it, even if it meant mutual destruction. Even though Zhang Chen had promised not to attack humans actively, it was still a potential nuclear bomb. However, this idea died in its infancy. Now evolved into an elemental true dragon, Zhang Chen's power has far surpassed human imagination. Ha! Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Looking at Zhang Chen, King laughed in a sickly manner. He no longer dared to have the idea of risking his life against Zhang Chen. He doesn't need to think about anything anymore. Humans are nothing in the face of such existence. I can't do anything. Since I can't do anything, I'll be true to my desires. Zhang Chen's figure, now to king, is overwhelmingly despairing. In the face of overwhelming despair, one loses everything, including dignity, honor, and belief. King's faith was shattered by Zhang Chen's power. Now, he is left only with his desires. And his desire is, I want to see how strong the strongest power in the world really is. I want to see what other powerful beings exist in this world. I want to see where the ultimate power lies. I want to see all the hidden things in this world. Curiosity. It is the greatest desire of a magician. Glancing back at the half-crazed king, Zhang Chen saw through his thoughts in an instant. Including his previous idea of finding an opportunity to attack, even if it meant mutual destruction, Zhang Chen actually saw it, but didn't say anything. And now his state is also within Zhang Chen's expectations. Humans are a mysterious species, their intelligence far surpasses their power. But no matter how much they surpass, in the end, they are not superior beings. Human intelligence is only at this level. King is currently the only person who has communicated with Zhang Chen. Common knowledge can only acquire some basic knowledge. For Zhang Chen, the people of this world, their culture, distribution of power, religion, and so on, are all unknown. Leaving the underground city, surviving in the human world is inevitable. For this, a guide is essential. King is the best candidate. Zhang Chen has witnessed the stubbornness of humans, especially since King is obviously a high-ranking human. To make such a person obedient, one must first shatter his worldview. Let's go, Zhang Chen said to him, then walked forward. Cat Nanbei quickly caught up with two tails raised, leaving King stunned in place for a long time before hurrying to catch up. After that, Zhang Chen stayed on the 4th floor of the underground city for a full half-month. Babylon said to practice more on the 4th floor before going down to the 5th floor. But Zhang Chen didn't go down to the 5th floor mainly because he couldn't find the entrance to the 5th floor. Each floor of the underground city is larger than the previous one. The world of the 4th floor is 10 times larger than the sum of the previous 3 floors. Before, finding the boss meant finding the entrance. But it didn't work on the 4th floor. After spending a whole half-month, Zhang Chen encountered a major problem that could not be solved by strength alone. He couldn't find the entrance to the 5th floor. With a crash, as a 9-toothed sword tiger fell, Zhang Chen's level reached LV 17. Announcement, side quest, hunting 1,000 9-toothed sword tigers completed, unlocking 10 points credited. The earnings of this half-month are indeed good. Zhang Chen glanced at it. The rewards for side quests on the 4th floor are very generous, starting at 10 points. Some stronger monsters only require killing 100 to get 20 points. Of course, for Zhang Chen, who can defeat a boss in one move, there are no opponents strong or weak anymore. Others team up, I solo, others solo, I kill in seconds. This description is not an exaggeration for Zhang Chen's current strength. Although it was difficult to level up, Zhang Chen only increased by 2 levels, but after half a month, he accumulated many unlocked points. During this period, after upgrading the growth enhancement to level 3 with 80 unlocked points, he still had 702 points left. This was much more cost-effective than leveling up. Not only that, Mao Nanbei and Jinj gained a lot of experience by following Zhang Chen. Due to their lower class and level, they leveled up much faster than Zhang Chen. Mao Nanbei reached level 156. Jinj, who originally was only level 44, had already reached level 81. Ha ha ha, I can actually become so strong? Jinj looked excited. I'm even stronger than Xiao Zhao. I'm invincible. I am the strongest human mage. Clearly, due to the curse on him, he couldn't restore his HP and MP even if he leveled up, relying on Zhang Chen. Just then, perhaps because Jinj was too annoying, disturbing people's sleep. With a bang, the earth and rocks exploded, and a centipede emerged from the ground. Zhang Chen could also hear the centipede speaking through telepathy. I've tolerated you for a long time, are you done being annoying? I'm trying to sleep here. Zhang Chen and Mao Nanbei were about to take action when Jinj rushed to the front, power bank. Please step back, Zhang Chen, leave this trash to me. Hey, what did you just call me? You wanted to call me a power bank, right? Changed your mind at the last minute? Definitely wanted to call me a power bank, right? Are you a bit out of it recently? Jin shouted, releasing his magical power, under the leadership of the power bank. Zhang Chen, my power has surpassed the human limit. Witnessed the strongest forbidden technique of the Chuandong Kingdom, under the leadership of the power bank. Zhang Chen, I can finally use it alone. Hey, that's enough. Kill it. Let's kill this old guy as soon as we're out of the dungeon. Pseudo-cannon * collapsed dragon roar, Jin shouted and pushed the centipede with force. Blue flames sprayed from his palm, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. Zhang Chen, seeing this, couldn't help but whistle. Pseudo-cannon was a human-exclusive magic, only humans could use it, Zhang Chen couldn't use it, and the skill tree couldn't unlock it. This skill could mimic any skill. Although just a mimic, it could restore up to 70% of the original power, making it an extremely practical skill. Zhang Chen had always wanted to say, "I'm jealous." Unexpectedly, this old man could already use pseudo-cannon to mimic the dragon breath of the lower dragon collapse. Then, with a bang, the powerful dragon breath hit the centipede's head, causing it to recoil. HP1 Zhang Chen, frustrated face, Mananbei, frustrated face, centipede, frustrated face, Jinj, surprised face. The centipede stared at Jinj for a while and said, "Old man, haven't you eaten?" Humans have a lower growth rate and gain fewer attributes when leveling up. If it were Mao Nanbei at level 81, even if he couldn't beat the centipede, he wouldn't be so embarrassed. Jin's face turned pale, sweating profusely, just as the centipede raised its slender legs to strike his head. Meow! Mao Nanbei's fierce shout was followed by invisible cherry-colored light cutting through the air. The rainbow centipede was instantly cut into several pieces. With a thud, Jinj collapsed to the ground. Looking at his tearful face, Zhang Chen could only see 3 words, "I'm doomed." Sigh. That's why you shouldn't show off, or you'll be embarrassed. Zhang Chen ignored him and continued to explore the 4th floor with Mao Nanbei. Seeing his unlock points increasing, Zhang Chen became a bit anxious. Where was the entrance to the 5th floor? Practicing more on the 4th floor as if the entrance to the 5th floor was easy to find. If it weren't for embarrassment, Zhang Chen would have gone to the 3rd floor to scold Babylon, "You old man are really bad." However, just as Zhang Chen was at a loss, suddenly, like an electric current passing through his brain, piercing through the blocked brain matter, the entrance to the 5th floor was easy to find? Zhang Chen thought of a possibility. Walking to the edge of the floating bridge, looking down, there was rainbow-colored magma spreading across the 4 layers of the world. Could it be? Bang! Magma spewed out from the volcano 1,000 meters high. There were volcanoes like this all over the 4 layers. The power of the erupting magma could easily surpass the specialization in fire attributes and reach the highest level of fire attribute enhancement. Even if Zhang Chen was sprayed directly, he would feel a slight heat. Of course, getting hurt was impossible. After all, fire was Zhang Chen's innate attribute. Zhang Chen had the strongest triple protection against fire attribute immunity. But because of the tremendous power of these volcanoes, and the extremely high temperature of the magma, which also contained a large amount of corrosive magic elements, Zhang Chen had a conjecture. Could it be that the entrance to the 5th layer was the magma sea of the 4th layer? Indeed, the original intention of the design of the underground city, as well as the environment of the constant mutual slaughter of monsters, was to prevent people from breaking through the underground city. For a strong person on the 4th layer, entering the 5th layer was only a matter of time, so the best way was to hide the entrance. Using this magma to conceal the entrance was the best way. Far away in the sky but close at hand, perhaps it referred to this kind of situation? Moreover, Zhang Chen was now at level 17, needing 3,098,167 experience points to level up, almost 3 times the amount needed at level 14. Killing a snake, with an 8-fold experience bonus, only yielded 1,200 experience points, which was 12 times less than at the beginning. Continuing to stay on the 4th layer was just a waste of time. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen no longer hesitated. He turned around, extended his hand to the still puzzled Mao Nanbei and Jinj. "Protection of the fire dragon god, huh? You scoundrel, why are you buffing me now?" Mao Nanbei had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. Jinj was also puzzled. Zhang Chen approached, patted the shoulders of the two, and said after a while, "Get ready, we're jumping." Jinj was stunned, and a strong sense of foreboding suddenly burst in his heart. "Huh? Jump? Jump what?" Zhang Chen showed him a bright smile. "Jump into the magma." With that, he gently pushed the two off the floating bridge. "Wow! You scoundrel! You're murdering your wife, meow. Lord Powerbank, I am loyal to you. What's to fear? The protection of the fire dragon god can provide the strongest protection against fire attribute immunity, and you've seen it for half a month." Zhang Chen sighed, shaking his head. Immediately, he spread his wings, took off, then dived, grabbing the two and plunging into the magma. At the same time, on a layer filled with gloom, on an open ground, Leviathan, who was dozing off, suddenly felt something. Lowering its head, it looked down at its feet, as if it could see something distant as if through. Its upper and lower eyelids drew slightly closer. After a while, as if making a decision, it stood up again. Accompanied by the violent distortion and tearing of space, Leviathan used spatial magic to leave the layer. The scorching sensation of the magma did not last long. The brightness instantly turned dark. The heat turned cold in an instant. The three who should have been in the magma suddenly felt a chill, and when they came to their senses, they found themselves in a vertical passageway, free-falling. Is this a teleportation passageway? Didn't we fall into the magma? Why are we here, meow? Mao Nanbei couldn't help but exclaim. Jin's eyes lit up as if he had seen some amazing treasure. I see. In order to obstruct those who are about to break through the underground city, they deliberately made the passageway unusually large and hid it under the magma. The magma on the fourth layer contains a large amount of magic elements, which can block all perception, and ordinary people would not consider jumping into the magma. It's like hiding in plain sight. The designers of the underground city exploited a blind spot in thinking. I never expected that in my lifetime I could stroll around the fourth layer, let alone witness the scenery of the fifth layer. It's truly a life without regrets, a life without regrets. Ah ha ha ha. But Zheng Chen was not as carefree as the two of them. Max Dragon Perception has a very strong sixth sense. Since entering the corridor, this sixth sense has been continuously alerting Zheng Chen. Danger! Very dangerous ahead. With experiences from the third level, Zheng Chen has become much more steady. But the problem is, the corridor is a one-way path, and by the time Zheng Chen senses it, it's already too late. With no choice, he can only close his eyes and charge forward. A few seconds later, the space suddenly clears up. One person and two beasts land steadily with different emotions. The air on the fifth level is very cold. The temperature is not low, around 10 degrees. But the bone-chilling aura makes Zheng Chen, who didn't feel the cold on the third level, shiver involuntarily. This bone-chilling aura feels like being in a graveyard. Looking up, as the scene of the fifth level of the underground city enters his sight, Zheng Chen is shocked. There are no light sources, and it is somewhat similar to the first level's cave, with rocks everywhere. Compared to the openness of the third and fourth levels, the fifth level seems very closed off. It is about 1 kilometer wide, approximately 2 kilometers high, and seems to extend infinitely in length. Surprisingly, the fifth level is a wide underground passage. There are no stalactites, no messy rocks. The entire passage is clearly man-made, with square protrusions near the ceiling on both sides, engraved with some meaningless decorative stripes, reminiscent of Eastern decorative style. Every 1 or 2 kilometers, there are some fountains, stone tables, stone benches, and other decorations. However, these stone tables and benches are tens of meters high, clearly not meant for humans. In the silence of the fifth level passage, it feels like even the air is filled with the stench of death. The fifth level has no magical beasts. Zheng Chen finds it hard to believe this discovery. The dragon perception can focus in one direction, exploring up to 500 kilometers. Whether in front or behind, not to mention magical beasts, there isn't even a cockroach or ant. The fifth level seems like a dead imperial palace. Is this the fifth level of the underground city? The final place? The burial place of treasures? Jingde looks around, but doesn't find anything special. Cat Nanbei sniffs around. Suddenly, her ears twitch as if she has discovered something. Look, come see, meow. See what? Cat Nanbei points at a wall and keeps meowing. Zheng Chen steps forward to take a look, feeling puzzled. On both sides of the passage, many small rooms are arranged in a row. Each room contains 3 to 5 stone statues. The tallest is not more than 2 meters, and the shortest is about 70 to 80 centimeters. These lifelike statues, even without color, look alive. Zheng Chen is puzzled. In this room, there is a statue of a monkey standing on 2 feet. Dressed in brocade, wearing a tiger-skin skirt around the waist, deerskin boots on the feet, a fierce face with protruding cheekbones, and fangs sticking out. Holding a golden metal rod, baring teeth in a furious expression. Zheng Chen is surprised. Isn't this a statue of Sun Wukong? Looking at other rooms, there is a statue of a handsome man. With 3 eyes on the forehead, a dignified appearance, long ears hanging down, eyes shining, wearing a hat with 3 mountains and flying phoenixes, and a light yellow collar. Carrying a slingshot and a crescent-shaped spear. This is Erlang Shen? Looking further, there are statues of Li Jing, King Qin Guang, Di Zhang, Neza, and Qiyu. Besides these familiar deities, there are also statues of Yuan Shi Tianzun, Queen Mother of the West, Nuwa, Guanyin, and even statues of the Buddha. The statue of the war god Ares, Athena's, even Zeus and Odin's. On the other side of the wall, Jinggu, who also discovered these statues, kneels down in awe, like a devout believer admiring these statues. Such lifelike statues, are there truly such skilled sculptors in this world? Could these be creations of the gods? Jing Ji's excited ramblings are of no interest to Zheng Chen. Instead, Zheng Chen is more impressed. It's not about how lifelike these statues are. As he approached, relying on his keen dragon sense, Zheng Chen sensed that there was still a hint of vitality in these statues. and vitality only living beings possess. In other words, are these statues alive? And above these rooms, there is an ancient stone plaque, with the same words written on it. Ancient Abyss Dungeon. Ancient Abyss Dungeon? What does it mean? Could it be that these stone statues were all living beings before? Otherwise, it cannot be explained why they emit a faint aura of microorganisms. Zheng Chen tried to break the iron fence in front of the room, but the seemingly rusty iron fence was exceptionally strong. Zheng Chen's strength was as much as 14,000. It can be said that with this value, Zheng Chen can shatter Mount Everest with a single punch without using any skills. But with such high strength, Zheng Chen exerted all his strength but still couldn't bend any of the bars, trying to use a skill to break through. The Taisu dragon's breath was dispelled the moment it touched the iron fence. Dispel magic? Zheng Chen was greatly surprised. This is a magic that can dispel all other magic, a high-level magic among high-level magics. This magic cannot be unlocked as a mind skill, and unlocking the skill tree diagram requires 8,000 unlock points. Reaching into the iron fence, bypassing the iron fence and using magic directly on the inside, Zheng Chen was amazed to find that the magic inside his body could not flow to his hands. Zheng Chen was surprised again. Nullification of magic field? Also a top-level magic, unable to be unlocked as a mind skill. The skill tree diagram requires 14,000 unlock points for this ultra-high-level skill. What's the deal with these stone statues? No, what's the deal with this 5-layered structure? It's as if the entire dungeon was created to hide these stone statues. Boom! Zheng Chen hadn't recovered from his shock. The 5th floor of the dungeon suddenly trembled. The dilapidated ceiling shook off a lot of dust. What is this sound? The fear engraved in DNA spread through the body once again. Zheng Chen will never forget this sound in his life. What's going on, meow? It seems like something is coming over there, meow. Cat Nanbei's fur stood on end instantly. She looked pale-faced towards the dark passage ahead, sweat soaking her forehead in an instant. Oh no! That's very bad, Power Bank-sama. That oppressive feeling is not something an ordinary creature can have. Boom! 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 Slow and heavy footsteps, like a call from the abyss. The air seemed to solidify. It felt like a mountain was pressing down on his back. The overwhelming presence of the approaching tsunami, even though the true form couldn't be seen, felt so heavy. Oh, we meet again. Looking towards the direction of the footsteps, Zheng Chen went from shock to fear, and finally turned into excitement in just 0.1 seconds. Leviathan! Boom! With the deafening sound of the last footstep, 100 meters tall behemoth walked out of the darkness into view. That domineering posture that overlooks the sky. That stride that crushes everything. Even with his strength multiplied tens of thousands of times now, Zheng Chen couldn't help but feel a chill at the sight of Leviathan. Leviathan remained the same. Perhaps compared to ordinary bosses, its size could only be considered mini. But that aura, Zheng Chen, who had been fighting all the way until today, had never seen any other monster that could match it. Leviathan tilted its massive head. It didn't speak. Perhaps in its eyes, other monsters were just inferior creatures, and there was no need for communication at all? Tyrant, boom. The already incredibly heavy oppressive feeling instantly multiplied by hundreds. Meowug, Cat Nanbei and Jinj were instantly pressed to the ground, groaning in pain. The oppressive feeling, which should have been just a psychological illusion, but Leviathan's skill, Tyrant, could materialize what it wanted in its mind. It was a skill called conceptual skill. The materialized oppressive feeling caused the ground under Cat Nanbei and Jinj to crack one after another. No matter how many levels you increase, in the end, you are just inferior creatures, not even worthy of me taking action. Leviathan's indifferent eyes seemed to be interpreting this statement. However, hey, why not find someone at a similar level to spar with? Just then, Zheng Chen's voice broke Leviathan's arrogance. Leviathan was stunned, seemingly not expecting anyone to speak under its immense pressure, lazily shifting its gaze. Click, click, click. With every step of the dragon's feet, the stone ground beneath would be imprinted with a 1-inch deep footprint. Bearing what seemed like a weight of 1,000 caddies, Zheng Chen casually walked towards Leviathan. In this moment, after thousands of years without encountering an opponent, the dim eyes that seemed to have lost hope in life gradually regained their brilliance. Leviathan looked somewhat astonished at the dragon-shaped monster before it. It did not expect that among these monsters, there would be one that evolved to ignore its extreme pressure. However, it was only to this extent. This generation of monsters, not a single one was capable of fighting. Leviathan had long verified this. Breath of annihilation, Leviathan was not one to waste words. It opened its mouth and spewed out a blue-green whale breath towards Zheng Chen. The whale breath, containing immense energy, was like a laser cannon with a diameter of tens of meters, blasting towards Zheng Chen. However, With a swish, as if casually drawing aside a curtain, the whale breath, enough to kill most fourth-tier monsters, was shattered by a swipe of Zheng Chen's claw. "Oh, it seems you're a bit different? I thought the Chuandong underground city had declined." Leviathan spoke for the first time. Its voice was so deep that it made those who heard it feel like their hearts were about to explode. Zheng Chen coldly smiled. "Oh, so you can speak? I thought you were mute." Leviathan was not provoked, but returned to silence, watching Zheng Chen with interest. Zheng Chen glanced back. Cat Nanbei was struggling to reach out to him. You don't." Having been with Zheng Chen for so long, she understood him very well. She knew that when Zheng Chen raised his but, she knew he needed to relieve himself. She knew that Zheng Chen wanted. "Let them go, they pose no threat, let's fight one-on-one." Leviathan did not reply, but after casting a glance at Jing and Cat Nanbei, it released its pressure. The two of them then breathed a sigh of relief, panting heavily. In those two tests just now, Zheng Chen had already proven to Leviathan that he was a worthy opponent. Looking back at the two behind him, in the worried eyes of Cat Nanbei and Jing, Zheng Chen smiled. "Behave and watch from behind. After I win, I'll take you to see the blue sky and feel the warm sun." "You don't." Spatial severance. Zheng Chen used spatial magic to directly cut off the path of Cat Nanbei and Jing, then turned towards Leviathan, stepping towards it. "You." Cat Nanbei desperately pounded on the separated space, but Zheng Chen did not look back. At this moment, his eyes were only on Leviathan. Target, Leviathan LV 355 tier, legendary, super high rank monster HP, 1999999/199999 MP, 199999/199999 AP, 99999/99999 physical attack, 99999 physical defense, 99999 magic power, 99999 magic defense, 99999 perception, 99999 comprehensive agility, 29999. Growing to this day, the immense strength gained from countless near-death experiences finally allowed Zheng Chen to have the strength to see Leviathan's true data. Truly unbelievably strong. Speaking of which, how did it come to have such unbelievable data? Most monsters usually have tendencies in areas they are not good at. Leviathan is different. Dual offense and defense, perception speed, HP and MP amounts, from any angle, it is the most flawless monster in the underground city. Truly deserving of the title of the final boss of the underground city. "But, I experienced your strength half a year ago, and now that I have grown, I am actually happy to meet you again." Silver wings spread out, creating sharp waves of air. Zheng Chen's face was filled with ecstasy. "When we first met on the first floor, with your high level, you couldn't have not known that I was pretending to be dead. But at that time, you thought I was a worm not worth noticing, not even worthy of you killing me, right? Do you know? You've been like a nightmare, haunting my mind every moment for the past 6 months." Boom! Max dragon power erupted to its fullest, resisting Leviathan's pressure and creating a semicircular space around his body. Opening his eyes, Zheng Chen locked eyes with Leviathan. At that moment, Zheng Chen's fighting spirit seemed to ignite the air. "I think it's time for me to wake up." A dragon, a whale. Like old friends of 10 years, both sides moved almost simultaneously. They disappeared from their original positions as if teleporting. Zheng Chen and Leviathan were immediately entangled in battle. Countless sparks scattered, accompanied by a high-pitched wind. A faint radiance seemed to separate from the surrounding space, enveloping the scene. Despite the large body consuming overall agility, with 30,000 agility points, Leviathan could match Zheng Chen's speed. Jingo was astonished, Manon's gaze sharp. Zheng Chen and Leviathan turned into countless elusive shadows. The entire dungeon was ignited by their collision, as if flipping open the first page of a fairy tale. The monstrous whale and the tiny dragon god burned each other's lives, engaging in a fierce battle. Earth's roar. Hundreds of giant stone spikes were shattered by Leviathan's tail strike. Following that, Leviathan unleashed a whale breath 100 times more powerful than before. Zheng Chen's eyes focused intensely, and his ethereal dragon breath collided with it, unleashing a violent force comparable to a nuclear bomb. The roar of destructive power, capable of crushing anything, echoed through the dungeon. The intense battle rhythm reached the eardrums, penetrating every corner of the underground city. Just as the silver light appeared, blue-purple flashes arced out. Leviathan and Zheng Chen faced off, engaging in a balanced offensive and defensive battle. Heaven and earth magma, scorching bone spikes shot out from behind, melting rocks into magma even tens of meters away. Faced with a missile-like attack, Zheng Chen's eyes concentrated like never before. Unlock. Negative explosion. Opening his arms, a corrosive energy burst from Zheng Chen's body, comparable to a complete ethereal dragon breath, rapidly expanding into a spherical shape. All bone spikes that hit this energy turned to dust. Another ethereal dragon breath. Leviathan seemed to instantly disappear from his original position, dodging the attack, only to reappear behind Zhang Chen, launching a destruction breath, which Zhang Chen blocked with spatial severance. Zhang Chen and Leviathan constantly switched positions, passing each other countless times. They were entangled, unable to stop their movements. Don't be deceived by size. With determination in his eyes, Zhang Chen poured his will into his body like a torrent, breaking free from restraints and curses. In Zhang Chen's dictionary, there was no word for retreat. Fearlessly blocking Leviathan's fierce attacks, he launched counterattacks boldly and decisively. It's just a matter of size. Just high attributes. Look closely, don't close your eyes. Zhang Chen chanted to his own eyes. Leviathan was incredibly strong in both physical and magical aspects. Despite its seemingly clumsy body, supported by 30,000 agility, it had an unimaginable speed. Its MP and HP seemed bottomless. There were almost no flaws in its melee and magic abilities. Even a glancing blow would be nearly fatal. The power of destructive specialization can overwhelm the enemy with just one blow. However, that's all there is to it. The premise of taking a blow cannot exceed the limit of the premise. As long as it doesn't hit, its deadly attacks can only end up as decorations. Zhang Chen's vision reached an unprecedented level of clarity. Looking past with those deep red eyes, even the twitching of muscles in Leviathan's expression could be clearly captured. Wiping away fear and trying to focus on the past, Leviathan's massive body provided Zhang Chen with a considerable amount of information. Do not fear, do not retreat, do not be reckless. Dodge all attacks without certainty. Pour all your strength into a counterattack whenever there is a chance. Leviathan's attacks missed. It won't let them hit. In just 3 minutes, Zhang Chen and Leviathan had experienced at least 1,000 clashes. Numerous narrow escapes had honed their skills to perfection. On the other hand, Leviathan was just a fool who had relied on powerful attributes and skills and hadn't fought properly for tens of thousands of years. I won't lose. I have no reason to lose. Void sky piercing, the scorching breath was held in the mouth. Avoiding a whale breath that could cause 6 million damage in one shot. After countless clashes, Zhang Chen finally captured the moment that would decide the outcome. However, in that split second of lightning, the void sky piercing that was ready to burst in his chest couldn't be unleashed. Wah! Zhang Chen was shocked. Before he could react, an overwhelming sense of fatigue rushed through his body. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. What happened? How could my power? Zhang Chen clearly saw that in that instant, a hint of disdain crossed Leviathan's eyes. And Zhang Chen finally noticed the root of the problem. AP 0/7740 AP exhausted? In such a fast-paced battle, a moment of distraction was enough to determine the outcome. In just this brief moment of stiffness, Zhang Chen saw that Leviathan's purple-blue fin was already close to him. Bang! Whether it was a strike or a sonic boom breaking the sound barrier, Zhang Chen was hit like a lightning bolt, falling to the ground at an astonishing speed. Solid rocks were upturned, and dust filled the scene. You scoundrel! Lord Powerbank! Kat Nanbei and Kinj saw this scene and exclaimed hysterically, but they were helpless. Leviathan's attack couldn't even be completely blocked by Zhang Chen. And they were helpless even in a small space right in front of them. Even if they were allowed to join, all they could do was be a burden, right? HP 19194/199999. Even though Zhang Chen was so powerful, in this intense battle like a storm, he had not caused any significant damage to Leviathan. On the other hand, Zhang Chen, HP 1/25169. If it weren't for the invincible effect of the skill, that blow just now would have killed Zhang Chen, wouldn't it? But what's the difference between having 1 horsepower left and being dead? Zhang Chen, the game is over. You didn't really think that I haven't fought seriously in tens of thousands of years, did you? Steadily landing, Leviathan didn't rush to finish off, but instead looked indifferently at the center of the dust. In just a few words, Zhang Chen had exhausted all attributes to barely wear down the 8,000 horsepower, which had already been restored. Super rapid regeneration, as the lord of the underground city, how could it not have such a mediocre mid-level skill? Your skills are good, but ultimately they are just a half-year crash course. Your movements are too exaggerated, leading to a drastic consumption of AP. I suppose in every previous battle, you calculated the consumption carefully, right? This kind of battle should be the first time, right? Are you anxious to win against me? I fought my way out of real battlefields, where every attribute meant the difference between life and death. From today's perspective, your strength can indeed be considered that of a strong one, but in the ancient battlefield, at your level, I would have long been tired of it. Arrogant, conceited, yet confident. These are the qualities only an invincible strong one can possess. After speaking, Leviathan struck towards the center of the dust, where Zhang Chen was. You scoundrel! Cat Nanbei knelt on the ground with a thud. Zhang Chen, with only 1 horsepower, could not withstand this blow. He was doomed. Cat Nanbei seemed to be soulless, standing there in a daze. My scoundrel is dead, meow? No, Lord Cat Nanbei, look! The power bank lord is still alive. With a sick admiration for Zhang Chen, Qinj unexpectedly discovered the towering figure in the center of the dust before Cat Nanbei. This statement was like a shot of adrenaline for the despairing Cat Nanbei. Looking closely, at that moment, the despairing face suddenly lit up again. I knew you scoundrel wouldn't die so easily, meow. On the other side, Leviathan's face changed, clearly feeling a strange sensation under its fins. Roar! The tiny true dragon let out a hysterical roar. With a forceful push, the fin as heavy as Mount Tai on its head was overturned on the spot. The violent force made Leviathan take a step back involuntarily. With a swipe of its dragon claw, the dust was swept away. In the center of the huge crater, Zhang Chen, covered in blood, stood proudly. Notice, skill cross rebirth unlocked, consumes 10 unlock points. After a brief shock, Leviathan regained its previous indifference. However, there was a hint of vigilance in its eyes. Cross rebirth? A skill that conflicts with invincibility? The ability to acquire skills as needed. I see, are you the holder of truth? In the center of the crater, Zhang Chen used healing to mend his broken arm from pushing away the fin. He said, you also know the truth? Leviathan snorted coldly, the skill of creation, the ancestor of all skills, the rules of the world, the power to overturn the world. In the ancient times, there was once a person who ascended the throne with this skill. I was defeated by that person. Zhang Chen turned his head, his neck making a crisp sound. He assumed a stance, ready for battle. Zhang Chen's fighting spirit burned fiercely once again. Today, you will be defeated again. Let's begin. The second round. Leviathan's eyes narrowed. This time, it was not the gaze of assessing the enemy, but a teeth-gritting look at the opponent that had to be killed. As a piece of rubble fell from the sky, making a crisp sound as it hit the ground, Zhang Chen and Leviathan moved simultaneously. Once again, disappearing in an instant, in the vast underground 5-layer space, countless dazzling sparks burst open. More ferocious than before. More intense than before. The full-force blow from the whale's breath shattered Zhang Chen's body to pieces. But the next moment, the ashes were restored, and he struck back with a virtual sky-piercing attack. This time, Zhang Chen was even more frenzied. Since avoiding attacks would deprive him of the chance to counterattack. Since one life couldn't kill Leviathan, he would use more lives to wear it down. Cross rebirth is a special skill. Regardless of how the user's body changes, they can instantly revive at full health. Of course, such an incredible skill cannot be used indefinitely. It is a one-time skill, meaning, after using it once, the user loses the skill. And this is a theoretical skill, meaning, it can only be unlocked by consuming unlock points on the skill tree diagram. Each unlock requires 10 unlock points. In simple terms, you buy a life for 10 unlock points. Considering that unlocking an attack skill costs 1 to 3 unlock points, this price is already very high. After unlocking Negative Explosion, there were still 705 unlock points left. Zhang Chen was mentally prepared. He was willing to give up everything he had, even if it meant using up all 70 lives. This battle must be won. Critical hit * golden nay, a breath as hot as molten iron hit Leviathan's face directly. Its unshakable HP instantly dropped by 30,000. A thunderous tail whip in retaliation turned Zhang Chen into a bloody pulp on the spot, only to be restored to full strength in an instant in counterattack. Each attack was a critical hit. Even if he would be killed on the spot afterwards, he was willing to take the risk. This is the true fight for one's life. In this battle, Zhang Chen offered everything he had. The fight grew more and more intense. The entire 5th floor seemed to flicker violently as if a camera shutter was being pressed continuously. The aftermath of the battle was destroying everything in its path: the ground, walls, ceiling, and everything that existed. Every clash between Zhang Chen and Leviathan unleashed catastrophic power. Zhang Chen had a dream. He inexplicably reincarnated into this world, inexplicably obtained the strongest bloodline, and inexplicably was thrown into the underground city. So far, his life had never been his own. It felt as if there was a hand controlling his fate. Zhang Chen had a dream. To be himself again under the blue sky and warm sun, to reclaim his life. If possible, to punch his damn parents in the face. Just once. Zhang Chen had a dream. For this dream, Zhang Chen had crossed the line between life and death countless times. I have crossed the line between life and death countless times, you bastard. After coming this far, how could I possibly lose to you? There was nothing left in his eyes except Leviathan, the final and strongest obstacle. Zhang Chen's mind was ignited. All fear he had felt until now vanished. Filled with a sense of bravado like a fool, he overcame his fear. With that unbearable show of force, with that uncontrollable vision, he completely shattered that pathetic stance. Push aside the trembling body. If there is still fear lingering, it's time to prepare yourself. This is not the time to show off. When will you ever show off? If we don't win this battle, when will we ever win? If we don't reach out for the heights here, when will we ever achieve it? I want to leave this cursed place. Leviathan's breath. Critical hit * Void Sky Piercer. The fully charged Void Sky Piercer collided with the fully charged Leviathan's breath. The entire 5th floor erupted in a violent tremor as if the heavens and earth were shattering. The thunderous roar, the tearing of all things. The violent energy almost shattered the space itself. What a terrifying power. If it weren't for using this magic to block the path of Cat Nanbei and Jinj from the beginning, even just being exposed to the aftermath of this power, the two would have been annihilated, burned to ashes at the atomic level, right? The dazzling light instantly illuminated the entire underground city. The space belonging to the 5th floor seemed to fall into silence amidst the violent ringing. At this moment, Leviathan, Zhang Shan, Cat Nanbei, and Jinj, everyone faded into sketches in this dazzling light. Everything seemed to be shattered into pieces in this light, and gradually restored as the brilliance faded. In this creation-like radiance, this destined battle finally drew to a close. What a strong will! Looking at the young true dragon kneeling before him, Leviathan felt only a sense of tranquility. Countless years ago, it was a time so long that it couldn't be described in numbers, when the fake expelled the real. When the false master built the underground city and ordered it to guard this place, Leviathan's heart had died then. Although the promised one from the ancient times had passed away, the once innocent monster still stood firm here. What the fakes outside want to do has nothing to do with me. This is my world, their tomb. I just hope to rest here forever. And Leviathan, by his own will, became the guardian of this graveyard. But now, the young true dragon's determination to break free from the shackles and fight bravely left Leviathan confused. I don't regret the trillions of years of guarding. I don't regret all the cruel acts I've done. But why? Why does the attitude of this true dragon make me waver like this? Why? So obsessed with the false sky? It won't let you soar freely. It doesn't offer the freedom you long for. Why? So eager for the unknown? You clearly don't know. In front of him, waiting, was it the sun or the butcher's knife? However, looking at Zhang Chen's determined eyes, Leviathan seemed to understand. So that's how it is. So it was like this. You were just like the old me. A total of 60 lives. Zhang Chen spent 60 lives, finally forcing Leviathan into a dead end. And almost at the same time as Leviathan fell, Zhang Chen knelt, while Leviathan lay down. The body of flowing lava had begun to cool. The gaze that stared at Zhang Chen went from confusion to clarity, and finally gradually became cloudy. In this moment, Zhang Chen seemed to understand Leviathan's thoughts. HP 61/199999. With just one more blow, Leviathan would perish. Just like when he was on the brink of death watching Leviathan. It's just that today the roles are reversed. But Zhang Chen did not make a move. Leviathan did not try to resist either. It struggled to prop up its huge body, sitting up. Like a mountain, sitting there. Its AP was exhausted, so rapid regeneration could not take effect. Because of the bleeding debuff, its life was like a candle in the wind. What is this? Mockery? Same position, opposite target. Even facing death, you still have to sit there like a king, with a calm attitude towards death, mocking my will to survive back then? And so, Zhang Chen gazed at Leviathan. Leviathan gazed at Zhang Chen. In the intersecting gazes, Leviathan's HP finally returned to 0. Until the very end, Leviathan never opened its mouth again. Like a last king, sitting there, in Zhang Chen's sight, welcoming death without fear or attachment. Child, the vast world outside is just a larger dungeon. It seemed like an illusion. At the moment when Leviathan's HP returned to 0, Zhang Chen seemed to hear it say in a loving voice. But it clearly never opened its mouth. At the same time, on the 3rd level, Babylon seemed to sense something and looked towards the ground. His old face revealed a relieved, bitter smile. For so many years, carrying the burden of the counterfeit you gave me, committing so many cruel acts, just to protect them. You must be tired, right? Good night, Leviathan. Not like the death of an ordinary monster. A being as powerful as Leviathan had long since lost the concept of a physical body, and now only had a body called a spirit. In the moment of death, its body slowly began to turn into specks of starlight, drifting in the vast 5th level of the underground city. Notice, level has increased, current level LV 18. Notice, level has increased, current level LV 19. Notice, level has increased, current level LV20, evolution conditions met. Notice, main quest completed, kill Leviathan, 500 unlock points rewarded. Notice, phase main quest completed, clear the underground city, 500 unlock points rewarded. 13. 5 million experience, 1000 unlock points. Undoubtedly the largest profit since birth. Oh, my curse is gone. Behind him, King lifted his shirt. The purple face on his chest gradually faded away. With Leviathan's death, King finally freed himself from the fear of death. The elderly man, unable to contain his joy of leveling up, knelt down and burst into tears. I can pass on what I have seen and heard to future generations. Thank the gods, thank you, Lord Zhang Chen, I will never forget this grace, gold forever. You're amazing, you really pierced through the underground city, meow. I love you meow. Cat Nanbei hugged Zhang Chen, kissing him wildly. With Leviathan's death, despair also vanished. In its place, there was unprecedented joy, but Zhang Chen couldn't feel any happiness at all. Even to the very end, Leviathan taunted him with his actions. Even the last piece of advice sounded so ironic to Zhang Chen. Click! A cherry-sized divine core fell to the ground, emitting a faint iridescent glow. It was Leviathan's divine core. Zhang Chen picked it up. The divine core was very beautiful, with brilliant colors reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors. At the same time, a blue light suddenly seeped out from the center of the original body. Upon closer inspection, a teleportation magic array appeared on the ground. That was the exit of the underground city. Zhang Chen finally understood why it was said that Leviathan had to be killed to leave the underground city. Because the exit of the underground city was Leviathan itself. Only when it died would the body turn into a teleportation magic array. Zhang Chen smiled bitterly, looking at Leviathan's divine core. To the victor go the spoils. I will take your power. With that in mind, Zhang Chen swallowed the divine core and selected the evolution option. This time, Zhang Chen did not analyze which direction to choose. The early stage had passed, and the underground city had been cleared. So for the fourth evolution, of course, he had to choose his true form. Candle Dragon Emperor, however, after swallowing the Leviathan's divine core, Zhang Chen did not expect that the skills it carried would be so ironic. Dominance, all attributes permanently doubled, all skills increased by one level, no incompatible skills. In the end, do you also want me to remember your existence? Zhang Chen felt that although he had defeated Leviathan, he had also been defeated. Do you want to see the sky and the sun? Zhang Chen changed his mood, took Cat Nanbei's hand, and said. The firm gaze was like a raging fire. Cat Nanbei felt like her whole body was melting. She restrained her cheerful nature, blushing, lowering her head, and murmured softly, wherever the dog goes, I will go meow. Seeing this, Jingu behind them was moved to tears. Power Bank Lord, I also want to hold hands. Go to hell, you old pervert. And so, the three of them took steps into the teleportation magic array. A flash of light passed, and Zhang Chen found himself at the entrance of the underground city's 0th floor. In front of him, the underground city gate that could not be opened was wide open. Finally, they could leave. But Zhang Chen did not rush to leave. He shifted his gaze and glanced at a corner not far away. There, a human-sized mole demon was trembling and looking at the three of them. Target, miniature adult mole demon LV12 type, semi-monster HP, 372/372 MP, 372/372 AP, 3939. Zhang Chen smiled kindly. He walked towards the mole demon and said, Do you still remember me? The mole demon shivered. It carefully examined Zhang Chen, as if remembering something, and suddenly trembled all over. At this moment, in its eyes, Zhang Chen's smile gradually became sinister. You're so powerful, it's been half a year, and you've leveled up by a full 5 levels. But it's a coincidence, I've also leveled up a few levels. Current function, Candle Dragon Emperor LV0, for transfers, type, extremely rare species, super high rank monster HP, 226439/226439 MP, 346669/346669 AP, 161316/161316 strength, 94641 magic element, 194643 physical defense, 113649 magic defense, 221614 perception, 84643 comprehensive agility, 31792 current unlock points, 1105 current experience, 1364/100000 weakness, light. Talent skills, Dragon Perception Max, Truth Max, Void Sky Piercing LV6, Midnight Power, Common Sense Acquisition, Ice Attribute Immunity, Golden Nay LV6, Earth Roar LV6, Wind God Sigh LV6, Wood Emperor Heaven and Earth LV6, Water Annihilation LV6, Corrosive Breath LV5, Spatial Disruption, Transformation, Flight. Heart Skill, critical hit LV6, dragon might max, gluttony LV5, triple enhancement of physical attack immunity, double enhancement of all attributes immunity, triple enhancement of fire attribute immunity, triple enhancement of all attributes specialization, triple enhancement of fire attribute specialization, heart understanding, single dog's furious flying kick, sonic resistance, fire dragon god's blessing, advanced concealment, assassin, invisibility, advanced alchemy. Unlocked skills, Heaven and Earth Seal LV6, Pulse, Invincible, Advanced Healing, Enhanced Growth LV4, Advanced Concentration, Mental Focus, Barrier Break, Diffusion Control, Bloodline Optimization, Spatial Shift, Cross Resurrection, Negative Explosion, Rain. Chuandong Underground City Chapter, Lush Grasslands, Refreshing Air, Dazzling Sunlight. If not for remembering the past life, Zheng Chen would never believe that there could be such beautiful scenery in this world. But Zheng Chen's mood was very heavy. The reason is nothing but the truth? Notice, Phase 2 Core Mission unlocked. Core Mission, Kill the Demon God Ares. Reward, 10,000 unlock points. Bridge Beanbag, my dragon eye seems to have hemorrhoids, a little dizzy, let me take another look. Zheng Chen fixed his eyes and instantly suffocated. 10,000? Are you kidding me? Zheng Chen quickly pinched his philtrum, barely avoiding fainting. Not only that, the truth also unlocked the first main mission. Initialization mission, remove the threat to the Chuandong King Situ Zhou, reward, 100 unlock points. It didn't specify what the threat was. In other words, do I have to go to the royal city? No way, after finally coming out, I just want to live carefree days, don't make me get involved in human politics, okay? Although he thought so, Zheng Chen still pondered how to proceed. After all, getting rid of the demon god Ares for 10,000 unlock points, the reward couldn't be so generous for no reason. What does such a generous reward represent? It means that Ares must be extremely powerful. Thinking like this, these 100 unlock points are really tempting. Meow. Don't run. Meow. On a small slope in the grassland, Cat Nanbei chased after a butterfly, just like a real cat. Although she was originally a cat. With astonishing speed, she caught the white butterfly in an instant. Born in the underground city, she had never seen such a beautiful creature. Excited, she sat on the ground and looked around. Perhaps out of instinct, she opened her mouth, ready to taste the creature. White-banded fecal butterfly feeds exclusively on feces, eating it is like eating poop. Meow. With one sentence from Zheng Chen, Cat Nanbei was so scared that she jumped 10 meters high, and in disgust, she threw away the butterfly in her hand. She cried and pounced on Zheng Chen, hugging him tightly. You jerk, are all creatures outside eating poop? Zheng Chen, troubled by the truth mission, was somewhat helpless facing this innocent question. I never thought I could survive, and still gain such strong power. Kneeling beside him, Ginge grabbed a handful of soil, rubbed it on his face, and took a deep breath to smell the earthy scent. Zheng Chen glanced at him. Honestly, don't do that. It's kind of gross. Lord Powerbank, what are your plans next? Ginge wiped his face and ran over cheerfully. His bright eyes were shining, anticipating something. After some thought, Zheng Chen decided to focus on completing the missions. Unlock points are always welcome, and 100 unlock points are not to be missed. How difficult could the human threat be? Isn't Ginge a chief mage? Wouldn't it be perfect for him to take me to the palace? I don't know, let's go wherever we end up, or you can take me for a walk first. Upon hearing this, Ginge immediately became excited. In that case, let's go to the Chuandong Kingdom. I will introduce you to the king, my lord. You will definitely become the backbone of our country, and then, you will be above all others, a person above 10,000. Zheng Chen's cheek twitched slightly. Are you kidding me? Jingo was stunned. What? Did I say something wrong? Zheng Chen rolled his eyes and released his aura. What do you think? With a bang, the clear sky instantly turned dark with thick clouds. The sun seemed to be extinguished by this pressure. Jingo broke out in a cold sweat instantly. Under one person? Are you kidding about the Milky Way? You want me to be under one person? Goodness, did you plant the peach garden of the Queen Mother? No, I dare not. I kneel to the boss. Jinga knelt with a thud. Zheng Chen didn't blame him much. After all, they had gone through the underground city together. No matter what, he had also saved Cat Nanbei, so Zheng Chen still considered him half a friend, not someone to be taken seriously. Alright, get up. I didn't kill you, which means I consider you a friend. Don't kneel to me all the time. It's embarrassing for a level 100 person, isn't it? Zheng Chen waved his hand and turned to look behind him. There was a 10-meter-high bronze gate leaning against the hill, exuding an ancient green color. That was the entrance to the Chuandong underground city where Zheng Chen had survived for half a year. To be honest, now that he was leaving, Zheng Chen was a bit reluctant. Okay, let's go to Chuandong. Since I'm not familiar with the human world, you can show me around. But it's impossible for me to work for the emperor, I will never work. But if your country is okay, I can stay. Jinggu was overjoyed. Really? Zhang Chen nodded. I had no choice in the underground city before, now I just want to be a good person. Jinggu was delighted to hear that. But then, he began to worry as he looked at Zhang Chen's body. Zhang Chen was now the Candle Dragon Emperor. With a body length of 3 meters, 3 pairs of wings, a wingspan of over 10 meters, and a majestic blue appearance, Zhang Chen knew what he was worried about. His appearance, running to the human world, might cause panic, right? Transformation? Not possible. Transformation was one of the Candle Dragon's innate abilities, so after becoming the Candle Dragon Emperor, Zhang Chen could transform. But Zhang Chen didn't want to take on a human form. For some reason, humans were very special creatures. If he transformed into a human, there was an unreasonable restriction. The first transformation into a human allowed for self-design of appearance, but for subsequent transformations into humans, the appearance could only be set once. Unlike other creatures who could change size and color freely. This time going to the palace was more about completing the mission to unlock points. After completing the mission, Zhang Chen didn't want to have any dealings with the human upper echelons, so Zhang Chen didn't want to reveal his transformed appearance, at least not to the high-ranking humans. In Zhang Chen's eyes, human political games were like children playing house seriously, and the biggest nature of politicians and capitalists was to shed no tears until they saw the coffin. Even if there were 100 politicians and capitalists, if you killed 99 of them, the remaining one would not learn a lesson. No, perhaps this was the inherent flaw of humanity as a whole. It was impossible to use killing to eradicate this flaw, only to avoid it. In a sense, even the gods had to fear human stupidity, right? After completing the mission, Zhang Chen just wanted to have a peaceful period, rest, stay away from killing and fighting, and not be disturbed. After all, the past half year in the underground city had been too harsh. Transformation, concealment. Zhang Chen used 2 skills in succession. He used transformation to reduce his size to 1/4 of the original. Then, using concealment, he suppressed his data to a level similar to that of an average level 80 monster. As for Cat Nanbei, it was unnecessary, she already had a beast form. Plus, with Cat Nanbei's innate skill, resistance appraisal, it was impossible for a human to determine her strength just by observation. Advanced alchemy. Zhang Chen picked up a helmet from the dried bones of a human soldier on the ground, used the alchemy skill of the Candle Dragon Emperor to make a collar worn around his neck, and said to Jing, "It's not good to go back to your country directly, and going directly into your country will also cause a great uproar. I don't want to expose my human form now. How about this, say that you escaped from the underground city at the risk of your life, and I and Cat Nanbei are the magical beasts you tamed. This way, everyone is convenient. What do you think?" Jing was shocked to hear this, his jaw dropping to the ground. Huh? I'm going to lead you and Cat Nanbei back to the kingdom? Is it really okay to do such a disrespectful thing? I'm so excited. Next time, please be sure to train me like this. Zhang Chen. Well, this old man is indeed a pervert at heart. Stop talking nonsense, let's go. Zhang Chen, who was too lazy to say more, embraced Cat Nanbei, then wrapped up Jing with his tail, spread his wings, leaped up, and flew towards the direction of the Eastern King City. But Zhang Chen did not notice one thing. Shortly after he took off, the closed gates of the underground city slowly opened again. The earth began to tremble slightly. From deep within the gates of the underground city, came the sound of countless magical beasts galloping. On the other side, inside the royal city, the magnificent palace was dim and lifeless. The king sat on the throne with a bitter expression. How about it, esteemed king of the East? Surrendering 30% of the territory can get you the protection of our Eagle Valley, isn't it a good deal? Without General Long and Jing, the palace was particularly desolate. A thin nobleman dressed in a black top hat, red suit, covered with elaborate and intricate golden decorations, was talking confidently to the king on the throne. The ministers on both sides could only bow their heads and dare not speak. He reached out his hand, sneered at the king, and said, "The Eastern Kingdom has been completely wiped out in 4 consecutive attacks on the underground city, with a loss of 1/3 of its young forces. In the last attack, your chief mage was trapped in the underground city with an unknown fate. According to past experience, the situation is more likely to be bad than good. The Guardian General was also seriously injured, and it is uncertain whether he will recover. The foundation of this country has been damaged. On the other hand, our Eagle Valley Empire, just conquered the 2nd level of the underground city last week, is the only country in the world to enter the 3rd level, and also has 3 war kings. It is undoubtedly the world's #1 superpower. Surrendering 30% of the territory and getting our protection, this deal is definitely not a loss, Your Majesty. The Kingdom of the East is finished." The next day, Pulling back the curtains, looking out from the towering palace guest room that reached into the clouds, one could see the entire Eastern King city. The rising sun at the horizon bestowed warmth upon the earth, but the city walls cast long shadows over the city. The smile on Genis's face became even more gloomy. A day had passed. Today, he would gain 30% of the Eastern Kingdom's territory and set off on the road back to his homeland. As the world's second superpower, the Eastern Kingdom had always been the strongest competitor of the Eagle Valley Empire, the only country that could compete with the Eagle Valley Empire. The competition between the two sides and the progress of their respective underground cities had never stopped. Although the Eagle Valley Empire had 3 great war kings, the Eastern Empire had the strongest war king, Zhao Outyin. Its guardian general, Long Huashan, was also a tough character comparable to a small war king. Most importantly, their chief mage, Jing, was the key to the strength of the Eastern Kingdom. Although Jing was not a war king, his specialized support magic could provide strong support for Zhao Outyin, making it easy for him to take on 5 war kings at his peak. Moreover, the Eastern Kingdom's resources were richer than those of the Eagle Valley. They held a total of 12 divine cores and 6 kilograms of condensed gold. 4 divine cores had already been put to use, and it was said that 1 kilogram of condensed gold was ready to be used by Zhao Outyin. This generous reserve was almost twice that of the Eagle Valley. Before this, the Eagle Valley had been thinking about how to deal with this tricky opponent, but never did they expect. The kingdom of Chuandong, in order to gain an advantage in competition, rushed and brought destruction upon itself. In recent years, they have launched 4 consecutive underground dungeon expeditions. Over 30,000 young adventurers under the age of 30 have been killed or injured, nearly 1/3 of the fresh blood of the entire Chuandong kingdom. The most fatal incident was the latest expedition, where they reportedly encountered a powerful monster on the 2nd floor. The Guardian General was seriously injured and has not yet regained consciousness after half a month. War King Zhao Outyin was greatly affected and has since secluded himself in meditation without caring about worldly affairs. The best news is that the most troublesome Jingu has actually been trapped in the underground dungeon. With Jingu gone, it means Zhao Outyin's combat power is halved. Chuandong is afraid it will not be able to recover its vitality within 10 years. Seizing this opportunity to suppress Chuandong, there will be no country in the world that can shake the position of the Eagle Valley. No, not even 1/3 of the land. The sneer of Genis becomes more fierce. The king of Chuandong, Situzhou, has a daughter, Princess Situi. She is a renowned beauty far and wide. Many kingdoms covet the strength of Chuandong, while the heirs also covet such a distinguished lady. Even the 3 princes of the Eagle Valley Empire have long coveted her. If this can be accomplished, I will be promoted to the position of chief mage of the Eagle Valley, and it will be just around the corner. Thinking of this, Genis could not contain his excitement and burst into laughter. However, at that moment, Lord Genis, something bad has happened. The close guard suddenly kicked open the door, disregarding etiquette, and barged into the room. Genis, whose fantasy was interrupted, immediately showed a strong displeasure on his face. Seeing the guard panting heavily, having kicked the door lock to pieces, it must be a major issue. He temporarily restrained his anger and asked impatiently, "What's going on? Speak!" The agile guard gasped for breath and said loudly, "The city's spy has just sent a message. The chief mage of Chuandong, Jingu, has returned." "What did you say?" Genis was struck as if by lightning. "Impossible. He has been missing in the underground dungeon for over half a month. How could he return at this time?" "It's true, he is now on the street, and the people of Chuandong are welcoming him." And, the guard hesitated to speak, making Genis even more annoyed. "Speak up, and what else?" "And it is said that he has tamed 2 monsters from the underground dungeon, one of which seems to be a dragon." "What? Half an hour ago." "Ababa bababa Lord Powerbank, slow down, your face is about to fall into your pants with a bang." Landing at a speed tens of times faster than sound, even though she had cushioned the landing, a large pit over 10 meters wide exploded on the grassland. "Woohoo, so refreshing." Meow Cat Nanbei landed and started jumping around. Just like how cats and dogs enjoy sticking their heads out of car windows to feel the wind, for Zhang Shen, high-speed flight was just a fun ride for her. But Jingu was different. When Jingu landed, he expressionlessly rubbed his messy face blown by the wind. He looked at Zhang Chen, stared for a while, as if wanting to say something, but when he opened his mouth, vomit gushed out along his chin like a waterfall. "Hey, don't vomit on my face, okay? Is my face that disgusting?" Jingu even vomited bile. Clutching his stomach, he said in a daze, I'm not good at flying. Ugh. By the way, where are my elderly foot strength shoes?" He vomited for a long time before feeling a bit better. He raised his head, looked at Zhang Chen, and was about to say something. Ugh, he vomited again. "Zhang Chen, If you dare to vomit on my face again, I swear I will punch your head into your pants. After vomiting for a while, his complexion improved slightly. He said, Lord Powerbank, are you sure you want to enter the royal city in the identity of the monsters I tamed? Isn't that inappropriate? I remember you can turn invisible, right? Invisibility is a talent skill of the Candle Dragon Emperor, and the level is very high. With human abilities, it is absolutely impossible to detect Zhang Chen in an invisible state. But Zhang Chen still shook his head. If I turn invisible, who will know of my existence? Live as an invisible person for a lifetime? If people know my true identity, humans will think I am a monster tamed by you. When humans see me, they won't be afraid. Zhang Chen still had concerns. Although after completing the mission, Zhang Chen would live in the form of a human, it doesn't mean his true form is no longer needed. Transformation would suppress 90% of his combat power and render all passive skills ineffective. What if one day he encounters an opponent that requires full strength to deal with? At least before transforming, humans should know his true form and not be hostile towards him. Cat Nanbei on the side muttered, just kill all the humans who are afraid. Zhang Chen glanced at her. Although Cat Nanbei had a high level, her rank was not enough, so her intelligence was slightly inferior, and having such thoughts was understandable. Zhang Chen patiently explained to her, the greatest benefit of leaving the underground city is to enjoy peace and the prosperity of humans. If we leave the underground city and keep killing, what's the point of leaving? It's better to stay in the underground city forever. Oh, although Cat Nanbei didn't understand what Zhang Chen was saying, she still nodded in agreement with a mutter. What the dog said is always right, listening to the dog is never wrong. Although Cat Nanbei's intelligence is difficult to develop, the trust she has cultivated in Zhang Chen is incomparable. It seems to be there. Everyone, be careful, the explosion sound is loud. Maybe it's a wild monster running out of the nearby monster forest. All members, prepare for battle. In the distance, the sound of the Royal City patrol soldiers could be heard. Zhang Chen knew that it was time for him to step into the human world for the first time. Advanced alchemy, using alchemy to refine metals from the earth into an iron chain, tied to his collar. Zhang Chen handed the chain to Jinj. Take it, although it's not necessary, having a chain can reassure the common people and make you look more imposing. But let me make it clear, if you dare to pull me in Cat Nanbei like you would a dog, I guarantee I will punch you so hard that you'll spit out last night's dinner. Jin's face turned pale upon hearing this. He timidly took the chain and respectfully said, yes, Lord Powerbank, I promise, the Eastern Kingdom will definitely satisfy you. Alright, what did you say? The teacher is back? In the empty martial arts arena, Xingzhu struck a crisp sound. Zhao Aotian roared excitedly, shaking the windows of the room. The apprentices kneeling in front of him were overwhelmed with joy. The eldest disciple in the middle said excitedly, Master War King, it's true. I just saw it. Master, he really came back. He's now on the main street, leading 2 tamed monsters towards the palace. In the past, as a human, the invincible Zhao Aotian once believed that there was nothing he couldn't handle in this world. Until half a month ago, when he encountered the dragon-shaped monster in the underground city. Zhao Aotian's worldview was completely overturned. The strength and skills he was proud of became a joke in front of that monster. For this half-month, Zhao Aotian had been living in pain and regret, realizing how weak he was as a human. If only I had known that the monster was so strong, I wouldn't have challenged it. As a result, he also lost his master, Jinj. This guilt had been tormenting Zhao Aotian. The thought of what kind of inhuman torture his master might be enduring in the underground city made Zhao Aotian's heart ache as if it had been crushed. It's all my fault. I must avenge my master. Half a month of intense training allowed Zhao Aotian, who was supposed to be at the human limit, to break through 2 levels. 2 levels. When the appraiser told Zhao Aotian this result, he was shocked. This was a result that an ordinary person could achieve only after half a year of hard training, and for someone like him who had reached the human limit, it was not considered slow to level up once every 10 years. Could it be that heaven has not abandoned me? Good. The next time I see that monster, I will make it pay with its blood. And now, upon hearing the news that the master was alive and returning, Zhao Aotian's emotions were incredibly complex for a moment. The long-standing sorrow turned into joy. At this moment, Zhao Aotian was overwhelmed with happiness. Oh heavens, truly watching over me. Take me there quickly. On this day, the news of Jing Ji's return spread throughout the entire royal city at the speed of light. Even the king, Situ Zhou, was so shocked that he jumped up from his dragon mount. The return of the chief mage from the underground dungeon spread instantly throughout the entire eastern Sichuan kingdom. In the past, there were people who returned alive from the underground dungeon, but most of them were on the first or ground floor and were rescued by others. To come out of the underground dungeon alive by oneself. It can be said that since humans began exploring the underground dungeon, such a thing has never happened before. Walking on the main street, the road was crowded with onlookers. Jingu, under the protection of a dozen elite guards on both sides, leaned on the new cane made for him by Zhang Chen, waving to the people on both sides. Mao Nanbei and Zhang Chen followed behind, led by Jingu. Look, that's the monster tamed by Mage Jingu. I've only heard of taming forest monsters before. Mage Jingu is the pride of the kingdom. To be able to walk with an underground dungeon monster as a pet, Mage Jingu is truly amazing. Dad, I want to be as awesome as Mage Jingu in the future. Walk with them in hand? Jingu greeted the people on the surface with great fanfare, but inside, he was already so scared that he had lost control of his bladder and bowels. How could he be walking with Zhang Chen and Mao Nanbei in hand? Clearly, they were the ones walking him, but they just put the rope around their necks to make it look like he was leading them. Target, human LV5 target, human LV4 target, human LV6. Zhang Chen secretly assessed these commoners with the truth. A group of scum with an average combat power of only 5. Although he wanted to say that, considering his inner human nature, Zhang Chen still pushed that thought out of his mind. Until the end of the main road, Zhang Chen saw the king of this country. A robust man in his 50s or 60s, with silver silk and satin robes and shoulder-length gray hair. Is that the king? Does he want me to help him deal with the threat? Zhang Chen carefully observed the elderly king named Situzhou. Situzhou's cloudy eyes were filled with a layer of mist, eagerly awaiting Jing Ji's arrival on the palace steps. Mage, you're back. I'm sorry for what happened to you. Inside the palace, the courtiers stood on both sides, serving as a backdrop. On the red carpet, Jinga knelt down. I'm late in reporting back. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Situzhou sat on the throne, his face no longer showing the usual languor. What crime has Mage Jingu committed? Please, get up quickly. Jingu stood up. Looking around, he didn't see the figure of General Long. Presumably. But then he saw Zhao Outyan, dressed in silver armor, standing beside the king, taking General Long's place, and only then did Jingu relax. It seems that his disciple is fine. And Zhao Outyan, upon seeing Jingu now, would have been unable to contain his excitement if not in front of the king. The teacher is really alive. And that aura. Although Jingu, as a mage, was very good at controlling his magical elements, Zhao Outyan clearly felt that the aura on him was completely different from before. Something earth-shattering had happened to teacher Jingu, although he couldn't pinpoint it, it was clearly stronger than before. Thinking of this, Zhao Outyan couldn't help but clench his fists. What on earth had the old teacher experienced in the underground dungeon? It's all my fault. That damn monster, the next time I see him, I'll tear him to pieces. On the other side, Jingu scanned the entire room and found the person he least wanted to see. Dressed in magnificent noble attire, with a long face and narrow eyes that were sharp as a knife. This blonde-haired, blue-eyed man, Jingu certainly knew. The leader of the Imperial Mage Corps of the Hawk Valley Empire, Genesis. He was also Jing Ji's senior brother. Unlike Jingu, who followed the orthodox mage path, specializing in auxiliary magic, his combat power was not strong, but he could elevate the overall combat power of the entire army with powerful auxiliary magic. Genis takes an unconventional approach, specializing in attack magic. Although this doesn't enhance the team's combat power, with a strong army or powerful warrior acting as a shield, he can become a potent damage dealer. His training path is illogical. The physical qualities of monsters surpass humans, requiring long-term training to defeat them. It takes at least 18 years to cultivate a warrior, while a monster may only need a year or two. Despite human limitations, mages exist to help warriors surpass human limits in a short time to defeat stronger monsters. Their role is to protect valuable warriors and reduce their risks. A mage focused solely on output loses the meaning of teamwork. Making warriors shields while pursuing more results recklessly endangers their lives. Genis even developed dark magic to extend life by drinking the blood of children and experimented with magic to make others control insane monsters. This made Genis, already on the wrong path, unacceptable to the public. Unable to survive in Xuandong, Genis later went to the imperialist Eagle Valley Empire. What is he doing there? King was puzzled and had a vague premonition. On Genis' side, seeing King in the palace, Genis was shocked. Is this old ghost really alive? This is troublesome. General Long is just a quasi-warlord level monk, but King is one of the world's few mages. His presence can triple or quadruple a military's combat power. Xuandong can do without anyone but King. Now that King is alive, Eagle Valley loses the confidence to threaten Xuandong. Genis is furious. Why aren't you dead? How did you survive being trapped in the underground city? Despite his thoughts, Genis politely said, "Congratulations, Mage King. I thought you had met an unfortunate end. I came to Chuandong to inquire about this matter with the king. Now that you have returned safely, I can rest assured. Jenny's even shed 2 tears on purpose. King laughed heartily. Oh, it's nothing, just lucky. Lucky? I think you were lucky to tame 2 powerful monsters and escape the underground city, right? Jenny sneered inwardly. Taming magic has a success rate and can tame monsters of higher levels. However, the higher the monster's level, the higher the failure rate. In theory, a level 10 mage could tame the final boss of the underground city, but the probability is astronomically low. Taming a powerful double-digit level monster is possible for King's level if he takes a chance. A deceitful plan emerged in Jenny's mind. Mage King, I heard you brought 2 tamed monsters when you left the underground city. Is that true? Jenny sarcastically asked. The atmosphere instantly tensed up. This was the question that Situ Zhou and Zhao Outyan were most concerned about. King told the guards that he was fortunate to capture 2 monsters and escape. Although mages can tame monsters to serve as mounts for warriors and monks, taming higher-level monsters is extremely difficult. Everyone was curious about the monsters King tamed to help him escape the underground city. But King shuddered, as if fearing something. For a long time, as if he had made up his mind. Please don't be afraid, Your Majesty, I will let them come over. Ah, a joke. Genius laughed arrogantly. How powerful of a monster can make a king afraid? Junior brother, don't fool around. King did not say anything. His relationship with Genius was already bad, so being provoked was expected. With that, King turned and waved his hand. Outside the door, Zhang Chen, who had been waiting for a long time, finally entered the palace with the cat Nanbei. The courtiers in the palace were in an uproar. This is a dragon? As for the other one, I know, a mutant cat, it has actually transformed into a human form, at least a level 70 monster. Protect the emperor. Zhang Chen and the cat Nanbei's entry into the palace caused a commotion among the courtiers. The palace guards even drew their swords directly. Zhao Outyan, seeing Zhang Chen, felt his body hair stand on end in an instant. If it weren't for the need to restrain himself in front of the emperor, he would have drawn his sword long ago. Silence! The seemingly listless Situ Zhou shouted sternly, and the whole place fell silent instantly. He pointed at the courtiers with a stern look. Stop being surprised, you high and mighty literary officials who have never been to the underground dungeons. When you send young people to the dungeons on weekdays, aren't you all enthusiastic and envious of them being able to guide humans? What about now? Are you shrinking back at the sight of just 2 monsters? The courtiers immediately shrank like quails, none dared to speak. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. Oh, this emperor does have some backbone. Max dragon perception was astonishing. At such a close distance, Zhang Chen could even see the restless heart in the chest of the emperor named Situ Zhou. He was also afraid, but he tightened his muscles and forcibly suppressed the fear with willpower. Calm in the face of danger, as steady as Mount Tai, from his character, he was indeed a qualified monarch. Looking at the young man next to the emperor, Zhang Chen usually wouldn't bother to remember the faces of the weak, just feeling a bit familiar, but couldn't recall it for a moment. Why is he staring at me all the time? Unable to figure it out, Zhang Chen didn't bother to think about it, just kept looking around. Where are my lovely 100 unlock points? Zhao Outyan's whole body swelled with blood when he saw Zhang Chen. This is that monster from back then? No, it's not. Although both are dragons, the difference in appearance is too great, and the sense of threat emitted is very low. But why is this aura so familiar? Zhao Outyan tightly gripped the sword hilt at his waist, staring intently at the dragon-shaped monster brought in by King. Meanwhile, Genius was already dumbfounded. Dragon? Dragon? Transformed cat again? No! Impossible! Appraisal. Genius quickly activated the appraisal. Target, small dragon LV-77. Target, mutant cat LV-84. Nearly level 80 monsters? And there are 2 of them? King is just my untalented junior brother. Why can he tame such powerful monsters? With King's level 44, the success rate of taming an 80-level monster with taming magic is probably around 0.5%. Taming 2 at the same time, this probability is like winning the lottery jackpot. Ha! Ha ha ha! After a brief moment of terror, Genius was ecstatic. These are super powerful monsters that can take on thousands, and there are 2 of them. My dark magic, subjugation taming, can 100% strip the control of tamed monsters. As long as you are a tamed monster, once hit by my magic, you will definitely be controlled and become my monster. 280-level monsters. They are already monsters capable of destroying a country. He. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Genius couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chuandong, you're finished. Genius had already planned out the entire plan. Situjo glanced at him with disgust. Because he was the envoy of Eagle Valley, and now Chuandong was no match for Eagle Valley, it was not good to start a conflict, so we just let him act crazy. Zhang Chen also discovered the cerebral palsy behavior of this person. For some reason, in the entire palace, everyone seemed acceptable except for this genius. Zhang Chen had a physical aversion to him. Master Jinj, is this the monster you have tamed? Situjo's voice was like a bell, with a deep tone that resonated near and far. Jinj lowered his head, in response to your majesty, yes. Situjo nodded, can you demonstrate it for me? This question immediately made Jinj panic. Where did he tame Zhang Chen? Clearly, it was Zhang Chen who tamed him. Demonstrate? How to demonstrate? Jinj had witnessed Zhang Chen's power countless times. How could he dare to give orders to Zhang Chen? Jinj was in a panic. He turned around and timidly said to Zhang Chen, Lord Powerbank, could you please give me some face? Zhang Chen impatiently flicked his cheek. He scanned the courtiers, then turned his gaze to Situjo on the throne and said, what? Do you want me to dance in the square for you? What? Situjo was suddenly shocked. The courtiers, who had just calmed down, erupted into chaos once again. Speaking human language? Superior beast? Oh my god! Oh my god! Protect the king! This time, Situjo did not shout to drive away the courtiers because he was also greatly astonished. A monster that spoke human language, this was something only a superior beast could do. You can speak? Situjo cautiously asked. Is it very rare? Zhang Chen retorted. Situjo took a sharp breath. Indeed, you can speak. Superior beasts were rare encounters. Not only were they powerful, but their growth speed and efficiency were beyond imagination. This meant that this monster had unlimited potential. Generally, superior beasts only appeared after the 4th level of the underground dungeon. Because of their developed intelligence, understanding of benefits and harms, even if humans encountered them, they were mostly adults and impossible to tame. Taming a superior beast meant that this country would rise to the top of the world. Previously, there was a country that had tamed a superior beast and became the strongest in the world. Almost all of humanity was enslaved by this country. Later, this country, driven by greed, sought to seize the throne of the gods, which ultimately angered the gods and led to their destruction. Unexpectedly, Jinj had managed to tame a juvenile superior beast. Chuandong was saved, and the Eagle Valley Empire could no longer covet our country. Situjo was overjoyed. However, at this moment, just as he was thinking about taming and subverting, Jinj, who had been standing by, suddenly made a move. His whole body emitted a dark purple magic element, striking towards Zhang Chen and Mao Nanbei. What? This sudden change caused chaos among the courtiers. Situjo's heart, which had just calmed down, was suddenly on edge. Jennies, what are you doing? Zhao Outyan was furious, protecting Situjo. Jinj quickly turned around, only to see that a purple mist of magic elements had already enveloped Mao Nanbei and Zhang Chen. Jinj's face changed drastically. Seeing his successful strike, Jennies burst into a maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, Jinj, thank you for bringing such a powerful monster in front of me. I won't be polite with your good intentions. From today onwards, the Eagle Valley Empire will have 2 superior beasts. What? Jinj finally realized that things were not going well. Could it be? Impossible. You haven't completed that magic, right? You were expelled from the Ivory Tower, you don't have enough resources to complete that magic. It's already done. Jennies laughed. If I had said I had already completed it back then, the Ivory Tower would never have let me leave alive. Do you think I'm stupid? Taming and subverting is a magic that can 100% turn tamed beasts into one's own. These 2 beasts are already mine. Today, the land of Chuandong will belong to the Eagle Valley. No, I don't need to obey the Eagle Valley anymore. I will become the king of this world. Ivory Tower is a mysterious neutral organization in the human world, founded by the 3 elders of the mountains, representing the pinnacle of human magic. Only countries recognized as strong nations by the Ivory Tower can establish contact with them. The greatest influence of the Ivory Tower in the human world is to provide chief magicians to countries around the world, with each country having to pay a regular nurturing fee to the Ivory Tower. In short, it is an ultra-cutting-edge talent cultivation base. In the past, King and Genesis studied together at the peak of human magic within the Ivory Tower. However, it was later discovered that there was a discrepancy in the consumption of condensed gold within the Ivory Tower. Upon investigation, it was found that Genesis had stolen condensed gold to develop a magic called subversion taming. This magic did not tame magical beasts but instead could seize control of tamed magical beasts. It is important to note that behind every tamed powerful magical beast are the lives of thousands of warriors, making them the most valuable assets. This kind of magic is forbidden. Genesis, who was already notorious for his unorthodox methods, was exposed for developing this magic, which was unforgivable. The three elders spared his life due to their master-disciple relationship but branded him as a renegade magician, expelled him from the ivory tower, and ruined his future. However, unexpectedly, Genesis was accepted by the world's strongest hegemonic country, Eagle Valley. Even more surprisingly, he had already completed the subversion taming, keeping it as his trump card. Genesis, you. King angrily exclaimed, our master spared your life back then, yet you show no remorse and escalate matters to this extent within my eastern palace? Eastern palace? Humph, Genesis chuckled, it will soon become my palace. Master, why waste words on him? Zhao Outyan, seeing the situation, did not hesitate and prepared to take action. Seeing this, Genesis sneered, the strongest war king, let's see if you can defeat two level 80 magical beasts. With that, Genesis shouted at Zheng Chen and Mao Nanbei, attack. Kill Zhao Outyan and king. With his command, Zheng Chen and Mao Nanbei, enveloped in purple haze, raised their heads. The courtiers were frightened and scattered. In an instant, only King, Situzhou, Zhao Outyan, Genesis, Zheng Chen, and Mao Nanbei remained in the entire palace. It was ironic that these civil officials, who professed loyalty to the country and enjoyed royal favor, did not stay behind at a critical moment. Zhao Outyan, seeing the two level 80 ultra-high-ranking magical beasts, stopped in his tracks and prepared for battle. Even as the strongest war king, he was powerless against them. Seeing Zhao Outyan's dilemma, Genesis gloated and laughed loudly. After I take down the eastern palace, the whole world will be next. And finally, the three elders of the mountains. I am the protagonist of this world. Attack! Ha ha ha! Oops! However, just when everyone thought there was no way out, Genesis's laughter abruptly stopped. A dragon claw seemed to instantly grab his throat. Everyone was shocked. Looking closely, they saw that Zhang Chen had teleported dozens of meters and was now in front of Genesis, holding his neck and lifting him off the ground. How? Is this possible? Genesis felt like he had fallen from heaven to hell in an instant. He looked in horror at the dragon-shaped magical beast in front of him. Its height had grown from 80 centimeters to 3 meters in an instant, with 3 pairs of wings sprouting from its back. Overwhelmed by the immense pressure, Genesis felt suffocated. What was this? No, more puzzling to him was why it didn't obey his command if it had been subverted and tamed by him. You mean this? Zheng Chen furrowed his brow slightly. The purple haze that enveloped his body was instantly dispelled. Child's play. Zheng Chen said indifferently, I was just about to say, haha, where's Hanimar? Laughing like a fool. Are all the people in this world fools? This is impossible. Genis couldn't understand. He tried to shift his gaze, only to find that the other cat was unmoved. Standing in place, looking at himself with eyes that seemed foolish. Difficult. Could it be? At that moment, Genis realized the impending disaster. You haven't been tamed by King? Did I ever say I was tamed by King? Zheng Chen approached him and said, I wasn't tamed by King, I tamed King. What? Beasts taming humans? At this moment, not only Genis, but even Situzhou was taken aback. Zhao Outyan, who was watching everything on the side, was already trembling, pale-faced. It's him. There's no mistake. It's him. Although the appearance has changed, the aura remains the same. Zhao Outyan recognized it. This dragon is the miniature ice dragon that easily defeated him in the past. But the power is incomparable. If initially Zhao Outyan challenged Zhang Chen only because he underestimated his power, now Zhang Chen is someone he doesn't even dare to challenge. Demon! It's not an exaggeration to describe Zhang Chen in Zhao Outyan's eyes with these 2 words. After half a month of effort, he leveled up twice. Zhao Outyan, who was still somewhat complacent, was now in despair. Zhang Chen noticed his gaze and remembered who Zhao Outyan was. Oh, it's that so-called strongest human from that day. Poor thing, the dragon's might I released isn't even at level 2, yet it scared him like this. Impossible. At the same time, while Zhang Chen was distracted looking at Zhao Outyan, Genis made a move. Pseudo-cannon * collapsed dragon roar, boom. A fierce fireball hit Zhang Chen's face. The immense power even shattered the ceiling. HP 0 Zhang Chen was caught off guard and choked by the smoke. HP 1 with just that choke, his grip loosened. Genis finally had a chance to break free. Genis, with a red neck from being choked, now glared fiercely at Zhang Chen. Impossible. There must be a mistake somewhere. I am the world's #1 archmage Genis. How can I not even handle a trash beast? The crazed Genis shouted and released all his magical power. Since you can't be of use to me, then just die. Genis raised both hands high. A large amount of magic condensed into a 10-meter-high fireball above his head. The scorching temperature even began to melt the gold pieces on the palace walls. Guinness seemed to be holding a star, laughing loudly. Let me show you my strongest attack magic. Pseudo cannon * forbidden curse * void dragon breath. Oh? Zheng Chen was somewhat surprised. Could he actually mimic the dragon breath of the candle dragon? Oh no, the power of this magic will level the palace. King quickly telepathically shouted, Lord Zheng Chen, quickly use your invincible magic to think of a solution. Die. Guinness, who had lost his sanity, disregarded the consequences and threw the fireball from above. Faced with an attack that could destroy a tenth of a royal city, a hint of disappointment flashed in Zheng Chen's eyes. Boring. Just 2 words. Zheng Chen made a move. He reached out his hand. With a gentle wave, as if shooing away a fly. With a bang, the scorching heat inside the palace disappeared in an instant. The unstoppable fireball vanished into thin air. What? No matter how much fear and astonishment, at this moment, they all turned into nothingness in the face of absolute power. If Guinness's madness stemmed from Zheng Chen's unshakable power, then now, the power Zheng Chen displayed forced him to regain his sanity. Triple enhancement of fire attribute immunity. Any fire attribute attack against Zheng Chen would turn into nothingness. How could this inferior imitation dragon breath harm Zheng Chen in the slightest? How? How is this possible? My strongest magic, actually. Appraisal. In his final moment of sanity, Genesis unconsciously used appraisal. And when he saw the first line of Zheng Chen's true attributes, splat! Genesis' pants quickly became soaked, a foul smell spreading throughout the palace. Genesis lost control of his bladder. Target, Candle Dragon Emperor LV? All attributes are 3 big question marks. This kind of data with only question marks appears only on the final boss in the underground dungeon. And the boss of the Chuandong underground dungeon is Leviathan, which is well known to everyone. This means that the monster in front of him is on par with Leviathan, or even a stronger monster. Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Genesis laughed again. But this time, it was not out of arrogance. It was a complete mental breakdown. In the split second before going crazy, he saw Jin Ji's sympathetic gaze. So that's it. You didn't escape from the underground dungeon, but... Smack! Extending his dragon claw, he lightly flicked his thumb against his index finger. Genesis was instantly sent flying like a cannonball. Ugh hi! The walls of the palace shattered as Genesis turned into a streak of blood in the sky, screaming as he disappeared. Pieces of his organs, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, fell on the rooftops of many houses in the imperial city, causing numerous retching sounds. Dealing with such a person, Zheng Chen had no interest in using any more moves. Notice, side quest completed, 100 unlock points credited, current unlock points 1205, is that it? Ha! Wow! Dealing with this kind of small fry actually gives 100 unlock points? These unlock points are as satisfying as freeloading, just that. Turning around. In the vast palace, there were only a few people left. Zhao Aotian glared at him like an angry cat, but dared not make a move. Situjo stared at him with a complex expression, as if wanting to speak but hesitating. Jin Ji's face was full of admiration, almost kneeling down. Cat Nanbei was lying on the ground like a cat, grooming its tail. Zheng Chen looked at Situjo and Zhao Aotian. It seemed that the truth could no longer be concealed. Zheng Chen sighed. It seemed that these 100 unlock points were not obtained for nothing. Killing Genesis was easy, but the difficult part was how to handle interpersonal relationships after that. If not handled properly, it would mean being enemies with all of humanity. With Zheng Chen's strength, he wouldn't care even if all of humanity came after him. But in that case, the peaceful life he had fought to achieve by escaping the underground dungeon would be ruined. Thinking about it this way, these 100 unlock points were not so easy to obtain. So, was this also within your expectations? The truth. Zheng Chen strongly suspected that the truth was not a system or skill, but rather someone cleverly controlling things behind the scenes. What are you exactly? What do you want to do to our Chuandong kingdom? After a long silence, Situjo, bearing the responsibility of a king, asked Zheng Chen. Zheng Chen thought for a moment and smiled. I want to make a dirty deal with you. Zheng Chen told Situjo and Zhao Aotian everything about the underground dungeon in detail, including the fact that he had broken through the dungeon, defeated Leviathan, and that he was the one who killed the dragon that had slain 3,000 soldiers over half a month ago. Of course, to secure his future life, Zheng Chen covered up the fact that Jinga was tamed with a new lie, saying it was simply to show off and take advantage of his buff-providing abilities. The two were so shocked that they couldn't speak. So, the treasures of the underground dungeon. This was what Situjo cared about the most. Zheng Chen said, there are no treasures in the underground dungeon at all. There is nothing on the 5th floor. If there was anything, it would probably be Leviathan's divine core, but that is already mine. Is that so? Learning all this, Situjo was not excited or regretful, but rather appeared relieved. Zhang Chen was puzzled. Haven't humans always wanted to open up the underground dungeon? You don't seem to find it regrettable. Situjo smiled bitterly and said, yes, we humans have always been trying to conquer the underground city. But in the 300 years since the underground city appeared, there has never been any success, nor has there been any gain, if any. It's just a few god cores. Instead, time after time of expeditions, countless warriors have lost their lives. Since I ascended the throne, I have been thinking, why do we need to conquer the underground city? What have we gained by sending so many young people down there? Now, since the underground city has been breached, there is no need to send young people down there anymore. I, on the contrary, feel relieved. That's right, as long as you can make sense of it. Zhang Chen pursed his lips, unimpressed. Situjo, as a king, understanding the righteousness deeply, has indeed saved Zhang Chen a lot of trouble. However, at this moment, Zhao Outyan couldn't help but speak out. Why did you come to the human realm, to our country? What do you want to do? Zhang Chen glanced at him silently and said, I want to live a peaceful life. A peaceful life? Zhao Outyan looked incredulous. Zhang Chen said, I have been born in the underground city, killing all day long. I have long been tired of it, but I had no choice because in the underground city, if you don't kill, others will kill you. Those days were full of anxiety. But now that I have breached the underground city, things are different. I had no choice before, now, I just want to live carefree days. Zhao Outyan was stunned, his expression becoming fearful. Do you mean? Zhang Chen nodded. Just now when I came with Kinj, I scanned the entire city with my senses, and there are a total of 500,000 people in the royal city. The commerce is prosperous, the people live and work in peace, and most of the people are in good spirits, with less than 100 beggars. There are not many bloodstains in the alleys, and there are only about 600 people in the city who are injured due to external causes, indicating good public order. I quite like it here. I will transform into human form, hide in the world, and live the peaceful life I want. Are you kidding me? Zhao Outyan was furious. His eyes were misted with anger. He drew his sword, pointed it at Zhang Chen with a mix of sorrow and anger, and shouted sternly, you killed 3,000 of us. 3,000 young people. And now you shamelessly say that our Chuandong is good, and you want to live carefree life here? Are you kidding me? Faced with Zhao Outyan's accusation, Zhang Chen remained indifferent without even a change in expression. After a long time, Zhang Chen spoke softly, weren't they killed by you? With these words, the sword in Zhao Outyan's hand trembled violently. Zhang Chen continued, they are soldiers, their lives are in your hands. I was not interested in getting entangled with you at the time, but you insisted on challenging me. Since that's the case, victory and defeat are common in warfare. You lost, your soldiers died. If you want to blame someone for their deaths, it's your mistaken decision as a commander. Blame me? What do you blame me for? Blame me for not standing there and letting you kill me? It's precisely because I killed your 3,000 men, I gained a lot of levels, which allowed me to quickly rise to the level where I can challenge Leviathan. I remember this favor, that's why I first considered living in your Chuandong, because as long as I'm here, there's nothing in this world that can threaten this country. Hearing this, Zhao Outyan was uncontrollably angry. Where could he listen to Zhang Chen's words? Swinging his long sword, Zhao Outyan instantly activated the critical breakthrough, putting all his strength into a sword strike towards Zhang Chen. However, at that moment, a shadow flashed by. With a clang, a new holy sword struck against the crystal staff, bursting into dazzling sparks. Zhao Outyan was greatly surprised. The one who stopped him was none other than his master, Kinj. Kinj held the staff with one hand, intercepting Zhao Outyan's full-force strike. Zhao Outyan was about to question, but Kinj spoke, listen to your master's advice, turn swords into plowshares. Master, even you. Enough, Outyan, step back. At this point, Situjo, who had been observing silently, spoke up. But, step back. Despite Zhao Outyan's reluctance, he ultimately had to obey the king's command and sheathed his sword. Seeing him sheath his sword, Situjo's heart, suspended in midair, also calmed down. As a bystander, he saw very clearly. The moment Zhao Outyan drew his sword, Zhang Chen's claws reached out, with a faint purple light shimmering on them. If it weren't for Jin's obstruction, I'm afraid. Situjo gathered his courage and walked up to Zhang Chen. Looking up, the oppressive feeling made Situjo break out in a cold sweat. But even so, he gritted his teeth and stood firm in front of Zhang Chen under the immense pressure. Oh, Zhang Chen became interested in this king. He deliberately further suppressed his own pressure. Situjo's complexion improved slightly. He spoke, Dragon, this king has only one question. Speak. You are a monster, we are humans. If you truly wish to live peacefully in this king's country and seek our protection, it would be an honor for us in Chuandong. But because you are a monster and we are humans, how can this king trust you? After all, there are tens of millions of people in Shandong, with 50,000 in the capital alone. If you have ill intentions towards the people, wouldn't this king be inviting trouble? Zheng Chen smiled and replied with just one sentence. If I have ill intentions, why beat around the bush? With these words, Situ Zhou trembled all over. Immediately, he understood Zheng Chen's meaning. If I have ill intentions, I don't need to beat around the bush with you, play any tricks, or even meet you. If I wanted to kill you this second, you wouldn't live to the next. I'm telling you all this not to seek your approval, but simply to inform you that I will reside in the Chuandong royal city. As for the issue of trust, believe it or not, it's up to you. At this point, Situ Zhou fully understood what kind of being Zheng Chen was. He organized his words and said, if Chuandong is in danger, will you really protect us? Zheng Chen answered, as long as I still like living in Chuandong, as long as someone disrupts my peaceful life, I will take action. Is that so? Yes. After saying that, Zheng Chen turned around and walked out of the palace with Cat Nanbei. I will transform into a human and live among the people. Don't come looking for me or bother me. If there's anything, I will show up on my own. It should be simple to explain to the people, right? The beast of the nation cannot be easily revealed, only Jinj can see it and the like. For specific matters, leave it to Jinj. If there is anything urgent, let Jinj find me. With that, Zheng Chen opened a spatial transfer and left the palace with Cat Nanbei. The plot of the human world officially began. Zheng Chen in human form retained the appearance of his past life, an ordinary 20-year-old youth with no special features except for the characteristics of his lower body. Indeed, when it comes to human form, one's own appearance from the past life is the best. Not handsome, lacking in features, a face for the masses, wearing flip-flops in the market, no different from a poor loser. For concealing his existence, this plain appearance from the past life was the most suitable. Wait, why do I suddenly feel so heartbroken? Cat Nanbei, on the other hand, was much simpler. Pressing her cat ears against her head, the fur behind her ears perfectly blended with her hair, tucking her tail up into her skirt. Then Zheng Chen used a concealment technique on her, altering her facial features, hairstyle, and hair color, making her basically indistinguishable from an ordinary girl. And what Zheng Chen needed to worry about was not whether to reveal himself or not, but early spring was still cool. But as Zheng Chen walked out of the land deed exchange, his face was covered in cold sweat. No money. I, a majestic candle dragon emperor, actually stumped by money? In his past life as a Chinese person, and moreover a resident of a magical city, Zheng Chen had an unimaginable obsession with houses. Thinking back to his past life, classmates and colleagues would suddenly strike it rich overnight due to demolition, reveling in feasts every night. They flaunted their wealth, with men becoming grooms every night and women emptying their shopping carts. Arrogant, extravagant, debauched, lost in luxury. It was truly infuriating. Oh, by the way, don't get me wrong, I'm not angry about this behavior. I'm upset that I can't join in. Oh, forget it, tears are about to come out again. I never expected that on Zheng Chen's first day in the human world, he would encounter the same problem again. No money to buy a house. In Chuandong, the exchange rate of copper and silver coins is 100 to 1. The purchasing power of one copper coin is almost equal to 1 cent. And as the capital of Chuandong, Wangcheng is densely populated and not a modern city, there are no small residential buildings, so the housing prices are ridiculously high. Here, any random house starts at 10,000 gold coins. Zheng Chen wants a house in a first-tier city. This is a long-cherished wish for a Chinese person. Zheng Chen glanced at the cat north-south licking its paws and combing its hair beside him. Even if he doesn't need a house for himself, he should at least have a place for the cat north-south to sleep comfortably, right? And Zheng Chen wants to make money, mainly because of the truth. That day, coming out of the palace, Zheng Chen received a long string of mainline tasks from the truth. Mainline Task 1, accumulate 1,000 human gold coins through legal means, reward 50 unlock points. Mainline Task 2, accumulate 5,000 human gold coins through legal means, reward 100 unlock points. Mainline Task 3, obtain a property in Wangcheng through legal means, with an area not less than 300 square meters, reward 200 unlock points. Mainline Task 4. This task is damn ridiculous. Look at the unlock points. Oh, that's fine then. Oh, it smells good. But looking at the truth's task prompt, hint, prohibited from using any means that violate human laws, violation will result in task failure and reward cancellation. Hint, except when the task is obstructed, or when someone has obvious malicious intent, meaningless killing is prohibited, violation will result in a deduction of 100 unlock points for each person killed. If meaningless killing exceeds 20 people, the skill truth max will be permanently self-deleted. Did you hear that? The truth prohibits me from killing randomly. Although I never planned to kill randomly. Seriously, I want to live a peaceful life, not killing all day long, okay? Don't mention it. Besides, I am now stronger than all humans. If I can't achieve this long-cherished wish through legitimate means, then it proves that I am a useless piece of iron who can't play, only fit to stay underground with the beasts. Don't talk about the truth restrictions. Even if the truth doesn't restrict it, my self-esteem won't allow it. As for work? Indeed, the wages in Wangcheng are generally high. For example, washing dishes earns 8 gold coins per month, and being a tea house waiter earns 10 gold coins per month. But damn, you want me, the Candle Dragon Emperor, to wash dishes? What the hell am I washing? It's impossible for me to work. I will never work in this lifetime. Doing this kind of work, how long will it take to save up gold coins? Finally, Zheng Chen set his sights on a job that suited him very well. An adventurer. It's not just the underground city that has monsters. The forests and wilderness of the human world also harbor far more monsters than the underground city. Therefore, every city has a corresponding adventurer guild. Adventurers undertake various dangerous tasks. On one hand, they can earn high commissions, and at the same time, hone their skills. And for the country, with adventurers, it can ensure that towns are not invaded by monsters from the surrounding monster forests at a lower cost, while also obtaining stable and high-quality sources of troops. In times of need, adventurers can be recruited into the army. It is a very reasonable and mutually beneficial system. The tasks undertaken by adventurers are extremely dangerous. According to statistics, the survival rate of new adventurers in the first year is only 15%. But similarly, high risk means high returns. The earnings of a gold-level adventurer could be tens of thousands of gold coins in a single task. Sometimes, the most precious treasure of the human world, gold essence, may even appear in the rewards. What is gold essence? Zheng Chen is not interested. Zheng Chen just wants to get a house first and fulfill his long-cherished wish. And being an adventurer is simply a money-making job tailored for himself. Pushing open the Western-style hanging louver door, Zheng Chen arrived at the giant building occupying an area of 20 acres, the Adventurers Guild. Upon entering, the spacious lobby was filled with tables, with 7 to 8 people seated at each. Looking around, one could see either scantily clad female adventurers or burly men. Some were drinking and gambling, exuding the atmosphere of a Western bar. Near the entrance, a few tables of people noticed Zheng Chen's unfamiliar face. Some looked him up and down, seemingly unremarkable, while others whistled at the well-endowed cat Nanbei. It was a scene combining Japanese light novels and Western cowboy movies. "Hello, how can I help you?" greeted a buster receptionist, friendly and with a service-oriented smile, asking Zheng Chen. Glancing at her chest, Zheng Chen couldn't help but gasp. Damn, I almost asked her for her price. Cat Nanbei, noticing Zheng Chen's gaze, immediately darkened her face. She discreetly extended her claws from under her skirt, scratching Zheng Chen's outer thigh, whispering, "Dare to look again, and I'll turn that thing of yours into bacon, meow." Zheng Chen. The chill from his lower body made Zheng Chen shiver, quickly snapping back to reality from his reverie. "Ahem, we'd like to earn some money. Is there any suitable work for us in the guild?" The receptionist chuckled. "So you're new adventurers? Welcome. New adventurers need to go to the appraisal house for level assessment. Depending on your strength, you will be assigned to either iron or bronze level. The higher your level, the higher the reward for missions. Of course, regardless of your level, you can only be assigned to bronze level at the beginning. To advance to higher levels, you must complete low-level tasks first. If you understand, please follow me. So, to become a high-level adventurer, you must start from the bottom? Well, if not, no one would take on low-level tasks. It's a reasonable system. Although Zheng Chen wanted to start directly from the highest level, he had already said it. With such strength, if he couldn't rise through legitimate means, then he was only fit to stay in the dungeons. Humans have their own way of survival. This is why human society can maintain peace, and the biggest difference between humans and beasts. If you want a peaceful life, you must follow the rules. If you don't, you'll make enemies everywhere. It depends on what you prefer. After half a year of living in fear in the dungeons, Zheng Chen clearly chose the former. Following the busty receptionist, Zheng Chen and Cat Nanbei entered the appraisal room. Coming out of the appraisal room with a bronze waist badge in hand, Zheng Chen wasn't too surprised. "I didn't expect you to have such excellent qualities. With your strength, I believe you will soon be able to advance to the ranks of high-level adventurers," the receptionist said excitedly, looking at the data on the back of Zheng Chen and Cat Nanbei's waist badges. These two new adventurers actually had a level comparable to a mithril-level adventurer, LV30. The so-called appraisal involved going to a small room and having a magic user appraise you. Based on the data obtained, they would distribute bronze or iron belts. Adventurers are divided into 8 levels: iron, bronze, silver, gold, copper, mithril, adamantite, and orichalcum. The belt buckle represents the adventurer's level, with the material indicating their rank, except for the highest orichalcum level. These belt buckles are enchanted to automatically record the adventurer's specific data and achievements on the back. Of course, this level of appraisal magic couldn't possibly penetrate Zhang Chen's magic resistance exceeding 100,000. LV30 was Zhang Chen's estimate based on the people he had killed on the second floor of the dungeon. However, it was clear that Zhang Chen had miscalculated. LV30 was already considered an elite among elites in the human world. The average level of new adventurers is around LV15, and when the words LV30 were mentioned, nearby adventurers at the tables instantly cast doubtful glances at Zhang Chen. They scrutinized him, seemingly puzzled as to why this unknown and frail man could be LV30. Among them, there were both malicious and kind looks. After briefly understanding the rules of being an adventurer, Zhang Chen didn't linger and headed straight to the bulletin board. It was a 20-meter-long board divided into 8 sections, each corresponding to one of the 8 adventurer levels. The staff would promptly post parchment papers with various tasks in each section, which were the hiring orders. Those interested could tear off the hiring order and register at the front desk. Upon completing the designated task, they would receive the corresponding reward. Any additional resources obtained during the task belonged to the adventurer. It was a simple and easy-to-understand rule. Standing in the Bronze District, the money-strapped Zhang Chen diligently searched for the most suitable task. He not only looked for high-paying tasks but also considered the potential gains from the tasks. Many body parts of monsters could be used for alchemy or forging weapons, which were valuable items. Of course, he didn't even consider divine cores. The drop rate for divine cores from monsters below LV150 was only 1 in 150 billion, lower than winning the lottery, not worth considering. After searching for a while, Zhang Chen felt very disappointed. The tasks in the bronze and iron districts were simply a way to pass time for the poor. The best task he could find was to exterminate a group of pseudo-mole rats in the nearby monster forest. The reward was 15 gold coins for about 100 rats. Even if he dropped 10 rat teeth, pseudo-mole rats were the most inferior quasi-monsters, and each tooth was only worth 10 silver coins. Moreover, the quality of monsters in the wild was far inferior to those in the underground dungeons, with a very low drop rate. It was better off washing dishes. Just as Zhang Chen was feeling troubled, a sharp female voice pierced through the noisy atmosphere of the Adventurers Guild, shouting, "Ah, a pervert!" Looking towards the source of the sound, on the spacious staircase of the second floor, a man in his late 20s was kicked down by 4 or 5 front desk ladies wrapped in towels. "Zhang Sipi, when will you stop? This is the 3rd time this month. Serves you right for not finding a wife. If it happens again, I'll pluck your chicken." On the half floor above, 4 or 5 young ladies were both anxious and annoyed, scolding repeatedly. The front desk lady serving Zhang Chen sighed repeatedly, covering her head. "I knew it, he's going to peep into the women's changing room again today." Zhang Chen was stunned and glanced at the man. The man's face had been beaten so many times that it was swollen and purple, with his features sunken into the flesh. Looking at his waist badge, it was golden, indicating a golden-level adventurer. Zhang Chen asked, "Who is this person?" The front desk lady said with disgust, "Zhang Sipi, our guild's LSP, caught peeping into the women's restroom and changing rooms 6 or 7 times every month, and he gets caught every time. It's been 5 years, and he never learns." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen felt a bit apprehensive and grabbed Zhang Sipi's arm. Zhang Chen was taken aback, feeling a chill down his spine. Being beaten 6 or 7 times every month for 5 consecutive years? This willpower. Damn, so strong. I feel like I've met my match. What should I do? Zhang Sipi staggered to his feet, completely ignoring his face, which had turned into a modern art piece, and stared at the 4 or 5 angry young ladies upstairs without saying a word. Then, he did something that Zhang Chen would never forget. Zhang Sipi squatted down, attempting to peek under the towels of the young ladies from an angle. Thud! One of the front desk ladies, a level 20 powerhouse, picked up a piano and threw it down from upstairs, hitting Zhang Sipi squarely in the face. Wow! Zhang Sipi is dead again. Quick, get a healing mage. The entire Adventurers Guild instantly descended into chaos. Only Zhang Chen was stunned in place, looking at the leg exposed by Zhang Sipi under the piano still twitching. Zhang Chen was dumbfounded. Wow, what a despicable guy, it seems necessary to make friends with him. Seeing that the healing mage did not come, soon, the Adventurers Guild returned to tranquility. It seems that this kind of thing happens often, everyone is used to it, watching the excitement and then working or resting on their own. Just right, Zhang Chen had an idea and needed a high-level adventurer's help. So, despite Cat Nanbei's strong opposition, Zhang Chen walked forward, pushed the piano aside with one hand, and used advanced healing on the already defeated Zheng Sipi. Wow! Zheng Sipi, who had recovered all his states in an instant, bounced up. Brother, how do you feel? Zheng Chen asked with a smile. Still in shock, he muttered to himself, I feel like I saw my grandfather waving at me from the other side of the river. Curiously, he looked at Zheng Chen. Thank you, brother, for helping me out. I still have many ladies to peep at, so I'll take my leave first. If fate allows, we'll meet again. Hold on. Zheng Chen grabbed him. What's up, brother? Zheng Sipi showed a hint of impatience in his eyes. Zheng Chen said, I am a bronze-level adventurer, but I want to do more advanced tasks. I saved you, so why don't you team up with me? Teaming up with a high-level adventurer allows low-level adventurers to take on high-level tasks. Zheng Sipi sighed helplessly, I'm really busy, I don't even have time to do tasks myself, let alone bring in newbies. Hey, I saved you. Wow, are you trying to morally blackmail me? Zheng Sipi stepped forward, patted his crotch, and said, honestly, I'm grateful that you saved me, but it's not right for you to morally blackmail me. No, why are you patting your crotch when talking about honesty? This is where a man's conscience lies. Ugh, so disgusting. This man has no sense of morality at all. Zheng Chen suddenly admired this man a bit, he could shamelessly go to such lengths. It's one thing to be lecherous, but to boldly freeload off his healing magic? Forget it. Seeing that he was adamant, Zheng Chen wouldn't force it, turned around and prepared to leave. Cat Nanbei, let's go, let's stroll the streets first and come back during the peak hiring instructions at night. Okay, meow. The bored Cat Nanbei happily greeted him. However, just then, hey, that girl, is she your teammate? Zheng Chen, who was about to leave, was stopped by Zheng Sipi behind him. Zheng Chen was stunned, turned around to look, and was suddenly taken aback. Zheng Sipi was staring at Cat Nanbei, his eyes bloodshot, face flushed, mouth wide open, drooling like a waterfall. Damn, buddy, be more refined. But indeed, Cat Nanbei is quite pretty, with a good figure. At least so far, Zheng Chen hasn't seen any human who is prettier than her. Yes, she's my girlfriend, what's up? Good, just for your girlfriend, I'll be friends with you, let's team up, okay? Zheng Sipi rushed forward as if he were an old friend of 10 years, grabbed Zheng Chen's hand. Ha! Kindness is rewarded with gratitude, you saved me, so of course, I have to repay you. Zheng Chen, looking at his gaze fixed on Cat Nanbei. No, with the superior insight of Dragon Perception Max, Zheng Chen could see things that many people couldn't. This person seemed to be full of vitality, but his eyes were empty. Upon closer inspection, his speech seemed rehearsed, although he appeared to have great emotional fluctuations, there was no soul in his words, it felt like he was forcing himself to say so. There's a story. I like stories. Just right, I'm unfamiliar in the human world, so I'll get to know him first. That's what Zheng Chen thought. Hiring instructions. Recently, in the second area of the Eastern Monster Forest, there has been a gathering of minotaurs, posing a serious threat to the safety of the residents of the second city of the Royal City. Mission objective, subdue the Minotaur, disperse its group, reward, 150 gold coins, mission level, gold. When Zheng Sipi slapped the parchment on the table, the receptionist was shocked. It was said that Zheng Sipi had not taken on a mission for half a year, spending his days peeping at girls in the Royal City. Zheng. Mr. Zheng, are you sure you want to take on this mission? The receptionist couldn't help but swallow nervously, worriedly saying, the Minotaur is a powerful monster. Will it be too much for you to bring 2 newcomers? Accepted. Zheng Sipi, changing his usual demeanor, pointed fiercely at his crotch and said, are you underestimating my strength? What kind of strength? Zheng Chen really wanted to comment, but held back. In comparison, Zheng Chen was more concerned about when the mission could be completed. To complete the mission as soon as possible, advance as an adventurer, and take on more lucrative tasks. There are not only 1,000 and 5,000 gold coin tasks in the realm of truth, but also hundreds more, ranging from 10,000 to 100 billion, ranked by tier. In addition to earning gold coins, there are even tasks to earn refined gold and condensed gold. The total number of unlockable rewards exceeds 10,000 points. Being able to earn money and enjoy peace, as well as earn unlock points, is simply fantastic. Zheng Chen felt like the realm of truth was giving him benefits. And so, under Zheng Sipi's leadership, Zheng Chen left the Adventurers Guild and headed to the East City Gate. Most areas of this world are covered by monster-infested forests, with a staggering number of monsters. Therefore, exploring new areas and protecting towns are the most common tasks for adventurers. The carriage slowly traveled along the rural road. Zhang Chen breathed in the fresh air and once again marveled at how peaceful it was. Unlike the dungeons where even going to the bathroom was a nerve-wracking experience, fearing that some bastard might suddenly appear and knock you out from behind. Little girl, what's your name? I'm Zhang Sipi, an LSP. Why aren't you talking? Little girl, rest assured, uncle here is not a good person. Along the way, Zhang Sipi kept pestering Cat Nanbei. Cat Nanbei was a cat itself, very clingy to Zhang Chen but sensitive to strangers. Zhang Sipi's approach made Cat Nanbei bristle on the spot, almost triggering a stress response. Little girl, once we complete the mission, we'll be teammates. Rest assured, uncle here will protect you. If you're in danger, you can call uncle by his affectionate name, Lord Sipi. Zhang Chen was getting annoyed and wanted to distract him, so he turned around and said, Lord Sipi. Don't call me so affectionately, man. Zhang Sipi's face changed faster than flipping a book. Zhang Chen, you're so annoying, meow. Cat Nanbei finally couldn't hold back and cursed, chattering endlessly, meow. I hate you, meow. If it weren't for that damn thing stopping me, I would have hit you long ago, meow. Don't talk to me, meow. Zhang Sipi, far from feeling dejected or angry, instead blushed and trembled with enjoyment. It seemed like he really enjoyed being scolded. Zhang Chen, seeing this, felt a bit fearful of him. Could this guy actually enjoy being scolded by women? No, I can't stand this kind of person. What kind of miserable childhood must he have had to develop such a twisted personality? After about a morning's time, under Zhang Sipi's guidance, the three arrived at the eastern monster forest. Unlike a regular forest, the monster forest had an exceptionally dense growth of trees due to the high magical elements in the air. While the sun shone brightly outside, stepping into the forest made it seem like night. Zhang Chen took a look inside. His max dragon perception allowed him to see everything within several kilometers. The high-density magical air in the monster forest might render human perception magic useless, but for Zhang Chen, it was just like using paper to block fire. Within a radius of 10 kilometers, there are approximately 60,000 demons. The strongest demon appearing after 4 kilometers is a subspecies called Kota monster, around level 28. Indeed, in the human world, even demons of the same species have lower levels compared to those in the underground dungeons. The weakest subspecies Kota monster in dungeons has at least level 31. However, there are hardly any level 30 demons in the demon forest. The main target this time is to hunt the Minotaur group, and Zhang Chen is not interested in other demons. Over there is the East District of the Royal City, Second City. When we carry out the mission, we must not let the Minotaurs enter the Second City no matter what. Zhang Sipi pointed to the distance. There was indeed a city over there. However, compared to the Royal City, this so-called Second City seemed a bit too small. It looked similar to a town from afar, with a population of about 20,000. The city wall was made of original wood, completely incomparable to the granite walls of the Royal City. Most of the protective hiring orders are submitted by these small towns to the Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers Guild will refine and split these orders into several tasks, which are the hiring orders. Demons invading towns are classified as low-level tasks for weak ones and high-level tasks for strong ones. The rewards given by the towns are distributed proportionally among the tasks. This is how the Adventurers Guild operates. Let's make it clear, I want 60% of the reward, and you two can split the remaining 40% yourselves. After all, it's a high-level task that I led you to do, so it's only natural to get more. Faced with the imminent battle, Zhang Sipi changed his playful nature and became serious. Okay. Zhang Chen shrugged and didn't say anything. Even if they only get 40%, it's still much better than the rewards for bronze-level tasks. What about the materials dropped by the Minotaurs? Zhang Sipi replied, you mean the Minotaur horns? After selling them, we split the earnings 70 to 30. Since you are both newcomers, the main fighting role will definitely be mine, so I should get more. Is that okay? Minotaur horns are a common drop that can be ground into powder for medicinal purposes, especially effective for joint-related ailments. A good quality horn can be sold for 20 silver coins each, and each Minotaur drops 2 horns, making it a decent profit. After some thought, Zhang Chen agreed, okay. On the side, Cat Nanbei, who had no concept of money, looked confused, not understanding what the two were talking about. And so, the three entered the demon forest. Stay close to me. You two are just inexperienced newcomers, so keep an eye on the left, right, and rear for me, and inform me immediately if there are any issues. Stepping on the muddy ground, Zhang Sipi repeatedly reminded Zhang Chen and Cat Nanbei. This surprised Zhang Chen a bit. He didn't expect that LSP would have a serious side when carrying out missions. However, Zhang Chen noticed that LSP's hand holding the knife was trembling slightly, and sweat was dripping from his forehead. Even without using dragon senses, Zheng Chen could hear that his heartbeat was fast. "Why are you nervous?" Zheng Chen asked. "Of course, the Minotaurs are the strongest demons in the gold level tasks." "Ha? The strongest?" Zheng Chen, who almost wiped out a layer of Minotaurs after the nanny's death, was a bit confused. "The strongest? That thing? The strongest? Ha?" Zhang Sipi turned around and glanced at Zhang Chen with a look of disdain. "You haven't done any tasks, have you?" "Well, yesterday was my first day as a registered adventurer." "No wonder, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers." Zhang Sipi shivered slightly and continued, "Listen carefully, Minotaurs are nearly 2 meters tall, weigh 200 catties, can eat 3 people in one meal, and can produce feces that even 10 dogs can't finish in one go. Because they are humanoid demons with basic intelligence, they can use weapons. Their agility and strength are far superior to ordinary demons. Even in the mountain copper level tasks, they are very tough opponents." "Oh, I see, very strong, very strong. I'm almost scared." "Then why did you choose this task?" Zheng Chen asked. Zhang Sipi said, "Well, I also need to make money, how else can I impress girls? Moreover," Zheng Seipai turned his head to glance at Mao Nanbei. "As seniors, we should show off in front of the pretty girls, right?" "Oh?" Zheng Chen keenly noticed a hint of sadness in Zhang Seipai's eyes. "Flirting? Making money? Not really?" There was something else hidden in Zhang Seipai's eyes. But at least it was certain that it wasn't malicious, so Zhang Chen wasn't interested in digging deeper. "Ugly guy, are you a magician? What is a pretty girl? An assassin?" "I am a warrior monk, and although we are few in number, you two are also beginners, but have the advantage of being well equipped." "Ugly guy, once the battle starts, you will add status magic to both of us. Pretty girl, I will be responsible for holding off the enemy's attacks while you seize the opportunity to kill the enemy, understand?" Zheng Chen and Ma Nanbei exchanged a glance. Seeing him so serious, they didn't know what to say and just agreed to play along. And so, the three of them continued to advance into the depths of the monster forest. After about a kilometer of progress, Zheng Seipai gave the order, and the three stopped in their tracks. "Found them." Upon closer inspection, 2 minotaurs were seen in an open area of the forest, pounding on something. Looking closer, 3 human bodies could be seen on the ground, 1 man and 2 women. Judging from their attire, they were adventurers. The minotaurs were using stones to strike them. The man was already a bloody mess, his flesh pounded into a pulp. The 2 women were already dead, their clothes torn off. In their cloudy eyes, there were tears of shame mixed with blood. Clearly, they had suffered inhuman abuse before death. It seemed that minotaurs, like goblins and other humanoid monsters, also had a liking for human women. Zhang Seipai's eyes blazed like torches as he shouted, "Prepare for battle!" A wind-like slash cut through countless blade rays. Zheng Seipai was level 24, while the minotaurs were only level 14. With ease, his sword beheaded one of the minotaurs. The other minotaur, seeing this, picked up a stone club from the ground and swung it at Zhang Seipai's head. Seeing this, Zheng Chen lazily waved his hand. Low-level strength boost, low-level physical defense boost, low-level reflex boost. Using 3 consecutive buffs, Zheng Seipai raised his sword to block. Clang! Boom! The stone club struck the blade, sparking brightly. The heavy blow sank him knee-deep into the ground. Zhang Seipai's face turned pale, showing signs of minor internal injuries, but he managed to withstand it with Zhang Chen's buffs. These low-level buffs were skills from a skill tree called the Basic Magic Pack, which Zheng Chen had unlocked with 1 skill point yesterday. Unlike other skills, the Basic Magic Pack was actually a combination of over 600 low-level skills. Once unlocked, one could freely use any of these 600+ low-level magics. It was like a cheap combo pack sold by Stream. None of these 600+ skills appealed to Zheng Chen. After all, his actual level was around 160, but with the level compensation from other skills, his level was approximately LV 280, and he was an extremely rare and powerful super high-level monster. These low-level skills were of no use to Zheng Chen, only wasting MP and AP. However, for humans, they were very practical skills. Relying on the 3 buffs, Zheng Seipai managed to withstand a direct blow from the minotaur known for its brute strength. Meow! Mao Nanbei lazily walked up to the minotaur. Taking out the dagger given by Zheng Chen, she made a light slash, and the minotaur's head fell to the ground. Zheng Chen had warned her not to use her claws, only the dagger. Mao Nanbei was not adept at using it, even clumsy. But for humans and minotaurs, this clumsy slash was already comparable to a divine skill. Didn't expect it to be so easy. Zheng Seipai looked in astonishment at the minotaur's body on the ground. He had succeeded in the first attack, and if it weren't for Zheng Chen and Ma Nanbei, he might not have been able to handle the second one at all. Just the hammer strikes of that stone rod, he couldn't bear it. Maybe one blow would make him lose 70% of his combat power. Your magic is so powerful. Zheng Sipi pinched his fist with some lingering meaning, approached and affectionately patted Zheng Chen's shoulder. With such powerful magic, if you were a girl, I would propose to you. Zheng Chen, let's just consider it as him thanking me. Just as Zheng Sipi was about to cut off the Minotaur's horn and further explore, Muakao's roar came from deep in the jungle. Then, a complex sound of footsteps quickly approached. When Zheng Sipi reacted, nearly 20 Minotaurs had already surrounded them. These monsters, 2.5 meters tall, had red skin and eyes that emitted a bloodthirsty red light. In trouble, surrounded. Zheng Sipi was shocked, quickly picked up his sword, backed by Zhang Chen and Cat Nanbei. Over a dozen Minotaurs instantly changed Zheng Sipi's expression. Even though he was of a higher level, from the perspective of Warcraft, humans should be considered the lowest level monsters, with a growth rate lower than that of Minotaurs. So in terms of attributes, a level 24 human, although higher than a Minotaur, is not much higher. Careless. Zheng Sipi panicked, surrounded. Zheng Chen glanced around, frowned. These Minotaurs seemed a bit off. Whether it was an illusion or not, Zheng Chen always felt that the killing intent on these Minotaurs was uneven. Some Minotaurs were faint, while others were strong. It was as if noblemen and ruffians were mixed together, with a clear distinction in temperament. Normally, as communal creatures, the killing intent of Minotaurs should be more or less the same. Ugly man, give me a buff magic, I'll cut a path through, you and the beauty find a chance to run. Zheng Sipi's tone was full of determination. As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed at a Minotaur. It was a Minotaur with a very strong killing intent. Zheng Chen silently added more than a dozen types of buff magic that covered all 6-sided panels. However, with a clang, the sword clashed with the steel sword, bursting into a molten iron like fire. This strike made the Minotaur take 2 steps back. Zheng Sipi took the opportunity to stab directly into its heart. In an instant, blood sprayed from the sword's blood groove that pierced through its back. However, Zheng Sipi, who thought he had succeeded with one blow, never expected that the Minotaur pierced through the heart not only did not wail and die but instead grabbed his blade with bare hands, and the tattered large steel sword in its hand swung towards Zheng Sipi's head. What? Seeing this, the nearby Minotaurs rushed forward. Zheng Sipi, who was instantly pushed to the brink, quickly abandoned his sword and retreated. Unexpectedly, a Minotaur had been waiting behind him for a long time and punched towards the back of his head. Zheng Sipi was obviously an experienced adventurer. He quickly defended with his elbow. With a crack, the mithril elbow guard shattered on the spot, and his arm was twisted into a strange shape. This punch sent Zheng Sipi flying and crashing into a tree. The tree, as thick as 3 people hugging, snapped in half. Zheng Sipi spat out a mouthful of blood. His HP plummeted to single digits in an instant, completely losing his combat power. If he hadn't reacted in time to block this attack with his elbow, coupled with the buff added by Zheng Chen, he would probably have been killed by this blow. But it was almost the same as being killed. Gasping for breath, Zheng Sipi lay on the ground, completely ignoring the 4 or 5 Minotaurs surrounding him. With his eyes congested from the concussion, he stared at Cat Nanbei and Zhang Chen. Ugly man, protect the beauty, run. With these words, he completely lost consciousness. The nearest Minotaur raised its leg, ready to crush his head with one foot. Watching this scene, Zhang Chen's heart, which had never wavered since leaving the underground city, trembled slightly. The spirit of sacrificing oneself to protect others. The act of risking everything to protect one's teammates. This kind of thing, Zhang Chen has only encountered twice in the dungeon. One was the wet nurse, and the other was Cat Nanbei. Although this human was weak, lecherous, perverted, disrespectful in speech, and money-minded, he never forgot his teammates' actions until death, which made Zhang Chen have a different impression of him. If Zhang Chen and Cat Nanbei were really just humans, they would probably be doomed today, right? I have a bit of a good feeling towards you. Smack, 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 smack. 4 crisp sounds. The 4 Minotaur heads that were about to kill Zheng Sipi suddenly burst like watermelons without warning. Cat Nanbei. Got it. Meow. Zheng Chen just gave a glance, and Cat Nanbei understood his meaning. Putting away the dagger, at that moment, Cat Nanbei disappeared on the spot for 0.1 seconds, and before even the afterimage could fade, he reappeared in the same spot. The movements of more than 10 Minotaurs around them froze as if someone had pressed the pause button. Then, with a splash, blood sprayed everywhere. The nearby trees were dyed a fiery red. Over a dozen Minotaurs, like scattered puzzle pieces, turned into minced meat on the ground. In an instant, the Minotaur group, which was formidable enough to leave even the most experienced adventurers helpless, was completely wiped out. Meow, how boring. Meow. Cat Nanbei lazily stretched and licked off a drop of blood from his fingertip. Why are there only these small fries in the human world? Meow. Not a single decent opponent. This level doesn't even count as a warm-up. Meow. Zhang Chen kicked a minotaur head that rolled in front of him. Even in death, this minotaur's eyes were full of killing intent. Just like the minotaurs in the dungeon. Without much thought, he used the wind scythe to cut off all the minotaur horns, unlocked the spatial storage, collected a total of 40 horns, and then carried the unconscious Zhangsipi on his back. Let's go, stupid cat, let's go back and collect the reward. Got it, meow. Ugh, a dim oval broke through the field of vision. When his senses returned to his body, the first feeling was a piercing pain throughout his body. Pain? Zhangsipi was somewhat surprised. He sprang up like a shrimp that had been poked in the belly. Looking around, he found himself lying outside the Warcraft forest. I'm not dead? Zhangsipi looked at his left hand. His hand, which should have had a compound fracture, was bound with wood. This was an emergency measure for fractures. But he could feel that his bones had already healed about 70 to 80%. Raising his head, he saw the battered cat Nanbei chasing a butterfly like a cat. Similarly battered, Zhang Chen was squatting down, observing him. Awake? Awake. Zhangsipi couldn't contain his shock. He vividly remembered the extremely urgent situation at the time, being surrounded by a dozen minotaurs, which should have meant certain death. You saved me? Of course. It's impossible. Surrounded by so many minotaurs at the time, how did you do it? Zhang Chen scratched his cheek. Well, it was very dangerous. Cat Nanbei and I almost didn't make it. In the end, I used a forbidden spell to kill 7 or 8 of them, and the rest got scared and ran away. With that, Zhang Chen took out a small cloth bag, poured it out, and spilled 16 thick minotaur horns. Zhangsipi was shocked. A spatial pocket? You actually have. No, that's not the point. In fact, this pocket was just an ordinary one. To conceal the spatial storage, Zhang Chen deliberately made a cloth bag to pretend. The astonishment in Zhangsipi's heart at this moment was beyond words. You can use forbidden spells? That's a magic only archmages can use. Most mages can only use enhancement magic. How can you? Are you an archmage? The so-called archmage refers to a mage above level 25. Well, more or less. Anyway, we escaped. The mission is completed. Isn't that great? With that, Zhang Chen pushed 11 horns in front of him. According to the agreement, you take 70%, this is yours. Zhangsipi's body trembled slightly. He stared at the 11 horns, then at Zhang Chen's indifferent features, unable to guess his thoughts. For a long time, he self-deprecatingly muttered, I never thought I would be showing off in front of a great mage. With that, he pushed back 11 bull horns to Zhang Chen and said, I have principles too. I can peep, I can burn corrupt officials' houses. But when it comes to chasing girls, I want to do it legitimately, and when it comes to making money, I want to do it legitimately. Surviving this battle is the best reward for me. You can take these. I'll only take 20% of the bounty as a service fee, the rest is yours. Zhang Chen was taken aback. So generous? I still have some self-awareness. Besides, 30 gold coins will be enough for me for a while. Saying that, Zhang Sei's face dimmed. He turned his head, slightly trembling as if in fear, and said softly, I never expected you to be such an outstanding mage. No wonder the beautiful girl is with you. In the end, it's still embarrassing for me. You deserve a better team. My skills are not a match for a mage like you and her strong assassin. Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. He felt like this guy had something on his mind, even during the battle. Although surrounded, a level 24 warrior could still fight for a few minutes among the Minotaur group. It seemed like something was affecting his performance. Zhang Chen was about to speak when suddenly, a stranger's voice came from a nearby hill. Hey, isn't this the spendthrift dog? Looking over, he saw 5 men and women riding on steeds, observing them. The one speaking was the young man with disheveled hair. These 5 were all dressed as adventurers, 3 men and 2 women, well equipped, even their horses were clad in scale armor. The leader was the most exaggerated, wearing mithril armor clearly of military grade, which Zhang Chen had seen in the underground city. He had a long sword at his waist, a long spear on his back, and 2 black copper daggers strapped to his calves. Each piece of equipment was invaluable. Looking at their belts, the leader's was rose gold, and the others were silver gray. One was of fine gold quality, and the other 4 were mithril quality? Oh, Zhang Chen was somewhat surprised. These were the highest level adventurers he had seen so far. Checking with the truth, all of them were level 30, with the leader being level 33. Luo Xia? At the sight of that young man, Zhang Sei's body trembled violently. Gripping his sword tightly, his teeth chattered. The young man seemed to completely ignore Zhang Sei, riding his horse to his side and giving him a once-over. He lingered for 2 seconds on the hand holding a wooden stick, especially. Haven't you been slacking off on missions for 6 years? I thought you had retired. How come you suddenly feel like doing a mission today? TSK, what's with this appearance? Here, as fellow townsfolk, consider this a gift, no need to thank me. With that, the young man named Luoxia casually tossed a beautifully crafted box. Zheng Chen recognized the box. It was the best healing potion available only in the guild's procurement area, Golden Jade Residual Ointment, valued at 2 gold coins per box. Truth appraisal revealed that consuming it would immediately restore 500 horsepower in AP, as well as heal moderate bone fractures. No need. Zheng Sei threw the Golden Jade Residual Ointment back. Luoxia snorted, "Humph, ignorant, no wonder you've been a spendthrift all your life." With that, he disdainfully glanced at Zheng Chen and the cat Nambuk not far away. His gaze lingered for a second on Nambuk. "Oh, for these years, you've only been doing silver and bronze missions to pass the time. I was wondering what could make you team up for a mission. Turns out you've hooked up with a new girl. Well, always coveting someone else's wife is not a good thing." Say that again. Although it was an ordinary sentence, it seemed to hit a nerve with Zheng Sei. He drew his sword to strike. Seeing this, Zheng Chen, though not understanding the grudge between the two, reached out to stop him. "Let me go, I'll fucking kill him." Zheng Sei Pai's injuries did not fully heal, and Zheng Chen's low-level healing technique only managed to treat 70% of his injuries. After struggling for a while, he sat weakly on the ground, panting heavily. "Humph, useless thing, still want to compete with me? It serves you right to end up in such a sorry state," Luoxia sneered. Zheng Chen tilted his head and asked, "Why is a gold-tier adventurer appearing here? Are you intentionally looking for trouble?" Luoxia paused, glanced at Zheng Chen's badge, and chuckled disdainfully. "Oh, so you're just a bronze tier. Zheng Sei Pai, are you now hanging out with bronzes? How pitiful." He raised his head proudly and said to Zheng Chen, "Of course, I didn't come here for this waste. I'm here to carry out a mithril tier mission, to hunt down a subspecies Kodo beast. Kid, you better back off quickly, it's very dangerous. Of course, it's useless to explain to someone like you who hasn't seen the world. You probably don't even know what a subspecies Kodo beast looks like, let alone understand how strong we are to hunt it." With that, he signaled his team members, pulled the reins, and walked towards the beast forest with a proud stride. Zheng Chen paid no more attention to Luoxia and his group, asking Zheng Sei Pai, "Your friend?" Zheng Sei Pai replied irritably, "Do I look like his friend? Not at all. Then why ask? Do you have a grudge with him?" "No grudge." Zheng Sei Pai pursed his lips, trying to stabilize his breathing even though his chest was heaving violently. After a while, under Zheng Chen's gaze, he awkwardly added, "We just had some competition, I never competed with him, it's that simple." "I see." Zheng Sei Pai glanced twice, then turned away, somewhat unwillingly saying, "If you want to do high-level missions, you should team up with that kind of group, not with me. With your strength, I'll only drag you down. You won this time and saved me, but next time, we might both be in danger." Upon hearing this, Zheng Chen stood up. Looking at the cat playing not far away, Zheng Chen smiled and said, "You can't say that." Lowering his head, Zheng Chen smiled at Zheng Sei Pai. "My principle has always been to repay kindness and revenge enmity. If someone doesn't provoke me, I won't provoke them." "Do you want me to be with that idiot? I'm afraid I might end up strangling him one day. It's better for you, an LSP, to be with me, as we have similar tastes." Zheng Sei Pai looked puzzled at Zheng Chen. Sometimes, men don't need to speak too clearly. Understanding the meaning behind Zheng Chen's words, Zheng Sei Pai chuckled. "Luoxia is a gold-tier adventurer, on the same level as the Expedition Corps instructor. You act like you can beat him." Zheng Chen smiled meaningfully and said, "You never know." With that, Zheng Chen reached out his hand to him. "What do you say? Dirty guy, want to be friends?" Zheng Sei Pai was stunned for a moment, then smiled knowingly. "I can seduce your woman." "You have no chance, you can't seduce my cat north-south, find another target." "So confident?" "Yes, very confident." Under the setting sun, the hands of the two men clasped together. Walking on the street, the girl with her head down, her light blue hair covering her eyes. Not because she was indifferent, but because she feared the gazes of those around her. About 5 months ago, the girl was still in the underground city. Generally, once you enter the underground city, it's a one-way trip with no return. In fact, in human history, no one has ever broken through the underground city. The only way to leave is for the accompanying archmage to use spatial magic to escape. However, the girl was the only person in history to leave the underground city by her own abilities. But her way of leaving was a bit special. At that time, she was just a level 19 novice monk, and she got separated from her team on the second floor. When she was at a loss, she encountered a dragon. Covered in purple-black scales, only 65 centimeters tall, it looked like a newly hatched dragon. But the power emanating from him made the girl feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. In the entire underground city, only the boss possessed such strong power. Although she fought back with all her might, her proud wind god's legs became a joke against this dragon-shaped monster. Although the dragon-shaped monster was entangled by the bloodthirsty spider later, the girl luckily escaped with her life, but also got completely lost on the second floor. Fortunately, the heavens favored the girl. After stumbling around, the girl luckily arrived at the second floor boss, only to find that the head of the Medusa on the second floor had long been killed, and the pit leading to the third floor was open in front of her. With no way out, the girl, with a bold heart, jumped into the pit and arrived at the third floor. Perhaps she was the first human to enter the third floor in history? However, the third floor turned out to be unexpectedly freezing. Ordinary humans could not withstand the -150°C temperature for long. The girl's fighting spirit only allowed her to endure for half an hour before the cold deprived her of body temperature. Yet, fatefully, the girl encountered a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Babylon. That strange-looking giant monster not only did not kill her but instead used spatial magic on her. When she woke up again, the girl found herself lying outside the entrance of the underground city. This miraculous experience was something the girl dared not tell anyone until she returned. If she did, people would just think she made up a story about being a deserter from the beginning and never actually entered the underground city, right? After all, it was too bizarre. For nearly half a year, the girl lived in constant fear. Afraid of being recognized, afraid of being known as a deserter, afraid of being taken to a military court. But fortunately, as an apprentice, when she went on an expedition to the underground city, she entered as a reserve legion and was not recorded in the strategy. Moreover, being an adventurer herself with high mobility, no one discovered that she was a deserter from the underground city. However, even so, this constant fear still lingered around her like a nightmare. From then on, the girl could no longer engage in regular military work, as she might be recognized. Therefore, the girl could only work hard on missions. This is your reward, please check it, Miss Shin Jingbing, thank you for your dedication, Xuandong. 15 gold coins, just right. Shin Jingbing quickly grabbed the money bag, turned and left in a hurry, afraid that staying at the counter for one more second would make her recognizable. Immediately, she hurried to the hiring board in the Bronze District. As a silver-level adventurer, seeking bronze-level missions was Shin Jingbing's way of survival. Because by doing lower-level missions, although the rewards would be less, at least her life would be guaranteed. Moreover, due to her timid nature, no one would be willing to team up with her. As for higher-level missions, even if the level matched, they usually required adventurers of the same level to team up to complete them. It's Rosha. Rosha is back. A fine gold-level adventurer is truly outstanding. Indeed, as a disciple of the War King, he can even subdue a Kodo beast. Outside the door, suddenly came the clamor of a group of adventurers. Shin Jingbing turned around and saw 5 young adventurers riding on steeds, with the leading handsome young man dragging a large subspecies Kodo beast head. Unlike the onlookers, Shin Jingbing did not approach but watched from afar. The subspecies Kodo beast was one of the most powerful monsters in the monster forest, a nightmare for countless adventurers. If low-level adventurers like Shin Jingbing encountered it, it would be a dead end, with no room for escape. A disciple of the War King? Watching Rosha, who was adored by thousands, Shin Jingbing's eyes were full of envy. So, this afternoon is the recruitment meeting for the War King's disciples. Today, the War King Zhao Aotian will also personally attend the recruitment meeting. Recently, there seem to be quite a few vacancies for the recruitment of the War King's disciples, right? In the past, it used to be once a year, with only 6 or 7 people each time. Now it's every 6 months, with more than 10 people each time. If I could be chosen, how great would it be to become a disciple of the War King? The girl shook her head. War King Zhao Aotian is the strongest human, unbeatable in the world. How could someone like me be noticed by the War King? She shook off these unrealistic thoughts, turned around, and continued to choose employment tasks. But unexpectedly, when she turned around, she coincidentally bumped into a man passing by. "You bold female cat, trying to steal my dog stuff, I'll scratch you to death." Hey, calm down, Cat Nanbei. 1 minute ago. Ha? Luo Xia? Zheng Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at the head of the subspecies Kodo beast that Luo Xia was dragging outside. Based on yesterday's meeting, the strength of this group to subdue a subspecies Kodo beast is likely to result in casualties. Because the subspecies Kodo beast's feet are similar to elephants, strong in physique, and move freely in the muddy forest, trees cannot hinder it. Humans and horses have thin legs and can only exert 80% of their combat power in the complex forest environment. Unexpectedly, they actually managed to subdue one safely. Looking at the head of the subspecies Kodo beast. It's a bit smaller than I remembered. It seems that the subspecies Kodo beasts in the magic beast forest are weaker than those in the underground dungeons, right? At least they should be 4 or 5 levels lower. Is a subspecies Kodo beast so powerful? Humans are really easily surprised. Cat Nanbei lazily lay on the table, next to an empty cup of hot sheep's milk. She shouted, "Dog, another cup, meow. You've already had 8 cups, be careful of lactose intolerance." Zheng Chen patted her shoulder, gesturing for her to get up. "Come on, it's time to work." "Meow? Just the 2 of us? What about that pervert?" "Him?" Zheng Chen felt tired. Indeed, Zheng Sipi was not around today. Otherwise, Zheng Chen wouldn't be sitting here watching Luo Xiao's performance so attentively. The reason is simple. He was caught peeping in the women's bathroom last night. 7 days detention. When he was caught, he was still shouting about how peeping is the greatest respect for girls. "I just want to find true love in the women's bathroom, true love is innocent," and so on. From his words, Zheng Chen felt a sense of urgency and curiosity about life. There is an old saying, drive well, eat 45 bullets to your heart's content. This guy hasn't been shot yet, which is truly one of the wonders of the world. Fortunately, the patrol guard who arrested him was a woman. At that time, the female guard's face was as gloomy as if she had crawled out of a morgue. It's unlikely that this guy will have a chance to come out in the short term. Zheng Chen doesn't like socializing much, so he planned to do some tasks on his own before Zhang Sipi got out of jail, to familiarize himself with the environment of the Adventurers Guild. With Cat Nanbei, Zheng Chen headed towards the bronze task area. Unexpectedly, a blue-haired girl next to him suddenly turned around and bumped into Zhang Chen. Seeing this, Cat Nanbei, who was lazily lying there, immediately bristled furiously. "You bold female cat, trying to steal my dog stuff, I'll scratch you to death." Hey, Cat Nanbei, calm down." Zheng Chen was startled, quickly grabbing Cat Nanbei's hand. If this claw came down, probably nothing in the city would be higher than a meter, causing a surge in housing prices. The girl with long water-colored hair shivered in fear, bowing repeatedly. "I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention, I'm sorry, no need to apologize, it's my..." Zheng Chen tried to comfort her kindly, but to his surprise, as soon as he saw the girl's features, he was stunned. This girl, why does she look so familiar? A lot of work suddenly came up at the daytime unit, so I couldn't update in time, sorry. Why does this girl look a bit familiar? Zheng Chen carefully recalled. The girl with light blue hair covering one eye looks timid and slender. It seems like an electric shock hit Zheng Chen's brain. He remembered. Isn't this the girl he met on the second floor of the underground dungeon for the first time? As for her appearance, Zheng Chen never remembers faces. He mainly remembers girls by their chest size. After confirming that it is indeed the same girl, Zheng Chen couldn't help but marvel. She is indeed the woman that the copper alchemy master took a liking to. She's still alive? No, how did she get out of the dungeon? Zheng Chen's shock at this moment is beyond words. Normally, to leave the dungeon, one can only use spatial magic or the teleportation magic array on the final floor. Human mages need to be at least level 40 to learn spatial magic. This girl is a monk and is only level 19 now. Well, that's not important. What matters is that the girl is alive and survived. Zheng Chen is not without joy. She was my first love. Zheng Chen took a closer look. Oh, she's also a silver-ranked adventurer? 1 level higher than me. Let me go, you scoundrel, let me go meow. I'll scratch her to death meow. Alright, calm down a bit. Zheng Chen took out the newly bought clip, lifted the flesh at the back of Cat Nanbei's head, and clamped it with the clip. Cat Nanbei froze on the spot as if under a petrification spell. She stiffened in place. My friend has a bit of a manic disorder, sorry about that, Zheng Chen said with a smile. Xin Gingbing was still a bit puzzled. Why did this man clamp the back of this woman's head with a clip and she stopped moving? Coming back to her senses, she glanced at Zheng Chen's belt. Bronze rank? Seeing that the other party was not a big shot, Xin Jingbing relaxed her guard. No, it's my fault for not paying attention to the road on my side. With that, Xin Jingbing thought of something and asked, Roxay is back, aren't you going to see him? Xin Jingbing was indeed puzzled. Usually, adventurers who reach the mountain bronze rank can qualify for the national expedition to the underground dungeon and, if they return alive, can receive a huge reward. Therefore, to become an adventurer above the mountain bronze rank, one not only needs to complete a large number of low-level tasks but also complete the promotion tasks assigned by the guild to prove their strength. Being a mithril-ranked adventurer is even more prestigious for the guild. For example, in the Eastern King City, at its peak, there were only about 40 mithril-ranked adventurers in the King City Guild. Recently, the losses from the dungeon raids were severe, and now there are only 20 mithril-ranked adventurers left in the King City Guild. Each mithril-ranked adventurer can be said to be an idol. Adventurers above the mountain bronze rank can even go directly to the guild's second-floor independent lounge through the VIP channel, where a dedicated person is responsible for settling the rewards, without having to squeeze with so many people on the first floor. Every time they return victorious, receiving guidance from a mithril-ranked adventurer is a blessing equivalent to years of hard training for low-level adventurers. Looking at the Adventurers Guild. Because of Rox's return, the entire guild is now deserted. Everyone has gone outside to watch the return of this mithril-ranked adventurer. Now, there are only Shen Jingbing, Zhang Chen, Kat Nanbei, and a few experienced old front desk staff in the guild. Zhang Chen shrugged. Are mithril-ranked adventurers very powerful? This statement made Shen Jingbing feel incredulous. Of course, they are powerful. Mithril rank is the strongest below the gold rank, and Roxa is the strongest among the mithril rank. He once ventured into the dungeon with his father, Ronan. Although his father Ronan perished, Roxa survived. Also, because of this adventure, Roxa's strength has advanced by leaps and bounds. Everyone is speculating whether he will become the 9th mithril-ranked adventurer in the east of Chuandong. Oh, really? Faced with Shen Jingbing's excited introduction, Zhang Chen's attitude was somewhat indifferent. Ronan? Where have I heard that name before? Can't remember. Oh well, most of the things I can't remember are just small fries, not worth thinking about. Shen Jingbing also began to doubt Zhang Chen. She looked at Zhang Chen suspiciously and said, "You must be new here, right?" Zhang Chen pointed to his waist badge and said, "I came from the countryside, just registered as an adventurer the day before yesterday." Shen Jingbing suddenly realized, no wonder, as a newcomer of only 2 days, you really have no concept of strong players. Why does this sound so awkward? Zhang Chen smiled, didn't say anything, but rather awkwardly cleared his throat and said, well, aren't you a silver rank? Why are you looking at missions in the bronze area? Shen Jingbing shyly smiled, no. No one wants to team up with me. Zhang Chen was taken aback. Why? Shen Jingbing sadly said, I always lag behind, perform poorly, and I'm too timid to take risks during missions, so I can only take on some low-level tasks alone. Because she was timid, no one wanted to team up with her? Zhang Chen's worldview collapsed. Don't they understand the good strategy of carrying the team to climb ranks? Are the adventurers in this world brainwashed with toilet cleaner? Are they so enlightened? Since that's the case, why don't you team up with me? Zhang Chen extended the invitation. How can you refuse a first love, right? Although I have a crush on Kat Nanbei, it doesn't hurt to take care of a first love, right? Men understand this, right? Shen Jingbing was obviously startled, and she hesitantly said, team up with me? She glanced at Zhang Chen's bronze badge again. Well, although I am silver, my skills are not that high, sometimes even bronze missions are. It's okay, my skills are actually close to silver level, I haven't leveled up yet, so teaming up would be perfect. But, Shen Jingbing blushed, biting her lip nervously. Being shy, she didn't know how to refuse people. Zhang Chen said, actually, the weaker silver level tasks are not much harder than bronze, but the rewards are much higher, consider it. With Zhang Chen's words, Shen Jingbing also found it reasonable. After all, adventurers have high income but even higher expenses. Herbs, healing, learning stronger combat skills, all require money. Purchasing and maintaining slightly better equipment can almost be considered sky-high. Although adventurers can take on low-level tasks, most prefer to team up for same-level tasks precisely because of this. The consumption is too high. If she could do silver-level tasks, why would Shen Jingbing be willing to take on bronze tasks? Besides, she wasn't good at rejecting others. After much thought, Shen Jingbing finally relented. Okay, but you are still bronze, I'm not very reliable either. If there's danger, we must retreat promptly. Okay. Zhang Chen readily agreed and asked, I'm Zhang Chen, a mage, she's Kat Nanbei, an assassin. And you? Shen Jingbing. Zhang Chen. Your parents must really dislike you. Zhang Chen's words hit the mark. Shen Jingbing's body trembled, excitedly said, How did you know? What parents would give their daughter such a lousy name? Shen Jingbing pursed her lips upon hearing this, tears welling up in her eyes. They have worked hard to make my parents proud. Oh no, I've offended her. The straight male cancer is acting up. Zhang Chen panicked. No wonder I've never been able to pick up girls in 2 lifetimes. But fortunately, Shen Jingbing was also an adventurer and didn't dwell on it for long. She wiped away her tears and said, but today I don't plan to take on any missions, just to observe. There's a meeting with the warlord in the afternoon, and I need to secure a spot for the warlord's disciple recruitment. Warlord's disciple recruitment? What? You don't even know about warlord Zhao Aotian? Zheng Chen quickly said, I know, of course I know. In fact, Zhao Outyan was one of the few humans Zhang Chen could clearly remember. He was the only one who could provoke Zhang Chen to rage, survive, meet again, and survive. If it weren't for the truth restricting him from killing recklessly, Zhang Chen would have chopped him into 8 pieces to feed the dogs long ago. What does the warlord's disciple recruitment mean? Xin Jingbing extended a finger like a jade onion and began to explain. Due to the escalating competition among various countries to conquer dungeons, talent in Chuandong was being severely depleted. It was unclear which country took the lead, but in order to replenish the talent lost, the warlords in their respective countries began various recruitment events. The intention was to select the most promising newcomers from among civilian adventurers to follow the warlords closely, receive personal guidance, and accelerate their development to join higher-level battles as soon as possible. The recruitment events did not necessarily target the strongest adventurers, but rather those with potential, to prevent them from being buried or dying in low-level battles before they could grow. Of course, if they had both potential and strength and gained the warlord's approval, there was a chance to receive the rarest resource bestowed by the warlord. Ningjin? Zhang Chen curiously asked. Yes, Ningjin, Xin Jingbing explained. If approved by the warlord, they will receive 1 gram of Ningjin as a reward. Zhang Chen had heard this term more than once. In fact, in the real money-making tasks, it was not just about earning gold coins. There were also tasks to earn refined gold and Ningjin. Zhang Chen knew that refined gold, the strongest forging material in the human world, was extracted from gold. From 1 ton of pure gold, which was equivalent to 100,000 gold coins, only 1 kilogram of refined gold could be extracted. Equipment made from refined gold outperformed all weapons and could even create pseudo-sacred weapons. By combining refined gold with divine cores, one could create unique sacred artifacts. For example, General Long's Athena's shield and the Iolia that Zhao Outyan had crushed in Zhang Chen's hand were both sacred artifacts. So, what was Ningjin? After some thought, Zhang Chen smiled and said, I'm quite interested. Can you take me to see that recruitment event? Sure, but... Seeing Xin Jingbing's hesitant expression, Zhang Chen asked curiously, but what? Xin Jingbing hesitated for a moment and said, although Warlord Zhao Outyan will personally observe this recruitment event, the recruitment officer will be Luo Xia, as announced by the guild. It's fine for other refined gold-level adventurers, as they know to show mercy regardless of whether the warlord shows up. Luo Xia is notorious for being ruthless. Last time he served as a recruitment officer, he broke the limbs of several newcomers. I witnessed that recruitment event, where one newcomer's knees were kicked backward by him. This time, I heard that Luo Xiao's father died in the dungeon, and his mood has not been good. I'm a bit hesitant about whether to participate in this recruitment event. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen recalled his encounter with him outside the Warcraft forest yesterday and became interested. Oh, really? Then I must see it. Why? Why couldn't he master the 9th sword? In the spacious dojo, Zhao Outyan wielded his steel sword forcefully, creating whirlwinds. The battle intent attached to the steel sword seemed to be on the verge of being thrown out of the sword, emitting specks of light. What seemed like a miraculous sword strike was actually missing the most crucial core, known only to the user Zhao Outyan himself. This was the 62nd time he had practiced this move today. Even someone as strong as Zhao Outyan could not bear such consumption, kneeling on the ground, panting heavily. Sweat dripped like a faucet, quickly pooling on the freshly waxed floor. Staring at his reflection in the water, Zhao Outyan seemed to once again see his defeated and embarrassed self, as well as the arrogant posture of the dragon-shaped monster. Why can't I learn it? With a bang, he vented his frustration by smashing the entire dojo's floor. Zhao Outyan's mournful roar shook the stained glass windows. He lifted his head, looking guiltily at the portrait on the wall. It depicted an old man wearing the same warlord armor as Zhao Outyan. Beneath the portrait hung a translucent, crystal-clear great sword. His eyes were filled with guilt. Grandpa, I'm sorry, I can never catch up with you. I am ashamed of the name of the War King. Outside the door, listening to the hysterical roar in the dojo, the waiting disciples are also extremely anxious. War King is here again. How many times is this? After the last expedition, War King has been training frantically, trying to break through the 9th form. War King 9 swords? Training up to the 2nd form is the condensed gold level, up to the 4th form is the Little War King, the 6th form is the Great War King. He is only 21 years old and has already trained to the 8th form. He is the only one in all of humanity. Why does he still train? Hey, I heard he was defeated by a demon in the underground dungeon. This is Zhao Outyan's first expedition. Being defeated like that, can he not go crazy? By the way, that holy sword in the dojo, it seems like he has never used it. Super holy sword Icarus, forged with 2 divine cores, and also mixed with condensed gold and the fine gold, the #1 sword in the world. Why doesn't he use it? Probably because he feels unworthy? After all, War King's grandfather, Lord Zhao Tianming, was the strongest War King in human history. It is said that before Zhao Tianming died, he broke through the 9th form and successfully used the legendary War King 9 Swords 10th sword. How awesome do you think that is? Well, no wonder, he is currently the strongest in humanity, but still far from the strongest in history. Alas, with the glorious achievements of his grandfather in the past and the disastrous record of being defeated by a demon, the pressure on War King is extraordinary. With a clang, the sliding door was pushed open. The disciples who were discussing fell silent instantly. Zhao Outyan, who had calmed his emotions, had changed into casual clothes and was holding the holy sword, new Iolia, looking invincible. No matter what, Zhao Outyan is someone who knows what matters. Today is the recruitment meeting for the War King of the Royal City Guild. He wants to recruit more talents for the kingdom. Not only out of loyalty to the country, but also to have stronger power to challenge the dragon the next time he sees it. Where is Kacheski? Zhao Outyan asked his close disciple. The disciple replied, he is waiting in the reception room. Does War King want to bring him along? Yes, he is the strongest monk in the kingdom. He can give more guidance to the newcomers. Let him prepare and come with me. Yes. At the same time, in the Eastern River City Royal City Labor Reform Detention Center. Let me go, I know I was wrong, please let me go. In a single-person cell, Jungsipi, who was being detained, lay on the iron bed wailing in agony, tears and snot flowing all over the floor. No! I don't want to be detained. It's all smelly men here. I want to see fair and tender girls. If you want to lock me up, go ahead, I can accept being imprisoned. But why tie me up again? Isn't admitting my mistake enough? Is there no justice, no humanity left? Of course, Jungsipi's screams in the end could only be drowned out by the cries of the inmates in the cell. But at this moment, what Jungsipi did not see was a head poking out of the skylight of the cell, taking a look inside. Immediately, the space in the center of the cell distorted. Zheng Chen appeared out of thin air in the cell. Damn! Spatial magic? Jungsipi, who had finally taken off his pants, turned pale with fright. Zheng Chen glanced at him and said, your shocked face seems to be asking for a hug, but I won't hug you. You can use spatial magic? Jungsipi didn't know what magic he was using. Clearly, his hands were tied, but when he stood up, his pants automatically put themselves on. His face was full of astonishment, staring disbelievingly at Zheng Chen, a new adventurer who had only registered for a day. You still have a lot to learn, Zheng Chen said. Jungsipi. Jungsipi knelt down with a thud. Zheng Chen, save me, I was wronged. At that time, I was actually acting bravely, driving away a pervert who wanted to sneak into the women's bathhouse to steal bras. I just took a look through the skylight to ensure the safety of the girls in the bathhouse, hiding my talents and virtues. Who knows that group of guards are heartless, accusing me of peeping into the women's bathroom. You have to believe me. We are brothers. Well, you have successfully fooled Confucius, Mencius, and Laozi. I now firmly believe that you who peeped into the women's restroom last time are definitely not a pervert. How did this guy survive until today? Zheng Chen's cheek muscles kept twitching. Taking a deep breath, suppressing the idea of smashing his dog head to eliminate harm for the people, Zheng Chen asked, I came to ask you something. Zheng Seipai was stunned, nodding repeatedly. Which girl have you set your eyes on? I know the measurements of all the women in the city, feel free to ask. Zheng Chen asked, you are so greedy and lustful, you must know what Ningjin is, right? Ningjin? Zheng Seipai was stunned, thinking, why are you asking about this? No reason, just curious, do you know or not? Zheng Chen was also helpless, having few friends. He asked Shen Jingbing, who was also a newcomer and did not know what Ningjin was. So the only one Zheng Chen could ask was Zheng Seipai. There are probably over 100 tasks of truth now, which can be summarized into 4 categories. Earn gold coins, earn refined gold, earn Ningjin, kill Ares. Among them, earning gold coins can be understood as buying a house for Zheng Chen. Earning refined gold is probably to let Zheng Chen learn to use alchemy to make equipment. Killing Ares is a phased goal that does not need explanation. But what is earning Ningjin for? After half a year in the underground city, Zheng Chen has understood that the tasks of truth are not just an excuse to give rewards. Completing tasks is inevitably laying the groundwork for achieving the ultimate goal. Among the Ningjin tasks, the worst reward is, obtain 1 gram of Ningjin, reward 500 unlocking points. Just 1 gram rewards 500 unlocking points, which not only indicates that Ningjin is difficult to obtain, but also that Ningjin itself has a great significance for Zheng Chen. Specifically, I'm not sure either. 1 ton of gold can only refine 1 kilogram of refined gold, and 1 ton of refined gold can only refine 100 grams of Ningjin. Normal people can't even come into contact with Ningjin, they only know that it is a material for making super holy weapons, but it is said that Ningjin also has another crucial function, which is essential for human survival in this world. The reserve of Ningjin can even be the sole criterion for judging whether a country is strong or not. Even Zhang Seipai doesn't know? Zheng Chun, who thought this guy who has seen a lot of things would know, felt somewhat disappointed after hearing this. But this further aroused Zhang Chen's curiosity about Ningjin. What exactly is this thing? What can motivate me to obtain it with such high rewards from the truth? It seems necessary to figure it out. Will there be a War King recruitment meeting? If I can really get 1 gram of Ningjin, maybe there will be an answer. Thinking of this, Zheng Chen asked again, by the way, I see that Luo Xia has a very bad relationship with you. Can I help you kill him, do you mind? Unexpectedly, Zheng Seipai, who usually acted like a fool, heard this and his face darkened. He said firmly, no. Ha! Zheng Chen was stunned. I don't know what you want to do, but please don't kill Luo Xia, and please don't interfere in our affairs. Looking at his serious and resolute appearance, clenching his fists, Zheng Chen was somewhat surprised. After a while, Zheng Chen said, I understand, spare his life, and also, please don't act like this, your serious appearance looks disgusting, I'm going to vomit. Zheng Seipai. With that, Zheng Chen opened the spatial transfer again. Hey, wait, big brother, are you not taking me with you? Hey, big brother, take me with you. Zheng Chen ignored him. He disappeared from the spot, leaving Zhang Seipai's wails drowned in the screams of the prisoners. At least help me take off my pants before you leave, big brother. In the backyard of the Royal City Guild, the square that was not usually open was crowded with people today. Looking around, the heads of the crowded people were as densely packed as locusts. Zheng Chen, with Cat Nanbei, walked forward with Xin Jingbing in the crowd. The road was difficult to walk. Almost all the adventurers in the city who were not on a mission came here. It was crowded like a chicken coop, with noisy discussions making people's ears hurt. People even had to swallow their spit because spitting anywhere would land on someone's shoes. With their superb skills, Zheng Chen and his 2 companions quickly made their way to the front. There was a magnificent granite platform. With a loud drumbeat, Zhao Outyan walked in from the main entrance and headed straight to the seats behind the platform. Accompanying him were 4 or 5 apprentices and a tall, muscular man with golden hair and blue eyes, sporting a ridiculous 8-character mustache. As they sat on the platform, the guild's hostess stepped onto the stage. Good afternoon, adventurers. First of all, Lord Zhanwan would like to express his sincere thanks for taking the time to come here amidst your busy schedules. The hostess delivered the usual opening remarks, full of empty words. Essentially, it meant that a mithril-level adventurer would come on stage, and everyone present could try to challenge them. The outcome didn't matter, Zhanwan would judge your potential through the battle. If anyone managed to defeat the mithril-level adventurer on stage, they would not only receive a recommendation but also a gram of condensed gold as a reward from Zhanwan. Of course, adventurers of the Copper Mountain level or higher were not allowed to participate. Zheng Chen was already familiar with the rules. What concerned him more was Zhao Outyan sitting on the platform. Zheng Chen, who usually didn't care about the weak, found himself strangely sympathetic towards this young man. His level had increased to 59, but he looked more haggard than when Zheng Chen first saw him at the palace. A young man in his 20s, but he appeared as weary as a 50-year-old, with a troubled expression and even a few strands of white hair. Zheng Chen, who had met him twice before, couldn't help but feel a sense of pity towards him, like a stray animal on the roadside. Now, let's welcome our recruiter for today, mithril-level adventurer Luo Xia. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers, Luo Xia, carrying a long spear and a sword at his waist, confidently ascended the platform. He loudly proclaimed, only the best newcomers qualify to become disciples of Zhanwan. Those with courage, come forth. Luo Xia's words were directed at the newbies below, but his attention was on Zhanwan Zhao Outyan behind him. Achieving the mithril level was the limit for adventurers. To advance to the condensed gold level, exceptional strength and Zhanwan's recommendation were required. Luo Xia had risen from the Copper Mountain level to the mithril level after his father died in the underground dungeon. For him, this marked the fulfillment of his life as an adventurer. However, Luo Xia had higher aspirations. He wanted to ascend to the condensed gold level and join the ranks of the national generals. The recruitment event was his opportunity to showcase his abilities. As the recruiter, the stricter he was, the more responsible he appeared. Through battles with these newcomers, he could safely demonstrate his strength to Zhanwan. Was there anything better in this world? The newbies below were full of anticipation, eager to prove themselves. But in Luo Xia's eyes, these newcomers were merely stepping stones for his ascent. Of course, Zhao Outyan was unaware of Luo Xia's thoughts. Sitting at the central rear of the platform, He waited indifferently for the recruitment event to begin, his eyes on the newcomers but his mind haunted by the bodies of soldiers who had once trusted him. The words of the dragon in the palace that day still echoed in Zhao Aotian's mind. The deaths of those soldiers were not caused by me, but by your incompetence as a leader, overestimating your abilities. A rising anger made Zhao Aotian lose interest in the battle, crushing the corner of the table in his hand. Although quickly restrained, the strong foreigner who followed closely beside him, Kaczynski III, keenly noticed his change in mood. Lord Zhanwan, what's wrong? Kaczynski asked in broken Dongchuan dialect with concern. Zhao Aotian quickly rubbed his face and composed himself. Nothing, it's nothing. Kaczynski leaned in. Lord Zhanwan has been working hard recently. How about trying the massage technique passed down through generations in my Kaczynski family, with essential oils for relaxation? Essential oils massage? Zhao Aotian glanced at his biceps, thicker than his own waist. Sounds tempting, but I'll pass. Let's begin, Kaczynski. Alright, Your Excellency Zhanwan, Kaczynski said, then shouted, participants can come up to challenge the recruitment officer at will, one at a time. Let's begin. With a bang, the attendant next to him struck the gong, officially starting the recruitment. Poof! With a thud, the long spear handle even pierced the stone platform. Luo Xia stood with his spear, loudly challenging, who wants to come up and try? I will! A young adventurer wielding a warhammer jumped onto the platform and charged at Luo Xia without hesitation. The two warhammers, each weighing at least 100 pounds, were swung vigorously. If hit, the person would probably be flattened into 2 dimensions. However, too slow. Luo Xia coldly snorted, flicked his foot, and the long spear handle shot out like lightning. The new adventurer had no chance to react and was pierced in the chest. The heavy steel armor instantly shattered like a biscuit. The young adventurer's ribs were broken, chest caved in, spewing out a mouthful of blood, and flew straight off the platform. It seemed like he was only exhaling, not inhaling. If not for the guild's medical team nearby, he would probably have died on the spot. I will! Another adventurer in black clothes, wielding dual blades, leaped up and shouted, starburst flowing slash, launching a fierce attack at Luo Xia. The dual blades were fast and chaotic, with continuous flashes of light, making it impossible to see the true form of the blades. Clearly, this one was much stronger than the previous one. Each strike was lethal for an ordinary person. Not bad, but Luo Xia was unimpressed. His long spear moved like a snake, deflecting the dazzling swordsmanship one by one. The new adventurer clearly did not expect all his slashes to be completely blocked. Before he could react, Luo Xia, with a slight smile, thrust his long spear forward. The thunderous spear thrust left the new adventurer no chance to react. With a squelch, his shoulder was pierced through. The new adventurer with dual blades bled profusely on the spot. Before he could even scream, Luo Xia flashed forward, raised his leg, and delivered a kick. With a crack of bones breaking, Luo Xia kicked his knee backward, causing the new adventurer to scream in agony instantly. Another axe kick, and Luo Xia effortlessly kicked him out of the arena. Next, Luo Xia, at ease, lifted his long spear with his toe, provocatively beckoning the new challengers. I will! The arena was bustling with excitement. The audience below cheered enthusiastically. Except for the adventurers participating in the recruitment at the front, the rest were just there for the show. But unlike the enthusiastic crowd, Zheng Chen's face was particularly gloomy. In just half an hour, at least 20 new adventurers had gone up. However, less than 5 came out unscathed. The most unfortunate one had both arms cut off by Luo Xia. Even if a mage could reattach the severed limbs, they would never be adventurers or laborers again in their lifetime. In fact, in terms of strength, these new adventurers didn't even have the ability to harm a hair on Luo Xia. Even when the outcome was clear, and the new adventurers had either surrendered or clearly lost their fighting spirit, Luo Xia would still deliver a punch or kick, leaving them disabled. It's not that Zheng Chen couldn't bear the cruelty. Zheng Chen himself was cruel. But in the underground city, Zheng Chen's cruelty was ultimately for survival. Being kind to enemies is being cruel to oneself, and Zheng Chen, who is decisive in killing, understands this point. But in the recruitment competition, these new adventurers are not enemies. They are all humans, from the same country, even the same city, striving for the same goal. How many of these new adventurers do not harbor admiration for the elite adventurers? And it is precisely the elite adventurers who are disabling them. Zheng Chen scanned the surroundings. The audience did not find anything wrong with Luo Xia's actions. They were only excited by such thrilling scenes and impressed by the power of the elite adventurers. In the dungeon, protecting one's kind is common sense for some weak monsters. But humans! Zheng Chen felt for the first time, humans are so foolish. Zheng Chen was puzzled. Isn't the recruitment meant to select and train the most promising newcomers? But now, why does it seem like Luo Xia is showcasing his personal power? Would War King Zhao Outyan allow such a thing to happen right under his nose? Zheng Chen looked towards Zhao Outyan, only to find him absent-minded, seemingly recalling something unpleasant, occasionally showing a hint of anger. Zheng Chen instantly understood. This guy wasn't even paying attention to the recruitment event, just lost in his own thoughts. He felt a bit annoyed. Mom saved me mom. With the last one having his neck broken, the paralyzed high-level newcomer adventurer was carried away. In the waiting area, only Zhang Chen, Mao Nanbei, and Shen Jingbing remained. Luo Xia on the stage immediately recognized Zheng Chen. What? Want to come up and try? Zheng Chen had no interest in responding to such childish provocation. In fact, Zheng Chen had no intention of participating in the battle. He was just unsure why he was standing in the waiting area. It was Shen Jingbing, a girl he had just met less than a day ago, that worried him. Her timid and fearful nature was evident at a glance, the type who could be scared by a cockroach. But faced with the continuously injured new adventurers, she showed no sign of backing down, instead eager to try. Zheng Chen kindly advised, "How about we stop fighting?" "Why?" Zheng Chen pointed to the high-level paralyzed person who had just been carried away behind him. "Didn't you see how badly over 20 people were beaten?" Shen Jingbing asked in confusion. "This is to show to the War King, not to defeat him. Moreover, more than 20 people have already fought. Luo Xia must have consumed a lot. This is a good opportunity to perform well." Zheng Chen frowned. "Consumed a lot?" Zheng Chen glanced at the stats. HP, 816/1015 MP, 197/216 AP, 169/227. Luo Xia had hardly consumed anything. After all, none of the new adventurers were above level 20. Luo Xia was at level 34, with equipment several levels higher than the newcomers, with multiple equipment providing buff effects. The gap in stats alone was nearly 3 times that of the newcomers, not to mention his combat experience and skills. The difference was too significant. "Aren't you afraid?" Zheng Chen couldn't understand and asked. Shen Jingbing's face turned slightly pale, with fine beads of sweat on her face. She swallowed hard, trembling. "I am afraid, of course I am, he is an elite adventurer. But this is the best opportunity for new adventurers to stand out quickly. Even if I'm afraid, I have to go up. I'm only afraid for this one time." With that, she put on her steel gloves and walked up to the stage. "I won't say more, I'll go up first. Otherwise, if Luo Xia breathes a few more times and recovers, it will be even harder to fight him." With that, she went up on the stage. Luo Xia was also stunned. He thought Zheng Chen would come up, and he had already planned how to beat Zheng Chen. Break his limbs, hit his pelvic bone and spine with the gun handle, crush him. As long as it was someone around Zheng Chen, I wouldn't let any of them go. That kid doesn't have the qualifications to succeed in his whole life, he can only struggle at the bottom. But unexpectedly, the one who came up was actually a strange female adventurer. Judging by her appearance, she is a martial artist. She looks quite handsome. Luo Xia licked his tongue, lowered his body, and assumed a stance. "Let me have some fun for a bit. Hello, my name is Shen." Shen Jingbing wanted to politely introduce herself. But before she could even finish her name, Luo Xia's body enlarged infinitely in her line of sight at lightning speed. A cold light arrived first, followed by a spear as swift as a dragon. The chaotic spear strikes were like a torrential rain coming straight at her. Shen Jingbing never expected Luo Xia to attack directly. She quickly retreated, using her agile body to dodge the attacks. However, Luo Xia's attacks were so swift. The spear strikes were so dense that it felt like running into a hedgehog head-on. In just a few seconds, Shen Jingbing had at least 30 to 40 cuts on her body, and the injuries were increasing. But these wounds were strange, just superficial cuts that bled slightly. For adventurers, these were not considered serious injuries. But because of the numerous wounds, Shen Jingbing's clothes gradually turned into strips. If more wounds were to appear, she would soon be exposed. Even if Zheng Chen was foolish, he could see what Luo Xia was up to. The smirk on Luo Xia's face confirmed Zheng Chen's guess. Was this kid toying with Shen Jingbing? With his strength, he could easily defeat Shen Jingbing, but instead, he chose this method. The audience below saw this scene and roared with excitement. Shen Jingbing seemed to realize something. She didn't just sit back and wait, she chose to fight back. Concentrating all her fighting spirit, she kicked out like a tornado. The wind raged on the stage in an instant. Zheng Chen whistled. Shen Jingbing's level hadn't increased, still LV-19. But her wind god kick was much more powerful than in the underground city. It seemed she had been training diligently. Luo Xia's face changed noticeably. Clearly, he didn't expect such power from this petite girl. The audience below couldn't help but sweat nervously. However, clang! The steel heel struck the skin, but instead of a normal sound, it produced a metallic clang. What? Xin Jingbing's pupils contracted. Luo Xia didn't use any fancy moves, just raised his left hand to block the wind god kick with his flesh and blood. Xin Jingbing had bought this set of steel gloves and heels for 150 gold coins, almost all her savings. Now, the heel struck Luo Xia's arm and shattered like glass. A typical defensive skill, fortress. Zheng Chen saw through the reason at a glance. Luo Xia was indeed a seasoned adventurer, deliberately using a defensive skill to counter the rookie's soft attack. Is that all you've got? On the stage, Luo Xia grabbed Xin Jingbing's ankle with one hand. Before Xin Jingbing could struggle, Luo Xia smirked and thrust his spear forward. Several consecutive stabs. Xin Jingbing let out a piercing scream. Her tattered clothes turned into strips in the cold light. The audience below widened their eyes, waiting to see the next moment of the provocative scene. However, just as Xin Jingbing's dignity as a woman was about to be trampled, a figure suddenly leaped onto the stage. At this moment, when everyone held their breath, he draped a coat over Xin Jingbing. With a snap, the spear thrust again but was caught. Luo Xia was stunned. The one who came up was none other than Zheng Chen. You? Luo Xia pulled back the spear but didn't distance himself. Only one person can come up at a time. Why did you come up? Zheng Chen looked at his palm. He actually pulled it back? Zheng Chen's transformation is not a natural cat transformation, with a relatively low level that compresses attributes to 1/10 of normal. Because of the transformation, he couldn't control the strength of holding the long spear. Was it too light? Remembering this feeling, Zheng Chen ignored Luo Xia and gently looked at Xin Jingbing in his arms. How are you? Xin Jingbing's snow-like pink cheeks flushed rapidly. She wanted to struggle, but thinking that she only had Zheng Chen's coat on her now, she had to hug Zheng Chen shyly. I'm fine. The coat still retained Zheng Chen's scent. Due to being a dragon, Zheng Chen's sweat was different from humans, with a hint of dragon incense and a slight purifying effect. This coat worn for 3 days was not dirty or smelly, but instead made Xin Jingbing feel very comfortable smelling it. Go down. Zheng Chen carried Xin Jingbing off the stage. Hey! Who allowed you to? Luo Xia wanted to stop him, but where was Zheng Chen's figure? Zheng Chen had already reached the edge of the stage at some point, and in a Princess Carrie style, handed Xin Jingbing to the cat Nanbei below. Let it go this time. If you dare to steal my dog's stuff in the future, I'll scratch you, meow. Xin Jingbing couldn't hear Nanbei's words. She stared foolishly at Zheng Chen's sturdy figure on the stage, her heart beating uncontrollably fast. On the stage, Zheng Chen walked back to the center. Luo Xia was furious at this moment but couldn't act out. Zheng Chen gestured at him. How about picking an opponent with a similar physique to yours? When the audience below heard this, they burst into laughter. A bronze-level adventurer not only didn't salute when going on stage but also dared to provoke a fine gold-level adventurer. Isn't this seeking death, being impatient with life? Luo Xia was even more angry and laughed sarcastically. With a wave of his hand, the long spear moved as if it had a life of its own, spinning and moving around, finally landing precisely back in his hand. Alright, it seems this newcomer is very confident. As a senior fine gold level, I naturally have to teach you a lesson. Zheng Chen sneered. A bit unpleasant, huh? Before fighting you, you have to wait a bit. After saying that, Zheng Chen turned around and faced Zhao Outyan on the platform. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, Zheng Chen did something that nobody dared to believe. He stepped with his right foot. On the ground, the half-cut blade that the newcomer had broken just now bounced up, rotating like a fan, and flew into the air. With a kick, the half-cut blade shot towards Zhao Outyan on the platform. Zhao Outyan, who was daydreaming, suddenly woke up to the danger and subconsciously tilted his head. Thud! The blade, at lightning speed, missed by a hair's breadth and stuck into the back of the chair behind Zhao Outyan, trembling continuously. What? Kachersky beside him widened his eyes. The audience below was already dumbfounded. This kid actually dares to attack Lord Zhanwang? Just a bronze level, daring to be so bold? Offending Lord Zhanwang, there will be no place for him in Chuandong. Doesn't he understand this logic? Oh my god, is he crazy? Zheng Chen didn't care about these spectators who were just watching the excitement. Facing Zhao Outyan, he shouted loudly in front of everyone, "Are you awake now, you bastard?" Zhao Outyan had no intention of watching the newcomers fight. 2 encounters with that monster, 1 defeat, and 1 retreat like a coward. Sitting on the stage, various faces of that monster kept flashing before Zhao Outyan's eyes. It entangled him like a nightmare, impossible to shake off. In his thoughts, Zhao Outyan saw the image of the dragon-shaped monster roaring at him. "Are you awake now, you bastard?" However, almost simultaneously, Zheng Chen's roar coincided with the monster's roar in his mind. Startled, Zhao Outyan turned his head to look at the blade stuck behind him. If it weren't for the super consciousness cultivated by strong strength, the body would have reacted to avoid the attack that was probably aimed at his forehead, right? Zhao Outyan looked down in astonishment at the arena. On the arena, the bronze-level adventurer was staring at him with a contemptuous gaze. In that instant, Zhao Outyan's body trembled uncontrollably. Because the gaze of this bronze-level adventurer below the stage was exactly the same as the gaze of the monster that once looked at him in the dungeon. Contempt, disdain, as chilling as looking at a locust. If the other party were not human, Zhao Outyan would definitely think he was that monster. Awake, huh? Zheng Chen tilted his head and said mercilessly, risking disability or even death, going on stage to fight desperately against an opponent you know you can't beat. Just for you to have a better look at them, risking your life and all future prospects, you bastards still sit there daydreaming. How do you act as a war king? Bold. How dare you attack war king in public and speak disrespectfully? Let me use the Carthage families. Carthage! Zhao Outyan shouted sternly. Carthage III heard a pause, understanding his meaning, and quickly retreated. Shaking his head to shake off the fear that entangled his heart, Zhao Outyan deeply knew that he was deluded. Although the words were harsh, they did make Zhao Outyan feel a slight sense of shame. What he said was indeed reasonable. Zhao Outyan was not a reckless person. He said seriously, "Sorry, I was distracted. Today, the injured newcomers, those not selected, their care and future work will be taken care of by my War King's gate." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience couldn't help but gasp. The War King? Actually compromised? In theory, attacking War King in public was almost equivalent to rebellion, and even being torn to pieces was only natural. But upon second thought, everyone understood. What a compassionate War King! He shows no mercy to enemies, but is humble and considerate to humans. Even his thoughts surpass ordinary people, truly worthy of being a War King. A group of flatterers. Zheng Chen was not interested in listening to the audience's flattery. With Zhao Outyan's response, Zheng Chen could reluctantly accept it. Zheng Chen was not a good person, but Zheng Chen also had his own principles. The 6 months of survival experience in the dungeon made Zheng Chen realize one thing deeply: any sacrifice is worthy of respect. Leviathan did countless insane things for the dungeon. Ice Phoenix destroyed a world for her child. Cat Nanbei took risks repeatedly for himself. The wet nurse also. Whether enemy or friend, Zheng Chen, who had experienced the dungeon, felt that sacrifice was the only thing in this world that should not be tarnished, the most precious treasure. Zheng Chen most respected those who dared to sacrifice. Even if they were enemies, he would still hold them in esteem. Similarly, Zheng Chen couldn't bear to see those who dared to sacrifice being let down. This was the reason why Zheng Chen, who didn't want to go on stage, went on stage. Since Zhao Outyan gave a reply, Zheng Chen naturally wouldn't say anything more to him. So what comes next? Hoof. Luo Xia, holding a long spear, snorted disdainfully, his gaze towards Zheng Chen changing from disdain to pure hostility. This kid has stolen all your limelight so far. Now it seems like he's the protagonist on this stage. Even the War King's gaze is on him, not me. Luo Xia's initial disdain for Zheng Chen turned into pure hostility. Want to steal the limelight, huh? Fine. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. The more limelight you steal, the harder you'll be hit in the face. I'll teach you this lesson well today. Some limelight, weaklings like you are not qualified to have. It seems this newcomer is very confident, even War King doesn't care about him. As a senior, I should teach him a lesson. Although the words were gentle, the killing intent couldn't be hidden. Luo Xia took a stance, and even the tip of the spear turned red and shiny due to the excessive concentration of battle intent. The audience watching this scene couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This newcomer is doomed. It seems like Luo Xia has a grudge against him. He might end up half dead. Even Shen Jingbing couldn't help but tighten the coat Zheng Chen gave her when she saw what was happening. Luo Xia's eyes clearly said, "You're doomed." But Zheng Chen didn't think so. "Zheng Sipi told me not to kill you." "Fine, he's my friend, I won't kill you." With that, Zheng Chen gestured towards him. On stage, Zhao Outyan watched the scene. Although the nightmare of that monster came back. But this time, Zhao Outyan didn't daydream, but stared blankly at the bronze-level adventurer in front of him. It's like, too similar, almost identical. That arrogant posture, the proud standing posture, and that monster are just the same. Could it be? Zhao Outyan couldn't help but gasp. But then he thought again. Impossible. This is just a bronze-level adventurer. As a monster, even if transformed into a human, how could he be willing to stay at the bottom of the adventurer ranks? Coincidence, right? Zhao Outyan watched the newcomer intently. At the same time, Luo Xia made a move. Stepping forward, the granite slab under his feet instantly shattered. Luo Xia moved like the wind god. The audience below felt a fierce gust of wind coming towards them. So fast. Everyone couldn't help but click their tongues. Truly a master adventurer, this speed is almost too fast for people to react. The 10-meter distance between Roxia and Zhang Chen seemed to disappear. What came with the wind was a beast-like aura. The rolling spear thrust out with a deadly cold light. In just an instant, it reached Zhang Chen's face. Let's start by cutting off his nose and ears. Cut them into minced meat before they hit the ground, so you can't even reattach them with healing magic. Roxia couldn't help but burst into laughter uncontrollably. However, just when everyone thought the young bronze adventurer was about to be permanently disabled, Zhang Chen made a move. Bang! Two loud noises pierced the entire arena. Wah! On stage, seeing Zhang Chen's actions, Zhao Outyan stood up as if struck by lightning. In his widened eyes, there was nothing but horror and fear facing the nightmare. Could it be really him? Bang! Two loud noises pierced the entire arena. No one saw Zhang Chen's movements clearly. Even to the average person, Zhang Chen seemed to just be standing nonchalantly in place. But the spear was knocked away. Roxia was punched in the face and flew out. On stage, seeing Zhang Chen's actions, Zhao Outyan stood up as if struck by lightning. In fact, only Zhao Outyan could see that movement clearly. With lightning speed, he used one hand to knock away the spear and then punched Roxia in the nose. Could it be really him? This time, the terrifying possibility dispelled the nightmare haunting his mind. Zhao Outyan stared blankly at the arena, unable to shift his gaze even an inch. As Roxia landed, a crisp clicking sound came from his ears. Looking over, 3 front teeth were seen on the ground not far away. Roxia's head buzzed and then the sharp pain in his gums and the taste of blood in his mouth brought him back to reality. Plap! The first drop of blood dripped from his mouth. At this moment, the excessive shock made it almost impossible to focus his vision accurately. Injured? Who? Me? I actually had my front teeth broken by a newcomer adventurer? As a master-level adventurer. Me? The sharp screams were clearly audible even from 2 streets away. At this moment, the whole arena fell silent, with only Roxia's frantic wails heard. Blood flowed from between his fingers. Roxia's eyes turned red in an instant. You damn bastard, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. The frenzied Roxia turned into thunder. The spear in his hand swept towards Zhang Chen like a storm. A mere bronze-level adventurer dares to attack me. A master-level adventurer, I'll make you regret your arrogance. Zhang Chen's gaze slightly condensed. He raised his hand. Like passing through a myriad of flowers without a leaf touching him. Like taking chestnuts from the fire, swift and agile. Grabbing the gun from countless cold lights. Zhang Chen, when transformed, had combat power equivalent to the elemental true dragon period. However, even so, this strength was beyond what humans could shake. What humans saw as lightning speed was just sluggishness in Zhang Chen's eyes. Brother, have you eaten? With a clang, the gun head broke. Zhang Chen swiftly moved along the gun barrel towards Luo Xia. If you haven't eaten, how about taking my punch? Remembering Zhang Seipai's advice, Zhang Chen lightly delivered a straight punch to his abdomen. Ouch! Luo Xia let out a hysterical scream and flew out like a broken kite. At this moment, the audience below fell silent. A precious gold-level adventurer, the strongest below the condensed gold level, was an unattainable existence for ordinary people and average adventurers. To be defeated by a single blow. Precious gold level defeated by bronze level? Is that possible? However, this impossible thing was happening in reality. With a clang, the broken gun barrel was inserted into the stone slab. A deep groove was scraped on the arena floor, stopping Luo Xia's flying momentum. Ha! 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 Luo Xia gasped heavily, spitting out blood continuously. Anger and madness completely eroded his sanity. In his bloodshot eyes, he could only see Zhang Chen. Impossible. I am a precious gold-level adventurer, how could I lose to a mere bronze level? He's just a dog by Zhang Seipai's side. A dog that shares the same stench as Zhang Seipai. It's impossible, there must be a mistake somewhere. Impossible. Looking at Zhang Chen again, he appeared calm and composed. No attack, no vigilance. Just standing there, looking at Luo Xia with eyes as if looking at a piece of rag. The last trace of sanity burned out. In Luo Xia's mind, there were only 5 words left. I will kill you. With a clatter, throwing away the gun handle, Luo Xia struggled to stand up and drew his sword from his waist. This is serious, it could be fatal. Cash, don't go. On the stands, Kacheski quickly prepared to intervene, but was stopped by Zhao Outyan. But Kacheski wanted to say something, but when he looked sideways, he froze in place. Zhao Outyan's eyes were wide open, staring fixedly at Zhang Chen on the stage. He seemed to be in a daze as he said, I want to see. I want to see how this newcomer handles it. Maybe he is. No. Unlikely, but I want to see. Battle. King? Illogical speech, words not making sense. Kacheski had never seen Zhao Outyan like this before. What's wrong with the Battle King? Since coming out of the underground dungeon, Zhao Outyan seemed a bit abnormal. And now, Zhao Outyan was acting extremely abnormal. The audience below gasped collectively when Luo Xia drew his sword. That newcomer is provoking Luo Xia with his strength. That's the pseudo-holy sword Eolia, a weapon that only condensed gold-level adventurers are qualified to purchase. Drawing this weapon means Luo Xia is getting serious. It's over, this newcomer is in big trouble. On the stage, the crystal-like sword was exposed in the air. An overwhelming pressure spread throughout the venue. The earth trembled, and the air seemed to solidify. The small stones on the ground were suspended in the air. Luo Xia's eyes turned bloodshot. Battle King's 9 swords, first sword, God's execution. The Battle King's 9 swords were the strongest technique in Xuandong, the supreme skill of the previous generation's Battle King, the strongest Battle King in human history, Zhao Tianming. He was the only human in history to reach the theoretical maximum level achievable by humans, LV 100. Although it relied on a temporary state achieved through a critical breakthrough in the 3rd stage, it was still the human limit. As a precious gold-level adventurer, being able to use the first sword of the Battle King's 9 swords was enough to prove Luo Xia's strength, making him outstanding among precious gold-level adventurers. This was Luo Xia's greatest confidence in being unbeatable. Die for me! He shouted loudly and took a step forward. The bloody air surged towards Zhengchen like waves. The sword, filled with a sense of battle, was wrapped in a layer of tornado. However, boring. Clang squeak. The sword blade rubbed against the hard object, sparking a large spark. The sharp sword tip stopped 3 inches in front of Zhengchen, unable to advance any further. This is. On the stage, Zhao Outyan, who saw this scene, would have probably fallen to the ground if the stool under his buttocks wasn't fixed to the ground. It was exactly the same. This scene was exactly the same as when he faced that monster on the 2nd floor that day. Zhengchen grabbed the deadly sword barehanded. The sharp sword blade couldn't even cut his palm skin. The scene in his memory overlapped with reality. Zhao Outyan was already soaked in cold sweat. It's him! It's him! It's him! The fear and helplessness engraved in his DNA. The almost unshakable strength. The unique arrogance in the world. The dragon's arrogance. Zhao Outyan couldn't think of anyone else in the world who could replicate this scene. You. Luo Xia, even in his madness, realized the seriousness of the situation. He tried desperately to pull out the sword. But the sword seemed to be chained to a huge rock, not budging an inch whether pushed forward or pulled back. On the other side, Zhengchen, holding the fake holy sword, originally intended to crush it. Even in its transformed state, this kind of toy was as fragile as a biscuit in Zhengchen's eyes. But Zhengchen noticed the expression on Zhao Outyan's face as he looked at him as if seeing a ghost. Could this kid have recognized me? Come to think of it, my current actions. Oh, I see, my mistake. Indeed, if Zhao Outyan recognized him, Zhengchen would probably have a hard time in the future. He couldn't kill to keep it a secret. The mission of truth was clear: killing recklessly would deduct unlocking points, and killing too many would lead to the truth uninstalling itself. This was troublesome. If I crush this sword now, I probably won't be able to keep it a secret, right? Zhengchen thought for a moment. How about I pretend to be injured? Difficult. If this sword really stabs me, it will probably break, right? After all, even in the transformed state, it would reduce 10 times the attributes, and my physical resistance is 11,365. Zhengchen thought for a moment and finally made a decision. Weakness, 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 secretly cast weakness on himself 4 times in a row. Each weakness would have the attributes. Through 4 consecutive weaknesses, Zhengchen's physical defense dropped to a low of 711. With a crisp sound, the sharp sword blade cut through the palm skin and pierced Zhengchen's shoulder. In an instant, blood gushed out. Damn, it hurts. Zhengchen cursed and threw a furious hook punch, hitting Luo Xia squarely on the head. Luo Xia, who had just succeeded in his strike, hadn't had time to be happy before feeling a sharp pain on his head. In the moment before losing consciousness, he felt like his head was retracting from his neck and bursting out from his crotch. With a bang, Luo Xia somersaulted in place, landing face down heavily on the ground. On the indestructible granite arena, Luo Xia's face left a large pit. In the pit, the features of Luo Xia rolling his eyes were clearly imprinted. Injured? He was sure but also doubtful. Zhao Outyan, who was soaked in cold sweat a second ago, suddenly felt a lightness all over his body. On the arena, Zhengchen held his shoulder, but blood continued to flow from between his fingers. His pale and painful face puzzled Zhao Outyan for a moment. Injured? How is that possible? Impossible. If he was that dragon, Luo Xia's attack wouldn't have injured him. In the eyes of that dragon, Luo Xia probably wouldn't even count as an ant, right? Could it be? I was wrong? Is this just a new adventurer with formidable strength? Zhao Outyan suddenly felt relieved. Ah, right. How could that dragon, transformed into a human, come to be an adventurer? He has such strong power that if he wants to enjoy life, he can easily kill a tycoon and then transform into his appearance. If he wants to live in seclusion, he can transform into a farmer or fisherman. In his eyes, adventurers are just a bunch of noobs. Why would pros team up with noobs? Charity workers guide newcomers? Even if disguised as an adventurer, he cannot be injured by Luo Xia. Yes, it cannot be that dragon. It must be a newcomer with formidable strength. Although not completely certain, various signs indicate that the newcomer in front of him cannot be that dragon. Zhao Outyan felt a sudden relief in his heart. And at this moment, there was silence in the audience. The newcomer stood. Although his shoulder was pierced and blood was flowing, he was still standing. And Luo Xia, who should have been standing, was actually lying on the ground, occasionally twitching, proving that he was not dead yet. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Those who had just shouted that this newcomer was finished now seemed to feel a father's love on their faces. Zhang Chen didn't care about these human opinions. He caught a glimpse of Zhao Outyan's eased expression, knowing that his level of suspicion towards himself had decreased. What's your name? Zhao Outyan asked. Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen? Nice name. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Outyan said, your strength is good, do you want to join my War King Gate? Not interested, Zhang Chen replied firmly. Zhao Outyan frowned, why? By joining the War King Gate, you can receive my guidance, make rapid progress in strength, and better contribute to this country, which is every adventurer's dream. It's not my dream, I just want to make money, Zhang Chen said frankly. Are you kidding me? Do you know how lucrative the truth's tasks are? Do you know how high the housing prices are? Right now, I only have a total of 100 gold coins in my hand. You want me to join the War King Gate for a fixed salary? Moreover, receive your guidance? If it weren't for the public, you'd probably make me laugh my dragon egg off. If there are no surprises, I should be the most outstanding, right? If I don't join the War King Gate, can I still get that 1 gram of condensed gold? Zhang Chen, who was about to step down directly, remembered this and asked. Zhao Outyan was taken aback, originally intending to refuse directly. Damn, you don't come to my War King Gate and still want to get 1 gram of condensed gold? Well, no wonder Lu Ziji from Nanyang can't find the Peach Blossom Spring, it's all in your head. But then he thought again. No, that's not right. Although condensed gold is rare, Zhao Outyan can still afford 1 gram. Even if he doesn't join the War King Gate, this condensed gold given to him can still be of great use. Thinking of this, Zhao Outyan, who originally intended to refuse directly, changed his mind. Yes, but I didn't bring it today, how about another day? I'll have my personal guard, Cash, deliver it to you personally. Beside him, the foreigner Kacheski stepped forward. Hello, I'm Kacheski 3. Delivering goods is a specialty passed down through generations in my Cash family. Please rest assured, Kacheski's mission will be accomplished. Zhang Chen. K. Cash Driver 3? Let's forget about the fact that the name sounds a bit like Zhao Outyan's Dragon Outyan. Really ridiculous, crazy, and now there's another truck driver popping up? The parents in this world are all naming geniuses. Can't they give some normal names? Wait a minute. Zhang Chen blinked, realizing a very serious problem. It seems like my name is quite gloomy. Okay, you are the War King. I believe you won't go back on your word. With that, Zhang Chen left the stage without looking back. In the audience, those who had mocked Zhang Chen before now voluntarily stood on both sides. Let's go. With Cat Nanbei and Xin Jingbing, Zhang Chen left the scene. Xin Jingbing couldn't help but look back at Zhao Outyan. She seemed to really want to join the War King Gate. Zhang Chen glanced at her, not using words to criticize or correct her naive thoughts. Can you become stronger by joining the War King Gate? Don't be ridiculous, there are no shortcuts in this world. Strength is never gained through others. Jingu followed Zhang Chencheng to nearly level 100, but is he powerful? Not really. He might not even win in a one-on-one fight against the leader of the Yashuki Beast, because his level is fake, without accumulation and summary. The same goes for the War King. Don't fantasize that getting advice from the big shots will make you stronger. If you want to become stronger, the only way is to rely on yourself step by step. Watching Zhang Chencheng leave, Zhao Outyan did not stop him, but his face became gloomy. Kacheski asked in confusion, War King, why deceive him? My Kacheski family's memory passed down through generations is not wrong. You should have brought the 1 gram of condensed gold with you, right? Why ask me to send it over another day? Zhao Outyan smiled. That way, you won't have a chance to integrate into his team. Oh? Kacheski raised an eyebrow slightly. I don't understand the War King's meaning, please enlighten me. You don't need to understand. Zhao Outyan stood up, preparing to leave, and said as he walked, remember, you should use the matter of sending the condensed gold to find a way to stay in Zhang Qinsheng's team. Cooperate with him, help him, even provide some financial support. But remember, once he shows any power beyond human cognition, you must secretly inform me. Kacheski III was somewhat puzzled, but he accepted. Yes, I will follow the orders. And Zhao Outyan naturally had his own thoughts. Even though Zhang Qinsheng was injured by Luo Xia, Zhao Outyan still couldn't completely rule out the possibility that he was the dragon. If he is not the dragon, it means he is a newcomer with the potential to become the War King. As long as this newcomer is cultivated, the chances of killing the dragon will greatly increase. If he is the dragon, then Zhao Outyan must collect as much information about him as possible, including his full strength, skills, weaknesses, and then Zhao Outyan will find a way to kill him. Assassination, poisoning, ambush, attacking in groups. By any means necessary. It is a threat to this country, a threat to the existence of humanity. It is also Zhao Outyan's lifelong nightmare. As long as he can get rid of it, Zhao Outyan can disregard costs, sacrifices, and morals. This is for humanity. Even if I am a demon in this life, I will kill the evil dragon. 3 days later. Short of money. Looking at the 104 gold coins in his pocket, and then at the list of housing prices with a string of zeros, Zhang Qinsheng clenched his fist unwillingly. Oh no, can't do that. It will be troublesome if the gold coins are crushed. Why can't the highest level alchemy provided by the truth transmute gold? Zhang Qinsheng was very frustrated. Yes, can you believe that alchemy in this world cannot transmute gold? Even the highest level alchemy provided by the truth is the same. Although you can refine essence gold from gold, and then refine condensed gold from essence gold, but you just can't transmute gold from gold ore. The principle? Zhang Qinsheng doesn't know either. It seems that the gold mines in this world have some natural properties that can resist magical interference, so alchemy can only be done through manual refining. Otherwise, Zhang Qinsheng would have become rich, become a CEO, married a beauty, and reached the peak of life long ago. Alright, you, think positively. The cat Nan Bei, drinking hot sheep's milk nearby, came forward to comfort. Although you can't transmute gold, you can transmute copper. Meow. Zhang Qinsheng, do you know what you're talking about? Shut up, or you'll be shot. Zhang Qinsheng glanced at the guild's warehouse, relying on the dragon's perception, easily bypassing obstacles, and arrived at the sheep milk storage area. The shelves here were already empty. When he completed the task with Zhang Sipi, earning 150 gold coins, of which 45 gold coins were split with Zhang Sipi, 40 cow horns were exchanged for 8 gold coins, all belonging to Zhang Qinsheng. Zhang Qinsheng should have had 113 gold coins. You know, 1 gold coin is equivalent to the purchasing power of $1,000. Zhang Qinsheng himself didn't need to eat. The underground dungeon monsters he had eaten in the past 6 months were enough to digest until Sun Mukong came out of the Five-Finger Mountain. In just 3 days, apart from buying clothes for herself and the cat, which cost 1 gold coin, the cat drank a total of 8 gold coins worth of sheep's milk. The 8,000 gold coin sheep's milk was all consumed by her alone. It's in the cat's nature to love drinking sheep's milk. Can't you drink like that too? Sheep's milk is stored in another stomach. Meow. This is how the cat explained when Zhang Chen asked her how she could drink so much. What is the other stomach? Don't you have the gluttony skill? The cat's appetite for sheep's milk even made Zhang Chen doubt her internal structure. The most deadly thing is that the cat actually leveled up from drinking sheep's milk. She is now at level 177. Can you believe that drinking milk can level you up? No, if this continues, forget about the dream of buying a house. By the time Zhang Sipi is released, I will have been drunk poor by her. Ha! Do I really have to take on this kind of mission? Shen Jingbing held the hiring order in her hand, her face pale with fear, and her body trembling uncontrollably. After all, although this mission does have the highest reward in the silver level, it is really unfriendly to women. Hiring order: annihilate the goblin tribe in the eastern mountains of the North Demon Forest Alshan Mountains. Mission reward: 90 gold coins. What are goblins? Have you seen Goblin Slayer? Yes, that kind of thing. From 80-year-old old women to 8-year-old children, as long as they are female, these weak monsters spare no one. Due to their cunning nature, numerous powerful female adventurers have fallen victim to them. They are known as the female archenemy of monsters. By the way, there seem to be quite a few monster hunting orders in the guild recently, with the number of related orders suddenly increasing 3 to 4 times in the past few days. I don't want to either. What can I do? I need money. The cat next to her drinking sheep's milk said, Is money that important, meow? Do you still have the face to say that? All the recent expenses have been drained by your milk consumption. At this rate, when will I be able to buy a house? Zhang Chen pointed at the cat drinking sheep's milk. If you really feel guilty and want to make it up to me, put on a bunny girl outfit and dance at the entrance of the goblin's cave to lure them out for me. The cat, however, licked her paw nonchalantly and fixed her hair. That's none of my business, meow. I'm only responsible for being beautiful and living a peaceful life, meow. Providing for the family is the responsibility of you males, meow. You. Zhang Chen felt like his liver was about to burst. What can I do? I'm also helpless. The task of killing the demon god Ares is still looming over me. The demon god, he must be a powerful figure, right? Who knows when this big shot will suddenly appear and defeat me in one move. As for improving my strength, the truth doesn't allow me to kill. Except for the automatic growth of level 4 every 8 experience points per second, my experience hasn't changed much. It's been 5 days, and I've only leveled up to level 2 through automatic growth. If I don't level up, I don't level up. Where's the fun in leveling up? You can earn tens of thousands of unlocking points by making money, but I never expected it to be so difficult. Doing a bronze level task once earns 5 to 10 gold coins. Do this kind of task? Am I becoming an errand boy? Do I have no dignity? But there are rules for adventurer promotion. To reach silver, you must complete 10 tasks and work for more than 3 months. For gold, it's 50 tasks and over half a year of work. Isn't this outrageous? Can't it be like online novels, tailor-made exams, and then let me reach the maximum level directly? Or at least like the Cold Rice King, where 80% of the book is about playing games to level up. Or, should I just ask Jean Gu for money? He's the chief archmage, he must have money. But as soon as Zhang Chen thought about it, he quickly shook his head. In his mind, Zhang Chen saw Jean Gu smiling and using a stack of banknotes to slap himself in the face, then lifting his chin with the banknotes and gently saying, Come, eat. Damn, no, absolutely not. Just then, with a bang, the guild's louvered door was pushed open heavily. A tremendously burly figure filled the entire doorway. No matter what troubles you may have, in front of the psychological counseling technique passed down through generations in my Carter family, all troubles will be easily solved. Standing nearly 2 meters tall and weighing 200 caddies, his muscular chest seemed to house a devil. His broad shoulders resembled 2 cranes. Zhang Chen immediately recognized this highly distinctive physique, Carter III. His melancholic mood instantly turned sunny. Zhang Chen excitedly stood up and walked towards him. Seeing Zhang Chen, Carter III warmly approached him. Oh? You must be Zhang Chen. Hello, I'm Carter III. By order of the War King, I bring you a reward of 1 gram of condensed gold. With that, Carter III took out an emerald box from his pants. Hey, why did he take it out from there? Could he be gay? He must be gay. Is this condensed gold? Staring at the item in the box, Zhang Chen's eyes widened. In the crystal-clear emerald box, carefully wrapped in velvet, was a semi-transparent stone the size of half a grain of rice, shining like yellow crystal. With a gentle poke, the stone even jiggled like jelly. Please accept it. Carter III sat opposite and pushed the box towards Zhang Chen. Notice, side mission reward of 1 gram of condensed gold completed, 500 unlock points reward received. The announcement of truth confirmed that Carter III's gift was not just courtesy but a sincere gesture. It also proved that this condensed gold was genuine, not a fake to deceive people. Keeping his promise, it seemed that Zhao Outyan had some good points. Zhang Chen picked up the box and examined it closely. Could this mere 1 gram trinket bring rewards equivalent to killing Leviathan? Zhang Chen couldn't understand. The Philosopher's Stone, Blood of the Gods, Blood of the Earth, Stone of the Wise, Condensed Gold, it has many names, but no matter what it's called, it doesn't change the fact that it is a treasure bestowed upon humanity by the heavens. Carter III explained softly, currently, the total condensed gold stored in the treasury of the Kingdom of Chuandong is only 6,327 grams. Including the condensed gold held by the people and major experts domestically, the total amount in the country does not exceed 10 kilograms. It is this total of 10 kilograms that has made Chuandong the world's second largest power after Eagle Valley. This is the most precious treasure in the world, without a doubt, and ordinary people may never witness the true face of condensed gold in their lifetime. His Excellency Zhao Outyan himself only holds 200 grams. By sending you this 1 gram of condensed gold, it is enough to show his regard for you, Lord Zhang Chen. So, besides being used as a strengthening agent to create stronger equipment, what else can this thing do? Zhang Chen asked curiously. Carter III softly replied, Eat. Zhang Chen was stunned. What thing? Eat? This thing can be eaten? Zhang Chen found it somewhat unbelievable. Xin Jingbing and Mao Nanbei, standing on either side, approached to observe with curiosity. Carter 3 said, approximately 500 experience points can be directly obtained for every 1 gram. 500? Carter 3 nodded. Only 500? Carter 3 nodded again. Zheng Chen suddenly felt like he had been slapped in the face. No, a trash item worth only 500 experience points per gram is considered a human treasure? Looking at this small trinket in the box, Zheng Chen felt like he had been fooled. Is this it? Truth is using 1 gram of 500 unlock points as a temptation to make me risk my life to obtain it? Are you kidding me? You are mistaken. While these 500 experience points may seem few, if used properly, they can be extremely valuable. Such as? Zheng Chen asked. Carter 3 replied, humans are born weak, and leveling up is difficult. The higher the level, the more experience is needed, and the less experience is gained. At level 30, a silver-ranked adventurer can gain 400 experience points by killing a Kodo beast. However, by level 35, only 200 experience points are left, and by level 40, it's not even enough to reach 50. Can it be understood in this way? Is 1 point of experience at level 40 equal to 8 points of experience at level 30? Zheng Chen suddenly understood. Having killed countless demons in the dungeon, Zheng Chen understood best how tricky experience can be. The higher the level, the more experience is required to level up, but the experience gained from killing monsters will decrease. According to Kaczynski's theory, it does make sense. So, the higher the level, the better the effect of using condensed gold? Zheng Chen asked. Kaczynski nodded, exactly. Generally speaking, it's very difficult for humans to break through level 45. Reaching level 45 makes you a small warlord, and reaching level 50 makes you a great warlord. Lord Zhao Outyan is now level 59. But he can only gain single-digit experience points from killing any demons. Although his level is still increasing through inhuman training, there will come a day when he reaches the limit, right? At that time, no matter what training he does or how many demons he kills, he won't be able to gain experience. The only way to gain experience will be condensed gold. Hearing this, Zheng Chen finally understood the importance of condensed gold. Not to mention Zhao Outyan, Zheng Chen himself is facing the same dilemma. He can't level up. Intensifying growth level 4 provides automatic growth of 8 experience points per second, but the multiplier for the 4 evolutions is 1. 5. Zheng Chen is only level 2 now, having only leveled up twice since coming out of the dungeon, and the required experience has increased from 100,000 to 225,000. Forget about the demons in the demon forest. When he did tasks with Zhang Seipai that day, Zheng Chen killed more than 20, but only received 1 point of guaranteed experience for each one. Low-level monsters can no longer provide experience for Zheng Chen. Although it hasn't been verified, it is estimated that demons on the 4th floor of the dungeon can now provide at most 3-digit experience points each. Only the 4th floor boss and the final boss will do. This is also why Zheng Chen has never gone to other dungeons. Because it's meaningless. Leviathan is 13. 5 million experience points. If Zheng Chen kills the final boss now, he will definitely get less experience than that. There are only a total of 10 dungeons in the world, excluding the ones already pierced in Chuandong, leaving 9. With Zheng Chen's 4 evolutions, starting experience of 100,000, and a multiplier of 1. 5, when he reaches level 11, the required experience will exceed 1 billion. Even if he slaughters all the remaining 9 dungeons, Zheng Chen can theoretically only level up to level 12 at most. If he continues to unlock intensifying growth, maybe he can reach level 15. And each distance is thousands to tens of thousands of kilometers away. Places he hasn't been to cannot be teleported, only flown over, and dungeons can only be cleared layer by layer. It would probably take nearly half a year to clear all 9 dungeons. This is still an ideal situation, without taking into account the increased difficulty of gaining experience after leveling up. Taking this into account, even if he maximizes intensifying growth, relying solely on dungeons, Zheng Chen probably can't even reach level 10. Is it worth it? Just to level up by 8 levels? Running around for half a year? And this doesn't even consider the impact on the human world after clearing all dungeons, whether it will hinder the completion of the mission of truth. This is clearly not worth it. It's better to stay in the human world, earn unlocking points, which is more cost-effective. So, Zheng Chen is not stupid, he has already calculated this situation long ago. Staying in Chuandong is not just because Zheng Chen likes to be a salted fish, but also because it's more profitable to stay. The emergence of condensed gold provides a new possibility. Regardless of your level, condensed gold can ignore levels and provide you with the same amount of experience. This is also why the warlords must hold condensed gold. When their level reaches the limit, swallowing a large amount of condensed gold can take them to the next level. Thinking of this, Zheng Chen suddenly thought of a possibility. Wait a minute. The truth never assigns meaningless tasks. Zheng Chen had already realized this when he was strategizing against the Ice Phoenix. All side quests and main quests are preparations for conquering the ultimate core goal. And now, the truth has assigned Zheng Chen nearly 100 tasks, all related to making money. Could it be? Zheng Chen didn't even think about it, not even giving Manhwa a chance to stop him. He grabbed the congealed gold and swallowed it. Notice, detected human experience amplification potion, gained 20 times experience. Notice, 160,000 experience points have been credited, level has increased, current level LV3. This is, what a waste, Lord Zheng Chen, you should save it and use it when you reach a bottleneck in the future. Kacheski was distressed at the sight, but Zheng Chen didn't care what he thought. At this moment, Zheng Chen's heart was filled with uncontrollable joy. Indeed, just like killing someone. By taking the human experience potion, congealed gold, one can also gain 20 times experience. Moreover, by intensifying growth to level 4, the provided 16 times experience can also be stacked. The ultimate result is that 1 gram of congealed gold, which provides 500 experience, directly gave Zheng Chen 6 million experience. I knew the truth wouldn't deceive me. If I max out the intensified growth points, then 1 gram of congealed gold can provide 12 million experience. This is already comparable to the benefits of killing half a Leviathan. Moreover, the experience provided by congealed gold does not decrease as the level increases. So that's it, I understand. Why did the truth ask me to make money? Because congealed gold is refined from refined gold, and refined gold is refined from gold. So making money is equivalent to earning congealed gold. This is currently the best way to level up. It seems like making money, but in reality, it is to make me stronger, to challenge the core mission, to kill the demon god Ares. I understand now. Zheng Chen was ecstatic. Although he wasted 1 gram of congealed gold, the information obtained far outweighed what that 1 gram of congealed gold could provide. Currently unlocked points 1703. Intensified growth level 5 requires 320 unlock points, level 6 requires 640, and so on. To unlock to the max, a total of 9,920 unlock points are needed. And now, the best way to gain unlock points is to make money. Understood. After being in the human realm for 5 days, Zheng Chen finally understood what he needed to do in the human realm and the purpose of doing so. Thank the War King for me, I will remember this favor of 1 gram of congealed gold. Zheng Chen closed the jade box and pushed it to Kacheski. Kacheski was still immersed in Zheng Chen wasting 1 gram of congealed gold. Upon hearing Zheng Chen's words, he quickly pushed the box back to Zheng Chen. This box was also given by the War King. Please accept it. He said that the life of a new adventurer is difficult. This jade box is worth 20 gold coins. It is his personal sponsorship for you. Zheng Chen was stunned on the spot upon hearing this. The task indicator of the truth suddenly jumped from 113 out of 1000 to 133/1000. Damn, didn't expect Zhao Outyin to be such a good person? Damn, I'm so touched, I could cry. Zheng Chen sniffed. Alright, I held back my tears. Looking at this beautiful box, Zheng Chen thought to himself, could this Zhao Outyin be a good person? Seeing Zheng Chen's happy expression, Kacheski felt relieved. Good, just as the War King expected, he took the bait. Kacheski quickly approached and revealed the real purpose of this trip. By the way, the War King said that you new adventurers have a difficult life, and you have such potential. He said that you are unwilling to join the War King's gate. The War King regrets it, but he doesn't want to see you go to waste. So, here is a proposal, let me join your team, how about that? This way, through me, you can directly contact the War King for whatever you need, and the War King can easily contact you for anything he needs. I'm not boasting, but I also have some strength. Maybe I can give you some guidance in your growth process. What do you think? This illustration cost me a whole $750, so please vote for it and consider giving some rewards if you can, to help me recover my expenses. Kaczynski joining my team? This proposal caught Zheng Chen off guard. He glanced at his belt, rose gold in color. This guy is an elite adventurer, on the same level as Rosha. The biggest benefit of him joining the team would be, Zheng Chen could take on missions more freely. Of course, there are still limitations. When the upper level takes on the lower level, the highest limit is only the mountain copper level. Silver level and above missions require all team members to be silver level or above. But the minimum reward for mountain copper level missions is 400 gold coins. Even if he splits it with Mayan and Bai, they could each get 200 gold coins. This is much faster money than Zhang Sipi's gold level missions. But Zheng Chen looked at his muscular body. Is it really a good idea to recruit such a big gay into my team? Manhwa is not afraid, but Shin Jingbing was my first love. What if this Kaczynski guy is an LSP? No, the pure love warrior Zheng Chen cannot agree to this. But thinking about the rewards of the mountain copper level. Oh, it's so tempting. Thinking carefully, what is there to fear? Zheng Chen's dragon perception range exceeds 3 kilometers, and his speed can reach a kilometer per second. If anything green happens, Zheng Chen can easily arrive within 3 seconds. Of course, if Kaczynski can finish within 3 seconds, Zheng Chen will admit defeat and say to him, "You're awesome, I lost." Alright, since you're willing to join, I won't be polite. Zheng Chen reached out his hand to him. Seeing this, Kaczynski was overjoyed and shook hands with him. Mission accomplished. Although he didn't understand why the warlord was so concerned about this newcomer, Kaczynski, with his loyalty, would not question the warlord's decision. According to the warlord's orders, Kaczynski was to infiltrate Zheng Chen's team and cooperate with all his actions. If necessary, provide all necessary assistance including financial and social resources. The goal is to find out Zheng Chen's true level, strength, and skills. If Zheng Chen shows any extraordinary power, it must be reported immediately. And in this case, it cannot be publicized. Further investigation into any possible weaknesses. Kaczynski's intelligence is not actually high. It can even be said to be relatively low among ordinary people. But with his outstanding talent and the loyalty instilled by his family's excellent upbringing, he was highly favored by Zhao Aotian. Perhaps the warlord saw something in this young man? A threat? Or a power that could be used for humanity? It doesn't matter, since the warlord has asked me to do this, based on my family's generations of loyalty, whether Zheng Chen is an enemy or a friend, I will definitely find out the truth. Kaczynski officially joined Zheng Chen's adventurer team. Mr. Zheng Chen, are you currently frustrated by wanting to take on higher level missions but being limited by your own bronze rank? Sitting back down, Kaczynski asked curiously. Zheng Chen rubbed his forehead hard. These days, his hairline had receded several centimeters. Who came up with this damn rule? Do we have to work for a full 3 months to reach silver, half a year to reach gold? Can't we just prove ourselves with our strength? There's no way around it. Low-level missions have low rewards, but someone has to do them. Otherwise, the completion rate of orders would be too low, and the people would lose faith in the Adventurers Guild, affecting the number of hired orders the entire guild receives, leading to a decrease in income for all adventurers, ultimately causing a vicious cycle. So, to become a high-level adventurer, you must prove your dedication to the whole, hence the requirement to stay at a low level for a while. And even if you become a high-level adventurer, when accepting hired orders, the guild will also assign you some low-level tasks to complete along the way, depending on the route of the tasks you accept. Kaczynski's explanation was very detailed and convincing. Although Zheng Chen was a bit unhappy, he had to accept it. After all, this kind of macro control is essential for an industry, and those who want to join this industry must accept it as their responsibility and obligation. But dragging on like this is not a good idea. Just as Zheng Chen was feeling troubled, Kaczynski smiled faintly. Truly worthy of being the warlord, meticulous in mind, all of Zheng Chen's reactions and troubles were just as you expected. Mr. Zheng Chen, if you really want to take on advanced tasks, I do have a secret silver-level task for you. Zheng Chen was taken aback. A secret silver-level task? For me? Kaczynski nodded. Zheng Chen was puzzled. Isn't it required for everyone to be at the silver level to start at the secret silver level? Senior adventurers can only take on mountain bronze level tasks with newcomers. Kaczynski chuckled and took out a piece of parchment from his pocket. This is a hiring order personally issued by the warlord, originally intended to be entrusted to the Adventurers Guild. But before the warlord sent me to deliver the mithril to you, he personally instructed me that considering you might need advanced tasks, the task was directly entrusted to you in the form of a private commission, bypassing the guild. Without going through the guild, there is naturally no level restriction, and the reward does not need to be shared with the guild, which is commonly known as private work. Zheng Chen was overjoyed upon hearing this. Damn, is Zhao Aotian so considerate? Giving me private work directly? Taking a look at the task, Zheng Chen instantly felt a strong liking for Zhao Aotian. Hiring order. Recently received several reports that the strength and number of monsters in the 3 major monster forests in the southeast, north, and west have suddenly increased, leading to a large number of adventurers underestimating the task difficulty, resulting in a large number of meaningless casualties. Hiring powerful adventurers who can use identification magic. Go to the eastern forest, conduct a random check of no less than 1,000 of each of the 4 types of monsters, minotaurs, 6-legged bears, subspecies earth dragons, and 8-hoofed stallions, and report truthfully. Task reward, 2,000 gold coins. I'm in. Zhang Chen slammed the table, shouting, which made everyone in the guild look at him as if he was crazy. Kaczynski was puzzled. Mr. Zhang Chen, why are you scolding people? Zhang Chen exclaimed, no, I mean I accept this task. Kaczynski was skeptical. Identification magic is a high-level magic that can only be used by mages above level 25, and this task also requires flight magic. Aren't you a monk? Zhang Chen smiled, I am a mage. Looking at the commission task in his hand, if this task were to go through the guild, not only would Zhang Chen not be qualified to take it, but the 2,000 gold coins would also be reduced to 1,500, with an additional 500 taken by the guild as a commission. Zhao Outyan, unexpectedly, thoughtfully presented Zhang Chen, who was currently short of money, with such a good task. Zhao Outyan. Suddenly, he felt a bit of goodwill towards him. Oh, Mage King is really amazing. Inside the Imperial Palace Magic Academy, King waved his hand and summoned a fire elemental giant, causing the students to exclaim in amazement. It was a mythical magic that only the 3 elders in the Ivory Tower could use. It required a mage level above LV 45 to use. The summoned elemental giant had combat power comparable to a mithril level adventurer. King smiled, you are all outstanding disciples of the Warlord's Gate, the hope of the future of humanity, so you must train harder. When you can challenge the elemental giant alone, you can set your sights on becoming a junior warlord. Yes, Master King, we will work hard. The newcomers on the grassland shouted in unison. Their eyes were extremely passionate, as if they could ignite even wood with their fiery gaze. Looking at this group of new disciples of the Warlord's Gate, King felt ridiculous. What hope of humanity? What hope does humanity have? As long as the power bank is here, as long as the power bank is willing to protect humanity, why does humanity need to make any effort? With such a big shot leading us to soar, is there still a need to strive? Witnessing the full picture of the underground city, also witnessing the power of Zhang Chen. Since Jinggu emerged from the underground city, a strange sense of pride has arisen. Zhang Chen is the strongest existence in this world, and I am the one chosen by this existence. It is because of this that I have reached the unprecedented level of LV 96. You should know that the strongest warrior in history, Zhao Tianming, barely reached LV 100 after exhausting his life, and only touched it for 10 seconds. It's a pity. Lord Zhangchen said that without his permission, I am not allowed to reveal my level. Otherwise, let these mortals see my power, so that they can indirectly understand the true strength of Lord Zhangchen. Ah, Lord Zhangchen, where are you? Although you helped me break the curse, I no longer need to recharge, but I missed the time when I was immersed in your invincible power. Ah, Lord Zhangchen is the apprentice's leave. On the empty training ground, Jinggu cannot restrain his longing and wants to grab the table corner to relieve it. Mr. Jinggu, are you here? At this moment, Zhao Outyan's voice broke into Jing Ji's ears, making him tense up, and quickly stand up straight. At the entrance, Zhao Outyan, wearing mithril dragon armor, walked slowly with a sword in his right hand. Ah, Outyan, what's the matter? Jinggu quickly coughed and put on a demeanor of a past immortal. Zhao Outyan's face was gloomy, with a cloud of haze between his eyebrows. After a long pause, he said, Teacher, I may have found the human form of that dragon. What? If it weren't for experiencing the storms of the 4th and 5th levels, Jinggu would probably have peed and pooped right now. But even so, this what? Was obviously a bit too loud. Seeing Jinggu so excited, Zhao Outyan thought to himself, it seems that the teacher suffered a great psychological shadow during the time he was captured by this monster. As for what Zhang Chen said about Jinggu being tamed by him, Zhao Outyan was not stupid enough to believe such words. Humans are naturally immune to being tamed by magic, meaning humans cannot be tamed. This is common knowledge and the greatest characteristic of humans. It seems that teacher Jinggu pretended to be tamed, thus escaping the clutches of that dragon. Zhao Outyan said, Teacher, don't worry, it's a young man I saw at the warrior recruitment meeting a few days ago. He has a similar aura, but I'm not sure. But in the end, it's just a suspicion. The possibility is very low. I have already planted Kacheski by his side. Once there is news, I will know. Upon hearing this, Jing Ji's excited heart could not calm down. 5 days. It has been a full 5 days since I last saw Lord Zhangchen. It may be a habit formed in the underground city. A rookie like Jinggu cannot survive even a minute in the underground city without Zhangchen. So for more than half a month, Jinggu was almost inseparable from Zhangchen. Since leaving the underground city 5 days ago, Zhangchen has disappeared as if evaporated from the earth. The longing for Zhangchen seems to be about to burst out. That invincible power, I am the one chosen by Lord Zhangchen to serve and accompany him. This is the meaning of my existence in this world. Jinggu grabbed Zhao Outyan's arms and said seriously, if it is really him, do not provoke or attack him, you must notify me first, understand? If you provoke or attack Zheng Chen and make him angry, humanity will be doomed. Upon hearing this, the gloom between Zhao Aotian's eyebrows dissipated by 30 to 40%. Seeing teacher Jinggu so excited, it seems that he already hates this monster to the bone, right? It's not surprising, being kidnapped by it for half a month, enduring inhuman treatment in the underground city, not to mention being forced to meet the emperor. Teacher Jinggu is also a loyal and courageous old mage. Originally worried that Zhao Aotian, who might have psychological shadows about Jinga, let go of 3 points of his suspended heart. He nodded and said, "Okay, Master Jinga, with your help, Aotian can rest assured. Once it is confirmed that Zhang Chen is that dragon, if a direct confrontation is needed, there must be a powerful mage to provide me with auxiliary magic." Zhao Aotian came to Jinga for this reason. Although Master Jinga was kidnapped by this monster for half a month, considering the experience of the deep underground city, Master Jinga's strength must have greatly increased. Little War King? No. It is even possible to reach the level of the Great War King, on par with the 3 elders in the mountains. As long as Master Jinga can help me, it is equivalent to having a 30% chance of winning. I have been training desperately. In these 5 days, I have already reached level 59. I have also vaguely touched the threshold of the 9th sword of the War King's 9 swords. As long as Master Jinga assists me with all his strength, my strength will surpass 3 times that of the 2nd floor of the underground city. No, 4 times. If I use the super holy sword Icarus, it can be increased to 5 times. I can win. I have become so much stronger, and I will become even stronger in the future. The next time we meet, I have no reason to lose to that dragon again. By the way, Xiao Xiao, how have you been recently? I see you've been feeling down. Jinga asked with concern, mainly afraid that he would not be able to accept Zheng Chen's existence. Zhao Aotian felt very relieved when he heard this. Unexpectedly, Master Jinga cares more about my well-being than myself. He truly deserves to be the chief mage who considers humans. It's okay, just after experiencing these ups and downs, I realized my shortcomings and need to work twice as hard. Upon hearing this, Jinga sighed, why do you have to be so hard on yourself? Sometimes don't push yourself too hard. Zheng Chen's power is not something we ordinary mortals can aspire to. You may be the strongest human, but you are ultimately just a human. Zhao Aotian lowered his head gratefully. Thank you for your concern, Master. I will try to balance work and rest. Also, don't think about challenging heights that are impossible to reach. Humans have limits after all. When Jinga said this, Zhao Aotian was stunned. Master, you. After a while, he came back to his senses. Truly Master Jinga, every word is precious. Your meaning is that the opponent is very strong, so I should maintain a calm mind, firmly grasp every bit of chance of winning, and not act impulsively, right? Master, I understand. Your teachings are deeply ingrained in Aotian's heart. Seeing him humbly bow his head, Jinga smiled contentedly. A young person can be taught, a young person can be taught. Well, what's the point of challenging? It's like clinging to a rich woman's thigh. Humans have limits after all. We were so exhausted fighting on the 2nd floor, with so many deaths. Now that we finally have a big shot who means us no harm, why bother working hard? Just live your life. Watching Zhao Aotian leave in high spirits, Jinga felt relieved to have convinced such a clumsy child not to act recklessly. Without Lord Zhang Chen, life is so simple and boring. On the other side, Northern Monster Forest. In the sky, Zhang Chen's forehead was covered with cold sweat. This is impossible. No, this is impossible. 6-legged bear level 24. After recording this result, Zhang Chen, full of horror and disbelief, slowly landed, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Relying on his extremely strong ability to act, Zhang Chen completed this mithril-level task that would normally take at least 7 days in just one afternoon. With the statistical results in hand, Zhang Chen finally realized the seriousness of the situation. Earlier, when he was on a mission with Zhang Sei, Zhang Chen had already felt something unusual. It was just a dozen or so 20 Minotaur then, which he thought was a coincidence. Who would think otherwise? But this time, after the statistical task, Zhang Chen was completely convinced. It was not a coincidence. The monster forest has indeed undergone earth-shaking changes. Just take the Minotaurs for example. Results of a sample of 1,000. 69 LV9, 121 LV10, 315 LV11, 167 LV12, 213 LV13, 64 LV14, 49 LV15, 2 LV16. The problem lies in the quantity after LV13. Due to the vast veins of the Warcraft forest, the survival pressure of the Warcraft is relatively low. The underground dungeon is crowded, and the survival pressure of the Warcraft is enormous. Therefore, the overall quality of the warcraft in the warcraft forest, even of the same species, is one level lower than that in the underground dungeon. The forest's minotaurs are generally between LV9 and LV12, with few LV13 and LV14 minotaurs, and LV15 minotaurs are almost impossible to exist. But now, there is a sharp increase in LV13 numbers, and the numbers of LV14 and LV15 are also far beyond common sense. There are even 2 LV16 minotaurs encountered. Impossible. In the Warcraft forest, it is absolutely impossible to have so many high-level minotaurs. If it were just minotaurs, it would be fine. 6-legged bears, subterranean dragons, and 8-hoof steeds have similar situations. It is not that the overall level of the Warcraft has improved. It seems that a large number of high-level Warcraft of the same species have poured into the Warcraft forest. Not only that, after Zhang Chen investigated 3 forests, he also discovered 2 things. First, all Warcraft are migrating towards nearby towns, rather than moving randomly. Although this action is very slow, lacks organization, it has a clear purpose. And the second, which shocked Zhang Chen the most. In the Warcraft forest, Zhang Chen saw a settlement of rock apes. The number is small, only 4. But the focus is not on the quantity, but on the rock apes. Those are the Warcraft of the second level of the underground dungeon. Zhang Chen, who broke through the underground dungeon, could not forget those things. 3 meters tall, immensely strong, agile. When Zhang Chen was still weak, he suffered a lot from rock apes. In the Warcraft forest, either there are completely independent Warcraft, or they are the same kind of Warcraft as the first level of the underground dungeon. Second-level Warcraft will absolutely not appear. Why? How could there be second-level Warcraft in the Warcraft forest? And why are the migration paths of these Warcraft so abnormal? Could it be? Zhang Chen thought of a terrible possibility. Hey, have you finished yet, meow? I want to go back and drink goat's milk, meow. In the distance, Mao Nanbei was running over, followed by Shen Jingbing and Kacheski, who were exhausted. Zhang Chen thought for a moment and stuffed the logbook into storage space. It seems necessary to return to the underground dungeon for investigation. Before figuring it out, it's better not to compare this data with the task. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen wiped his cold sweat and pretended to look tired, then went to meet them. Oh, not yet, let's go back first, continue tomorrow. The refined version of Mao Nanbei's illustration has been re-uploaded and can be viewed by opening the Starting Point app and clicking on the character Mao Nanbei. Additional notice, Mao Nanbei's Live 2D is being considered and may be announced as part of the million-word celebration. Next, the illustration of Zheng Chen, the dog thing, will be updated as soon as possible, so stay tuned. Late at night, in the adventurer's rookie dormitory, Mao Nanbei was sleeping soundly, with a big bubble on his nose. Zheng Chen lay on the bed, opened his eyes with a duong. Looking around, Max Dragon Perception can even see through walls directly. In the left room, Shen Jingbing was sleeping like an octopus, hugging a pillow and twisting her body. In the right room, Kacheski, in the middle of the night, bare-chested, was checking his pectoral muscles and biceps in front of the mirror. As expected of my Kacheski family's inherited strong physique, my body is simply a work of art created by the gods, a human treasure. Saying that, he even kissed his biceps. What kind of nonsense is a work of art created by the gods? If humans consider this thing a treasure, maybe it's better for humans to be destroyed. Zheng Chen pinched his brow, made sure no one was paying attention to him, and quietly got out of bed. Space transfer, confirming no one was observing him, Zheng Chen activated the space transfer and left the dormitory. 1,500 kilometers from the royal city, the entrance to the Chuandong underground city. With a twist in space, Zheng Chen crossed the entire kingdom and arrived here in the blink of an eye. I never thought I would come back here. Zheng Chen self-mockingly smiled. When he left, he swore he would never return here. Yet today, he came back on his own accord. However, upon seeing the open gate of the Chuandong underground city, Zheng Chen's brows furrowed. The gate of the Chuandong underground city was wide open. Under the moonlight, faint sounds of monsters running and roaring could be heard from inside. Why was it open? The gate of the underground city had rules for opening, 3 in total. 1. Only when a human stands at the gate with a clear intention to enter the underground city will the gate open. 2. The owner of the underground city has the right to open it, not referring to the boss but the owner of the underground city. Although Zheng Chen didn't know who the owner was, he could probably guess that it was his parents who owned the Chuandong underground city. 3. The gate will open if someone breaks into the underground city. Otherwise, the gate remains tightly closed. Possessing magic to dispel and a special skill, tenfold enhanced full damage immunity, claimed to be impregnable even by the combined efforts of all gods. It was impossible for it to remain open for long. Human. I happen to be hungry. Before Zhang Chen could react, a level 83 subspecies Kodo beast leader suddenly lunged out from inside and viciously bit down with a loud snap. Zhang Chen never expected this sudden attack. He was left with only 2 legs outside, as his body was devoured by the Kodo beast leader. Then, disgusting, get lost. The subspecies Kodo beast leader's eyes widened, and in the next moment, its entire body swelled from within and then burst into a pool of blood with a loud bang. Covered in blood, Zhang Chen brushed off the flesh on his shoulder. Indeed, as I suspected, the strength of the monsters in the monster forest had increased, not due to natural causes but because the monsters from the underground city had emerged. Releasing the dragon sense, even on the ground floor, one could see no less than 20 first-floor monsters. The original ground floor monsters like miniature demon moles and little goblin had long been extinct. Moreover, occasionally, a first-floor monster would climb up at the vertical pit entrance leading to the first floor. Zhang Chen's brows furrowed tightly. The vertical pit passages connecting each level of the underground city were one-way and had spatial magic control, allowing only descent, not ascent. Why would these first-floor monsters? What had happened in the Chuandong underground city? Zhang Chen's doubts had reached their limit at this moment. Space transfer. Using space transfer again, Zhang Chen directly arrived at the icy third floor. It was already much warmer here compared to when Zhang Chen first arrived, with the temperature rising from -150 degrees to around -130 degrees. As soon as he landed, Zhang Chen smacked his lips and rode on the forehead of a colorful centipede playing in the snow, as if riding a horse. Zhang Chen, centipede. What's wrong with you, little buddy? Ah, sorry, it was purely accidental. The colorful centipede immediately flew into a rage. How dare you ride me? The centipede's antennae on its head whipped like a shepherd's whip around Zhang Chen's waist. Caught off guard, Zhang Chen's head was knocked sideways by a whip. HP 246. In the transformed state, all attributes were only 1/10 of normal. Without deliberate defense, even a weakling like the centipede could make Zhang Chen feel pain. Damn, that hurts. Spitting out blood, Zhang Chen shouted and punched the centipede's head, shattering it. Watching the body of the centipede fall to the ground with a bang, the green blood contaminated a large area of snow. Zhang Chen fell into contemplation. The 4th level demon beasts have reached the 3rd level. Releasing the dragon sense, he could feel that within a radius of about 3,000 kilometers, there were probably tens of thousands of centipedes, 70 to 80,000 morning succubi, 40,000 demonized griffins, and countless other 4th level demon beasts. After the 3rd level boss Ice Phoenix died, there weren't many demon beasts left on the 3rd level. This means that most of these 4th level demon beasts have also reached the 2nd level. This is not good. The reason why the ecology of the underground city is so balanced is precisely because each level's vertical passages are one-way. And now, this one-way street has been broken. Why is this happening? Oh, isn't this little guy? Why are you back? Sightseeing? Just as Zhang Chen was puzzled, a familiar voice full of years suddenly came from behind. Turning around, the giant demon, 3 kilometers tall, had appeared behind Zhang Chen, who was empty just a second ago. Wow, your spatial teleportation is so fast, I didn't even notice. Zhang Chen insincerely praised. Babylon's meaty head shook twice. It's just a trivial advantage. Is that so? Zhang Chen smiled bitterly, but felt bitter inside. Liar, clearly your attributes completely crush me. In fact, after evolving into the elemental true dragon, Zhang Chen could see Leviathan's attributes. This is because his own strength is not enough. Even though the truth identification ability is stronger than ordinary identification magic, it cannot identify monsters much stronger than himself. So, during the novice period, Zhang Chen saw a string of question marks for Leviathan and Babylon's attributes. And now, after evolving into the Candle Dragon Emperor, Zhang Chen has gained enough strength. It is precisely because of this strength that Zhang Chen finally understands. Babylon, you old scoundrel, you lied to me when you said you couldn't beat Leviathan. Screw your spiral fart. Through the truth, Zhang Chen clearly saw the despairing fact. Subject, Babylon level 413 tier, Demigod Beast HP, 399999/399999 MP, 399999/399999 AP, 199999/199999 physical attack, 199999 physical defense, 199999 magic essence, 199999 magic defense, 199999 perception, 199999 comprehensive agility, 59999. All of Babylon's attributes are exactly twice that of Leviathan's. This is why, even as strong as he is now, Zhang Chen still cannot perceive Babylon's spatial teleportation. Because Babylon's attributes, even now, Zhang Chen is not its match. If they were to really fight, even if Zhang Chen used all his strength, he would still be stomped into a lump of meat paste resembling modern art by Babylon, right? Babylon, you were lying to me, weren't you? You are not the dual boss cooperating with Leviathan, you are the true final boss of the Chuandong underground city, right? Zheng Chen wiped his cold sweat. Babylon tilted its head and smiled indifferently. You guessed right, I am indeed the true final boss of the Chuandong underground city, but I didn't lie to you. I transferred the position of the final boss to Leviathan, so my current identity is just an ordinary demon beast with attributes higher than the final boss. Damn ordinary demon beast. Zhang Chen squinted, suspiciously scrutinizing Babylon. At first, Zhang Chen thought it was a good person, but in reality, the longer he spent with this old demon beast, the more he felt unable to distinguish which of its words were true and which were false. He always felt that this old demon beast was hiding a lot of secrets. Let's not talk about that. Zhang Chen shook his head, throwing his suspicion of Babylon out of his mind. Senior, do you know that the monsters of the underground city have left the underground city? The gates are wide open, and the passages have become two-way channels. Do you know about this? Babylon raised an eyebrow, stomped on the mourning female demon behind it who was preparing to sneak attack its chrysanthemum, and said, "Oh, I know. Why did it turn out like this?" Zheng Chen asked. Babylon leisurely replied as if indifferent, "What, didn't Leviathan tell you before he died? This kid is really cunning, clearly informing the passers-by that it is the responsibility of the final boss of the underground city." What do you mean? The underground city, and even this world, is actually a graveyard. You, a junior, killed the leader of the graveyard. What do you think will happen? Babylon paused, then smirked. You probably don't know yet, right? The demon god is already looking for you. Demon god? Targeting? Zheng Chen was stunned. What does this mean? Senior, what is going on? Babylon smiled. Let's start with the underground city. Then, Babylon told Zheng Chen about what happened in the Chuandong underground city during the 5 days after he left. This world does have gods. However, they are not called gods, but demon gods. Just by the name, you can tell they are not good birds. How strong are they specifically? To put it bluntly, although Zheng Chen is very strong, facing any demon god, the result is only one, instant death. Yes, even Zheng Chen, who has evolved into the Candle Dragon Emperor, is no match for a demon god. The underground city was not created by the demon gods, but by the ancient gods during the Dark Ages. Demon gods and gods are two different species. The gods are close to extinction, and now, only 11 surviving gods are in opposition to the demon gods. For millions of years, demon gods have been trying to gain control of the underground city. However, due to the restrictions on the city's gates, demon gods have no right to enter the underground city, let alone take ownership of it. It should be noted that there are restrictions on the gates of the underground city, and demon gods cannot enter regardless of whether they are open or not. Why do they want to get the underground city? This is unknown. But what can be known is that the underground city is a pasture. The demons are the flock, and the final boss is the leader of the flock. Since ancient times, after the gods exited the stage of history, demon gods have been secretly determining the direction of this world. For countless years, demon gods have never given up on conquering the underground city, although they have never successfully entered the underground city. However, the existence of the underground city has been too long, and various formations inside have seriously aged. The first to age was the concealment of the underground city. 300 years ago, it was precisely because the concealment field completely failed that underground cities began to appear one after another in the human world. Secondly, the vertical pit passages on each level. Their one-way magic has begun to deteriorate into normal two-way magic. The vertical pit passages of various underground cities are almost supported by the magic elements of the final boss themselves to maintain the status quo. If it were just that, it would be fine. But recently, even the restrictions on the gates have shown signs of aging. The bosses of various underground cities have all left their respective 5 levels and arrived at the first level to reinforce the restrictions on the gates with their own magic elements. And Zhang Chen is the first demon to successfully break through the underground city. This is not only because Zhang Chen has the truth, is lucky enough, and has a strong bloodline. It is also because Babylon handed over the position of the final boss to the relatively weaker Leviathan. If Babylon were still the final boss, then in that battle, Zhang Chen would have been defeated. The death of Leviathan brought the first negative impact, which is that the vertical pit passages have completely failed and become simple two-way magic. Secondly, in order to continue blocking the entry of demon gods, the gates sacrificed some functions and no longer restrict the entry and exit of demons. The ecological balance of the underground city is maintained because these passages divide the demons into different areas based on their power levels. Once the corridor fails, the powerful deep-sea monsters will squeeze the shallow-sea monsters, forcing them to leave the dungeon. Nowadays, the first and second level monsters are constantly leaving the dungeon. Given time, when the entire dungeon is occupied by the upper-level monsters, won't these upper-level monsters also rush out of the dungeon? Unless a new final boss of the dungeon is appointed. Babylon's explanation left Zheng Chen extremely shocked. Did I cause the failure of the Chuandong dungeon by killing Leviathan? If I don't stop it. Zheng Chen stopped halfway through his words, unable to continue. Babylon nodded. In the future, the more and stronger monsters leave the dungeon, the more they will destroy the Chuandong kingdom. Then, it will be the surrounding kingdoms, and finally the whole world. Unless you are willing to intervene to save the Chuandong kingdom. Zheng Chen frowned, sensing that Babylon had more to say. From what you're saying, if I intervene, there will be serious consequences, right? That's right. At this point, Babylon's smile suddenly froze. The demon gods will know that someone has breached the dungeon. Once you intervene to save humanity, the demon gods will know that person is you. The dungeon has a hidden mechanism. The one who kills the final boss inherits the final boss's authority. You are actually the final boss of the Chuandong dungeon now. If the demon gods kill you, they will gain the final boss's authority and bypass the dungeon gate to enter directly. Not only Chuandong, but all dungeon restrictions on the demon gods will be lifted. For millions of years, the power balance that the gods have fought to maintain before their deaths will be broken because of your death. This world will turn into hell. With this statement, Zheng Chen's heart skipped a beat. Am I the final boss of the dungeon? Why didn't you ever tell me about this? You never asked me. Zheng Chen was about to explode, but then thought about it and realized it was true. I indeed never asked, so it's not Babylon's fault. And now there are more important questions to ask, not the time for an argument. Thinking about this, Zheng Chen asked, what are those demon gods, and why do they want to enter the dungeon? What's in the dungeon? I broke through the 5th level and didn't see anything special. Babylon smiled gently. Are you sure you didn't see it? With this statement, Zheng Chen's mind went blank for a moment. Could it be? That's right, it's that. Babylon chuckled. The statues on the 5th level are the deceased gods. What the demon gods want are the corpses of these gods. The corpses of gods? Even with Zheng Chen's high intelligence, his mind was having trouble processing this information. So, those figures like Erlangshan, Sun Wukong, Odin, Zeus, are all real gods? Gods from various mythologies in the East and the West actually exist? Those statues are the corpses of gods? What do they want with the corpses of gods? Zheng Chen didn't understand. Babylon shook his head. I don't know either, but my master, the main god of the Mesopotamian pantheon, Enlil, told me before his death. The bodies of the gods are indestructible. Even if the gods are dead, their bodies cannot be destroyed by any means. This dungeon is the tomb of the gods. The dungeon is a tomb and also a pasture, with the final boss being the leader. In other words, isn't this world a pasture? And the dungeon is the leader of the world. Even though the gods are dead, they have imposed various restrictions on the demon gods, maintaining a delicate balance between the world and the demon gods. The demon gods have been scheming to break this balance. Obtaining the bodies of the gods is their only way to disrupt this balance. The gods have said before their death that regardless of the era or species, it is the responsibility and duty of all beings to prevent the demon gods from obtaining the body of the gods at all costs. Unfortunately, when the gods spoke these words, humans had not yet been born, and humans were the only factor that the gods and even the demon gods had miscalculated. Now, humans, this weak and uncertain factor, have begun to gradually disrupt this balance. The demon gods are also exploiting humans. Here, Babylon suddenly laughed. It leaned close to Zheng Chen, and its features were especially clear-cut in the shadows. Monsters are creatures that will do anything to survive. They will go to great lengths for greater living space. They only see immediate benefits, without emotions, without mercy, living for the moment. In the near future, the monster forest outside will be filled with monsters from the underground city, right? More and more powerful monsters will pour into the human world. Little one, think about it now. If the monsters in the underground city get the resources of the human world, they will reproduce wildly, and when their numbers reach a certain level, they will encroach on human living space. Humans struggle even against ordinary monsters on the 2nd level, let alone monsters on the 3rd or 4th level. Any monster is enough to destroy a country for humans, right? By then, the human world will become a cruel world like the underground city. Do you want to watch humans go extinct and only care for yourself? Or do you want to step up to protect humans and face the demon gods? Although humans are weak, they are the only beings in this world who can fight alongside you. The actions of monsters are very fast, at most 3 months. Think about it now. The next day, Zheng Chen, who claimed to continue counting monsters, stood a kilometer high in the air. Under the perception of the dragon, within 3,000 kilometers, even a fly straying off course and being caught by its wife in the act, cutting off its manhood on the spot, was all within sight. Zheng Chen frowned. Indeed, the density of monsters in the forest was higher than yesterday, and significantly higher. Various resources in the monster forest, including trees, wetlands, water sources, magical air, etc., are all declining at an alarming rate, just as Babylon said last night. At this rate, in the fastest 2 months, at most 3 months, the resources of the monster forest will not be able to sustain the increasing number and quality of monsters. By then, the resource-deprived monsters will inevitably encroach on the areas where humans reside. The slow migration of monsters towards the kingdom of Chuandong is not controlled by anyone, but a natural selection where weaker monsters have no choice but to migrate towards humans is the best solution compared to facing stronger monsters. A large-scale invasion of monsters is foreseeable. And at this scale, the kingdom of Chuandong will be defenseless. If what Babylon said is true, there exists a demon god more powerful than the gods, and they have set their sights on me, just because I have hidden my strength and have not been discovered by them for the time being. And once I make a move, the demon gods will find me. Then I really need to weigh my options. Because each level of the underground city is actually an independent plane. Especially the 3rd and 4th levels, Babylon said they used to be prosperous other planes, but later the dominant creatures were wiped out by monsters, turning into desolate plains, which were then made part of the underground city by the gods. If not stopped, the human world will also become such a desolate plain, monsters everywhere, with no other creatures besides monsters. This would be equivalent to wasting Zheng Chen's efforts in the underground city for the past 6 months. But if I intervene, Zheng Chen will likely have to face a terrifying entity called a demon god next. Even the Candle Dragon Emperor, who has evolved 4 times, is no match for the demon gods, and Zheng Chen has no chance of winning in a direct confrontation. This is a damn tough multiple-choice question. On one side is the peaceful life I have longed for without worrying about survival. On the other side is the powerful enemy I have to face. 3 months seems so tight. It is impossible to block the entrance to the underground city. This means Zheng Chen would have to guard the gate 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. I reincarnated, played with my life for half a year, just to be a gatekeeper? Am I here to make the ladies fall for my upper body and keep coming back for the lower half? What a joke. It's better to risk my life with that demon. After hesitating for a whole day, Zheng Chen finally had no choice but to come down and meet up with the team. This is not an easy decision to make in the short term. Regardless of the final choice, it's best to focus on completing the truth missions in these 3 months. After all, as crappy as these missions are, they are still better than risking my life, right? Risk my life before? Back then, there was no choice, right? If you don't risk your life, you won't have a life. Now, risking my life when I don't have to must be out of my mind, right? Is this the result? Kacheski looked at the result given by Zheng Chen, his brows furrowed like a twist. Sitting beside him, Zheng Chen observed his subtle expressions and could tell that this big guy was very confident. Zheng Chen didn't choose to hide anything, but made a slight adjustment to the data before reporting it to Kacheski. The so-called slight adjustment refers to raising the statistics to a possible state half a month later based on the current conditions of the demons and the rate of increase in their quality and quantity. This would allow humans to be better prepared. I will report this data truthfully to Lord Warking immediately, and the reward should be brought back right away. Lord Warking never delays payment, so please rest assured, Mr. Zheng Chen. Kacheski realized the seriousness of the situation. He took the data sheet and said with a stern face, but then again, I never expected Mr. Zheng Chen to be a dual practitioner of magic and warrior. No wonder Lord Warking values you so much. It's not a big deal, Zheng Chen scratched his nose. No, how can this be just a small matter? Even the mighty Lord Warking can only specialize in one role as a paladin. A master like you who has perfected the dual practice of warrior and mage is truly a rare genius. With your abilities, given time, aiming for the position of War King is definitely not a problem. Kacheski's words of admiration flowed endlessly like a river, unstoppable. Initially, Kacheski thought Zheng Chen was just a powerful warrior. The task of statistics could only be completed by entering the demon forest, fighting them one by one, and hiring a mage to identify the magic. The day before yesterday, when Zheng Chen flew into the air at the edge of the demon forest, Kacheski was completely dumbfounded. Flying, broad perception, identification. Mastering these 3 types of magic at the same time meant that Zheng Chen's mage skills had reached level 25. A level 25 mage could already use many intermediate enhancement spells. And at the recruitment meeting that day, Zheng Chen overwhelmed the level 34 warrior Roshan with his own strength, without using any buffs to strengthen himself. This meant that Zheng Chen didn't even use his full power at the recruitment meeting. In fact, after receiving the statistical data, Kacheski had a rough idea of Zheng Chen's strength. His level should be around 40. Due to his dual practice, at full strength, his combat ability should be able to match that of a level 45 warrior. This was already the minimum level of a small war king. What an extraordinary talent! Extraordinary to the point of making people doubt if he's even human? At this moment, Kacheski finally understood why Zhao Outyan wanted him to integrate into Zheng Chen's team. With such formidable strength, if he wasn't human, he would indeed be a threat. But on the other hand, the likelihood of that was very low. Such a powerful existence was undoubtedly what the current Chuandong needed most. Therefore, it was necessary to confirm Zheng Chen's identity in order to decide on the next steps to take towards him. But compared to Zhao Outyan's paranoia, the larger Kacheski's temperament is more gentle. I am loyal to the War King because the War King is loyal to humanity. This is the most fundamental reason why Kacheski serves the War King Zhao Outyan. It is also the consensus of all warriors. If a situation arises that is beneficial to humanity, loyalty to the War King naturally takes a back seat. Zheng Chen is a powerful presence, with the strength of a small War King at the weakest. But for some reason, War King Zhao Outyan has a clear guard against this Zheng Chen. It seems necessary to go back and ask the War King clearly. Why harbor such heavy guard against such a promising newcomer? Although War King Zhao Outyan has always been very cautious, this is a temperament developed since childhood. But this time, it is clearly beyond the necessary limit. Well, I'll take my leave now. I will bring the data to the War King. Mr. Zheng Chen, please stay here and wait for my good news. With that, he turned and left, returning to his room. Thank you, Master Kacheski, don't forget about the reward. Zheng Chen politely replied. Wait, isn't this title a bit strange? Don't worry, the War King never withholds wages. With that, Kacheski returned to his room. Zheng Chen, who was previously troubled, is now in a good mood. Unexpectedly, this Zhao Outyan is really something. Although the issues of the demon god and the underground city made Zheng Chen in a dilemma. But returning to the human side, Zheng Chen's mood improved instantly. He used to find Zhao Outyan quite unpleasant. With a name similar to Dragon Outyan, he thought he was brave, but in reality, he was a fool who couldn't distinguish between friend and foe. However, after transforming into a human and getting to know Zhao Outyan, Zheng Chen suddenly found this War King to be quite adorable. Just because he performed a little better, Zhao Outyan sent him Nijing in tasks. Zheng Chen had been living a comfortable life these past 2 days. 1 gram of Nijing, 500 unlocking points. Next, 2,000 gold coins, and another 50 unlocking points. And with Kacheski, Zheng Chen can now take on tasks of the mountain copper level, with rewards ranging from 800 to 1,000 gold coins. The dream of buying a house is within reach. If it weren't for the many benefits brought by Zhao Outyan, Zheng Chen might have been tearing his hair out by now. Suddenly, he felt like making friends with Zhao Outyan. The cat Nangbai next to him saw the scene, shook his head in confusion, unable to understand why Zheng Chen was smiling so slyly. You scoundrel, I'm hungry. I want to drink goat's milk, meow. Take it, it's a reward for you. Zheng Chen no longer acted reserved as before, generously tossing a gold coin. The cat Nangbai happily took the coin, kissed Zheng Chen on the face, and said, Wow, I love you, you scoundrel. Then, he happily went to buy goat's milk with the gold coin. But the cheerful Zheng Chen did not notice. A huge threat had quietly descended on the Chuandong Royal City. Inside the Chuandong Royal City Labor Reform Detention Center. Lying on the iron bed, Zheng Sipi, tied up, peeked through the cracks in the wall at the beautiful women passing by on the street outside. 85. 71. 93, so-called hips wider than shoulders, surpassing even the living goddess. Not bad, not bad. Oh, let me see this one. 96. 60. 80, wow, bust 96, enough for triplets, very attractive. TSK TSK TSK. As an LSP, having experienced wind and rain, Zheng Sipi accidentally triggered the unlocking of a skill of the heart. He obtained a skill that only he in the world possessed, LSP Truth. This skill claims to be the invincible skill that all men in the world dream of. Not only can Zheng Sipi visually determine all body data of any girl, but he also has a skill tree diagram that can unlock various skills, including instant turtle shell binding, invincible perspective eye, body insight, gender detection. It even has extremely powerful combat skills, silver sword, lower sword, copper refining, clothing dissolution, H-energy super enhancement, and so on. This secret, Zheng Sipi has never told anyone. However, just as Zhang Sipi was enjoying himself, a vague figure gradually condensed behind him in the moonlight shining through the iron window. Who? Zhang Sipi turned around abruptly. The next second, his nose started bleeding. He saw a glamorous woman, tall and fair-skinned, wearing a tight silver dress, appearing behind him. Oh, can you feel it? You are the holder of the skill of truth? The girl had a charming smile on her face. As a male, even just locking eyes with her would make one completely infatuated, right? Let me introduce myself first. I am Venus, the demon goddess Venus. I came to take your life. Forgot to update while arguing with someone, so it's a bit late. Sorry. If you like it, just vote for a recommendation ticket. Is that so? As I expected, the quality and quantity of demons are growing abnormally, and they are migrating towards humans. Handing over the materials filled with various demon-level data to the disciple, Zhao Outyan jumped back onto the horizontal bar and did pull-ups with one hand. He also had a 1-ton mountain copper ingot tied to his leg. Is this information all compiled by Zhang Chen? Zhao Outyan asked while doing pull-ups. Kacheski lowered his head. Yes, I thought he was just a warrior, but I didn't expect him to also have the function of a mage, and have advanced skills such as flight and wide area perception. Oh. Although Zhao Outyan still had a smile on his face, his expression was obviously frozen, crushing Roche head-on, and also having advanced magic? Dual cultivation of magic and warrior? It's quite rare. He paused, his gaze suddenly sharp. Maybe it's pure magic cultivation, but with a high level, so relying solely on the physical body is enough to match the strength of a warrior. Kacheski frowned when he heard this. Lord War King, do you seem to have a strong guard against Zhang Chen? Why is that? Zhao Outyan thought for a moment, his face solidified and then dissipated by 3 points. Only a few people knew about the incident with the mage Jinj and the dragon in the palace, as well as the encounter in the underground city. Because the former ministers left midway, and Situ Zhou also issued a gag order, so not many people knew, and Zhao Outyan didn't want to tell others. What's the point of saying it? Such a powerful and unparalleled demon beast can only be defeated by relying on equally powerful individuals. Why tell others? Recruit teammates? As long as there is Teacher Jinj in the team, it's enough. The involvement of anyone else will only increase meaningless casualties. There is no need to tell others about the existence and strength of this dragon. Saying more will only cause unnecessary panic. If I have to die, as the War King, my death alone is enough. As long as I can defeat that dragon, it will eliminate the biggest threat in Xuandong, and there will naturally be a new War King to continue protecting humans. Is that so? I just pay more attention to him, Zhao Outyan said in a soft tone. But Kacheski has always been straightforward. He said, no, Lord War King, I think you are guarding against him. Giving him tasks seems like giving money, but if you think about it carefully, this task is not suitable for a warrior to do, and there are no mages in his team. It's as if you knew he would use magic from the beginning. Lord War King, who is this newcomer Zhang Chen? This big guy. Zhao Outyan did not stop training, but he was shocked in his heart. Kacheski's intelligence was not actually high. He was just a muscle-headed guy who only talked about muscles passed down from generation to generation. But in some aspects, his intuition was exceptionally keen. Zhao Outyan said, I just see his potential and test his abilities. Kacheski, you are overthinking. Kacheski was stunned. Overthinking? Although this kind of address is common in official circles, the War King, who has always detested politics and dedicated himself to humanity, suddenly used this address. Even an idiot could understand the implied meaning. Zhao Outyan warned himself not to ask too much. What exactly is Lord Zhanwang afraid of? Otherwise, Lord Zhanwang would not have reacted like a dog whose tail had been stepped on. Looking up, Kaczynski couldn't help but shiver. Zhao Outyan was looking at him askance, with a smile on his face but his gaze as cold as ice picks. Well, I guess I was overthinking. Very well. Zhao Outyan's gaze softened slightly. Anyway, the mission was well done, Kaczynski. Go report to the finance for your reward. Yes, I take my leave. And so, Kaczynski left the dojo with his head down, backing away. Zhao Outyan watched him leave. I'm sorry, Kaczynski, this is not something you can get involved in. You are a rare strong warrior. You love this country more than anyone else. If you knew about the dragon, would you be the first to step forward? After I die, Xuandong will still need you to be one of the pillars and assist the new Lord of War. Treating you like this is just to prevent you from sacrificing yourself in vain. That dragon is not something you can handle. I'm sorry. Raising his head, Zhao Outyan stared at the horizontal bar. The pure copper horizontal bar had been deformed by his grip. Lowering his head, staring at his worn-out palms, Zhao Outyan clenched his fists tightly. The piercing pain made him alert. I can feel that I have become stronger. But it's not enough yet. This level is far from enough. To defeat that dragon, I need to become even stronger. In the empty dojo, Zhao Outyan stood alone. Whenever he recalled the posture of that dragon, Zhao Outyan couldn't help but tremble. That feeling was fear. It was indeed a terrifying existence that even dared not to challenge. But, challenging an unbeatable enemy, expanding the territory for humanity, dying in battle is the duty of the Lord of War. It is an existence that can destroy Chuandong with one's own strength. But if even I retreat, who else can step up? Zhao Outyan has already decided that he was born in this world to defeat the dragon. Even if we perish together, there is nothing to fear in death. Fighting for humanity, dying for humanity, is the duty of the Lord of War. As long as I learn the ninth sword of the Lord of War, Shintian Falling Palace, there is a glimmer of hope. And for this ninth sword, more cruel training is needed. Thinking of this, Zhao Outyan lifted the nearby 500 kilograms sandbag and began the next stage of training. Notice, main mission completed, 50 unlocking points credited, current unlocking points 1753. A large bag of gold coins was slammed on the table, and Kaczynski pushed it generously in front of Jing Chen. The reward for the Lord of War has arrived, count it. Oh, almost impatient, Zheng Chen hugged the 20-kilogram bag like hugging his wife. Opening it, wow, golden legend, 20 kilograms of gold coins. According to the international gold price before Zhang Chen's fart, 400 yuan per gram, equivalent to 8 million. You could buy a toilet in Shanghai Huangpu. I've never seen so much money in my life. Of course, gold is not worth that much in this world. 2,000 gold coins, roughly equivalent to 2 million in purchasing power. But that's still a huge sum. Zheng Chen only realized at this moment how much money Zhao Outyan had earned for him. Thank God, thank Zhao Outyan. If no one was watching, Zheng Chen would bury his head in this bag of gold coins right now and smell the scent of money. Wow, so much money. On the side, Xin Jingbing, who had only been able to do low-level tasks, also looked at it with envy. Zheng Chen glanced at her. The monk's gloves are usually not worn, but the heel can be worn as shoes. However, at this moment, although her left leg still had the steel heel, her right leg had a pure steel heel. In other words, at the Lord of War recruitment meeting, her right heel was shattered by Luo Xia. Without much thought, Zheng Chen grabbed 300 gold coins and handed them to Xin Jingbing. This is yours. Ha! Xin Jingbing was frightened and her face turned pale. For me? Zheng Chen said, it's a team effort. Aren't you a member of my team? Yes. But you did all the work for this mission, so technically the reward should all be yours. How can I just take it? Facing Xin Jingbing's anxiety, Zheng Chen responded with a sunny smile. Since it's a team, this money is earned by the team. You are a team member, so you should have the right to share the profits. There's no reason for me to take it all. I'm not a capitalist. But this, blushing, Xin Jingbing still hesitated to accept. In the end, Mianenbai stepped forward and stuffed the gold coins into her pocket, saying, if it's given to you, just take it. Zheng Chen smiled. Your equipment is broken, right? Well, with this money, you can get a new set. Feeling the weight in her purse, Xin Jingbing's eyes welled up with tears of gratitude. She, who had low visibility and weak strength, had always been treated as useless, and no team had ever been willing to accept her. These 300 gold coins meant more to her than just money. Xin Jingbing tightly held onto her purse. It was as if she had made a decision. She took a deep breath and shouted in a voice as soft as a mosquito, I will use this money to improve my strength and strive to be useful in future team missions. All right. Zheng Chen smiled, considering it as approval. Mianenbai, what about mine? Seeing this, Mianenbai also felt a bit envious. If she can get 300, can't I get some too, meow? Mianenbai lay on Zheng Chen's back, licked his cheek, and asked, why not? Zheng Chen shuddered as she licked him all over. But he tightened his pocket. No, you don't. Why meow? You eat, live, and use mine, don't do any work, and drink goat's milk like drinking water. Do you know goat's milk is expensive? You still want money? No way. You make me so angry, meow. Mianenbai angrily stretched out her claws and scratched Zheng Chen's head. With a swish, Zheng Chen's head was shaved like the Mediterranean Sea. You stinky cat, look what you've done. You've made me almost bald. I don't care, meow. I want gold coins to buy goat's milk, meow. If you don't give it to me, I'll shave off all your fur, meow. When transformed, Zheng Chen's full buff was disabled, and his stats were reduced to 1/10 of normal. Mianenbai's innate transformation only suppressed half of her attributes and did not affect buffs. What does this mean? It means Zheng Chen would be pinned down by Mianenbai, beaten up like a father punishing his son. With his clothes torn to shreds, Zheng Chen held onto his last pair of underwear, his face pale with fear. In the end, he reluctantly gave Mianenbai 200 gold coins, barely escaping a disaster. Manhwa, with the gold coins in hand, happily ran to the front desk and slammed the coins on the table. I'll cover all the guild's goat milk this year, meow. At least ask them for a discount on the annual VIP membership fee. Zhang Chen rubbed his sore forehead and could only let her go, taking out old clothes from the storage space to change into. My new clothes, I haven't even had a chance to wash them, and now they're just rags. Watching all this, Kaczynski on the side was calculating. As a team leader, treating team members equally was not difficult. It was not difficult to stand by them in times of trouble. What was difficult was sharing in their good fortune. How many teams, initially harmonious, ended up falling apart due to interests? With exceptional strength, the magic warrior dual cultivation, and possessing such leadership charm, this newcomer's future is limitless. Kaczynski seemed to see the birth of a new war king. At the same time, he couldn't understand. Why did Zhao Outyan have such a heavy guard against such an outstanding newcomer? Just as Kaczynski was puzzled, a pile of gold coins appeared in his sight. He looked up. Zhang Chen only saw 300 gold coins pushed in front of Kaczynski, and smiled at him, saying, "Here, this is yours, thank you for your task." Kaczynski was stunned. After a while, he smiled knowingly. "Then I will obey." In the guild, Zhang Chen's table was particularly harmonious. However, this warmth was completely destroyed by someone kicking open the door. Bang! Zhang Chen? Where is Zhang Chen? Zhang Sipi rushed into the guild bare-chested, holding a tattered piece of clothing, as if fleeing for his life. When he saw Zhang Chen distributing money, he burst into tears like a woman, not caring that his flesh was exposed in public, and pounced directly. "Help! Brother Zhang Chen! There's a crazy woman trying to assault me. She's so fierce. She stripped my clothes off in an instant. Today, I found out that someone is giving red envelopes to this book. Just a reminder, I appreciate your love for this book, but please do not send red envelopes. The money is completely useless, just throw it into the cold water tank, it's of no use at all, keep it to buy yourself some food and drinks. If you like it, just vote for a recommendation ticket." 2 hours ago. Venus? Demon? What's going on? Zhang Sipi was a bit confused. I was caught for peeking into the women's bathhouse and was doing fine in the cell. How come a woman suddenly appeared? And the door lock didn't even move, how did she get in? No, that's not important. What's important is, wow, this woman is so beautiful. Zhang Sipi's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. What's wrong with this person? Venus furrowed her brows slightly, couldn't help but complain about what sin she had committed to come down to the dirty mortal world to do such a task. Recently, it was said that the Chuandong underground city was breached, causing a commotion among the demon gods in the divine realm. However, what happened next left all the demon gods dumbfounded. The creator god suddenly ordered that all lower and middle-ranking demon gods were forbidden to descend, while the higher-ranking demon gods secretly infiltrated the human realm to investigate the holders of the skill truth. The holder of truth? Isn't it known who broke through the underground city? Venus was puzzled by the order from. Demon gods dislike descending to the mortal realm, let alone interacting with such inferior beings as humans. What Venus couldn't understand was why didn't allow lower and middle-ranking demon gods to descend. Descending to the mortal realm and interacting with mortals, why not leave this dirty and tiring work to the lower and middle-ranking demon gods? After all, I am a higher-ranking demon god. How strong can humans be? Are you still worried that the lower and middle-ranking demon gods won't be able to defeat the one who broke through the underground city and will give him experience? This is a joke. Normally, there is no difference between a person who possesses truth and an ordinary person. With billions of humans, it's like finding a needle in a haystack to identify the holder of truth with just a few dozen demon gods. But with the innate skill intimate intelligence gathering, Venus could filter all the information of all male humans in an instant, and instantly find the existence of the skill truth. Although, it seems a bit strange. LSP truth? Why are there 3 more words? Whatever, it doesn't matter, as long as it's a human, and it's the truth skill. Hurry up and finish this dirty job and leave, that's the real deal. Venus smiled. This smile, charming and beautiful, truly made the dirty prison bloom like 100 flowers, incredibly beautiful. Damn, you're so beautiful, what's your name? Zhang Sipi couldn't handle this smile. He blushed immediately, standing tall. Humph. Seeing Zhang Sipi staring at herself, almost turning his head into a dog's head, Venus couldn't help but sneer in her heart. After all, the holder of truth who broke through the underground city is ultimately a man. How could he resist my beauty and charm? I can't sleep tonight, this young lady wants to find a handsome, elegant, and charming man to sleep with me. Does the young hero have any interest? I don't know if I'm charming, but when it comes to being lewd, I'm second to none. Zhang Sipi would never think that it might be a trap. Is it abnormal for a woman to appear in prison? It's a woman, and she's alive, and very attractive. As a man, does Zheng Sipi need to use his brain for anything else? Zheng Sipi straightened his back. The skill tree diagram skill automatic pants removal technique was activated. With a swish, only a pair of underpants remained after instantly removing the pants. So fast. Even as a superior demon, I couldn't see clearly. What kind of skill is this? After a brief shock, Venus focused her mind on the task. Kill him, get the final boss permission, and the underground dungeon will definitely be mine. As the first to come into contact with the remains of the gods, of course, I will be the first to choose the benefits. Just as Venus fantasized about becoming the legendary top demon, Zheng Sipi, who walked up to her, suddenly paused, and his lecherous expression instantly froze. Ha? What? What's wrong? Young hero? Don't you want to share a bed with a little lady? Venus quickly tried to seduce him. However, next, she saw an expression on herself, the goddess of beauty, that she had never seen in her 100,000 years of life. Zheng Sipi's expression went from blank to shocked, then to disgusted, and finally turned into a nauseating expression as if looking at vomit. No. You're a Westerner? Zheng Sipi pointed to Venus's blonde hair and blue eyes with some disdain. Venus was stunned. Yeah, you. You Easterners like Westerners the most. What's wrong? Let's not worry about that. Come and share a bed with a little lady. No. Wait a minute. Zheng Sipi interrupted Venus and said, first of all, I'm a LSP. I admit, but I don't like Westerners. Venus was stunned again. Why? Westerners look pretty, but they smell heavy. It stinks to death. Otherwise, why is the perfume business so good in the West? Venus. Secondly, you're a Westerner. Why are you using our Eastern way of speaking? What little lady? What sharing a bed? Please don't do this. Westerners already smell bad. This way of speaking with your appearance, it's like Shu Beiji holding Shishir to worship the heavens and the earth. Totally inappropriate. Venus. Wait a minute. What's going on? Smell bad? Do I smell bad? If I didn't care about my image, Venus would definitely bow down to smell her own armpits. No. This is not the point, okay? I am the goddess of beauty. The goddess Venus. You said it yourself that you are a LSP, and now I, a dignified goddess, am here, and just because of a smell issue, you deny my beauty? What the heck is going on? Zheng Sipi shook his head in disappointment, muttering, I didn't expect it to be a foul-mouthed Western horse. I even took off my pants, and that's it? With that, the bound Zheng Sipi turned his back, raised his butt towards Venus, and waved his hand. You go ahead, you're weird, don't bother me from looking at pretty girls. Instantly putting on his pants with the skill automatic pants wearing technique, Zheng Sipi ignored Venus and looked through the crack in the wall at the girls outside. Behind him, Venus seemed to fade into a sketch. Damn, when did he put on his pants? Even as a deity, I didn't see it clearly. What kind of skill is this? No, this is not the point. I, who am hailed as the most beautiful in the world, was ignored by a LSP? Venus secretly increased the power of the charm skill to the maximum. This is the kind of charm that would make Godzilla fall in love on the spot. The result? Zheng Sipi remained unmoved, still focusing on looking at the girls outside. What? My beauty, combined with the maximum charm, is ineffective on him? At that moment, Venus heard a crisp cracking sound. It was the sound of shattered self-esteem. I don't believe it. This is unscientific. I am the goddess Venus. The hormones I emit when I walk outside can make even stray dogs on the roadside lose control. I can't charm an LSP? There's no reason for it. Who exactly is this human? Identification. All data of Zheng Sipi is presented in Venus's eyes. Target, Holy Knight LV24, first job change, type, excellent breed, human reproduction value, very low HP, 911/916 MP, 276/276 AP, 159/191 H energy, 9879, 788, 7079 strength, 603 magic essence, 139 physical defense, 424 magic defense, 199 perception, 233 comprehensive agility, 181 what's wrong later? Seems like something is off? Is there something strange mixed into the data? What's with that long string of data that looks like a phone number? H energy? What's that? I've been a demon god for 160 million years, how come I've never heard of this thing? As a demon god, for the first time in her long life, Venus is confused.